This young man's eyes shot open. He thought to himself, that lightning tribulation didn't even kill me. It actually sent me back to Earth, reborn. However, all my cultivation is gone. Suo Ran couldn't help but feel disappointed, but on second thought, just being alive again is good enough. As for cultivation, I can always start over from scratch. Suo Ran sat up and noticed someone was nearby. He turned his head and saw the back of a woman, wondering what she was up to. As he got closer, he saw she was lifting her skirt. Is she planning to do her business here? As a man with a profound sense of environmental protection, Suo Ran couldn't help but speak up. Miss, you shouldn't be watering the flowers just anywhere. The girl was startled by his sudden appearance. She whipped her head around, stammering, unable to say a word. She could only call him a pervert before running off. But Suo Ran recognized her. Her name was Qin Ran. This meant he hadn't just been reborn, he had returned to his own past. This must be around the time of his internship after graduating from university. This is bad. Qin Ran was his superior. Offending her meant Suo Ran's life was about to get very difficult. Suo Ran couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In my past life, I cultivated until I was killed by a heavenly tribulation. In this life, I've just been reborn, and I've already offended my boss. What's more, my cultivation is all gone now. It looks like I'll have to be more careful just to get by. Just then, his phone rang. Suo Ran picked it up. It was the vice principal. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, an enraged voice pierced his eardrum. Suo Ran, where the hell are you right now? The new principal is about to arrive for her inauguration. Get your ass over to the Kai Cheng Hotel for me now. Suo Ran rushed to the Kai Cheng Hotel. Based on his memories from his past life, he had tried to circulate the Tai Chi Heart Sutra on the way here, and it seemed to have had some effect. As soon as he arrived, the vice principal eagerly wanted to introduce him to the new principal, saying that not only was she a PhD who studied in America, but she was also a great beauty and would be his boss from now on. Since Suo Ran still had a 3-month probationary period before he could become an official employee, the vice principal warned him that he absolutely had to make a good impression on the new principal. Who would have thought that this new principal was none other than Qin Ran? The vice principal, completely unaware of their earlier encounter, enthusiastically pulled Suo Ran in front of Qin Ran to introduce him. Principal Qin, this is Suo Ran. He's in charge of teaching Chinese for class 1018. He completed a 1-month internship before the summer break. Suo Ran. So you're Suo Ran? Qin Ran asked, her voice seemingly trying its best to suppress her rage. Hello, Principal Qin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you'll take good care of me. Suo Ran acted as if he knew nothing, extending his hand for a handshake with the new principal. He had, after all, lived for 1,000 years. At times like this, you had to be shameless to get things done. But Qin Ran didn't shake his hand. She just raised a hand to adjust her glasses, then said she was looking forward to Suo Ran's performance. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Suo Ran frozen on the spot. It's over. It seems I've completely and utterly offended this woman. As Qin Ran walked away, she couldn't stop grinding her teeth. Suo Ran was the cousin of her best friend, Suo Yunyun. Before coming here to take the position, Suo Yunyun had asked her to get this brat kicked out of the school. Qin Ran had felt it was a difficult request, but now, this was perfect. She decided she would torture Suo Ran until he was begging for mercy, and only then would she kick him out of this school. That would settle both old and new scores. On the other hand, Suo Ran was also in a tough spot. He couldn't hit this woman, and he certainly couldn't yell at her. Not only was she his cousin Suo Yunyun's best friend, but she was also the only daughter of the chairman of the Huasheng group in Kurjiang City. It's just that. This group seemed to run into some trouble later on. In his past life, Qin Ran disappeared from the school not long after, but his cousin Suo Yunyun had done him a favor in his past life. So, in this life, he would help her best friend as much as he could. Teacher Suo, come sit over here. Suddenly, another woman's voice rang out, pulling Suo Ran from his wandering thoughts. He quickly recognized the person as Tan Yu. In his past life, he and she had a happy time together, but it was a pity they couldn't be together in the end. Seeing his old flame again, Suo Ran's feelings were quite complicated. Tan Yu, long time no see, Suo Ran said as he pulled out a chair to sit next to her. A big question mark appeared over Tan Yu's head. Long time no see? Teacher Suo, are you still half asleep? Before Suo Ran could reply, the female teacher next to them spoke up, criticizing him in a low voice. You came here today for the new principal's inauguration. It's a formal reception, for goodness sake, yet you show up dressed so shabbily. This teacher, whose surname was Zhou, had never liked Suo Ran. After criticizing him, Miss Zhou whispered to Tanyu that she was young and beautiful, from a family with a business and assets worth tens of millions. An ordinary person is not worthy of you, so you absolutely must not let any toads cling to you. Miss Zhou, could you please say a little less? Tanyu said. But Suo Ran knew full well she was talking about him, so he stood up on his own. Don't worry, I already have someone I like. He said it calmly. In his past life, he might have flown into a rage over those words, but now, in his heart, besides Times that Times person, no one else was worth mentioning. Oh? Any girl who catches your eye must be pretty unlucky. That nasty woman, Miss Zhou, continued, making Tan Yu extremely uncomfortable. But Suo Ran didn't even give her a second glance. He found a quiet corner to sit down and began to think about his future. With his current strength, according to the secular world's classification, he was probably at the level of a high-level martial apprentice. He never expected that just by casually circulating the Tai Chi Heart Sutra on the way to the Kaicheng Hotel, his strength would leap from 0 to this level. It seems his experiences from his past life are still incredibly valuable. In this life, he doesn't need anyone to guide him. He can reach the peak all by himself. By now, everyone had arrived. Although it was a reception for the new principal, it was also an opportunity to introduce a new colleague. That was Chen Junyu, who had just transferred to this school to teach. And he wasn't just an ordinary teacher, he was also a rich kid. This 4-star Kai Cheng Hotel was his family's business. The moment Chen Junyu appeared, Teacher Zhou's eyes lit up like stars. She turned back to Tan Yu and said, "I've heard a lot about him. He's not even 30, and he's already a high-level teacher, from a rich family, and so handsome too. Little Tan, do you see? Asterisk. This times is a Prince Charming, not like that stingy bookworm Suo Ran." Everyone crowded around Chen Junyu, while Suo Ran couldn't help but frown. This man was his greatest enemy in his past life. In order to pursue Tan Yu, he constantly used dirty tricks to harm him. In the end, it was he who forced Suo Ran to resign. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Junyu walked right up to him. He took out a business card and said with a relaxed and confident air, "Hello, little Suo. I hear you're an intern at the school. Don't worry too much. If you need anything in the future, just find me. This is my business card. Use it at the Kaicheng Hotel, and you'll get a 20% discount." Suo Ran laughed to himself. Everyone else was called Teacher this or Miss that, but he was Little Suo, and he was using the Kaicheng Hotel to boost his own status. This guy was clearly trying to establish dominance right from the start. Too bad for him, Suo Ran had already lived a full life. Faced with such childish tricks, he remained perfectly calm and retorted, "Teacher Chen, I heard the chairman of the Kaicheng Hotel recently retired, and now the hotel is managed by someone named Chen Junfei. Why isn't it you?" The question sounded innocent, but it was clearly meant to mock Chen Junyu for not being capable enough to take the chairman's seat. His face darkened upon hearing this. "It seems little Suo is very interested in the lives of us in the upper class, huh? But a snake will always be a snake. No matter how hard it tries, it's just a reptile. It can never become a dragon." Following that, Chen Junyu took the opportunity to aggressively show off in front of Suo Ran, saying he was a man dedicated to the cause of education, which is why he didn't take over the family business, and told him he should learn from his example. Even more outrageously, he then ordered Suo Ran to get up and get lost, telling him to go sit at another table in the corner and give this seat to Chen Junyu. On what grounds? Suo Ran immediately snapped back. "How about the fact that you're still just an intern, while I'm the head of the literature department?" The other teacher arrogantly yelled, causing a scene in a corner of the room. Seeing this, Teacher Zhou just clicked her tongue, thinking Suo Ran was an idiot for getting on Dongguo Hao's bad side. It seemed unlikely he'd pass his internship this time. Dam Vu started to worry when she saw this, but Suo Ran, still acting tough, began to stand up. "I'm afraid you won't be able to sit in this chair." Chen Junyu scoffed at this, thinking Suo Ran was just talking tough, but was actually scared, hence why he was giving up his seat. Over on the other side, that nasty Teacher Zhou and the others thought the exact same thing. He was a useless loudmouth, and that's all. Chen Junyu smugly sat down, but the moment his butt touched the seat, a chair leg suddenly broke. Before he could react, Chen Junyu toppled over backward. The red wine spilled all over his expensive suit, making him look like a complete disheveled mess. Chen Junyu instantly flew into a rage, yelling, "Waiter, what kind of damn hotel is this? Even the chairs are broken?" A female employee hurried over, but said in a small voice, "Second young master, this is your family's hotel." Hearing this, Suo Ran burst out laughing. Teacher Chen truly is a shining example for us all. He doesn't play favorites when he gets angry. He even curses out his own family's hotel. I'm truly impressed. He deliberately spoke loudly, causing the others to start laughing along, making Chen Junyu lose even more face. A moment ago, while standing up, Suo Ran had quickly broken 2 of the chair's legs. It would have been a miracle if he hadn't fallen. Having taught this insolent fool a lesson, Suo Ran turned away in satisfaction, leaving a seething Chen Junyu behind him. Despite a few unexpected incidents, the party continued. After dinner, a few teachers suggested they all go to karaoke. Hearing this, Chen Junyu started showing off again. He wanted to invite everyone to Dunhuang KTV. It was the most expensive KTV in the area, where the minimum cost per person was already in the 4 digits. Suo Ran couldn't stand the sight of Chen Junyu showing off like that. Seems like just anyone can become a teacher these days. Although this Chen Junyu's teaching skills weren't actually bad, and he was well educated, based on his memories from his past life, Suo Ran recalled a time he was accidentally angered by a student. As a result, the very next day, he had a group of thugs beat that student until their bones were broken. The party ended, and everyone began to trickle out. Suo Ran had no intention of going to the KTV with them, but he had no reason to stay either. He deliberately walked a short distance away from the group, only to see Vu intentionally slowing her pace. She looked conflicted, hesitating to speak, but finally said, "Teacher Suo, please don't be angry, but I think it would be better if you just apologized to Teacher Chen. After all, his family has some connections. If you get on his bad side, it'll be hard for you to get a permanent position." Suo Ran knew Vu was sincerely advising him out of concern, but he had been a revered immortal lord in his past life. Even though he had now lost all his cultivation, he would never need to apologize, even if he were in the wrong, especially not to a scumbag like Chen Junyu. Seeing how stubborn Suo Ran was, Vu could only sigh. "Teacher Suo, if you keep being this stubborn, you're going to suffer for it sooner or later. This world isn't as wonderful as you think. People who walk different paths simply cannot see eye to eye." Suo Ran replied, making it clear he didn't want to continue the conversation. Although this girl was kind-hearted, she was just like everyone else. After thinking it over, she would probably side with Chen Junyu. Even though they had truly been in love in their past life, it seemed they weren't fated to be in this one. With that thought, Suo Ran quickened his pace and walked ahead. In the end, he was still dragged along to Dunhuang KTV. All the other teachers were there, but Suo Ran wasn't happy about it. The school year started the day after tomorrow, and he hadn't even prepared his lessons yet, but he'd been dragged here. What a pain. Over on one side, Teacher Zhou was clinging to Chen Junyu like a spider demon, endlessly flattering him. "Teacher Chen, I heard this KTV is Fan Hong's territory. I didn't realize you had so much influence. Even the general manager came over to toast you just now." Chen Junyu replied, downing a glass of alcohol. The Fan Hong that Teacher Zhou mentioned was indeed a formidable figure, having built a solid foothold in Zhujiang from nothing. Now, KTVs opened by him were everywhere. It was even said that a certain leader who disrespected him was permanently dealt with. In terms of status, this Dunhuang KTV far surpassed the Chen family's Kaicheng Hotel. At this thought, Chen Junyu unconsciously glanced over at Suo Ran and scoffed inwardly. What a country bumpkin with no worldly knowledge, just huddling in a corner even after coming to a place like this. While the group was happily singing, a group of men suddenly burst into the private room and aggressively grabbed Dong Guohao. The fat man immediately screamed for help, but absolutely no one dared to step forward except for Chen Junyu. "Manager Zhang, what on earth is going on?" he asked. The man called Manager Zhang pointed at Dong Guohao and gave a contemptuous smile. "Chen Junyu, don't say I'm not giving you face. It's just that this guy messed with our boss's woman." Dong Guohao panicked, hurriedly explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. He claimed he didn't know she was their boss's woman, and besides, he had only touched her once and hadn't done anything else out of line. But the more he explained, the less Manager Zhang seemed to listen. Chen Junyu still wanted to speak up for him, asking Manager Zhang to let it slide out of respect for him, but he was coldly rejected. "You're being naive. If this is the guy you brought here, then you're coming with us too. Don't make me get rough." Dong Guohao kept shouting for Chen Junyu to save him. After all, he was the one who had brought them all here. If he bailed now, it would be a huge loss of face. So, Chen Junyu reassured Dong Guohao, "Don't be afraid, we'll go with you. It's not like you committed some major crime. I'd also like to see just how tough a KTV manager can be." Manager Zhang not only demanded that Chen Junyu take responsibility, but also required everyone present in the room to come along. Suo Ran, of course, was no exception. Just then, he noticed a pregnant colleague and said quietly to her, "Miss Yang, stand behind me in a bit." The teacher, Miss Yang, was extremely grateful and thanked him profusely. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhou, true to form, couldn't resist mocking Suo Ran. "I didn't see you step up when those men burst in, and now you're trying to play the hero?" The group was led before Fan Hong. Behind him stood a line of tall, muscular bodyguards who were intimidating at first glance, and in his lap sat a beautiful, scantily clad woman. As soon as she saw Dong Guohao, she pointed right at him and whined, "Brother Hong, that's the fatso who touched my butt earlier." Upon seeing Fan Hong, both Dong Guohao and Chen Junyu's faces went pale. Chen Junyu, who had been talking so tough just moments before, now hurriedly lowered his head to explain. "Boss Hong, please listen to my explanation. This is just a small misunderstanding. I hope you'll give me some face." Before he could finish, Fan Hong smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the floor, looking aggressive enough to eat someone alive. "Go ahead, bring your father, Chen Huaqiang, here and ask him if he dares to make me. Fan Hong, give him face." Chen Junyu immediately fell silent. Although Zhujiang was just a small city in Jiangnan province, it was Fan Hong's main territory. While Chen Junyu's family did have some influence and owned a large hotel, even if his father, Chen Huaqiang, were to come now, it's doubtful he could quell Fan Hong's anger, especially since this man was a figure feared by both the criminal underworld and the authorities. The woman Dong Guohao had harassed earlier now stood up, walked over to the old man, and slapped the shameless geezer with all her might. "You fat bastard. Weren't you so full of energy a moment ago? Dong Guohao was knocked to the ground, utterly humiliated, but he didn't know what else to do besides beg Fan Hong to spare him. Fan Hong paid the old man no mind, staring intently at Chen Junyu instead. Kid, don't say I'm not giving your father, Chen Huaqiang, any face. How about this? You break both of his arms right now, and I'll drop this matter immediately. Chen Junyu was in an extremely difficult position, unsure of what to do. But then, as if afraid things weren't chaotic enough, Teacher Zhou pointed her finger at Fan Hong and said, "We're teachers. You can't do this to us, or we'll take this to the media." What a stupid woman. Fan Hong burst out laughing. Teachers? I never would have guessed you were all teachers. You sure don't look the part. At that moment, a depraved thought crossed his mind. I've had students, nurses, flight attendants, all sorts. But I've never had a teacher before. After saying this, he changed his mind, deciding to let Dong Kwok Hao leave with both arms intact. However, to make that happen, he demanded the two female teachers, Dam Vu and Miss Chow, stay and entertain him for the night. Only a triad boss like Fan Hong would have the audacity to make such an outrageous demand. The moment he finished speaking, So Nian stepped in front of Dam Vu. She was, after all, someone he had loved in his past life. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Fan Hong looked at So Nian, just some shabbily dressed kid, and was annoyed that he dared to block his path. I admit we were in the wrong at first, but you've already taught the one at fault a lesson. Is there really a need to make things difficult for two female teachers? Before Fan Hong could even reply to So Nian, one of his bald-headed lackeys charged forward. Damn it, you think our boss needs a little punk like you to tell him what to do? His attack was fast, but he was ultimately just a mortal. He was no match for someone like So Nian, who had been on the verge of ascension in his past life. As a result, So Nian sent the bald man flying with a single blow. His body slammed hard into the liquor table, shattering it to pieces. One look was enough to tell how powerful So Nian's strike was. Insult anyone you want, I don't care, but you don't insult a teacher, he said coldly. So Nian's words earned him major points with Dam Vu, but made him a thorn in Fan Hong's side. The gangster found his declaration about not insulting teachers utterly ridiculous. He'd humiliated countless people, but So Nian was the first to ever talk back, let alone strike one of his men. Today, I'd like to see just how you plan to escape this lion's den. Fan Hong threatened him, but So Nian just looked back with a face full of contempt. Lion's den? A bunch of stray cats and dogs like you dare to call yourselves lions and tigers? The moment he said it, Tran Tuan Vu nearly fainted from fear. This was Fan Hong they were talking about. If So Nian kept talking like that, the man might just tear their entire high school apart. Tran Tuan Vu quickly spoke up. Boss Hong, we were in the wrong. It's true. Please don't listen to this kid's nonsense. We're all teachers from number 3 high school. Out of respect for our old principal, please, just let this go. Fan Hong actually paused for a few seconds. The new principal, Tan Nien, had only just taken the position and wasn't worth mentioning. But the former principal of number 3 high school, he was an underground powerhouse, someone you absolutely couldn't afford to cross. Many of the city's leaders had been his students. Here in Qujiang City, the old principal of number 3 high school was at the very top of the food chain. After a moment of thought, Fan Hong finally nodded. He agreed to let the teachers go because they were from number 3 high school, all except So Nien. Since he had injured one of Fan Hong's men, that was a score that needed to be settled. Fan Hong made it clear that out of respect for the old principal, the most he would do was break both of So Nien's legs. Hearing this, Dam Vu anxiously cried out, "No way! We're all leaving together!" But So Nien stopped her, urging them to go on ahead, especially since they needed to get the pregnant miss Duong home. He assured them he could handle things there on his own. Tran Tuan Vu and the others weren't foolish enough to stick around any longer, so they quickly shuffled out. None of them gave So Nien a second thought, except for Dam Vu. Before leaving the room, she glanced back, telling So Nien to hang in there and that they would call the police as soon as they were outside. The moment the private room door clicked shut, So Nien was surrounded by thugs. Fan Hong, meanwhile, pulled a beautiful woman into his arms, looking as excited as if he were about to watch a good show. "Hey kid, you like to fight, don't you? Well, tonight, you can have some fun with my boys." As soon as he finished speaking, a long-haired man stepped forward and ripped his own shirt open. He said the bald guy So Nien had sent flying was named Along, and while his skills weren't bad, he was just average among their crew. "And I am A Hu. I used to be an underground fighter, and now I'm itching to take you on." "Stop." So Nien cut him off. In novels, talkative villains like you usually don't last more than 2 seconds. So Nien's words completely enraged A Hu. He clenched his fists, charged forward aggressively, and threw a punch with all his might. Unfortunately for him, his speed was still far too slow in So Nien's eyes. So Nien countered with a kick that sent Ahu stumbling backward, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Fan Hong raised an eyebrow, a look of genuine excitement on his face. "Not bad. I've been in this game for years, and this is the first time anyone has dared to make me lose face on my own turf. If word of this gets out, How can I show my face around here? With that thought, he ordered all of his men to attack at once, even pulling out firearms to see how So Nian would possibly escape. But they had no idea they'd just kicked a hornet's nest. Despite being attacked from all sides and completely unarmed, So Nian somehow managed to weave effortlessly through the crowd, taking them all down with ease. He controlled his strength perfectly, ensuring each of the thugs only suffered minor injuries. This wasn't the immortal realm, after all. Causing a major incident would definitely lead to trouble. Watching this, Fan Hong began to tremble. He realized then that So Nian was no ordinary person. In fact, he reminded him of a certain old man, the one who had helped him out on 3 separate occasions. On all 3 of those occasions, Fan Hong's rivals had mysteriously disappeared, leading him to believe the man possessed some kind of supernatural power. Hey, you're not like him, are you? The thought escaped his lips before he could stop it. So Nian didn't answer. Instead, he slammed his hand against the wall. Even though he hadn't used much force, when So Nian pulled his hand away, a perfect 5-fingered handprint was indented in the wall. It was the most terrifying warning Fan Hong had ever received. For the first time, the most notorious boss in Qujang City felt true fear, a fear so profound it nearly scared the soul from his body. A Lang, whose wrist So Nian had broken earlier, struggled back to his feet and asked a clueless question. Boss, what do we do now? Are we still getting revenge? He was rewarded with a sharp slap from Fan Hong. Revenge? What damn revenge are you talking about? Messing with that guy is just asking for an early grave. He then ordered Manager Zhang to investigate So Nian and warned all his men that from now on, they were to treat So Nian with the same absolute respect they showed him. Meanwhile, outside the KTV, Dam Vu was still waiting. She had kept her promise and called the police, but after waiting all this time, they still hadn't shown up. The police station was less than a 3-minute drive away. They were clearly stalling, most likely out of fear of Fan Hong. What's wrong? Why haven't you gone home yet? A voice suddenly said from behind her. Dam Vu spun around, startled. Mister. So, she couldn't believe her eyes. So Nian was standing right in front of her, completely unharmed. You're not hurt? Were you hoping I would be? I'm a literature teacher, you know. My greatest skill is talking sense into people. I just reasoned with Fan Hong and his men until they were completely convinced, saw the light, and let me go. So Nian was clearly talking nonsense, and of course, Dam Vu didn't believe a word of it. All right, Mr. So, I'm sure you just used the old principal's name, didn't you? I heard the old principal has a lot of pull in Qujang. So Nian didn't deny it. He couldn't tell them the truth, after all. So, that explanation would have to do. Back home that night, So Nian focused on his meditation, circulating his energy to break through from the martial disciple realm to martial master. If he couldn't find a place with abundant spiritual energy, he feared it could take him as long as a week. But So Nian didn't want to waste that much time. Places with more greenery had more abundant spiritual energy. The only place like that he could think of was number 3 high school, out in the suburbs. It looked like he'd have to pay another visit to the school. Putting his thoughts into action, Suo Ran quickly went outside the school, wanting to find a place rich in spiritual energy before the gates opened. He used his chi-gazing art to pinpoint the location with the densest spiritual energy and then made his way there. Here stood a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, which had existed for a very long time yet remained this lush. Its powerful life force attracted and gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. In another 10,000 years, it might truly become a spirit. Suo Ran didn't care much about that. After finding a suitable spot, he immediately began to cultivate. In his previous life, the sect he had joined was the Tai Chi sect, naturally famous for the art of Tai Chi, and the Tai Chi Heart art was this sect's highest cultivation method. Although Suo Ran had lost all his cultivation upon being reborn, by relying on the memories and experience from his past life, he quickly got back into the groove. His movements were gentle and fluid, yet they generated immense power, startling a middle-aged man who was also practicing Tai Chi nearby. When the man saw all of nature seemingly obeying Suo Ran's command, he was instantly certain that this was a master of orthodox Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Suo Ran was completely unaware that he had unintentionally attracted someone's attention. After a period of focused practice and absorbing spiritual energy, he finally achieved a breakthrough. The burst of chi in his body was a clear sign of entering the martial artist realm. This realm could be compared to the martial arts masters in novels, who could channel chi to cross rivers and use lightness techniques to soar through the air. But right now, the spiritual energy on Earth is still too scarce. No matter how talented Suo Ran was, he couldn't raise his cultivation level further to the grand martial artist stage. To break this stalemate, it seemed the only way was to find some precious treasures. As for the great ancient tree, Suo Ran silently promised it that since he borrowed its spiritual energy for his breakthrough today, he would surely repay the favor in the future. That was a promise made on the honor of the Yama Immortal Venerable. As he turned to leave, Suo Ran finally noticed that the man had been standing behind him for who knows how long and was even bowing respectfully with clasped hands. Suo Ran was immediately flustered. "Venerable sir, what are you doing?" he said seriously. "Immortal Master, Please accept this Guo as your disciple. Your principal Guo? Suo Ran asked in astonishment. You're putting me in a difficult position. If other people find out, they'll laugh me to death. He had only said it casually, but to his surprise, Principal Guo looked utterly indignant. With me here, who would dare? After saying that, his expression did a complete 180, and he began to plead with Suo Ran. Immortal Master, I have been obsessed with Tai Chi my entire life, but I've never been able to truly grasp it. Please, Immortal Master, grant my wish and accept me as your disciple. Suo Ran was extremely troubled. This Principal Guo genuinely wanted to take him as a master, but setting aside the fact that the man was his elder, the more important issue was that the heart art was tied to a sect's legacy and couldn't be casually taught to an outsider. Furthermore, the Tai Chi heart art he was cultivating was something that ordinary disciples of the Tai Chi sect weren't even qualified to touch. Only elite disciples who passed through countless trials and then swore a blood oath were permitted to cultivate it, so it was all the more impossible to pass on to an outsider. On top of that, Principal Guo's aptitude wasn't good. He was fundamentally incapable of cultivating it. As for Principal Guo, seeing Suo Ran's silence, he began to worry, guessing that the young man before him wouldn't agree so easily. In this world, there existed a hidden world, and the people belonging to it all possessed formidable skills that couldn't be underestimated. Principal Guo had once had the chance to witness it with his own eyes, but this was the first time he had ever met an expert as young as Suo Ran. This made him worry that if he let this opportunity slip by, he would regret it for the rest of his life. At this thought, he was about to kneel down. Fortunately, Suo Ran managed to stop him in time. By going this far, Principal Guo was essentially backing him into a corner. Suo Ran had no other choice but to accept him as a disciple in name only. He also made one condition. If the principal could reach the state of Qin Ran before his natural lifespan ended, then he would accept him as an official disciple. For those unfamiliar, Qin Ran is a concept derived from the historian Sima Qian's thought, meaning one must comprehend the relationship between society, humanity, and natural phenomena, along with all the changes from ancient times to the present. Upon hearing this, Principal Guo was so moved that he prostrated himself, kowtowing before him. In truth, when Suo Ran had said those words, he had no real intention of accepting him. The state of Qin Ran is the Xiantian realm. Principal Guo was already advanced in age, and without any spirit herbs to condition his body, it would be incredibly difficult for him to reach this level before he passed away. In the secular world, strength is divided into 5 levels: martial apprentice, martial artist, grand martial artist, martial general, and grandmaster. Suo Ran had only just reached the martial artist level, but because of his past life's experience, his techniques were masterful. For this reason, Principal Guo assumed that he had already reached the grandmaster level. Master, I still do not know your esteemed name, Principal Guo said as he stood up. My name is Suo Ran, but you don't have to call me master. It wouldn't sound right if other people heard. Just call me Teacher Suo, and to make things easier, I'll call you Old Guo. Suo Ran made the suggestion, but Principal Guo flatly rejected it. He believed it went against the ancestral principle of respecting one's master and valuing the way. This man was truly stubborn. Suo Ran was at his wit's end and had to negotiate again, saying that when it was just the two of them, Principal Guo could freely call him master to show his respect. But if outsiders were present, they should stick to Teacher Suo and Old Guo to avoid gossip. This time, Principal Guo obediently agreed. Afterwards, Suo Ran didn't hide anything and told him that his sect was the Tai Chi sect. For now, Principal Guo didn't need to know its location. If he was fated to enter the Xiantian realm, he would naturally find it in the future. As for Suo Ran, he saw that the principal's age was advanced and his chi and blood were insufficient, but his righteous character was admirable, so he decided to give him a suitable heart art. As soon as Principal Guo heard about a heart art suitable for him, he became incredibly excited. That's wonderful, Master. Where is this heart art? Right here. As Suo Ran spoke, he moved like lightning, tapping his finger on the principal's glabella. Instantly, it seemed as though Principal Guo had comprehended a great many things. This was the first time in his life he had ever experienced something so miraculous. Principal Guo was so astonished he was speechless. Now that the heart art had been transmitted, Suo Ran had other matters to attend to and wanted to leave. Principal Guo watched his retreating figure, feeling that this young man was incredibly mysterious. Perhaps he was an expert who didn't belong to this world, and coming here to be a teacher was just a form of cultivation for him. Then, he remembered something and hurriedly chased after him. Master, my house is right nearby. Why don't you come over for a meal? Today is the day of my discipleship ceremony. You can't just leave like this, Master. Suo Ran knew Principal Guo wasn't the type to give up easily, and as it happened, he was also hungry, so he nodded in agreement. The principal then led Suo Ran to his villa. Only he and his wife lived there. He had 2 children, but both of them were very busy and rarely came home to visit throughout the year. Suo Ran knew quite a bit about Principal Guo's 2 children. His eldest daughter was Guo Shishui, the president of the only five-star hotel in Guijiang City. His son's name was Guo Panlei, the chief of the city's police department. Besides his own children, he also had other disciples and students. Among them were countless famous figures. Principal Guo knocked on the door a few times. His wife, Yang Huan, came to open it. "Oh, old Guo, do you have a student visiting?" she asked, looking at Suo Ran. Hearing this, Principal Guo coughed a few times and reminded his wife, "He's not a student. He's the master I just accepted. Watch what you say." Yang Huan thought she had either misheard or was seeing things, so she pushed up her glasses and observed Suo Ran intently for a moment. Seeing his wife just standing there dumbfounded, Principal Guo grew impatient and urged her to greet their guest. Suo Ran, on the other hand, was feeling extremely awkward, so he spoke up first. "You must be Dr. Yang, right?" "Mister, Guo saw that I know a little Tai Chi, so he took me as his teacher, but you can just call me Little Suo." "Little Suo, my apologies. This must be troublesome for you," Yang Huan replied, an embarrassed expression clear on her face. She knew her husband had been obsessed with Tai Chi for a long time, but she never expected he would one day make such a laughingstock of himself by taking some kid as his master. The older you get, the more you act like a kid. But anyway, Suo Ran was already here. Yang Huan invited him in to sit down while she went to make some food. However, as soon as she turned around, Suo Ran noticed something was wrong. "Dr. Yang, is your heel injured?" Yang Huan was completely stunned and turned back around. "How did you know about that? What's this about? Didn't you tell me it was already healed?" Principal Guo immediately became anxious. "I'm a doctor. How could I not know my own condition? It's just an old injury from years ago that never fully healed. Don't you worry, it's nothing," Yang Huan reassured her husband. But Suo Ran knew this was no small matter. If that leg isn't properly treated, I'm afraid she won't be able to walk in another year or two. Yang Huan was even more astonished. She had always hidden these things, not wanting her husband to know. Who would have thought Suo Ran could understand the whole situation with just a glance? He must be no ordinary person. Can't walk? Principal Guo flew into a rage, pointing at his wife and scolding her loudly. "Hey, why didn't you tell me sooner? And what if I had? Telling you is useless. Besides making a scene, what other ideas could you possibly have?" With her hands on her hips, Dr. Yang shot back loudly at her husband. After saying her piece, she brushed the matter aside, telling her husband and Suo Ran to chat as they pleased while she went into the kitchen to cook. After Yang Huan left, Principal Guo looked at Suo Ran with a pleading expression. He figured that if the boy could diagnose the illness with a single glance, he must also have a way to treat it. But Yang Huan had already given up long ago. She had seen several skilled doctors before, from both traditional and Western medicine, but the old injury was no longer treatable. They had all given up. Suo Ran never liked to meddle in other people's business, but this Yang Huan had been a battlefield doctor in her youth. Only a courageous person could do that, and a woman at that. Thinking of this, he decided he wanted to lend her a hand. "Dr. Yang, actually, your condition isn't untreatable," Suo Ran said. "Really, there's no need." Just as Yang Huan said this, Principal Guo flew into a rage again. "Fine, don't believe me. But are you saying you don't believe my master either?" Wanting to shut Principal Guo up, Mrs. Yang reluctantly nodded in agreement and sat down on the sofa for Suo Ran to examine her injury. Suo Ran channeled a bit of his power and gently pressed on her ankle, causing the accumulated ailment in that area to quickly dissipate. Yang Huan herself could feel it most clearly and was therefore the most astonished. She couldn't understand how Suo Ran had achieved such an effect with just a light press. "Little Suo." "No, Master Suo." Mrs. Yang quickly corrected her form of address. "What method did you just use?" "It's just a little move from Tai Chi. If you modify it a bit, you can use it for massage," Suo Ran replied humbly. He then stood up straight and began instructing Principal Guo on how to use the technique he had just performed. Combined with the Bafeng mental cultivation method he had taught him earlier, if he massaged Yang Huan every day and persisted for a month, she would be cured. Principal Guo obediently agreed, then turned to his wife. He said smugly, "See, I told you. This is my master. Do you still dare to look down on him?" Yang Huan shot her husband a glare before turning back to Suo Ran, thanking him profusely. Furthermore, she felt that with his talent, it was a waste for him to teach at number 3 high school, so she offered him a job at her university. "What's wrong with working at number 3 high school? Don't you dare try to poach him right in front of me." Principal Guo flew into a rage again. This man was getting on in years, but it didn't seem to affect his health much. His voice was still as resonant as ever. The meal was quickly served. Dr. Yang was an excellent cook, so Suo Ran ate 3 bowls in one go. After the meal, Principal Guo specially brewed a pot of high-grade tea, then personally knelt down to offer it to him as a sign of respect. Suo Ran was scared out of his wits, but before he could even react, the door suddenly opened and a girl with sharp, clever eyes walked in. "Offering tea? What tea? Are you about to take a disciple?" Suo Ran recognized this girl as Guo Feifei from the class he was in charge of. Principal Guo had heard that his granddaughter's new homeroom teacher was a student teacher, but he never expected it to be Suo Ran. In class, Guo Feifei always called him Honest Suo instead of Teacher Suo. This was because Suo Ran hadn't been provoked by the students in his class during the entire past month of teaching, and it was clear the girl didn't have much respect for him. Seeing her grandfather kneeling before Suo Ran, Guo Feifei anxiously tried to help him up. "Grandpa, don't let him fool you. He's just a regular teacher. What right does he have to be your master?" "Insolent!" Principal Guo shouted. "What do you know? Apologize to Teacher Suo right now." Guo Feifei froze. This was the first time her grandfather had ever scolded her so directly. Guo Feifei shot Suo Ran a furious glare, calling him a fraud and demanding to know what tricks he used to fool her grandfather like this. Seeing how insolent the girl was, Suo Ran didn't get angry, but simply asked in return, "Guo Feifei, school's about to start. Have you finished your summer homework? I believe I assigned 10 essays." Guo Feifei gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, who the hell would do Suo Ran's homework? If it weren't for her grandparents being here, she probably would have lunged at him and torn him to pieces. But Guo Feifei absolutely refused to apologize to Suo Ran as her grandfather had told her to. She turned around in a huff, making the excuse that her father was looking for her and that she had to leave. Unexpectedly, Suo Ran put on a playful expression, but his words were serious, saying that the space between Guo Feifei's eyebrows was dark today, making it unsuitable for her to go out, and told her to stay here. Hearing this, Guo Feifei became even angrier, muttering, "You jinx! Who'd believe you? Only a ghost would believe him." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Guo Feifei tripped on the doorstep and face-planted, in immense pain. "I told you so, see?" Suo Ran said smugly. This scene made Principal Guo fall into deep thought, beginning to suspect that his master could even predict fate. Not long after, the summer vacation ended. Suo Ran officially returned to Jujiang City's number 3 high school as a student teacher. To be precise, it had probably been several hundred years since he had last returned here, so he was a little nervous. Normally, given his understanding of the students in Class 18, something was bound to happen, and Suo Ran guessed right. The moment he opened the classroom door, a cup full of water fell from above. Luckily, his reflexes were quick, otherwise he would have been soaked from head to toe. "I didn't expect you all to miss me so much that you'd even prepare water for me," Suo Ran said, playing dumb, causing the students below to erupt in chatter. "Sir, why haven't you left yet? I thought you couldn't take it and would have quit by now. Teacher Suo hasn't even passed his internship period yet, and he probably won't even pass it. Hey, honest Suo, want me to ask my dad to get you a job?" Suo Ran pretended not to hear the taunts. He walked towards the podium, only to find that these little devils had also smeared soap all over it. "This trick is so old," Suo Ran confidently stepped up. Even though the students were betting he would definitely slip and fall, a petty trick like this couldn't possibly challenge someone who has cultivated immortality. Suo Ran stood firmly on the podium and even taunted them back. "It's so clean up here. You all must have worked hard." Guo Feifei was so angry she snapped the pencil in her hand. Meanwhile, another male student spoke up directly. "Teacher Suo, I feel that based on your academic qualifications and experience, you're not qualified to be our homeroom teacher and teach us literature. Therefore, we hope you'll have the decency to leave on your own." This student's name was Hu Lai. He was the class president and also the son of the head of the Jing'an district, which is why he dared to be so outspoken. But Suo Ran knew that although these little brats all acted tough, none of them truly hated him. In his past life, when he was in trouble, they had risked their lives to help him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with them now. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was that fat old Dong Guohao, the head of the literature department. He wanted to call Suo Ran out for a private talk and demand that he switch classes with Chen Junyu from now on. The students in the class were stunned by this, every single one of them falling silent. But Sun Yin immediately shot back, "I don't recall classes being changed so arbitrarily. And has the principal even approved this?" Dong Guohao coughed awkwardly a few times, then said, "You're just an intern. This matter doesn't require the principal's intervention. Mr. Su, I hope you can follow my arrangements," Tran Tuanvu added. "Mr. Su, I expect you to follow the rules." His eyes couldn't hide his ambition. The students in this class were all from wealthy and powerful families, the children of Jujiang City's elite, a golden opportunity for his career advancement. Before Sun Yin could even say anything, Tran Tuanvu spoke again. "Besides, Mr. Dong and I heard it just now. It seems your students all want you to leave, don't they?" The students below began to whisper among themselves. Although they usually bullied Sun Yin, now, caught between the two teachers, they all felt the simple Su was much better. As for that Tran Tuanvu, the students could tell he was bad news with just one glance. Besides, many of them were the children of tycoons. They all knew Tran Tuanvu had come here to be a teacher because he'd lost the fight for his family's inheritance. Meanwhile, Sun Yin's continued silence was making Tran Tuanvu lose his patience. "Mr. Su, I'm talking to you. Don't you even have the common courtesy to answer?" "Oh, my apologies, but I don't talk to people whose mouths are on their faces." Sun Yan replied. That one short sentence made Tran Tuan Vu explode. Are you saying I talk out of my ass? Oh, so teachable, Sun Yan said again, making the entire class burst out laughing. Seeing Tran Tuan Vu lose face and fearing the students would look down on him, Dong Quoc Hao pointed at Sun Yan and yelled, Sun Yan, watch yourself. Remember that this is a school. At that moment, Hu Lai stood up again to speak for the class. He suggested the two teachers didn't need to fight. If you both want to be this class's homeroom teacher, then we'll propose a challenge. Whoever wins gets the position. And if neither of you can answer correctly, it proves that neither of you is qualified. Tran Tuan Vu was very confident in his academic abilities, so he readily agreed to Hu Lai's proposal. He turned to Sun Yan and said, Well, Mr. Su, since this is what the students want, I'm sure you can't refuse. How about we make a little bet? The loser has to drink this glass of water. As he spoke, he took 2 pieces of chalk from a box, broke them, and tossed them into a nearby glass of water. Unexpectedly, Sun Yan declared the bet was too small and not worth his time, then promptly spat into the glass. They felt that Simple Su wasn't so simple anymore. In fact, he seemed rather sinister. After composing himself, Tran Tuan Vu smirked. He couldn't believe he would possibly lose to a recent college graduate like Sun Yan. Mr. Su, I'm really looking forward to the look on your face when you drink this. Everything is ready. Rolled over backward. Sun Yan told Hu Lai to state the challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Lai announced the task was to write out the first 1,000 words from the beginning of the Tao Te Ching, giving each teacher a blackboard. The students below were astonished. Hu Lai is vicious. The Tao Te Ching isn't something just anyone can remember, let alone the first 1,000 words. Tran Tuan Vu, however, looked extremely confident. He could write out the entire book, let alone the first 1,000 words. On the other hand, Sun Yan was just as confident. The Tao Te Ching was something every disciple of the Tai Chi sect had to memorize. In fact, he didn't just know it by heart. You could probably recite any random line and he'd know exactly where in the text it came from. With a confident air, Tran Tuan Vu began to write. Seeing this, Guo Fei Fei grew anxious and urged Sun Yan to hurry up and start. Sun Yan felt that if he was going to win, he should do it in style. He put chalk to board and began to write. Hu Lai immediately shouted, Your first word is wrong. But no, the class's biggest bookworm stammered. He didn't write it wrong. He's writing the Tao Te Ching backwards. The students gasped in amazement. This set off another wave of excited chatter. They never expected the Simple Su they knew to be this incredible. The Tao Te Ching was, in fact, a book passed down by the Tai Chi sect, brought to earth and spread by the Immortal Gate. So, as he began to write, Sun Yan felt a wave of sorrow. His brothers from the Tai Chi sect, his master, and that girl, would he ever see them again? Before long, Sun Yan was finished. The moment he set the chalk down, the students erupted in thunderous, admiring applause. Only Guo Fei Fei remained silent, watching him intently. For some reason, she felt that this Sun Yan was a completely different person. Meanwhile, Tran Tuan Vu was grinding his teeth in fury, crushing the chalk in his hand. He had lost. Mr. Tran, you've lost, Sun Yan declared. Lost? How could I have lost? We both completed the challenge. It's obviously a draw. You can't just declare me the loser because your handwriting is prettier than mine, Tran Tuan Vu argued stubbornly. At that point, Hu Lai stepped forward to call him out, saying that he had written the 1,000 words normally, while Sun Yan had written them in reverse, from the bottom up. It would only count as a draw if you could also write it in reverse in the same amount of time. In reverse? Impossible. Tran Tuan Vu refused to believe it. The writing is still on the board. Can't you see for yourself? Hu Lai pointed to the blackboard. Tran Tuan Vu followed his gaze and was utterly shocked. How is this possible? He screamed that he didn't believe it and wouldn't accept the result unless Sun Yan did it again. This emotional outburst disgusted Hu Lai. So pathetic, and he wants to be our homeroom teacher? What an idiot. Sun Yan had no time to write out another 1,000 words of the Tao Te Ching. Instead, he picked up the glass from the bet and held it out in front of Tran Tuan Vu. Mr. Tran, what's done is done. Everyone here, including Mr. Dong, saw it all. You should just admit defeat. The students, it must be said, were thrilled by this spectacle. So Mr. Su wasn't the kind, gentle person he appeared to be on the outside, but that's exactly what made him interesting. Tran Tuan Vu stared at the filthy glass, his body tense. Sun Yan, what do you think you're doing? Mr. Tran, a bet's a bet. Now drink this holy water. Don't worry. I even added some hot water earlier. It should be just right. The students were speechless. Holy water? Seriously? You cheated! Tran Tuan Vu screamed. You all definitely planned this beforehand. They're your students. You're all just setting me up. Seeing how tense things were, Dong Quoc Hao stepped forward to try and mediate. It was all just a joke. We're all colleagues here. There's no need for things to get so heated. But Sun Yan whipped his head around and gave him an ice-cold stare. Mr. Dong, are you saying you'd like to drink this holy water for him? Seeing this, the students below started shouting at Tran Tuan Vu. If you're a man, keep your promise, or you'll ruin your reputation. They added that someone with his character wasn't fit to be their teacher. Under the pressure, Tran Tuan Vu snatched the glass from Su Nian's hand, squeezed his eyes shut, and downed it in one go. Asterisk. You son of a bitch. Just you wait. Asterisk, he thought, fighting the bile rising in his throat. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Tran Tuan Vu rushed out of the room. Dong Kwok Hao hurried after him. The students all gave Su Nian a unanimous thumbs up. After today, it was unlikely anyone would object to him being the homeroom teacher. When class ended, Su Nian strolled out, whistling nonchalantly. Just outside the door, he ran into a female colleague who told him the principal was looking for him. The moment he heard the word principal, Tan Yen's face flashed in his mind. Su Nian sighed to himself, wondering what kind of punishment that she-devil had cooked up for him this time. In the principal's office, Tan Yin's expression was exceptionally grave. She had clearly already heard about the incident with Su Nian and Tran Tuan Vu. Do you have any idea what you've done? Based on how bad this situation is, I could have fired you already. So Nian thought she was referring to the first time they met and immediately said, isn't it just because I accidentally saw you doing that thing? Principal Tan, are you using your position to get personal revenge? Tan Nian was driven mad by him, and before she could say anything, So Nian continued, no, wait. I didn't tell anyone about it, so no one should know, right? Tan Yin slammed her hand on the chair, cutting him off. What I'm talking about is you instigating students, causing another teacher to have to drink saliva. How do you explain this? So Nian went, oh, then coughed and put his teacup down on the table. Tan Nian thought that this time he would finally admit he was wrong. Who would have thought he'd then say, Principal Tan, you shouldn't suppress your emotions like this. It can easily lead to a hormonal imbalance. Last time, I saw a few red spots on your butt. Perhaps the cause was your unstable mood. Tan Yen was completely stunned by this statement. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore, grabbed the first thing she could find, and threw it straight at So Nian, yelling, So Nian, get the hell out of my office. So Nian easily caught the notebook. Tan Nian, furious, clenched her fists and cursed, So Nian, you're an asshole. He put the notebook down on the table and explained seriously, Principal, calm down. You don't need to get so worked up. It's not like that guy bullied me or anything, he thought to himself. Even though she's my cousin's best friend, she really shouldn't be playing with fire. She shot up and slammed the table, saying, you need to know that Tran Tuan Vu's backing is the Kaisheng Hotel. Even though he's not on good terms with his family, something like this could very well involve them. Tan Nian continued to explain, and Dong Kwok Hao is the one who decides whether you stay or leave this school. She held up 3 fingers and said, the internship period has 3 evaluation categories. First is the evaluation score from the head of the office staff, which is worth 30% of the total score. Tan Nian looked at So Nian with a sharp gaze. My evaluation is only worth 20%. As Tan Nian spoke, a classroom scene appeared. Third, in next month's exam, the ranking of the class you're in charge of is worth 50%. Your final total score must be over 50 points for you to be allowed to stay and teach at the school. So Nian was 30% surprised and 70% shocked. Why is it different from my past life? In my past life, all I needed was for my class to rank in the top 10 of the grade to pass the internship. Could it be because I pissed off Tan Yin that the requirements are suddenly so demanding? He glared at Tan Yin, guessing in his heart that this woman was absolutely doing this on purpose, while she stood to the side, smirking triumphantly. Seeing his surprise, Tan Yin smiled and said, if you can pass the evaluation smoothly, I'll drop the matter between you and Tran Tuan Vu. So Nian stood up and replied confidently, fine, I'll definitely do it. The night sky was clear and perfectly calm. He returned home, sat on his bed looking at his phone, and felt homesick. He thought, I haven't called home since I came back. It feels like lifetimes have passed. I don't know what to say to my family. So Neen told himself, but I miss them so much. After hesitating for a moment, he resolutely pressed the call button. In another house, a fan whirred, and mixed with it, the sound of a phone ringing caught the attention of a purple-haired girl. She was So Nian's younger sister. The ringtone played, Don't think I'm just a sheep. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, the girl couldn't help but say happily, Brother, why are you only calling home now? Dad has been talking about you non-stop these past few days. Hearing his sister's voice, So Nian was also happy, biting his lip to hold back the surging emotions. But tears were already streaming down his face, his heart filled with emotion. How could I not miss you all? 1,000 years have passed. So Nian wiped his tears and said, his voice a mix of teasing and concern, You silly girl, it's only been a few days. The school year just started, so I've been pretty busy lately. Dad's probably still at work, right? Have your legs been hurting recently? He thought grimly of every time his sister had to endure pain. She was born with very weak legs and was normally in constant pain. On rainy days, this pain would spread throughout her entire body. Over the years, many skilled doctors had examined her, and all said there was no cure. The girl calmly comforted her brother, It's the same old problem. I'm used to it. So Mook picked up a book and asked So Nian, "Oh, right, brother. When are you coming home?" He replied that if nothing unexpected comes up, it would probably be this weekend. The two siblings talked for a whole hour, so Nian even accidentally told his sister the story about seeing his superior's bare butt. The girl teased, "A big butt is good for having babies. You're not young anymore, brother. It's about time you found me a sister-in-law." He laughed helplessly and replied, "Wow, you even dare to tease me now. It's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm hanging up." His hand tightened around the phone as he made a silent vow. "In this life, I will definitely cure So Mook's illness. But first, my cultivation must reach the peak of the Haotian realm, and I also need to find 10,000-year-old spirit herbs." So Nien looked at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes filled with determination. "Just wait for me a little longer. I will definitely help you stand again, and I will find Mom so our family can be reunited." The next day, inside So Nien's room in his apartment complex, he was cultivating, with a blue light surrounding his body. So Nien was focused on his cultivation when he heard a knock on the door. He asked, "Who is it?" Tuang Pham walked in, clearing his throat teasingly. "You're a young man, full of vigor and spirit. You don't go out to socialize and make friends. Instead, you lock yourself in your room every day. What on earth are you doing?" He came over and put an arm around So Nien's shoulder. "Come on, I'm taking you to a bar tonight to expand your network." He forced a smile and agreed, but then he remembered he wasn't wearing a shirt. "Hey, wait a sec." Then So Nien put on a shirt while Tuang Pham continued to ramble on from the side. "I've made plans with a few friends at Charm Bar tonight. You should come along. They're all big shots. Who knows, they might be able to help you out in the future." The scene changes to a bustling street. In a bar with loud, thumping music, Tuang Pham brought So Nien over and enthusiastically introduced him to a rich kid. "Brother Lai, this is my friend, So Nien. He's a student teacher." The rich kid's name was Li Tu Than, and he held a glass of wine with a nonchalant air. Seeing his attitude, Tuang Pham was embarrassed. So Nien, standing beside him, thought to himself, "These guys are all dressed in silks. They're probably just a bunch of pampered rich boys." Although Tuang Pham tried his best to get close to this group, they more or less looked down on him. The woman next to Tu Than, No Ting Ting, held a cigarette and said with disgust, "Tuang Pham, next time we meet, don't bring this kind of person here. Even my dog dresses better than him." Hearing those mocking words, So Nien remained silent, while Tuang Pham now stammered, "Sister, no." Tin Tin sat with her legs crossed, a cigarette held in her left hand, her eyebrows furrowed. Her right arm was crossed over her chest, and her voice was full of contempt. "A person needs to know their place. Who here doesn't have millions to their name? Even you, Tuang Pham. If it weren't for giving Brother Tang face, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to us." Tuang Pham lowered his head, a look of remorse on his face. He brought a hand to his forehead as if in shame. I'm sorry, Sister Ingo." So Nien gently lifted his wine glass. The lights reflected a mesmerizing red in the swirling liquid as his calm yet authoritative voice spoke up. "Enigo Ting Ting, is it?" He narrowed his eyes, took a sip of wine, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I've heard that names can be ironic. A guy named Rich, who's always broke. A girl named Sunny, who's always gloomy. Your name is Tin, Sparkle. Tell me, what do you think you're missing the most?" Tin Tin's face turned red with anger, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. "Brother Tuang Pham, what kind of person did you bring here?" Tu Than held his wine glass, his eyes cold, his voice low. "Tuang Pham, don't say I'm not giving you face. This friend of yours, are you going to kneel and apologize for him, or is he going to do it himself?" Tuang Pham panicked, holding up his hands to intervene. "Brother Li, let's just talk this out. He just got here. He doesn't know the rules." He quickly pulled So Nien. "Apologize. Hurry up and apologize." So Nien. Suddenly, So Nien's gaze fell on Vuong Lin in a waitress uniform. She was trying to dodge the rough hands of the man sitting in front of her. He was surprised. "Vuong Lin, why is this girl working as a waitress here?" The man grabbed Vuong Lin's hand, smirking lewdly. "A young lady like you? Working already? Not bad at all. How about you keep me company tonight? I'll give you a big red envelope, more than you'd make in days." Vuong Lin lowered her head, her face flustered and her cheeks bright red. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm still busy. I have to go." Zhao Tie's voice was stern, his eyes cold. "You don't have to go. I'll have a word with your manager. You're staying here today to entertain Boss Qian. This will be good for you." Old Qian puffed out a cloud of cigar smoke, smirking smugly, his words crude. "Come here, little lady. You've got a pretty nice figure. I bet you can dance. Why don't you dance for us, boys?" The two men beside him laughed gleefully. The one with reddish-brown hair gloated. "Looks like we're in for a treat today. A striptease would be even better." The man with lighter brown hair and sharp features smirked suggestively. "We're more than willing. Dance well, and there's a cash reward. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Wang Ling lowered her head, her face miserable, clutching her tray tighter. "I'm sorry, sirs, but I'm really busy. If it weren't for a family emergency, I wouldn't have ended up here being pushed around like this. Zhao Tie moved closer to her, ordering, "Get over here and take care of Boss Qian." Wang Ling cried out in fear, "Please, show some respect, or I'll call security." Old Qian reached for her, sneering, a whore acting all high and mighty. "Refusing the easy way, huh? Looks like you'd rather do this the hard way." Suddenly, Qin Ran stepped in front of Wang Ling, his eyes furious. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you fat bastard?" Old Qian's face hardened, and he growled the word kid at Qin Ran. His eyes sharpened as he raised his arm as if to strike, his voice challenging. "Playing the hero, saving the damsel? Let's see what you're really made of." The moment the challenge was issued, Qin Ran, without hesitation, threw the contents of his glass straight into Old Qian's face. The sound was sharp as the liquor splashed everywhere. The round glasses on the man's face were knocked aside, his expression a clear mix of shock and pain. The liquor dripped down Old Qian's face, soaking the front of his shirt and turning his face red with rage. He clenched the ring on his finger, his eyes filled with a crazed fury as he roared, "You're asking to die!" The tension suddenly skyrocketed as a group of fierce-looking thugs swarmed out, surrounding the two of them. Qin Ran stood there, hands in his pockets, completely unfazed, while Wang Ling huddled behind him, her eyes filled with worry. Zhao Ti stepped out from the crowd with a cold expression, his voice full of menace. "Let Boss Qian slap you a few times, then get lost. Otherwise, don't blame my brothers here for helping you stretch your bones." Qin Ran's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent, his voice dripping with contempt. "And who the hell are you to dare harass my student right in front of me? You're really courting death." Zhao Ti smiled confidently, tapping his own chest. "Do you have any idea who I am? My big boss is Boss Hong." Hearing this, Wang Ling's face went pale with fear, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in utter panic. "Boss Pan Hong." She tugged on Qin Ran's shirt, her voice anxious. "Mr. Chu, you have to run. I'll handle this myself." He pointed a stern finger at Wang Ling, his voice filled with anger. "Handle it? How are you going to handle it? You will stand aside for me right now. And later, you'd better give me a clear explanation, or I'm calling your parents." Wang Ling covered her mouth with her tray, her eyes welling up with tears as she called out in a trembling voice, "Mr. Chu." Jiang Fan stood frozen, his expression grim, thinking to himself, "Qin Ran, what on earth is he trying to do?" He clasped his hands and bowed his head, a mix of worry and shame on his face. "Brother Li, please help. My friend here is new to the real world. He doesn't know the rules. For my sake, could you step in and say a few words?" Li Zicheng held his glass of red wine, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Useless. Your friend there has pissed off someone he shouldn't have. Even my father would have a hard time speaking up for him against someone of Boss Hong's level, let alone me." Xing Xing sat comfortably on the sofa, a look of amusement on her face as she crossed her arms and gloated. "Serves him right. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show." Jiang Fan was furious. "You people!" With that, he strode straight towards Qin Ran, his hands clenched into fists. He stood between Qin Ran and Old Qian, turning to his left to look at the frowning young man. "Qin Ran, apologize now." Then he turned to Old Qian with a smile. "Boss Qian, Boss Zhao, this friend of mine doesn't know any better. You're a bigger man than this, sir. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Put the blame on me." Old Qian's brow furrowed fiercely as he yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me?" Jiang Fan squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, if taking a few slaps can make this whole thing go away, it's worth it. Just as Old Qian's hand was about to swing towards his cheek, another hand caught it. It was none other than Qin Ran. He sneered. "Seems like you really enjoy hitting people." Old Qian broke into a sweat and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The moment he asked, Qin Ran snapped his wrist. The man screamed in agony, but Qin Ran wasn't done and twisted it several more times. Each time he twisted, the man's screams grew louder. The others watched the scene in horror, too scared to speak. After a moment, Zhao Tie finally stepped forward, pointing a finger straight at Qin Ran's face with a domineering tone. "Kid, I'm giving you 3 minutes. Let go immediately, then let me break your arms and legs." Seeing him approach, the crowd began to murmur restlessly. Jiang Fan, sensing the escalating tension, worriedly told Qin Ran, "Maybe we should let go first." But Qin Ran's face darkened as he said, "Jiang Fan, Wang Ling, both of you, get behind me. I'll handle this today." He tightened his grip on Old Qian's hand and cursed, "You fat bastard! You've tried to lay a hand on me again and again. If that's how it is, you should have been prepared for some payback." With that, he twisted the man's hand once more. As the man cried and wailed, tears streaming down his face, Qin Ran said coldly, "Your friend is making me very uncomfortable. Tell him to apologize to me, and we'll call it even for today. Otherwise, I'm afraid 10 of your fingers won't be enough for me to break." Zhao Tie's face was grim as he asked, "You want me to apologize to you?" Qin Ran twisted Old Qian's hand again while stating firmly, "That's right. Apologize." Zicheng spoke up hesitantly, "This guy is ruthless. We really underestimated him, but if he doesn't have any backing, I'm afraid he won't see the sun tomorrow." Old Qian trembled as if he had truly met a demon. On the other side, Wang Ling was being threatened with having her entire salary docked if she didn't get him to let go. In response, Qin Ran shouted coldly, "When my student was being bullied, I didn't see you show up. Why are you so quick to step in now? You're no saint yourself." The other man trembled with rage, but moments later, a light slap suddenly landed on his cheek. Just a light wave of Qin Ran's hand sent the eyesore flying, his large body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Seeing so much blood on his hand, he panicked even more. Meanwhile, old Qian, whose hand was still being twisted by Qin Ran, continued to groan. "Spare me. I was wrong. Please, spare my life." At this, Qin Ran spoke to Zhao Tie. "See that? Boss Qian is already begging for his life. Aren't you going to apologize already?" He replied in a low voice. "You little brat, do you know how long it's been since I've heard someone say that? Everyone who's ever said that to me is now feeding the sharks." He then said he wouldn't let old Qian suffer this injustice. Next, he ordered his underlings to stand up and drag Qin Ran back to their den for punishment. Wang Ling began to cry silently, thinking that this was really the end. The thugs started to close in on him, growling and threatening to beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, a massive force yanked old Qian's arm. It turned out Qin Ran was using the man's fat body as a weapon to counterattack. Behind him, two other thugs were still charging forward, but in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying. On the ground now lay two bodies, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The crowd only saw Qin Ran calmly dusting off his hands. Though terrified, Zhao Tai still made a threat. "You're finished, kid. Just you wait, my boss is on his way. Let's see you try to escape then." Just a few minutes later, a group of imposing bodyguards in black suits pushed through the crowd to clear a path. Zhao Tie cheered with delight. "Brother Ling!" The crowd also recognized the person who had just appeared, Pan Hong's #1 general. Zicheng was smug, having predicted Qin Ran's defeat. Xing also jeered, because no matter what, he would still have to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. At that moment, Zhao Tie was shocked when his superior stopped him. Then, Ailing walked up to Qin Ran and took off his glasses. Wang Ling stammered non-stop, because this was the infamous Brother Ling. But surprisingly, Ailing was extremely respectful towards Qin Ran. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Ailing's underlings followed suit in unison. "Hello, Teacher Chu." Zicheng and Xing were completely bewildered. Why would the famous Brother Ling be so polite to some nobody? Back on the other side, Qin Ran was furious as he demanded, "So it's you. Don't tell me you're all here to pick a fight with me too?" Seeing this, Alang immediately denied it. He knew that even if his whole crew attacked at once, they'd be no match for him. Besides, Alang and his men were personally on a mission to invite Suo Ran to their company tomorrow. Fan Hong was supposed to extend the invitation himself, but he had to go on a business trip. So, he decided to agree and put their conflict aside, because in this world, there are no permanent enemies. Besides, Fan Hong probably wanted to ask him for help. Just then, a bewildered Zhao Tai asked, "Brother Lang, what on earth is going on?" Looking around, Alang guessed that Zhao Tie must have started trouble with Suo Ran. The hidden meaning in Alang's words made Zhao Tie freeze. He immediately stammered, trying to explain himself, but his superior ruthlessly slapped him across the face and ordered him to apologize. Zhao Tie immediately gave him a 90-degree bow. "Mr. Sir, I was wrong. I didn't realize you were such an important person before. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me, or else Boss Hong will beat me to death." Zhao Tie threw all caution to the wind and started slapping his own face hard. Suo Ran, however, thought that instead of apologizing to him, he should apologize to Wang Ling, but she was afraid of trouble and said she was fine. Next, Alang approached to ask Suo Ran how he wanted to deal with Zhao Tie, who was still punishing himself relentlessly. Suo Ran's heart softened, and he declared that the matter was over. Of course, if anyone was still dissatisfied, they had the right to come find him. Alang was terrified and repeatedly insisted he wouldn't dare. Afterwards, Suo Ran calmly left, not forgetting to mention he'd stop by their company after school tomorrow. Everyone who witnessed the event now knew how formidable he was. They saw him as nothing less than a major figure. Outside, the sky had grown dark. Only now did Suo Ran speak softly. "Can you tell me the reason now?" Wang Ling admitted she didn't want to work part-time there, but her father's company was on the verge of bankruptcy. She was afraid of being penniless, so she took the job. Suo Ran understood her situation, but he also reminded her that a student shouldn't be working in such a chaotic place. Perhaps afraid of being nagged, Wang Ling promised she wouldn't work there anymore. Suddenly, her expression turned to one of excitement. "Are you a Superman, sir? You can recite scriptures on morality and also fight off thugs." At that moment, Suo Ran's handsome aura shone through. "Actually, I'm the young master of the wealthy Liu family, Liu Lei. Those bastards knew my identity. That's why they were so scared." Seeing her gullible face, he felt a slight sense of disdain. Realizing it was already 12 a.m., Suo Ran offered to take Wang Ling back to school. On the way back, they chatted excitedly about how Suo Ran had been promoted to an idol in Wang Ling's heart, on par with the most handsome male actors in the world. They had now reached the school gate. Before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to remind her not to work in chaotic places and to focus on her studies. Suddenly, Wang Ling brought up Yang Ling. Suo Ran was surprised that name was mentioned. In fact, Yang Ling was his ex-girlfriend who he had broken up with 3 years ago. Wang Ling didn't hide her desire to become a superstar just like her, but she was also worried because rumors said Yang Ling had a bad character, dated many people, and liked to gamble, so she didn't want to follow in her footsteps. At that moment, Yang Ling's words from that year came back to him. A normal family like yours. King, once you step into society, you'll just be bullied by others. I don't want to live an ordinary life. But there was one thing Suo Ran noticed at this moment. Wang Ling's luck seemed unusually dark. Seeing him staring at her, she got a little curious. Suo Ran asked with great tension, "You just said you've been very unlucky recently, right?" Wang Ling replied miserably, "It's not just unlucky. This morning, I mistook my facial cleanser for toothpaste. I tripped on my way to eat, almost choked while eating, and was late for class." However, Suo Ran had calculated that her fortune was actually very good. As long as she didn't do anything bad, her life should be smooth sailing. Wang Ling was still in the mood to tease him. "I'm starting to wonder if I should call you Sir the Jinx, sir. If you really can tell fortunes, you must have a cursed tongue." Suo Ran didn't get angry. He was observing the thick, dark aura of luck around her, which could potentially endanger her life. So, Suo Ran asked another question. "Wang Ling, did your luck only turn bad after your father's company ran into trouble?" After thinking for a moment, she realized it was true. After all, her family hadn't been very lucky this year. Suo Ran didn't answer, but quietly took out an item. He said that this jade piece from a temple might help Wang Ling, but it was actually his own spiritual energy, capable of protecting her for a while. It seemed very likely that someone had created bad feng shui in her house. The next time he visited her house, he would assess the situation. Wang Ling said thank you and went inside the school. Suo Ran remained silent as ever. In this life, no one will be able to bully my family, and no one will be able to bully my students. Whoever is pulling strings from behind, just you wait. The next morning, as Suo Ran was about to enter the school, he saw some people causing trouble. According to the story, someone was asking for him by name, but the people looking for him seemed to have a rather unique fashion sense. Suo Ran was so disgusted he stepped back. "I don't know these flashy kids." The school guard explained that they were local thugs who often caused trouble and advised him not to get involved with them. Suo Ran replied very calmly, "Thugs, who specialize in causing trouble in the neighborhood. I'm just a high school teacher. Why would I get involved with them for no reason? With their looks, they'd be perfect for a horror movie." A lackey immediately tattled, "Brother Gang, he's making fun of our looks." Liu Gang stepped forward and questioned him. "You beat up one of my brothers yesterday, didn't you? How should I settle this debt?" The only people Suo Ran fought yesterday were at the bar, and he had never seen anyone like them. So, he guessed this was a scheme set up by Jun Yu to frame him. But he still admitted to it, and then made up a story that his subordinate deserved to be punished for peeping into the girls' restroom. Since the confrontation was unavoidable, he decided to play along. The other students just thought Suo Ran was acting heroically and all supported him. The thugs were very confused. His confession was not what they had imagined. He was supposed to panic and beg, or do something humiliating. Liu Gang's lackey immediately denied that anyone had been peeping into the girls' restroom. Seizing the opportunity, he questioned them. "Then why would I have any reason to hit you?" Liu Gang then had his underlings unfurl a banner. The banner was basically slandering him and Wang Ling, saying they were at a bar together late at night, looking very suspicious. At this, Suo Ran's voice grew cold. "What is it you people really want?" Liu Gang gently explained that they weren't there to cause trouble, only to seek justice. Why would a teacher do something so depraved? The clear photos were the evidence to convict Suo Ran. Then he started handing out the photos like a delivery man. "Come and see, high-quality prints." The female students were very critical of a teacher like Suo Ran. "I can't believe he's that kind of person." But he knew that someone like Zhou Ru was the one who had teamed up with Jun Yu to frame him. The incident at the school gate had already reached the vice principal's office. One of the people there criticized him as a teacher with poor character, someone unworthy of teaching at the school. Qin Ran also declared that a thorough investigation was needed and that she would explain the situation to the reporters. In the teacher's lounge, Tan Yu firmly believed that Suo Ran would never do anything immoral. Wang Ling was also a good student, so it was possible they were being framed. Jun Yu spoke up calmly. "Miss Tan, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people look respectable, but behind your back, they're just an animal. That kind of person isn't worth being friends with," Guo Hao chimed in. "You're absolutely right, sir. The moment I saw him, I knew he had no professional ethics. He's truly ruined our reputation." Tan Yu just gently reminded him about the person who drank the holy water, noting that the cup in Jun Yu's hand had a similar smell. Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Jun Yu swore that sooner or later she would be climbing into his bed, begging him. Moreover, after this incident, Suo Ran would no longer have the face to stay at the school. In the schoolyard, some students felt that Suo Ran's actions were causing social disorder, while others were crying over the fact that Wang Ling might have been taken advantage of by a beast. Over here, Suo Ran was taking something out. The thugs didn't know how to react, so they just let him be. It turned out they had misspelled a character, so he was kindly correcting it for them. Enough to make their literature teacher drop dead from anger. Xiao Niu suddenly appeared and shouted, "Mister, so, that's not the issue here. You'd better explain why you were at a place like a bar with a female student. Do you have any idea that you've broken the law?" She thought that after settling this, she could officially be with Tuan Vu. Then, So Nian replied coolly, "What does this have to do with you? You should learn to watch your mouth." She was shaking with rage, and then Xiao Nu used all her might to scream So Nian's name. Now, when he entered the classroom, the students also started gossiping about it. At that moment, a female student asked why Wang Lin went to the bar last night. She only explained that she happened to run into So Nian while she was there, then got scolded and brought back to school, because the real truth couldn't be revealed to others. She replied with a frown, "I never thought So the Crow had this kind of hobby, even going to a place like that. So he's cold on the outside, but wild on the inside." Suddenly, a piece of chalk was slammed down to get their attention. "Since you're all so interested in this, write an essay. The topic is the phenomenon of spreading fake news in modern society. Anyone who doesn't turn it in tomorrow will have their parents called." Wails of despair immediately echoed from inside the classroom. Just a few hours later, another wave of outrage hit. Tan Nian couldn't help but shout, "See for yourself. All of these petitions are demanding your resignation. What do we do now?" Yet So Nian was unconcerned, even guaranteeing he'd have it all sorted out by tomorrow, telling her not to worry. Seeing that he was about to leave, she angrily yelled for him to come back. But his mind was elsewhere, so he didn't hear, because right now he had to go see Fan Hong first. Very soon after, a luxurious location came into view. The female receptionist asked respectfully, "Who are you looking for, sir?" So Nian didn't hide it and said he was looking for Fan Hong. Alang was there in just a minute. "Mister, so my apologies for not greeting you from afar. The boss is meeting with a client, so he sent me to receive you." The female receptionist had no idea what kind of big shot So Nian was to be personally greeted by their brother Lang. A moment later, Fan Hong politely extended his hand in greeting, "Mr. So, you're here. Please, have a seat. It's true what they say. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other if we hadn't fought." So Nian got straight to the point. "Boss Hong, why were you looking for me?" Ingi Bak finally spoke up. "Is this the person you found to fight me? A snot-nosed kid who hasn't even wiped his nose clean. I'm afraid even your own subordinates could take him down. Or are you deliberately trying to insult me?" With just one glance, So Nian could tell that although it was very weak, this person's body had unexpectedly produced internal energy. He was probably just entering the martial apprentice stage. He paid it no mind and patiently repeated his question to Fan Hong. It turned out he had a dispute with the Tindu Corporation over a piece of land. The other party used to be in the underworld. Negotiations were useless. They wanted to settle it with force. Each side would send out one person. Whoever won would get the land. But word was they had invited a master, so Nian understood immediately. Fan Hong had also invited 2 martial artists, but to be certain, he wanted the 2 of them to fight each other first. Fan Hong gave a thumbs up and said, "Mr. So is as perceptive as ever. I had no other choice. That piece of land is very important. There can be absolutely no mistakes. And Mr. Nguai Bak is a master among the best of masters." Both Nguai Bak and So Nian, without planning it, glanced at each other with contempt. Fan Hong directly suggested the 2 of them spar, and regardless of who won or lost, they would both be paid 1 million. Nguai Bak frowned and reminded him, "You don't really think your 1 million is enough to get me to make a move, do you?" At that, the man held up his entire hand. It turned out the 1 million was just for the sparring session. Whoever participated in the final match would receive 5 million. It wasn't that Fan Hong was squandering money, it was just that the piece of land had profits in the billions, so a few tens of millions was truly nothing to regret. On the contrary, So Nian was very surprised by the 5 million figure. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. When he was in the immortal realm, he had no use for money. Fan Hong simply thought that So Nian was uneducated and was scared out of his wits by a paltry 5 million. Thinking it over, he probably didn't have any profound skills. On So Nian's side, he had already calculated that the money could ease the financial burden on his family. Moreover, he also needed Fan Hong to step in and help with something, which was perfect timing. Next, Ngibuk inquired, "Fan Hong, is it true that the person the Tindu Corporation sent can shatter a wooden table with one punch?" That speculation was confirmed by him. Fan Hong had originally intended to fight himself, but facing such a strong opponent, he feared it would be difficult to win. Nguai Bak said profoundly that the person possessed internal energy. It was lucky Fan Hong's side didn't fight, otherwise they would have been beaten to death. Fan Hong, of course, was hearing about the concept of internal energy for the first time. Nguai Bak, on the other hand, took this opportunity to warn him. Kid, do you know what internal energy is? If you don't, then there's no need to hold this sparring session. Suddenly, So Nian calmly explained. The so-called internal energy can be thought of as the internal power in wuxia novels. Internal energy is something that appears when the human body breaks through its own limits. Of course, there are some people who can produce internal energy without doing so and set foot on the path of martial arts. Alang found it miraculous, but he believed that internal energy was just a minor path, merely the first step. As for shattering a table with a bare hand, that person's internal energy must be very profound. Gi Bak was a little angry that he considered internal energy a minor path. It had taken him more than 10 years to achieve it. So Nian still replied leisurely, "Some people are so self-righteous. They're clearly standing at the foot of the mountain but think they've already conquered the peak." At that, Nibak was provoked to anger. "You have no respect for your elders. Seeing how young you are, I doubt you've even cultivated internal energy. Tell me, where are you from? If by chance you're the disciple of an old friend of mine, I can still go easy on you." Alang was astonished at the change in the old man's body. This is internal energy. Fan Hong also secretly marveled at a great master like Nui Bak. So Nian, on the other hand, thought the old man couldn't trick others with that little stunt, and that he should go back to the mountains and train for a few more years. Fan Hong jumped and cut in. "Mr. So, what you said was a bit harsh." Over here, Nui Bak gritted out each word. "Kid, if it weren't for Fan Hong's sake, I would have struck you down already. You forced my hand." His foot slid back and then pushed off forcefully. His entire old body actually leaped very high, but before he could even strike, his attack was neutralized by a light wave of the boy's hand. A strange sense of emptiness washed over Ngaibok's heart. Then, his four limbs went limp, and he collapsed. Fan Hong was so shocked he shot up from his chair. After a moment, Ngaibok also stood up. It seemed he was secretly twisting something. It turned out to be a magical artifact. He wanted to activate it to see if the boy could withstand it. The object in his hand was releasing a thick stream of black energy. Fan Hong was very wary of this strange phenomenon, but So Nian looked quite interested. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a piece of junk, and yet Nu Bak called it a magical artifact, even joking that he wanted to give it to him. That arrogance strengthened Ngui Bak's resolve. He flicked his wrist, sending the stream of black energy gliding forward. Fan Hong was very worried and shouted a warning for him to dodge the attack. But as the energy was about to hit, So Nian was still savoring his fine tea. Ningbak was triumphant, a wicked look on his face that he couldn't hide. Everything was going so smoothly. Then, So Nian acted decisively, knocking over the teacup and sending it flying. When the water and the evil energy touched, a series of sizzling sounds erupted. The water zipped past the old man's face with incredible speed. Then it shot straight into the painting in front of him. Ngibak felt a sharp pain on the skin of his face, so he turned and squinted at the painting. Since when had the tea leaves in the cup become weapons of attack? They were sharp and hard, stuck to the surface. So Nian held the teacup and smiled faintly without a word. Nui Bak trembled all over, raising a hand to point. "The energy in your body. You're not a martial apprentice. You're a martial master." Alang, standing to the side, was bewildered. Is this teacher So's true power? He sat there calmly, his attention on the bronze piece in Ngui Bak's hand. "Since you've admitted defeat, this bronze piece now belongs to me." So Nian's hand made a gesture, and the object flew towards him. The bronze piece flew out of Nugi Bak's hand on its own, catching him completely off guard. The item was in the boy's hand with such ease. After obtaining it, a satisfied smile touched the corners of So Nian's eyes as he asked, "Do you have any objections?" The old man immediately dropped to his knees, clasping his hands to beg for mercy. "Spare my life, master. This disciple wouldn't dare. I was just momentarily foolish. If this artifact pleases you, master, please, take it." He fondled the object in his hand, slowly feeling a terrifying demonic aura emanating from it. This bronze piece was probably found somewhere with an especially heavy, sinister energy, at least 1,000 years old. Although it wasn't any kind of righteous artifact, being infused with such a sinister aura was what made it effective at creating irresistible hallucinations. Chu Nian put the bronze piece in his pocket. He didn't want to dwell on it too much. "Let's use this bronze piece to call it even for what happened before. Of course, if you still feel unconvinced, you can come find me anytime." To Chu Nian, this item was very useful. While this bronze piece is harmful to ordinary people, it's pure spiritual energy that is greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Hearing this, Ngai Bak was startled, backing away slightly in fearful reverence. I wouldn't dare, sir. If there's nothing else, this disciple will take his leave." He figured the most important thing right now was to save his own skin. At this moment, even if my master were here, he would be no match for him. Nugi Bak immediately turned and left, leaving someone like Fan Hong a bit taken aback. Nugi Bak just left like that? The renowned and imposing Nugi Bak, a master who has knocked out numerous martial artists in a row, just left. This Chu Nian guy, I'm afraid. His face showed a hint of hidden meaning, but deep down, there was a touch of delight. He's the real big shot. I always thought I had overestimated him before, but now I realize I had actually underestimated him. Chunyan raised his teacup, giving an implicit order. Boss Hong, the tea is gone. He then snapped his head towards Alang and ordered, "Get the tea, Alang. Hurry up and get the tea." But right then, he changed his mind. "No need, I'll do it myself." Fan Hong carefully poured the tea, bit by bit, so as not to spill any. He glanced over at Fan Hong and told him to act naturally. "Boss Hong, no need to be so polite. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Right now, you're paying, and I'm working. Just act like that imposing figure who was lecturing people when we met at the KTV. That would be best." Fan Hong shook his head vigorously, saying with a laugh, "Master Chu, please don't tease me about that. I wouldn't dare." Just as Chu Nian picked up the teacup to drink, his expression turned serious. "About the job you hired me for, the timing will have to be up to me. I'm very busy this week, so I'm afraid it'll have to wait until next week." Chun Yen took a sip of the refreshing tea. He had a million things to handle. This week, he still had to go to Wang Ling's house to investigate. After all, that girl's trouble was no small matter. Fan Hong treated him very politely, not rushing or pressuring him. "No rush, no rush. I'm willing to wait however long it takes. It's my honor to wait for you, sir." For a moment, Chun Hien felt awkward and waved his hand dismissively. Sometimes, he felt embarrassed when people were too nice to him. "Boss Hong, don't be like that. You're making it seem like I'm a triad boss, just like you. Just treat me as a normal teacher. Since we're around the same age, we can just hang out as friends." He immediately snapped into a salute. "Yes, Teacher Chu." Chu Nian's face became serious again as he got down to business. "However, I do have a small matter I need to trouble you with." Fan Hong was always ready to help. "Please, just say the word, sir. Whatever I can do for you, I will definitely do it." Chu Nian got straight to the point with a solemn expression. "It's like this. I want you to help me investigate someone." He wanted more details to proceed. "Investigate someone? That's simple. May I ask who Master Chu wants to investigate?" He scowled, uttering 3 firm words. "My mother." Then, to ensure the investigation went smoothly, Chu Nian took the initiative to tell the story. "My mother suddenly disappeared when I was little. I have no way of contacting her. I need you guys to put all your effort into investigating for me. Find all the documents related to my mother. If you find even a single clue, you must inform me immediately." Fan Hong was a bit confused after hearing this. He painfully recalled the story of his past life, being struck by the heavenly tribulation until he coughed up blood. "In my past life, although I stood at the pinnacle of the immortal world, I once suffered a cultivation deviation. My memories from before I was 5 years old are almost completely gone. Even if I wanted to find them, I wouldn't know where to start." Chunyan's attitude was extremely determined. In this life, he would definitely reunite his family. He would find his mother, whether he had to search the heavens or the earth. He smiled, showing Chunyan that he could be trusted. "Master Chu, please rest assured, we will definitely find a clue. Besides, even if we can't find anything, I have some connections with the Chu family. Through my dealings with them, I know their businesses are spread across several provinces, even more than mine." He slammed his half-finished teacup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Chu Nian's roar made Fan Hong jump in surprise. "The Chu family in Qinhua City?" He broke out in a cold sweat and ventured to ask, "Master Chu, do you happen to know the Chu family?" He gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. "Chu Hoai Catch is my grandfather, so do you think I just happen to know them?" Chu Nian still held a grudge. If the Chu family had supported his parents' marriage back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Fan Hong had just heard earth-shattering news. He was actually the heir of the Chu family. Zhao Ti was just as shocked. Young Master Chu, Chu Nian, rested his chin on his hands, thinking things over carefully. "If I want them to help with the investigation, they'll find out sooner or later anyway. I might as well just tell them directly right now." The tea was still steaming hot, and the story wasn't over. Chu Nian didn't hide anything about his parents, telling the people there everything. After listening to the whole story, Fan Hong angrily slammed his hand on the table. What era is this, for the Chu family to still act like this, forcing Master Chu's family to be torn apart? I used to think the descendants of the Chu family were just arrogant and useless, but I never expected the head of the family to be so rotten and backward. This is truly an injustice. Out of brotherly loyalty, he decided to stand with Chu Nian. "Master Chu, your business is my business. If the Chu family is like that, then it's fine if I don't go through with this business deal. I don't need to suck up to them." He waved his hand, signaling that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it and that it wasn't necessary. "Business is business. You still have to do it. After all, you can't just earn nothing." Chunyan silently noted that this Fan Hong fellow was very straightforward. Although he was a bit domineering in some ways, he could be considered a man of character. Fan Hong gave Chunyan a thumbs up in praise. "Master Chu, the Chu family abandoning you is their loss. In the future, you are destined to become a great figure." He felt the praise was a bit much. Be humble, be humble." Then Chu Nian remembered something else. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I might have to trouble you guys with." Chu Nian changed the subject, asking seriously, Do you guys know the 6 thugs who often hang around this area? He was determined to see this through. This matter must be resolved. I might not care, but this will damage Wang Ling's reputation. Fan Hong put a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment, but still shook his head. I don't know what bunch of small-time crooks that would be. Zhao Tie scratched his head and pointed. Master Chu, I know them. They're a bunch of hooligans in the area I manage. They're pretty well behaved, so I usually turn a blind eye. Could it be that they've offended you, sir? Chunyan slowly explained. It's not exactly that they've offended me. They were probably hired by someone else. You should call them, explain the situation, and give them a heads up. They'll know what to do. In his heart, he already had a name in mind. After all, Chen Junyu was the real mastermind. He turned to Zhao Tie to delegate the task. Little Zhao, since that's the case, I'll leave this for you to handle. Make sure you handle it well. He placed a hand on his chest, his posture confident. Yes, I understand, boss. Those kids have been following me for a while now. After that, Chunyan stood up to leave. Everything's been discussed, so I'll be going now. No need to see me out. Suddenly, his eyes darted to one side, noticing something. Fan Hong politely saw him off. Take care, Master Chu. My money will be transferred to your account very soon. But Chu Nian was quite sharp and sensed a tense atmosphere, an aura of death. Chu Nian clasped his hands together with a joyful expression. Boss Fan, congratulations, congratulations. Fan Hong didn't understand at all. Huh? He told him, without hiding anything. I see an aura of death above your head today. A happy event must be coming soon. Hearing this, Fan Hong's face lit up. Master Chu, you can also read fortunes? My wife and I are both over 40 years old. We've been to many hospitals but still haven't been able to have a child. If it's really as you say and there's a happy event coming, that would be wonderful. Before leaving, Suo Ran gave him a serious warning about his fate. I know you don't believe me yet, but I still have to tell you this. You've killed too many people in the first half of your life, and as a result, you have no heir. You'd better use some of your wealth for charity immediately, or you won't be able to avoid a great disaster. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away, closing his eyes. The immortal realm believes in karma. It's not hard to see a person's destiny. Suo Ran nodded to the receptionist, quite satisfied. Boss Hong really knows how to manage his staff. Just then, he heard someone call his name. Suo Ran? Are you Suo Ran? It turned out to be Wu Lei. He asked politely, It is you, right? Suo Ran immediately recognized his old friend, Lei Zi. The two buddies greeted each other warmly, grabbing each other's arms. Lei Zi, long time no see. Wu Lei, my close friend from high school. I never thought I'd see him again in this life. He glanced at the other's employee badge. You work here? Not bad, man. You're doing pretty well for yourself. Wu Lei answered humbly, a bit embarrassed. I just work in the HR department. I haven't been here long. Are you here for an interview? Then, someone called out, Lei Zi. Wu Qing came over with a cheerful greeting. So this is the Suo Ran you're always talking about? He's quite handsome. Hello, I'm Lei Zi's older sister. Wu Qing. You can call me Sister Qing. Suo Ran shook her hand naturally. Hello, Sister Qing. A moment later, Wu Qing nudged Wu Lei and started nagging him irritably. You're always so carefree. Not like a child of the Lei family at all. You just started at this company and you've already offended your superior. Wu Lei turned beet red, completely mortified. She was scolding him right in front of Suo Ran. Sis, Suo Ran and I haven't seen each other in ages. Can we talk about this later? That attitude of yours. Wu Qing's anger flared, and she laid into Wu Lei. I can't even be bothered with you. The real world isn't like school. People are vicious. Look at you. It's been a year since you graduated. Why are you still so naive and clueless? Seeing the two of them arguing, Suo Ran asked, What happened? Wu Qing immediately explained the situation. When this company was hiring, a girl was being harassed during her interview, and my brother found out. This kid, instead of just pretending he didn't see anything, he had to call out his superior right then and there. She crossed her arms, clearly displeased. Of course, the guy held a grudge and kept finding ways to cause trouble for my brother. Recently, my brother made a mistake at work, and he was fired on the spot. Then she turned back to Wu Lei and scolded him some more. Luckily, your brother-in-law is on his way. He's the finance manager at Huasheng Group, after all. Your department director will probably show him some respect. When he gets here, you'd better choose your words carefully. Hearing this, Suo Ran realized something. Isn't Huasheng Group one of the Qin family's businesses? Wu Qing glanced behind them as someone approached. Yun Jie was walking over, looking at his watch, clearly in a hurry. Your brother-in-law is here. Yun Jie immediately started scolding Wu Lei. You're a grown man. Why do you still act like a child? How could you expose him in front of everyone like that? That's like slapping your superior in the face. If it weren't for my help, would your family be living as well as you are now? Wu Lei muttered quietly but firmly, But I didn't do anything wrong. Just then, Suo Ran stepped in to defend him. You're in trouble. Why didn't you tell me? Maybe I can help. Wu Lei looked troubled. Suo Ran, you can't help me with this. Director Sun is a department head at the parent company. He clapped him on the shoulder encouragingly. What you did was right. Besides, this isn't a big deal. Yun Jie suddenly spoke up, startling Wu Lei. Young people these days sure talk big, the man sneered. Even with me, the finance manager of Huasheng Group, stepping in, it's not certain Director's son will show any respect. Who do you think you are, some rich kid? Wu Qing whispered, trying to calm the situation. Honey, that's enough. Little Suo is still young and inexperienced. He might not understand how the world works. Wu Lei and his sister repeatedly bowed their heads to apologize to Suo Ran, while Yun Jie just snorted in contempt. Suddenly, the man froze as he looked straight ahead. Sun Xiang was striding in. Yun Jie hurried to suck up to him. Director's son, you're here. The old man didn't even glance at him. In fact, Sun Xiang actively dodged Yun Jie's welcoming hand. He launched into a tirade. It's not that I won't show you face, but Wu Lei showed me absolutely no respect. He scolded me in front of everyone, making them think he was my superior. What's more, Sun Xiang shamelessly claimed it was a test for the candidates. Wu Qing quickly nudged her brother's arm, whispering for him to apologize. Wu Lei's fists clenched. He was furious, but even so, he had no choice but to bow his head. I'm sorry, Director Sunday, I was wrong last time. Please give me another chance. Suo Ran thought to himself. It's clearly not Wu Lei's fault, yet he has to bow his head. With no backing, no wealthy family, he can only endure the humiliation and swallow his pride time and time again. But rules are made for the weak. He frowned and let out a cold snort, which made Sun Xiang snap irritably. What? You got a problem, kid? Suo Ran exposed him directly. I've never met someone so lecherous yet shameless enough to pretend to be a gentleman. Since when did harassment become part of a candidate's evaluation? Embarrassed and enraged, Sun Xiang yelled, Who the hell are you, kid? Yun Jie jumped in, shouting, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Director's son like that? Apologize now. Suo Ran calmly shrugged. On what grounds? Because I dared to speak the truth. If telling the truth is wrong, then I guess I'm completely in the wrong. Yun Jie, trembling with anger, pointed a finger in his face, but was speechless for a long moment. Wu Lei was touched, thinking to himself, Suo Ran, you're still the same. You haven't changed a bit. Wu Qing quickly apologized. Director's son, they're just kids. They don't know any better. Wu Lei said defiantly, Sis, you don't need to apologize to someone like him. I quit. I refuse to believe a college graduate like me can't find another job. Yunji angrily yelled at him. Do you have any idea what you're saying? He then quickly tried to suck up to the director. Director's son, this has nothing to do with me, he thought to himself. If he holds a grudge against me because of this, I'll never have a peaceful day in this industry. Sun Xiang just gave him a cold glance and uttered 2 words. Too late. Just then, the elevator to the first floor opened, and Zhao Tie said sternly, What's all this noise? Don't you know this is the main lobby? Sun Xiang immediately tried to frame the situation. President Zhao, you're here. It's nothing major. A new employee made a mistake, and I was going to fire him, but his family showed up to cause trouble. Without even asking who was right or wrong, Zhao Tie yelled, Causing trouble? Someone dares to cause trouble at my Hong Yuan group? Suo Ran said calmly, I'm the one causing trouble. How do you plan to deal with me? Wu Qing looked at him worriedly, while Yun Jie cursed internally. We're screwed. This kid has ruined us. Seeing this, Sun Xiang smirked, daring to provoke President Zhao. What an ignorant brat. Unlike everyone else, when Zhao Tie saw him, he began to tremble with fear, stammering, Master Suo. Suo Ran just stared at him coldly without saying a word. Zhao Tie's expression changed in an instant, his tone becoming sycophantic. Master Suo, why are you still here? Shall I drive you home? Wu Qing and Yun Jie were completely stunned by this scene. Wu Lei was just as shocked. The most terrified person, however, was Sun Xiang. He thought to himself, who on earth is this kid? Even President Zhao has to suck up to him. What kind of powerful figure did I just offend? He quickly bowed his head to apologize to Suo Ran. I'm sorry, Master Suo. I didn't mean to offend you. Zhao Tie questioned him coldly. Did you just offend Master Suo? Sun Xiang said, trembling with fear. I didn't know he was President Zhao's honored guest, or I would never have dared to offend him. Suo Ran said calmly to Wu Lei, Tell Zhao Ti everything that happened. Zhao Ti, I won't interfere in this matter. You handle it yourself according to company regulations. After that, Wu Lei recounted all of Director Sun's wrongdoings to President Zhao. After listening, a vein bulged on Zhao Tie's temple, and his brow furrowed in clear rage. He couldn't stop himself from punching Sun Xiang across the face. Then he bowed deeply to apologize to Suo Ran. Don't worry, Teacher Su. I will handle this matter fairly and impartially. Old Tan, go directly to the finance department to collect this month's salary and then resign. Tun Tuong still wanted to salvage something. He covered his face and stammered, unable to form a sentence. But the furious Zhao Tie didn't have much patience and scared him until he was shaking like a leaf. In the end, Tun Tuong couldn't take the pressure and had to tuck his tail and run. Suo Ran handed his business card to Wu Lei. If anything comes up, contact me directly. It's not very convenient today. Let's catch up some other time. He casually slung an arm around his shoulder. You're doing well, kid. You've struck it rich. You even know CEO Zhao. I'd better start sucking up to you. Suo Ran was secretly pleased that this kid hadn't grown distant from him because of this. He reminded Wu Qing, as Lazy's friend, I want to remind you of a few things. What needs to end, should end. Suo Ran said it directly in front of Yun Jie. This man is not a good husband, and he probably has other intentions. In a luxurious mansion, a surprised voice was heard. To use tea to injure an opponent. Even if I trained with all my might, I could never reach that level. Weibo's master, Cheng Feng, explained. In terms of manipulating qi, the opponent has already reached the pinnacle. I've only ever seen my master use such a technique. Weibo asked seriously, is grandmaster a great martial artist? Does that mean this Mr. Su is also a great martial artist? Cheng Feng said with great interest. To think that Zhujiang City has such a young expert, if he has the ambition, I'm afraid the situation in the next few years is bound to change. If possible, I'd really like to cross hands with that Mr. Su. He didn't forget to remind Xiao Bo, the next time you see Mr. Su, remember not to be disrespectful. Night had fallen when Fan Hong finally got home, smiling brightly at the door. He curiously asked his wife, why is the spread so lavish today? Do we have an honored guest over? Fan Hong's wife smiled gently. No guests, just some especially good news. Why don't you take a guess? He suddenly remembered Suo Ran congratulating him. Fan Hong, both surprised and anxious, guessed, you're pregnant. She was surprised. You're like a psychic today. You got it right on the first guess. You don't seem very surprised, though. Fan Hong was utterly shocked. He never expected that Suo Ran could actually read fortunes. She reminded him, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and eat. You're going to be a father soon, so don't go out fooling around anymore. Fan Hong immediately agreed. That was just for business before. I promise I won't go out messing around anymore. In his heart, he praised Suo Ran endlessly. That night, Fan Hong tossed and turned, thinking, Teacher Su seemed to say that after I have a child, I should focus on doing good deeds. With that thought, he immediately called his subordinate. Right now, I want you to arrange donations to build several Hope primary schools. The subordinate asked, confused. Fan Hong affirmed with certainty, immediately, right now. The subordinate understood and quickly complied. His respect for Suo Ran grew even deeper in his heart. He was truly a living immortal. He would definitely have to interact with him more in the future. In Zhujiang City, beer and barbecue stalls were bustling along the streets. A whole group of loud, crude young thugs did not fit in at all with the neatly dressed Jun Yu in his suit. He thought with contempt. As expected, a bunch of no-hopers. Even if you give them more money, they'll just blow it all on roadside stalls like this. Despite this, Jun Yu still raised his beer glass. On the surface, he said solemnly, thank you all for your help this time. Once this blows up and hits the news, that guy with the surname Su probably won't be able to continue working at the school. Liu Gang smirked slyly. This is all small stuff. For us, it's a piece of cake. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted his bragging. Liu Gang yelled into the phone, who the hell is calling me in the middle of the night? When he saw who the caller was, he was so scared his jaw dropped. Liu Gang quickly said to Jun Yu, I'm going to take this call. He anxiously lowered his voice and asked, Brother Zhao, what are your instructions? Zhao Tie roared in fury. You've got some nerve, offending just about anyone. You think my life is too easy, so you're trying your best to stir up more trouble for me. Is that it? Liu Gang broke out in a cold sweat, asking worriedly, Brother Zhao, what on earth is going on? Can you please explain it clearly first? Zhao Tie cursed angrily. This morning, did you go to 3rd middle school to slander a teacher named Suo Ran? Liu Gang explained, I've already investigated. That person has no special background. Besides, this time it was the 2nd young master of the Kaisheng Hotel who asked us to do it. It should be fine. Zhao Tai snorted coldly. No background? Even I have to bow and scrape before him. Even Boss Hong doesn't dare to raise his voice in front of him. And you call that having no backing? You've got some serious guts, Liu Gang. The 3 words Boss Hong struck Liu Gang like a clap of thunder. He was terrified at the thought of Suo Ran and Fan Hong. I'm screwed. I've messed with a major figure, Liu Gang said, trembling. How could this be? Brother Zhao, you have to help me. I was just taking money to do a job. Zhao Tai ordered coldly. The other party hasn't blamed you. Tomorrow morning, you guys go to 3rd middle school. Figure out what you need to do yourselves. If you don't satisfy him, then bring me your head. By the time Liu Gang returned to the table, his face was dark. Unfortunately, Jun Yu took the initiative to offer him a drink. He thought furiously, drink what? Chen Jun Yu, you little brat, you've really screwed me over this time. Liu Gang shouted at his underlings, let's go, what's there to eat? Startling everyone. Jun Yu forced a smile and said, we were just getting into it. Why leave so soon? Let's have a few more drinks. Liu Gang roared furiously. It's not your place to interfere with my business. You'd better watch out for yourself. 2nd young Master Chen. He cursed inwardly. You're about to die, and you still want to drag me down with you? Junyu tightened his grip on his wine glass. Just a bunch of flies, and you dare to act tough with me? I'll deal with you all after this is over. The owner of the stall came over to remind him, Sir, your total is 860. I've printed the bill for you. Junyu reached into his breast pocket to get money to pay. He then realized his wallet was gone. Oh no, where's my money? Checking his phone, Junyu felt he was truly unlucky. My phone bill is also due this month. With no other choice, facing the owner's wrath, he could only make an excuse. I'll have someone bring you the money tomorrow. The owner immediately rolled up her sleeves. What kind of person are you? Dressed all fancy. Turns out you're just pretending to be rich. How dare you try to dine and dash at my place? Everyone around turned to look. Junyu hurriedly begged for mercy. Big sis, please don't get worked up. Early the next morning, at the gate of 3rd Middle School, Liu Gang and his gang of punks with colorful hair were causing a scene at the school gate. Teacher Su, come out! When Suo Ran saw them, he frowned deeply. This bunch of brats again. One of them excitedly pointed at him. That's Teacher Su. Liu Gang joyfully grabbed Suo Ran's arm and said enthusiastically, We're here to apologize. He didn't understand at all. The students speculated. What are these punks up to? Could it be that Teacher Su really didn't lure a female student to a bar? The security guard was also confused. Yesterday they were slandering him, and today they're rushing over to apologize. Suo Ran asked impatiently, Fellas, what kind of act are you trying to pull this time? His words made Liu Gang's group feel awkward. This look is quite eye-catching. Are you trying to perform Thunderstorm? Liu Gang stepped forward to admit fault. About last time, we were just instigated by Teacher Junyu from your school. We were only taking money to do a job. But later, we investigated and found out that Teacher Su is an innocent and virtuous person. We thought it over and couldn't eat or sleep properly, so we decided to tell the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group of punks with colorful hair very consciously bowed at a 90-degree angle. We were wrong. We hope you can forgive us, teacher. The students started chattering among themselves. Isn't Chen Junyu the teacher transferred from 1st Middle School? If so, then he's the one who slandered Teacher Su. I knew it. Those photos were definitely fake. In the teacher's office, Junyu was trembling with anger. He angrily squeezed his water bottle. A bunch of dogs. You took my money and still dared to turn around and sell me out. The office door opened, and Suo Ran walked in cheerfully. The sun is so nice. Hello, everyone. What a beautiful day today. Tan Yu kindly handed him a coffee. Teacher Su, I knew you were wronged. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that someone was deliberately trying to frame you. Xiao Nu sneered. I bet you bribed those thugs and told them to frame Mr. Tran. Tuan Vu, acting all righteous, said, As a teacher, you are truly despicable to stoop to something like this. Let's see who the real liar is in the end. So Nian calmly replied with a hidden meaning. You're already rabid, so don't bite me. I have no desire to visit a vet. Understand? Hearing this, Tuan Vu got angry and growled his name, letter by letter. Kwok Hao coughed to remind him, This is an office. Keep it down. So Nian cheerfully praised, Thanks for the coffee, Miss Dam. It smells amazing. Dam Vu blushed shyly and replied, I'm glad you like it. Putting the coffee cup down, So Nian spoke coldly to Tuan Vu. You should be in class, teaching your students. And Miss Dam Vu, you should be careful too. The dogs around here don't care who they're biting. They just snap at everyone. Entering the classroom, he said in an earnest voice, I am heartbroken, utterly heartbroken. Not a single person in this class scored 70 points. So Nian thought to himself, with these scores, not only will they not make it into the top 5 like Tan Nian said, they'll be dead last. Hulai said sarcastically, It's because the test was too hard. You really can't blame us. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. You'd probably score even lower than us. That's enough. So Nian was angered by his words. The prompt was to write following the example. If a drop of water is a blessing, I will send you an entire ocean. But you wrote, if 100 grams of meat is a joy, I will give you a fat pig. Does your family raise pigs or something? As soon as he said this, the whole class burst out laughing. Hulai also felt embarrassed. Even Vuong Lin covered her mouth and giggled. So Nian thought to himself, this time, besides Vuong Lin, who showed some improvement with a 69, the rest of them have bleak futures. Could it be that I'm actually getting through to this Vuong Lin? He sighed internally. Forget it. Scolding them is pointless. Why do I feel so uneasy today? Something bad is probably about to happen. Just as he thought that, the piece of chalk in So Nian's hand snapped in two as it touched the blackboard. He knew better than anyone what this meant. It was surely a bad omen. In an instant, So Nian's expression changed. He quickly turned his head and asked the class, What's the date today? The students didn't understand what was happening, but still answered obediently. Sir, it's the 8th of the month. So Nian remembered in a flash. On this day in his past life, someone at the school had tried to take their own life. It seemed to be the school's campus belle. Should I save her? His eyes caught sight of a figure on the rooftop of the opposite building. He hesitated, thinking, so it's really happening. But if I interfere and change the course of fate, my own future will be affected as well. Despite that, So Nian immediately made up his mind. Cultivation is already an act of defying heaven. I can't go against my conscience for something like this. So Nian walked to the door, then turned back to his students and said, "Study on your own. I have to step out for a bit." As soon as he stepped out the door, he ran into Tan Nian. "So Nian, you're in the middle of class. Where do you think you're going? Leaving your students like that? You'd better have a good explanation." So Nian was startled and worried internally. Why did I have to run into her now? Time to bolt. He immediately sprinted forward. "I'm just going to the bathroom for a second." Tan Nian quickly chased after him, but managed to peek into the classroom to remind them, "Study by yourselves. I'm going to go drag your teacher back." At that moment, on the school's rooftop, Lak Lak sat with a contemplative look in her eyes. Must I really sacrifice myself for the family? Must I really marry that person? After pondering for a while, Lak Lak decided to stand up. She walked to the edge of the rooftop, thinking sorrowfully, "If it has to be this way, I might as well end it myself right now." Just then, So Nian appeared from behind and stopped Lak Lak in time. "Hey student, what are you trying to do?" She turned around in alarm. "Who are you? Don't come over here," he quickly explained. "I'm a teacher. You can call me Teacher So," he thought to himself. This girl is very beautiful. Judging by her clothes, she seems to come from a wealthy family. Lak Lak sighed. "Teacher So, you're still so young." She never expected that the last person she would meet in this life would be a strange teacher. Before jumping, Lak Lak hoped So Nian would remember her name. He quickly tried to persuade her. "Wait a minute. Look, you're so beautiful. If you die like this, it'll be a really ugly sight." Lak Lak replied nonchalantly, "Teacher So, the body is just a vessel. Once you're dead, everything becomes nothing." After speaking, she spread her arms wide and tilted her head back to breathe in the air. So Nian gritted his teeth. "This is the 15th floor. With my current strength, I'd just be courting death." So Nian stared intently at Lak Lak and began to use his chi-gazing art. So Nian was surprised. This girl has the phoenix fate. In ancient times, she would have been an empress. How did she end up in this situation? He shouted, "Wait! Lak Lak, did something happen in your family that's made you feel so hopeless?" Hearing these words, Lak Lak turned back to look at So Nian in surprise. "How did you know?" So Nian explained that he knew how to read fortunes. So Nian saw that Lak Lak's features indicated wealth and nobility, and he guessed that she was being forced into a marriage by her family. Lak Lak was stunned. No one at this school knew where she came from, because her family's background was far beyond the imagination of the people here. She recalled that many fortune tellers had tried to read her fate before, but none had been as clear as So Nian. So Nian continued to persuade her. "First, just trust me. If things don't change after today, it's not too late to jump tomorrow. Of course, if you want to jump, go ahead. It's so hot up here. If you don't jump soon, I'm gonna get heat stroke." A voice rang out from behind. "So Nian, what are you doing? Why are you encouraging a student to do something foolish? Do you have any humanity left?" Tan Nian's face was filled with anger. "What do you mean? Jump tomorrow? What do you mean? If you want to jump, go ahead. What kind of teacher are you?" Lak Lak immediately reassured her. "Principal, I don't want to do it anymore. Please don't worry." Tan Nian panicked internally. "Oh no, now this girl is treating life and death so lightly. If you're not planning to jump, then what are you still standing there for?" With that thought, she immediately yelled at So Nian. "If anything happens to her, you will be held responsible," he retorted angrily. "Did you only hear the last sentence I said?" Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, causing Tan Nian to freeze. She looked bewildered. Why did the wind suddenly pick up so strongly? At the same time, Lak Lak was also knocked off balance by the strong wind and slipped from the ledge. The strong wind sent her tumbling down with a terrified expression on her face. Witnessing the scene, Tan Nian cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" But luckily, So Nian managed to grab Lak Lak's hand in time. She was so scared she squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to open them. Lak Lak looked up in surprise to see that So Nian had caught her hand. So Nian was trying with all his might to pull Lak Lak up. So Nian used all his strength to throw Lak Lak upwards. Then he leaped up with agile, practiced movements. Suddenly, So Nian stepped on Lak Lak's high heel, causing him to stumble. At that exact moment, Tan Nian was standing right in front of him. So Nian quickly shouted, "No, get out of the way!" A second later, he slipped and fell right into Tan Nian. With a trembling voice, So Nian asked if she was okay, after which he was rewarded with several slaps from Tan Nian. So Nian felt wronged. "Principal Tan, I saved a student's life. Can that bad performance review be cancelled now?" Tan Nian glared at So Nian. "Get back to your class and teach, now." Lak Lak, come to the principal's office with me for a moment." Watching Tan Nian leave, Lak Lak muttered, "What an arrogant woman." As soon as she finished, So Nian tapped her on the head. "Why do you talk like a 30-year-old woman? You're so young, yet you're already thinking about such dark things. Hurry up and get to the principal's office for your lecture." Lack Lack thought to herself, I've met all kinds of people, but I've never met anyone as interesting and strange as him. There's something very mysterious about him, too. When So Nian returned to the classroom, the students started whispering amongst themselves. Teacher So just went to the bathroom. How did he end up like this? Hulai teased. Teacher So, Principal Tan just walked by, and she looked really angry, and your clothes are a mess. You didn't do something to her, did you? Hearing this, the whole class looked at So Nian with suggestive eyes, making him blush. Then So Nian spoke up to clear his name. What are you all thinking? I was just saving someone. Ma Xin, twirling a pen, said, Teacher, we'd sooner believe you were making someone. We're all adults here, and besides, Principal Tan isn't bad looking. So Nian slammed his hand on the desk, furious. Nonsense! You all know Principal Tan's strange personality. I think she's destined to be. Full of righteous anger, he suddenly stopped, as if he sensed a murderous aura. So Nian swallowed hard and stammered, a saintly woman, who no man is worthy of. Suo Ran immediately turned around with a fawning expression. Principal Qin, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? I'm so sorry I couldn't greet you from afar. May I ask what you need? Beside him, Qin Ran was restraining the urge to beat him up, and after a moment, she turned her attention to Luo Luo. Luo Luo wants to transfer to your class. I've already approved it. After saying that, she turned to leave. This student is your responsibility now. If anything unexpected happens, you can pack your bags and leave with her. He watched her leave with a pitiful look, while Qin Ran was secretly pleased. Left with no choice, Suo Ran told Luo Luo to go into the classroom and get to know everyone. Suddenly, his eyes glanced towards the students. Suo Ran wondered, these brats. What's with all these floating hearts? He saw that all the male and female students were staring intently at Luo Luo. She smiled and introduced herself. Hi everyone, I'm Luo Luo. I hope we can all get along. Suo Ran was resentful of this enthusiastic reception. I didn't even get a single clap on my first day. Is it really that big of a deal? Time flew by, and the scene changed to the next morning at school. Seeing the students being so diligent, Suo Ran was extremely suspicious. He wondered if they had all had a complete personality change. Suo Ran walked to the teacher's desk and spoke. Hulai, you're usually asleep at this hour. Hulai replied energetically. I'm the class president, so I have to set an example for everyone. Is there anything wrong with that? Ma Xin also showed her displeasure. Mr. Suo, we are all hard-working students. Please don't dampen our enthusiasm. At that moment, Suo Ran looked to the side. Luo Luo walked into the classroom and waved at him. Good morning, Mr. Suo. The whole class erupted again, their eyes filled with fluttering hearts as they shouted, Goddess! But unexpectedly, he suddenly said, Luo Luo, you're late. This left Luo Luo stunned, and the entire class was furious. Luo Luo immediately rushed to the teacher's desk. Sir, that's my privilege for being ranked first in the entire school. I can be late, skip class, and not do my homework. She also thought to herself that Suo Ran was not as simple as he seemed. Hearing her, he flew into a rage. She took the opportunity to tease him. Mr. Suo, you look so cute when you're angry. He was completely stunned, never expecting to be teased by a student. The scene changes to the teacher's office, where Suo Ran asked, Chen Junyu isn't here today? Tan Yu pondered for a moment before answering. After what happened last time, it seems he's too embarrassed. He even got transferred to teach the first years. Anyway, he has connections, so it wasn't a big deal for him. Suddenly, a voice from the side made the two of them turn their heads. So damn charming. I had to take some students from my class to the city for a competition. Luckily, we won a few first-place prizes. The person who arrived was Di Shang. He rubbed his hands together and said sarcastically, Aren't you the homeroom teacher of Class 18? Mr. Suo, I just got back and heard that Luo Luo transferred to your class. You're really lucky, aren't you? Mr. Suo, I feel that with your abilities, you're not qualified to teach a student like Luo Luo. How about you transfer her back to me? Suo Ran secretly tapped his finger, creating a faint blue light. For some reason, Deshang seemed to be controlled and dropped to his knees on the tiled floor. He then turned and said with a sincere voice, Mr. Gao, why are you kneeling? Is it really worth doing this over a single student? Please stand up. We can discuss this. Then, Suo Ran turned to leave, not forgetting to add another jab. Mr. Gao, I'm not helping you up. You don't need to be so overly polite in the future. He was thinking that this guy wasn't on his level, so he could just stay kneeling until he learned his lesson. Deshang glared at his retreating back, gritting his teeth. Suo Ran, you dare to humiliate me in front of so many people. Just you wait. The scene changes. In a flash, it's Monday morning in a town square. Suo Ran brought a fried dough stick to his mouth and took a small bite. His entire body was immediately enveloped in light. He had leveled up. I became a mid-level martial master just by taking a bite of a dough stick. But why are the level-ups in the immortal realm so random? Some people can level up just by walking down the street. Suo Ran slammed a red bill on the table, told the owner he was leaving, and hurried off. I have to get to the peak of Haotian Mountain quickly so I can sneak into the Taiji sect when the Immortal Gate opens. That's the only way I can see my Yan heir. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, making him wonder who would be calling him at this time. A crying voice came from the phone. Mr. Suo, I'm not coming to class today. I'd like to take the day off, he asked urgently. Wang Ling, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. What on earth happened? The scene changes to an accident scene, with Wang Ling sitting on the curb. She spoke into the phone. I was in a car accident this morning. The jade pendant you gave me shattered, but I'm okay. I felt like an invisible force held me back and saved my life. She said this while looking at the broken jade pendant in her hand. Hearing this, Suo Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. Contact your family quickly. You don't need to come to class today. I'll visit you after school. After hanging up, he was furious and thought to himself, how dare they bully my student? I want to see who dares to mess with a student of the Yama King. The scene changes to Suo Ran arriving at the Wang family's villa. The butler bowed and announced, I apologize for making you wait, Mr. Suo. Mr. Wang and the young miss are currently with some important guests, so it's not convenient for them to greet you. In a moment, something might happen that displeases you. I hope you can overlook it. He immediately wondered what was going on, and the butler replied, the Wang family has been going through a rough patch lately, so Mr. Wang invited 3 heavenly masters to perform a ritual. You are a man of science, sir. I'm afraid you might not be comfortable with these kinds of things. Suo Ran appeared unconcerned and asked the butler to lead the way. The butler immediately invited him inside. As soon as he stepped in, Wang Ling greeted him cheerfully. Sir, you're here! Uncle Wang came out to shake Suo Ran's hand. Mr. Suo, thank you for coming to visit Linger. Then he introduced the people next to him. These 3 elderly gentlemen, especially the one in the middle, is the great master from Gutian Mountain. And that young man is named Shu Qibai, the son of one of my business partners. Qibai stepped forward with a smirk. Uncle Wang, it seems like any cat or dog can just wander in here. Wang Ling shouted angrily, Shut up! Don't you dare insult my idol. Uncle Wang also expressed his displeasure. Kid, don't talk nonsense. This is Mr. Suo, Linger's homeroom teacher. Suo Ran, however, didn't seem to mind and said, It's all right, Mr. Wang. Please, go on with your business. I don't mind waiting a bit. Wang Ling timidly approached him. Sir, don't mind him. My dad went through a lot of trouble to invite these 3 masters. I told my dad, you're very skilled, but he wouldn't believe me. He could see the true energy radiating from them. Their strength wasn't bad. They had profound internal energy, reaching the realm of a martial apprentice. The other 2 aren't as impressive. They don't have internal energy, but to be called heavenly masters, they must have the heavenly eye. At this moment, Tian Shan pointed to the painting on the wall. Mr. Wang, I have examined your house and discovered that your bad luck is caused by this painting. Uncle Wang immediately exclaimed, This was a gift from one of my clients. The person next to him also said, Mr. Wang, what Master Gu Tian says is correct. The problem is indeed that painting. It may seem to be full of positive energy, but it actually contains yin energy and killing intent. De Yun added, a fierce tiger descending the mountain, its 2 eyes staring at the nearby village, means it wants to devour people. It's useless to take it down or tear it up. This killing intent has already attached itself to your family. Uncle Wang immediately clasped his hands towards Tian Shan. Master Gutian, you must have a solution, right? Please, save my family. Money is not an issue. The old man offered a solution. A tiger descending the mountain signifies a great disaster. There are 2 ways to resolve this. Either from now on, your business must have nothing to do with water, or you marry your daughter to Shu Qibai. Uncle Wang looked at Qibai with uncertainty. Master Gu Tian, is there no other way? Wang Ling was the first to react, frantically pulling on Suo Ran's arm. Sir, please help me think of something. I don't want to marry that guy. He's the son of my dad's business rival. He immediately stepped forward to help. This heavenly master of yours, what you're saying is complete nonsense. Hearing this, the old man shot a sharp glare at him. Qibai immediately raised his voice. Who the hell do you think you are? Running your mouth in front of Master Gu Tian. Tian Shan raised a hand to stop him. My friend, you're a teacher, so you surely don't believe in these things. However, there are some things that one should fear from the bottom of their heart. Suo Ran spoke again. Then let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve to make me believe. The old man put his hand into his sleeve. If that's the case, then this old man will show you a little something. You'd better watch yourself, my friend. You waited calmly. Well then, please, begin your performance. The man with the group immediately pointed a finger in his face and cursed. Mr. Wang, is this how you treat your guests? We're not putting on any show. He's humiliating us, celestial masters. Qibai also put on a gracious act, saying he had already helped him by inviting Tian Shan, and then criticized Qin Ran's character, saying he was unworthy of being a teacher. You remained silent, not responding to the insults. Uncle Wang was put in a difficult position. He didn't know what the right thing to do was. Just then, Tian Shan spoke up to mediate. All right, that's enough arguing. You've all lived for more than half a century. Why don't you have any sense of propriety? Tian Shan said with an air of great authority. My friend, you're a school teacher. so it's understandable that you don't grasp some of our rules. After that, the old man flicked his finger, and a golden light appeared, wrapping around his body along with a jade-green orb. This scene astonished everyone in the room. Wang Ling and Uncle Wang cried out in unison, "What is this? Is he floating in midair?" The old man's feet were supported by a current of true energy, his whole body hovering in space. He then stroked his beard, looking like an immortal sage, and asked, "Young man, are you satisfied now?" Diyun, standing beside them, couldn't help but be amazed. The core energy in Celestial Master Gu's body, so he has already cultivated to this level. The person next to him even offered congratulations. Uncle Wang frowned in deep thought. This Celestial Master Gu is truly no ordinary person, leaving Lin He's teacher with no way to cause trouble. Tian Shan took the opportunity to add, "Now you must believe my words, right? This, of course, is just a martial arts trick. I also have the techniques of a Celestial Master, but there's no need to reveal them." Chi Bai chimed in, "Celestial Master Gu is truly worthy of being called a sage. To have such immense energy within his body without being arrogant, and to even be able to smile and speak calmly to certain unethical individuals. Chi Bai is truly impressed." He also claimed to be a benevolent person who didn't want to argue, and that given his own family background and appearance, he didn't need Wang Ling. Therefore, Uncle Wang should just choose the first option, to cease all business related to water. Uncle Wang seemed to have been swayed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Celestial Master Gu's abilities are extraordinary. He can't possibly be lying. But to ask me to completely abandon the business I've worked so hard to build for all these years. Tian Shan continued, "Mr. Wang, wealth is fleeting. A fortune lost can be earned again. I can only offer the methods. As for which path to choose, that is a decision only you can make." Wang Ling fearfully grabbed Chu Ran's arm. "Teacher Chu, what do we do now?" You reached a hand into your shirt, searching for something. Then you pulled out an object that emitted a purple light and asked Tian Shan, "The power of a Celestial Master is indeed frightening, but I'd like to ask Celestial Master Gu to take a look at this bronze piece of mine. What do you think?" The old man casually stroked his beard. "This bronze piece has likely been contaminated by yin energy over many years. It has some evil aura, but it can only be considered a low-level magical artifact." The man next to Dayun expressed great admiration for Tian Shan's discerning eye. Dayun, however, thought to himself, "This is a good item. In just a short time, it could become a true magical treasure." At that moment, Qin Ran spoke again. "How about I use this bronze piece to destroy this tiger descending the mountain painting?" The old man immediately rushed forward to stop him. "Absolutely not. This kind of evil object will only increase the murderous aura of the tiger descending the mountain. Carrying it on your person will affect you. This bronze piece should be handed over to us experts." Qin Ran's lips curled into a smirk as he asked, though it was a clear confirmation, "Celestial Master Gu, you're nervous. The troubles in my student's home were caused by you and the Xu family, weren't they? Uncle Wang was the first to disagree with you." "Nonsense! Celestial Master Gu is a man of great virtue and prestige. We all revere him as a sage. You will not slander Celestial Master Gu." You didn't show any disappointment, only speaking softly. "If you choose one of his two options, who stands to benefit the most in the end? This isn't slander. We can test it right now. Let me expose these demons for you." On the other side, Tian Shan was forming a hand seal, and a flame immediately erupted behind him. "Brat, you dare to ruin my good fortune? Today, I'll show you the methods of a Celestial Master." As he finished speaking, the fire behind him took the shape of a dragon and lunged towards Qin Ran with a demonic shriek. Looking at this scene, Qin Ran found it laughable. "You think you can deal with me with a petty trick like this?" An invisible shield instantly appeared in front of you, and the incoming true energy shattered upon impact. The backlash from his own technique caused Tian Shan to cough up blood. "He broke my spell with a single breath. Ugh. What realm is this person in?" A green light appeared before you, and you effortlessly neutralized the attack. Seeing this, Tian Shan's eyes widened in shock. He coughed up more blood. You are an orthodox successor of Tai Chi." In response, he was sent flying into a wall. Qin Ran walked up to the old man, who was terrified and begging for mercy. "Great Master Chu, this disciple wouldn't dare again." This time, it was this disciple's greed that got the better of him. "I beg Great Master Chu to spare my life." However, you were now furious with Tian Shan's actions. "My student was nearly harmed. You should know that a life for a life is the natural law." Unable to persuade you, the old man resorted to threats. "I still have the Celestial Masters Association behind me. If Great Master Chu kills me, you will become an enemy of the entire Celestial Masters Association. At that time, Great Master Chu will be in a lot of trouble." Dayun also advised you, "Although Celestial Master Gu's actions were wrong, as long as I report this to my superiors, the Celestial Masters Association will surely handle it. If a person is killed now, I'm afraid the Wang family will also be implicated." Wang Ling also stepped forward to persuade Qin Ran. even if they didn't succeed in their evil plan. I've heard this kind of underworld organization is very powerful. Seeing their apparent fear, Tian Shan thought smugly. It seems using the name of the Celestial Masters Association to threaten them works. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll settle the score with you all, slowly. He never expected that the moment he finished that thought, you would slap him across the face, drawing blood. Qin Ran showed no fear of that association. If the Celestial Masters Association dares to cause trouble for me, I will flatten the entire association. Beside him, Wang Ling covered her mouth in shock as you grabbed Tian Shan by the collar, lifted him up, and then slapped him again. These slaps are for my student, for the time she almost died, and also for the members of the Wang family you intended to harm. The old man's head was beaten to a pulp. He begged with a trembling voice, Celestial Master Chu, this disciple knows his mistake. From now on, I will sincerely repent. Qin Ran dropped him, turned his back, and dusted off his hands with a threat. Get lost. If I ever see you again, it won't be just 3 slaps. His life spared, Tian Shan fled for his life. Qin Ran then turned to De Yun and offered sincere advice. Although your path is filled with hostile energy, your heart is righteous. If you hold fast to your heart, any path is a righteous path. If not, then all paths are evil. As you finished speaking, a golden light enveloped his body. He looked down at himself in disbelief. I've advanced. I've attained the Tao. I've been in the Celestial Masters Association for so many years, and no one ever taught me. After speaking, he immediately kowtowed in gratitude to Qin Ran. Thank you, Great Master Chu. This disciple will never forget this great kindness for the rest of my life. Then he presented a card with both hands. Great Master Chu, this is a small token of my appreciation. I don't have much money, so I can only offer this. This is a VIP card for my son's chain of stores that makes everything completely free. Uncle Wang's eyes widened in shock. A purple gold card from the Manhwa Group, the most luxurious restaurant conglomerate in Jiangnan province. You took the card and told the man to leave. Seeing this, Uncle Wang's jaw dropped in astonishment. That's a purple gold card from the Manhwa Group. No more than 3 people in all of Qinhua City have one. How can you be so casual about it? At this point, Qi Bai finally understood fear. He hurriedly knelt down and begged to be spared. Without saying much, Qin Ran immediately raised his hand and shattered the painting, then said to Uncle Wang, I can break this thing with a casual wave of my hand. As for this man, the decision is up to you, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang immediately turned to declare war on his family. Yeah. Suddenly, Wang Ling rushed over, wrapping her arms around yours and pressing herself against your chest, making you blush. Are you a monster, teacher? You looked her directly in the eyes. Well, without a few tricks up my sleeve, how could I deal with them? She suddenly planted a kiss on your cheek. No, from now on, in my heart, you're far greater than them. The scene changes. Late at night in the outskirts of Zhujiang City, as soon as Tian Shan returned, he began shouting for Celestial Master Ye to come out. The moment Ye Li appeared, he exclaimed in shock, Celestial Master Gu, you're injured. What happened? In this entire Kugyang City and the surrounding areas, who could possibly be his rival? When Tian Son entrusted him with taking care of Suo Ran, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. He secretly calculated that Ko Thiansu's father, Ko Die Thian, was unmatched by anyone below the rank of a grandmaster. He had to make good use of this opportunity to put them in his debt. The day passed without incident. After work, Suo Ran met up with Ngoloi to talk. Ngoloi generously offered to pay and told Suo Ran to pick a restaurant. He pointed at a Chinese restaurant, making Ngoloi cry out in dismay. Big bro, are you trying to kill me? But then he decided to be generous to the end. All right, today I'll bite the bullet for my friend and get a taste of the high life. He was thinking that Suo Ran had helped him a lot, so it would be ungrateful to be stingy. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice spoke up. Mister, so I have to remind you, if you don't have money, you shouldn't be eating here. The cheapest dish here costs several thousand. Suo Ran shot back without hesitation. Miss Chow, right? The man you were with yesterday doesn't seem to be this one. This made Xiao Nu grind her teeth in anger. Xiao Nu continued in her scornful tone. Mr. So, with that meager salary of yours, you should just eat at a street stall. Just then, a waitress came out and asked with a smile, Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Ngoloi scratched his head, saying embarrassedly that they didn't have a reservation. The waitress politely refused them. I'm very sorry. That's a problem. All the tables inside are taken. If you don't have a reservation, please wait for a moment. Suo Ran and Ngoloi couldn't get in, while Chao Nu and her boyfriend walked inside. Before going in, she even mocked him. Did you come here to make a fool of yourself, Mr. So? Looks like you can't even get through the door. Without saying much, he put his hand in his pocket and searched for a long moment. He held out a card in front of the staff member and asked, Well, I wonder if this card will do? The staff member took the card and covered her mouth in astonishment. Ngoloi was also stunned, his eyes wide. It's the highest value purple gold card from Manhua cuisine. After receiving the card, the waitress bowed respectfully and invited him inside. "This gentleman, please follow me. Once inside, special staff will attend to the two of you." The waitress led the two of them inside, much to the surprise of Chao Nu and her boyfriend. She exclaimed in shock. "They got in?" Her boyfriend advised her. "Nu, don't let some nobodies ruin your mood." She blushed and looked at him. Suddenly, the waitress approached and respectfully pointed to the side. "I'm sorry, the Plum Blossom Hall is full. We'd like to move you to the Bamboo Sage Hall." Xiao Nu's boyfriend looked annoyed. "The place I booked was the Plum Blossom Hall. Why change the room? Don't you know who I am?" The waitress pointed inside to where Suo Ran was sitting. "Those two gentlemen are using that room now. As for you two, you can either switch tables or please leave." Xiao Nu's boyfriend became furious. "What do you mean by that? I'm the CEO of the Wanrong Group. You don't want to live in Kujiang anymore, do you?" The waitress gently pushed his hand away. "Please leave. If you don't, I'll call security." Seeing the staff's indifferent attitude, he grew even angrier. "You want to offend me for some broke loser?" The waitress replied contemptuously. "Broke loser? Mr. So holds our group's purple gold card, which makes him our most honored guest. Even if Hong Leota himself came, he'd have to wait in line behind him," he exclaimed in shock. "A purple gold card? A crippled teacher with no money and no power? How could he possibly have a purple gold card?" Xiao Nu also covered her mouth in disbelief. Trent Tu Thon appeared out of nowhere. "Director Qian, I didn't expect to see you here. It's a good time for us brothers to get together." Xiao Nu's boyfriend adjusted his glasses and replied, "Get together? I'm about to get kicked out because some guy with a purple gold card showed up." Xiao Nu said sarcastically, full of jealousy, "Who knows if it's real or fake?" A couple of bumpkins, Tin and Tu Thon, both glanced inside. They seemed to recall something and were shocked speechless. She turned back and furiously yelled at Xiao Nu to shut up. Tu Thon decisively turned away. "After all, we're acquaintances. Let me give you a piece of advice. There are some people you just can't afford to offend." Then he walked inside, wanting to get on Suo Ran's good side. "I'm so sorry, Mr. So. Our reception last time was inadequate. It was our oversight. I hope you can forgive us." Xiao Nu's boyfriend looked inside and pondered, "The combined power of those two families is no less than Fan Hong's, yet they're so afraid of that guy. Could it be that I've really offended someone I shouldn't have?" Suddenly, Xiao Nu clung to his arm, cooing, "Honey, those people are all crazy. Let's go eat somewhere else. Tonight, I'll make you feel really good." He immediately pulled his arm back, shoving her hand aside. "Xiao Nu, I don't think we're compatible. Let's break up." He thought to himself, "I almost offended someone I shouldn't have because of this woman." Suddenly abandoned, Xiao Nu angrily yelled at his retreating back. "Impossible. He's just an intern teacher. You're all crazy, completely insane." The waitress then pointed towards the exit. "Miss, if you're not dining, please leave." She turned away, unwilling to accept it. She thought she had latched onto a rich man and could resign for a good life. But now, "Suo Ran, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. You're the one who gets in my way every single time." Coincidentally, she walked right past Dieplerti. He looked at her and couldn't help but remark, "What intense anger." Then Dieplerti took out a talisman, thinking, "This girl could be of some use." Then he immediately reached out and stuck the talisman on Xiao Nu's back. Once it was done, Dieplerti looked into the room and thought to himself, "So the one who messed with Ko Tin Son is just a young man. He probably just became a martial artist and stumbled upon some great fortune, perfect for me to seize." Suo Ran waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'm not going to eat you guys. Let's just forget about what happened before." Ingo Loi, sitting opposite him, was bursting with excitement. "Brother So, tell me, what's your real identity? Why are those rich kids sucking up to even me because of you?" He answered very calmly, "Just an intern teacher on the path to making a living." However, Nioloi didn't believe him. "You're pulling my leg again, but seeing you today, your brother is really happy for you. Too bad for Duong Lin. If she knew how you are now, she'd probably regret it so much." After saying that, he immediately refuted himself. "No, that's not right. Duong Lin is a celebrity now. You little brat, you actually slept with a big star." After the meal, Suo Ran went for a walk alone outside. "I can't believe a single meal would last this long. He had to leave early, so I'll just walk a bit to digest." At that moment, someone suddenly appeared beside him, veins bulging on their hands, surrounded by a dark, sinister aura. He thought to himself, "Such powerful rage. Has Xiao Nu been cursed?" The internal energy inside her is surging. Just as he thought this, she slashed at him, trying to kill him. Suddenly, two men approached from a distance, making lewd remarks. "A couple fighting here?" The two men were also filled with rage. They raised their short knives and laughed vilely. "This chick has a great body. Let us brothers have a taste." One look and Suo Ran could tell that these people were all being mind-controlled. It seems the person behind this has some skill. "Over here." Xiao Nu lowered her shoulder strap and seductively lifted her skirt. "Suo Ran, today I'm going to completely ruin you." Then she rushed towards the two thugs. "Hey boys, come and play with me. You can do whatever you want. I'll just say it was him." She pointed at Suo Ran, while the thug was doing some disgusting things. He spoke crudely. "Today, I'm gonna send you to heaven." Then the two of them lunged forward together. Watching the three of them tangle together, he pondered, where exactly is the person controlling them from the shadows? Even if the DNA doesn't match, Xiao Nu's testimony alone is enough to destroy my teaching career. He silently made a resolve. You can't hide. I'll find you soon. Suddenly, Fan Loi appeared. What are you all doing? Stop it, all of you. Suo Ran glanced over at Quach Fan Loi, son of Old Quach, the chief of the Kujiang Public Security Bureau. So, my grand disciple has arrived. Diep Luri, who was hiding nearby, peeked out. Is that Quach Fan Loi? Crap. But he had no way to retreat. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed it, he would never be able to return to the Jiangnan Province General Association. With that thought, he used his dark power to control the three of them to kill Suo Ran. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they stared across. Fan Loi shielded him and shouted, Hey, I'll hold them off. You go call the police. After he yelled, he turned and punched a thug. The result was his hand hurt like he'd punched a rock, while the guy was completely unfazed. Just then, they surrounded the two of them. Xiao Nu went completely insane and screamed, Sun Yin, I hope you die a horrible death. But Sun Yin showed no fear. Why does it have to be like that? Fan Loi shouted again. What are you standing around talking for? In a minute, I'll hold them off. You get out of here quickly. He released his chi and said, Chief Quach, how can an elder let a junior face danger alone? His eyes lit up, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. Come on out, you filthy rat. The thug and Xiao Nu's eyes both rolled back as they foamed at the mouth. Only after the two of them collapsed did Diep Loi step out. So young, yet so arrogant. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to provoke the Celestial Master Association? As he spoke, the old man released a powerful pressure to suppress Sun Yin. He glanced at Fan Loi, who was also foaming at the mouth, then slowly replied to the old man, I'm very curious if the Celestial Master Association can really shake the heavens unless you have a grandmaster in charge, or perhaps a banished immortal has descended to the mortal world. Diep Loi frowned, thinking to himself, this person even knows about grandmasters? Why did he come to our Celestial Master Association? Besides, it's widely known that there are no banished immortals in the mortal realm. He's insulting the Celestial Master Association. The old man continued to control Xiao Nu and the thug. I didn't originally intend to kill you, I just wanted you to suffer a bit. But a young man like you is far too arrogant. Sun Yin replied confidently. Well, what a coincidence. I really want to kill you. Just then, the remaining thug launched a sneak attack from behind. He unleashed a wave of energy that swept past the three people being controlled by the old man and continued, within 10 steps, I'll kill you like a dog. Diep Loi's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Then the old man formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation to summon fire. The flames shot towards Sun Yin, but he just stood there motionless. He gently raised his hand as if to touch the flame. In the end, he effortlessly gathered it into his palm, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this fire of yours for barbecuing meat? Diep Loi was utterly horrified. Who in the world are you? Not even a martial arts master could have this much power. Ultimately, the old man chose to flee, because he knew he couldn't win. Sun Yin sent the flame back at Diep Loi. The fire singed his butt, and he screamed in pain. Sun Yin thought coldly, you think you can escape? No one that I, King Yamasu, have marked for death can ever escape. Then he looked towards Fan Loi and made a decision. But for now, I need to have this grand disciple of mine clean up the scene. Sun Yin gently tapped Fan Loi to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, he frantically looked left and right. Sun Yin stopped him. Stop looking. They're all gone. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving too. You can't handle this. The culprit you needed to catch tonight is already dead. The body is buried in a vacant lot in the eastern part of the city. As he spoke, he turned to leave, leaving Fan Loi with a dazed expression on his face. Then he suddenly turned back to add, Oh, and tell old man Quach that I'll be checking his homework tomorrow. Fan Loi thought for a moment, then decided to ask his father about Sun Yin. He also considered reporting today's troublemaker to headquarters. The scene changes to the Celestial Master Association, Kujiang City headquarters, where a voice rings out, someone dared to interfere with the Celestial Master Association's business. It doesn't matter who he is. To the Celestial Master Association, he can be swept aside with a wave of the hand. The person spoke with an extremely confident tone. This time, we've asked Celestial Master Diep to handle it. There's no way he can fail. He should be back soon, and when he is, we'll all have to congratulate him. The speaker was Thien Son. He raised his wine glass for a toast. Let's have a drink to celebrate the day that little brat dies without a proper burial. Diep Loi walked past the group, causing them to call out after him. Thien Son laughed gleefully. Celestial Master Diep is back. That guy is definitely dead without a grave. His body probably turned to dust. Suddenly, red marks appeared on Diep Loi's neck. The old man said honestly, I couldn't kill him this time. Although he's strong, he couldn't kill me either. Next time, I'll bring a few more Celestial Masters, and we'll definitely be able to kill him. And what was that about killing me like a dog? How ridiculous. When I, Diep Loi, want to leave, no one can stop me. Aren't I standing right here now? Just as he finished boasting, Diep Loy's expression changed drastically. The marks had spread to his face, and a red light poured out from his body. He could only cry out helplessly for help. Finally, a flame erupted, and the spot where Diep Loy had been standing turned into a sea of fire. Letters appeared within the flames. It was a message from Sun Yin. Within half a year, I will take your dog's life. Tien Sun was now terrified. He's talking about me. He's talking about me. I'm dead. The scene shifts to a villa. Dad, I'm home. I just finished an all-night shift. I'm going to get some sleep. Suddenly, Fan Loi remembered Sun Yin and asked, Dad, do you know a young man who knows some martial arts? I ran into him yesterday. He said he wants to check your homework. After hearing this, his father became extremely agitated. Master, son, you met my master. Come over here. Fan Loi told his father everything that happened last night, giving him every detail. After listening, he slammed his hand on the table. Fan Loi, you don't need to report this to your superiors. We can't have the special department bothering my master. Master probably doesn't want to be famous, which is why he's working as a teacher here. Fan Loi thought of Sun Yin with a hint of regret. I'll keep this a secret, but it would be great if someone like Teacher Su could contribute to the country. While Diep Loy was dying, Sun Yin was sitting cross-legged in his room. He silently calculated that since those people couldn't guess his true strength, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, to me, anyone below the level of a martial ancestor is just an insect. I can't be careless. It seems I'll have to borrow some of Fan Hong's energy to enter the underworld and find some treasures to increase my cultivation. Those who look down on me will soon know what regret is. The scene instantly changed to the school campus. Sun Yin thought to himself, today, someone is coming to inspect Class 1. They call it an inspection, but it's really just a competition. Yesterday, Tan Nian sent a message saying that we absolutely cannot let Class 3 lose face. Suddenly, a man who looked like a Taoist priest approached him. My friend, you have an aura of great misfortune. You must be careful of romantic entanglements. However, he paid him no mind and walked away decisively. Yeah, right. Those are some big boobs, though. In the office, Sun Yin was focused on his computer screen. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted into his nose. The appearance of Lak Lak startled him, and he slammed his laptop shut. Lak Lak, you should remember to knock when you enter the office. Seeing his reaction, Lak Lak teased him. Teacher Su, slamming your laptop shut that quickly could give someone the wrong idea. With that, she moved closer and gently pulled up a chair. She sat down, leaning in close to Sun Yin. Teacher, after observing you for a while, I've realized you're not like the other men I've met. She continued listing things off. You may not be as handsome as them, as rich as them, or as romantic as them. Every word she spoke was like a knife stabbing him in the chest. Finally, Sun Yin couldn't take it anymore and held up a hand to stop her. What are you trying to say? Lak Lak was face to face with him, her eyes full of affection as she confessed. Don't you get it yet? I like you, teacher. They just stared at each other like that, a flash of light appearing between their foreheads. Sun Yin faked a cough to ease the awkwardness. Lak Lak, you're not a bad judge of character. All right, I get it. You can go back to class now. But Lak Lak pressed closer. Teacher, I'm not kidding. He tried to find every excuse to refuse, but it was useless. As for their age, Lak Lak was only 8 years younger than him. As for the teacher-student relationship, she said she could have graduated already if she wanted to. Finally, Sun Yin had to be direct. Lak Lak, I already have someone in my heart. However, Lak Lak wasn't discouraged. Is she prettier than me? Smarter than me? Can I meet her? I don't believe there's any girl in this world more outstanding than me. Sun Yin was at a loss, thinking to himself, well, she's in the celestial realm right now, so she can't exactly come down here. Lak Lak still didn't give up and placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you're lying to me. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I knew we were the same kind of people, not bound by worldly conventions. Outside, Dam Vu knocked on the door. Is anyone in there? Lak Lak, with a very natural air, waved at her. She waved back at Lak Lak. As she left, Lak Lak even made a heart shape with her arms for Sun Yin. This gesture gave him a headache. Dam Vu yawned and praised Lak Lak for being a good, beautiful, and smart student with a cheerful personality, who wasn't dating early. She wondered which family had raised such a good girl, so Nien, standing beside her, could only surrender helplessly. Tran Dam Vu then remembered something. Oh, right, Mr. So, are you busy this Friday night? I have to attend an industry party. How about you come with me? So Nien asked. A party for the textile industry? She confirmed, yes, I can't refuse if I want to maintain relationships in the industry. I heard it's being hosted by the Fong Hoa group this time. He then realized what Duke Von's call was about. Mr. So, right? I'm Pham Duke Von. I'm hosting a party soon and would like to invite you. So Nien immediately agreed. All right, give me the address. I can drive there myself. We can meet at the gate then. Hearing this, she was overjoyed. The scene changes to a rather deserted place late at night. So Nien thought to himself, before I knew it, I've been cultivating until midnight. I guess I'll have to walk home now. In a small alley he had just passed, Tan Yen was being harassed by a group of thugs. He was startled and wondered, is that Tan Yen? What is she doing here? At that moment, in a small alley, 3 men were harassing a girl with extremely lewd words. Suddenly, the collar of one of the 3 men was yanked back by a powerful force. It was Suo Ran. He threw the man far away, his face instantly darkening. They turned to curse and threatened to beat him up. Who the hell are you? You want to die? Stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Get him. So Ran didn't answer, skillfully kicking the other 2 in the groin, causing them immense pain. He worriedly helped Tan Yen up and asked softly, Principal Tan, what happened to you? She was now so drunk that she was unconscious and had fallen asleep right there. So Ran angrily shook Tan Yen and shouted, Hey, wake up! Don't sleep here. I don't even know where you live. She suddenly lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, surprising him for a moment. Looks like I'll have to take you to my place then. Back at his house, after placing Tan Yen on the bed, So Ran blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. He seriously recalled the day's events and couldn't help but get lost in thought. What the hell was with today? First, that girl Lack Lack confessed to me. Then Miss Dam invited me to a party. And to top it all off, I picked up a random woman on the street. Looking at the person sleeping soundly on his bed, So Ran frowned slightly. Even though it's summer, it's easy to catch a cold in an air-conditioned room. Tan Yen suddenly turned in her sleep, exposing parts of her body. He turned and walked out the door, wiping the blood trickling from his nose. Calm down, calm down. I need a cold shower. He stepped out after his shower, drying his hair and thinking, Tan Yen must be asleep by now, right? The moment he entered the room, he saw clothes scattered all over the floor. He froze, too stunned to speak. Tan Yen was now completely naked, with only a thin blanket covering her body. He slammed the door shut. Panicking, So Ran quickly tried to stop his gushing nosebleed. Looks like I need another cold shower. So Ran sat on the sofa, cultivating his internal energy, the purple air from the east. This was the best time of day for it. Suddenly, he thought of Tan Yen again, and his face instantly flushed. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his forehead in frustration. All right, fine. It's past 6 o'clock. I should go wake her up. He stood in front of her door, his hand on the knob, thinking, she's probably awake by now, right? So Ran quietly cracked the door open and peeked inside. Inside, Tan Yen was awake. She looked at So Ran, rubbing her hazy eyes. She seemed completely unaware that she was naked. Mr. So, thank you for yesterday. But staring at a woman like that, especially at this hour, isn't very polite, you know? So Ran quickly covered his face and turned away, pointing at her and stammering. That, you. Tan Yen glanced down where he was pointing. I've seen this look so many times before. All men really are the same. Just a bunch of perverts. She frantically pulled the blanket up to cover herself and screamed, I can't believe you're that kind of person. So Ran, flustered, tried to explain. Principal Tan, you've misunderstood. I didn't take your clothes off. If you don't believe me, I have a security camera in my room. You can see for yourself. Now, both of them were sitting in the living room as Tan Yen leaned in to watch the camera footage. The recording showed Tan Yen taking off her own clothes. She was down to her underwear and looking right at the camera. Tan Yen quickly covered the phone screen, unable to watch anymore. She shouted in embarrassment. You pervert! So Ran, I order you to delete this right now. So Ran didn't rush to delete it, instead smirking and teasing. You know, Principal Tan, you look really beautiful when you're embarrassed. Hearing that, Tan Yen got even angrier. Shut up! You are to forget everything that just happened. I'm going home now. So Ran kept smiling and called out to her, I'm heading to school too. Your place is pretty close by. Want to walk together? Tan Yen hastily replied, I do not. In the end, they walked together anyway. So Ran offered her a bag of food. You sure you're not going to eat? Her mouth said no, but her stomach kept growling. He glanced over at her as she wolfed down the food and asked, Principal Tan, are you sure you haven't gotten on anyone's bad side recently? Flustered, Tan Yen covered her mouth and mumbled, no. So Ran lowered his gaze. Still trying to lie to me, huh? You have no idea you've already sold yourself out. All right, fine. Since I've already seen everything, I guess I can help you out a bit. A towering twin skyscraper was where Tan Yen lived. Bringing me to the door is enough. What are you still doing here? Get going. He, however, walked right in as if he owned the place. Come on, Principal Tan, we're already at the door. The least you can do is invite me in for some tea as a hush fee, right? Tan Yen replied, fine, have your tea and then get out. But what caught So Nian's eye was the teddy bear nearby. He suddenly ripped the bear's nose off. From behind him, Tan Nian yelled angrily, Hey, what are you doing? So Nian crushed the outer shell in his hand, revealing a listening device inside. He held it out in front of her. A bug. Are you times sure? Times you haven't offended anyone? Principal Tan, things aren't as simple as you think. Tan Nian was alarmed. This is a bug? So Nian didn't reply. Someone was following us this morning too. Of course, they might not be from the same group that planted this. An indescribable look of shock filled her eyes. How can this be? Could it be because of that? He looked at the troubled Tan Yin beside him and spoke up. If I hadn't been here today, you'd be getting bugged right now. Is this related to why you got so drunk last night? If you're willing, I might be able to help you. Tan Nian finally explained, I was a biology graduate student overseas. I accidentally discovered a special element. Theoretically, it can cure many diseases and even has anti-aging properties. Other than my father, no one knows about it. We're still researching it for widespread development. So Nian seemed to understand. So those guys are after the technology. And the reason you're a school principal is because your father didn't want you involved in that dangerous world. He thought to himself, Tan Yen is still hiding something. He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud, cures all diseases, and even slows aging. If this gets out, the Huasheng Group could become the biggest corporation in the country overnight. It could be even more massive than that. So Nian thought to himself, but where there's profit, there's always conflict, and that's how you make even bigger profits. He pointed to himself and said smugly, your opponents are no joke. They've even hired experts. I advise you to hire an expert for protection, or things will get dangerous. You know, a professional, like me. The moment he finished, Tan Nian threw a stuffed bear at his face and shoved him out. Get out! I need to change. Leaning against the wall, So Nian sighed to himself. Man, that fortune teller was right. I'm a total lady killer. When my luck hits, there's no stopping it. He frowned, thinking seriously. If this were just some simple drug, that would be one thing. But I'm afraid it's spiritual energy. Suddenly, something occurred to him. It's possible Tan Nian accidentally found a spirit stone ore. And that kind of ore, which is packed with spiritual energy, would perfectly match the effects she described. When that happens, it won't just be corporations that are interested. The entire criminal underworld will get involved. Meanwhile, two men are secretly exchanging a photo, having already taken a picture of it. The photo being passed between them is the one of So Nian and Tan Nian from this morning. Tuan Vu looked at the photos in his hand, thoroughly amused. Interesting. Very interesting. The one and only daughter of the Hoa Thang group, the youngest high school principal, hanging out with some broke loser. A cunning smile spread across his face. So, my dear cousin is into some effeminate pretty boy. I wonder how Triu Thien Min would feel if he came back and found out about this. Tuan Vu couldn't help but think about Thien Min's background. Triu Thien Min, the true leader of the underworld in Kujiang City, a young master whose status was even higher than Fan Hong's. He shuddered in annoyance and rubbed his forehead. He had a cocktail party to attend tonight, so he'd let the guy off the hook for now. If I can establish a connection with the Fong Hoa group this time, I won't have to be a poor teacher for the rest of my life. At a luxurious and elegant building, lights shone brilliantly through sparkling glass doors. So Nian stepped off a bus, looking very composed. The announcement for bus number 31 came, now arriving at Dulong Resort. Please take your belongings with you when you exit. Seeing this, a few security guards sneered under their breath. This entire resort has been booked out. Luxury cars were pulling up to the gate. Anyone whose car wasn't worth at least a few million would be too embarrassed to even drive up. Who would have thought someone would arrive by bus? Before So Nian could even step inside, he was stopped. Hello, sir. May I see your invitation? The resort has been fully booked for a private event today. No outsiders are allowed. He calmly replied, Pham Duc Van invited me. The guard, somewhat skeptical, spoke quietly into his earpiece. There's someone here claiming to be an invitee of Pham Duc Van. The two guards' expressions changed instantly. They respectfully opened the door for him. Please, come in, sir. Just as So Nian stepped into the main hall, he heard someone call his name. It was Dam Vu. She was delighted to see him. Teacher, So, you're here. I was worried you were going to stand me up. So Nian smiled and replied, I've never stood a girl up in my life. She moved closer and whispered to him, I saw Tran Tuan Vu earlier. You should be careful later. Suddenly, Hua Deng's voice cut into their conversation. Damn Vu, since when do you associate with this kind of trash? I even heard you two have something shady going on at school. Aren't you afraid Brother Ingi will break his legs when he finds out? Damn Vu's face darkened as she snapped angrily, Hua Deng, this is none of your business. Who I befriend is my own private matter. Hua Deng walked up to So Nian and tapped his chest with an arrogant tone. Hey, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from Damn Vu. If you don't want your arms and legs broken, get out of here right now. So Nian's calm reply made him grind his teeth in anger. Looks like I'm a real piece of meat. Everywhere I go, a dog wants to take a bite. Furious from the embarrassment, Hua Deng suddenly yelled, You just wait. Once this party is over, you'll see what's coming to you. Nearby, another man was watching them from a distance. It was the one who had forced him to leave Tam Trung High. Tran Tuan Hao shot a cold, sharp glare in his direction. You're really picking a fight with that kind of person? You're lowering the standards of our Tran family. Tuan Vu hesitated, stammering before finally managing to say, Brother. The girl beside him also began insulting. So Nian. Everything on him combined isn't even worth one of my earrings. I don't know why Dam Vu doesn't like second brother and clings to that guy instead. He was probably invited to this party by Dam Vu. A man with no capabilities is a total failure. Suddenly, someone's loud shout startled them. It's Mac Nee! Young Master Mac! Mac and Guy walked in with an imposing air. The good show is about to start. That broke loser chasing after Dam Vu is done for. The Mac family dominates the fashion industry in Kujiang City. They're not someone a lowly teacher can mess with. Seeing Dam Vu ignore him and focus only on talking with So Nian made him furious. Mac and G suddenly cut in between the two of them. Dam Vu, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here today. If I'd known, I would have come much earlier, Dam Vu said through gritted teeth, annoyed. Macney, it's nice to see you, but don't interrupt my conversation with my friend. What you're doing is very rude. Macney glanced at So Nian, his voice dripping with contempt. Not just anyone can be Dam Vu's friend. If you have any self-awareness, you should be ashamed enough to leave. Not only was So Nian unafraid, he confidently retorted, You've got some thick skin. Didn't you hear Dam Vu reject you? Yet you're still here running your mouth. Don't think that just because you're dressed up, people can't see your stupid nature. He continued to provoke him, making the man furious. Your name is Macney? My name also has the character Ni in it. I suggest you change your name. Don't disgrace that word. The surrounding guests started whispering. Is this guy insane? How dare he talk to young Master Mac like that? Let's back away a bit, to avoid getting caught in the bloodshed. He's a dead man for sure. He'll probably be thrown into the river to feed the fish tonight. From a distance, Tuan Vu smirked. I was originally planning to provoke Trio Thien Min into teaching him a lesson, but it looks like Macney is more than enough. This Macney guy is a classic psycho. Veins popping on his neck, Macney roared in fury. Do you have any idea who the hell I am? I can't believe I've only been gone for a year, and people in this city don't recognize me anymore. He grew angrier as he spoke. Damn Vu, you dare to cheat on me? Do you believe that tomorrow, your entire family will be on their knees, begging me to marry you? Terrified, Dam Vu covered her mouth, her whole body trembling. He can do it, and my family all want me to marry him. Quick as a flash, So Nian stepped in front of her. What are you barking about? Don't you know I'm most afraid of dogs? The man sneered. You dare call me a dog? Kids these days. All of you have such big mouths, don't you? So Nian tried to shoo him away, thinking to himself that Macney's status here was very high. Even the party organizer knew what was happening but didn't dare to intervene. The others just watched with cold eyes. After all, this was a networking party for the powerful. Who would dare to offend someone with influence? He suddenly remembered his own past. His whole family, abandoned and humiliated by the world, with no one to help them in their time of need. Only when they became rich did people start to fawn over them. A whole family of trash. Like father, like son. Go die. You're all useless. Beside him, a worried Dam Vu apologized. Teacher So, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have invited you here. Let's go now. Macnai suddenly rushed forward, throwing a punch at So Nian. You think you can just insult me and walk away like nothing happened? Before his fist could reach So Nian's face, he was met with a swift kick to the stomach. He followed up with another blow that sent Macney flying. Macney's back slammed hard against the wall. The scene was now in chaos. So Nian, his expression still calm, spoke up. Sorry, I couldn't control my strength. You just reminded me of some unpleasant memories. Tuan Hao handed the wine glass in his hand to Tuan Vu, his voice full of amusement. Not bad skills. He's completely pissed off Mac and Guy now. No one in this entire city can save him now. He feigned concern as he went to help Macney up. I was under the impression that anyone without assets of over 10 million yuan is absolutely forbidden from setting foot in this party today. Where is the party organizer? Why haven't they come out to handle this? So Nian frowned, looking at Tuan Hao as old memories resurfaced. Tran Tuan Hao. My family's greatest enemy from my past life was Tran Tuan Hao of the Kai Thin Hotel. A man hurried over. Sir, please present proof of your assets. There's a rule here. Regardless of whether you have an invitation or were invited, you must have a certain status. The other guests chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Look at those clothes. He's definitely just some country bumpkin who's new to the city. He's about to get kicked out of the party. With that poor-looking getup, all he has is his looks. Macney clutched his stomach in pain, grinding his teeth. I will absolutely not let him live through the night. The moment he leaves this place, I'll have my men kill him for embarrassing me like this. Tuan Hao raised an eyebrow at So Nian, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Young Master Mac, you don't need to worry. After tonight, you'll still be young Master Mac, and no one will dare to look down on you. As for him, he'll be nothing. The attendant spoke urgently to So Nian. Sir, if you cannot provide proof, please leave immediately. Over on the side, Hua Deng couldn't help but gloat. I didn't get to see him get beaten up, but having to leave in disgrace like this is just as good. Let's see him show off after this. So what if he knows a little martial arts? When someone powerful tells you to get lost, you're supposed to get lost, right? Dam Vu's voice trembled as she gripped So Nian's arm. Mr. So, this is all my fault. He patted her hand, gently comforting her. It's okay, don't worry. Mo Yi grew angrier, shouting, If you can't prove who you are, then get the hell out. This isn't a place for the likes of you. Suddenly, from a distance, Fan Hong entered with a group of bodyguards. Get lost! I'd like to see who dares to kick out a valued guest of mine. Fan Hong, do you have a death wish in Kuyu Jiang? The hall immediately erupted into chaos. Fan Hong, what's he doing here? Is he really going to protect this guy? The moment the waiter saw him, he rushed over to greet him. Boss Hong, I didn't expect you today. It's truly an honor. Fan Hong frowned, glaring angrily at the man. I don't have an invitation, and no one invited me. So, should I get lost too? The man felt like he'd been struck by lightning, bowing his head low in fear. Of course not. With your status, you can come and go as you please. You don't need an invitation. He pointed towards So Nian and asked, Then I'd like to know, mister. So is my valued guest, so why were you trying to kick him out? Ignoring the other man, Fan Hong walked up to him and quickly explained, I didn't know you were coming today. If I'd known earlier, I would have come with you, and none of this trouble would have happened. So Nian smiled, not at all angry, and replied, Boss Hong, it's no big deal. It's just some people making a scene. They just need to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, he pointed towards where Mo Yi was standing. That's right, this Mo Yi guy keeps bothering my friend. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I had to ask for your help, Boss Hong. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. It seems the lesson I taught you back then wasn't enough to knock some sense into you. The moment the man saw Fan Hong, he was instantly terrified. Boss Hong, I didn't know he was your friend. He responded coldly. So you're saying if he wasn't my friend, you could do whatever you wanted to him? Looks like your time in the army hasn't taught you anything. I'm gonna have a talk with old Mo. If you weren't his son, you'd be dead right now. Fan Hong pointed at Mo Yi, who was being escorted away by the bodyguards. Mr. So, leave everything here to my men. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you now, if you have the time. So Nian glanced at her and spoke in a gentle voice. Miss Dam, would you like to stay or head home first? Dam Vu shook the keys in her hand. I drove myself, so I can just go home. He suddenly blushed with embarrassment. All right, then I'll go talk with my friend for a bit. She watched him go, her face full of worry. Who are you, really? Aren't you just a normal teacher? He defeated Mo Yi in a single move, and now someone like Boss Hong is stepping in to help him. Hua Dong gritted his teeth in anger. He knows Boss Hong? How is that possible? Could it be that day at the karaoke bar? He used the principal's name to impress Boss Hong, making him mistake him for some big shot. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. If I had stayed that night, would I be the one who's friends with Boss Hong now? What kind of dumb luck did this guy step in? No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out his backer is Boss Hong. Looks like I'll have to deal with this nuisance soon. The scene changes. The two are now sitting in a very quiet and private study. So Nian spoke first. Boss Hong, did you come looking for me because of tomorrow's matter? Fan Hong shook his head slightly. Yes and no. That's only a small part of it. The important thing is the matter you asked us to investigate, Mr. So. He looked at him in surprise. You have results already? Fan Hong was serious. We found a small clue, but someone cut the trail. So Nian was unusually calm, letting out a soft "oh." He announced, Mr. So, even the So family couldn't investigate your matter. I left a trusted man there and used the forces I've built up over many years to investigate. The result. Recalling the scene, Fan Hong couldn't help but frown. Everything was lost in one night. The entire encampment burned down that night. Everyone died. That was over 100 lives. The two men behind him couldn't hold back their sorrow, so Nian silently blamed himself. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so reckless and asked them to investigate like that. Those 100+ men were their brothers who had gone through life and death with them. I should have known all along. If even the So family couldn't find anything, how could Fan Hong? I will definitely repay this debt in the future. Then he held out his hand and offered, Boss Hong, I'm truly sorry. Fan Hong waved his hand lightly. Although the losses were immense, we did get one small lead. One of my brothers learned this from an old man. Your mother's surname was likely Tang. So Nian was completely surprised, thinking, I vaguely remember my father calling my mother Xiao Hui. Fan Hong continued, That old man used to be your parents' landlord, back before you were born. I just happened to overhear it. Mr. So, you don't remember anything? So Nian seemed to have an epiphany. So it was them. Fan Hong and his bodyguard were overwhelmed by the power radiating from So Nian. Who was it? So Nian returned to his normal self and asked, Boss Hong, let me ask you, how many great families are there in the capital? He listed them. There are 4 major ones, the Luo family, the Li family, the Feng family, and the Tang family. Then Fan Hong was surprised. The Tang family? Mr. So, could you be mistaken? He thought that these 4 great families were influential not just because of their wealth and power. They were symbols of the spiritual roots of all of China, an unshakable monument. So Nin, however, posed a question. Why not? In China, who could make a major force disappear overnight? Who could make the So family of Jiangnan admit defeat? Plus, with the surname Tang, I really can't think of any other explanation. To think I'm actually related by blood to the Tang family, Fan Hong froze. Who would have thought that an ordinary teacher is the biological son of the Qin Hua family in Jiangnan and the next generation of the Tang family in the capital? No wonder he's so formidable at such a young age. With So Nian's status, I can't possibly let him participate in tomorrow's match. Seeing his tension, So Nian said, "The Tang family is the Tang family. They have nothing to do with me. In fact, if you look closely, you could say we're enemies." Fan Hong broke into a cold sweat and explained, "Mister, so, the Tang family is not to be trifled with. Their enterprise is massive. I'm afraid they could even call upon other grandmasters." Hearing this, So Nian said loudly, "So what if they're grandmasters?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hello, Mr. So." So Nian glanced over, startled. Wang Shui stepped forward and introduced herself. "I am the person in charge of the Fenghua group in Kuyujiang City. My name is Feng Wang Shui." So Nian blushed and turned away. "Miss Feng, I think you should change into a different set of clothes before we talk." Wang Shui looked down at her chest, which was dotted with sweat. Fan Hong made an excuse. "She probably rushed over here. That's why she's sweating so much." So Nian regained his composure and thought to himself, Pham Duc Van's granddaughter, Feng Wang Shui. Huh. She returned in a different outfit and said, "Mr. So, I apologize for what just happened. From this day on, our Fenghua group will no longer cooperate with the Mo family. I hope you can forgive us. Next time you attend any Fenghua group parties, Mr. So, you just need to show this purple gold card." The two of them clinked their wine glasses. So Nian voiced his question. "It was just a small matter. But why is your surname Feng? Aren't you Mr. Fam's granddaughter?" Wang Xu replied, "My entire family was killed. I'm the only one left. He took me in that year, so he considers me his granddaughter." So Nian took a sip. "I see. President Feng, you are truly talented for your age." Wang Shui deliberately moved closer to him. "Mr. So, you don't have to be so formal and call me President Feng. You can just call me Wang Shu." Seeing this, Fan Hong cleared his throat a few times, warning her to maintain her decorum. Wang Shui said shyly, "President Fan, I'm so sorry. I was a bit rude seeing my grandfather's guest, but I didn't expect that you also know Mr. So." Fan Hong spoke up. "So, it turns out Mr. So also knows Old Master Pham. He's such a noble figure in Qin Hua City, though he hasn't shown his face in years." So Nian replied casually, "We just met by chance, but I quite like Old Master Pham's character." Wang Shu was a little surprised to hear this. She thought to herself, "He talks as if he's the elder, and my grandfather is the junior. But why is it that even someone of Fan Hong's status has to be so cautious when speaking to him?" Wang Shui posed the question, "Mr. So, what skills do you possess that made my grandfather praise you so highly?" So Nian answered gently, "I came here this time for the antique auction. I was wondering if Miss Feng could let me have a preview." He was secretly pleased. It seemed Old Master Feng was tight-lipped and hadn't said a word about his relationship with him. Vong Tuet put her wine glass down on the table and said, "Master Chu, please wait a moment. I'll have our appraiser bring a few antiques over." Then she turned and gave the order. Vong Tuyet introduced to the crowd, "This is our appraiser, Master Su. Master Su has been in this industry for 50 years. I had to spend a great deal of money to invite him here." Master Su thought to himself, "According to the rules, we only show items to extremely important guests. This pretty boy must be the young master of some rich family." The old man opened the box and spoke, "Please, this is the first item. A vase excavated from the Kangxi era." Chu Nian silently assessed that this man had a bit of spiritual energy on him, but it wasn't coming from the antiques here. That meant there was still a special item that hadn't been brought out. Before he could react, Fan Hong eagerly observed it, full of admiration. "This is truly a fine piece. I'm afraid even several million yuan wouldn't be enough to buy it." Chu Nian then said, "Master Su, I won't be looking at the items here. Just take me to see the other antiques up for auction. These are just ordinary antiques." The old man frowned, annoyed. "Hey, young man, do you not trust my judgment? These are the 5 best antiques I've selected. The other items can't possibly compare to these." Vong Tuiet's face also showed clear disappointment. This guy is too arrogant. At his age, no matter how talented he is, how could he possibly be better than Master Su? Chu Nin spoke politely. "Master Su, I have no intention of belittling you. It's just that our perspectives are different, and the things we see are also different." Master Su raised his voice in annoyance, pointing to the antiques in this auction. "These items are the most valuable. If Master Chu can find a single item more valuable than the 5 pieces I just brought out, I, Su, will admit defeat." Chu Nian closed his eyes, appearing calm, and slowly began to sense his surroundings. He detected the presence of a qi-gathering aura among these antiques. Chu Nian thought to himself, "This is a spirit-gathering bowl. It was probably left behind by someone from the immortal realm the last time the immortal gate opened. Although the refining method is simple, it's serviceable enough." Seeing him staring intently, Master Su asked, "Does Master Chu like this bowl? Although this bowl is over 1,000 years old, it wasn't fired long enough, and the craftsmanship is poor. It wasn't used by the royal family, so its value isn't high." Without waiting any longer, Chu Nian stepped forward and touched the antique. The spirit-gathering bowl in his hand emitted a special energy, and then Chu Nian passed it to Master Su to inspect. The old man was shocked. Could this be a divine artifact? Fan Hong pointed at the bowl in Chu Nian's hand. Master Chu, what on earth is this? He glanced down at it and replied calmly, It's nothing special. If it's restored and kept by one's side, it can extend one's lifespan and ward off illnesses. That's all. Hearing this, they were all stunned, thinking to themselves, and that's nothing special? To the wealthy, longevity is the most important thing, Chu Nian continued. Young Miss Feng, I'll be shameless and ask to take this item first. I will owe you a favor. If you run into any trouble in the future, with any matter at all, you can come find me. Vong Tuyet thought with a tense expression. A magical artifact. That's a magical artifact. He wants to trade a favor for it? Nian Son hurriedly advised her. President Feng, you can't. Both the significance and the value of this item are enough to drive people mad. We should just give him an appraisal fee, he continued. To be honest, although this magical artifact is valuable, besides me, no one else in this world can restore it. And if it's not restored, it's just an ordinary antique. Vong Tuyet quickly picked up her phone. This is important. Let me call my grandfather first. Meanwhile, under a starry night sky, yellow light spilled from the windows of a house in Qinhua City. Duke Van was meditating inside when his phone rang. He looked at the phone on the table in surprise. Seeing that the caller was his granddaughter, Duke Van answered. Hello, dear. After listening to her for a moment, he continued. What? Slow down. As he listened to Vong Tuyet's story, he broke out in a cold sweat. Vong Tuyet, listen to me. Just give that item to Master Chu. She was confused. Grandpa, this thing is too precious. What kind of ability does he have to deserve such treatment? Duck Van explained as he walked towards the window. He said he'll owe us a favor. That favor is more precious than the magical artifact itself. Used at the right time, it could save our lives. Vong Tuyet hesitated, but he continued. A gun and a master gunman. If you had to choose, which would you pick? Master Chu is the master gunman. She stared at Chu Nian, thinking, Grandpa rates him so highly. But to just give away billions like that. All right, I'll listen to Grandpa. Vong Tuyet approached him and said, Master Chu, I've spoken with my grandfather. From now on, this bowl is yours. Chu Nian smiled and replied, Then, thank you very much. My offer still stands. If you need anything, just come find me. The next day, under a cool, clear blue sky, Chu Nian was meditating under a tree with the bowl from the day before. It was emitting a strange, jade-green aura. Watching the aura drift, he smiled to himself. The cultivation effect is excellent. I'm about to advance to a high-rank martial master. Judging by this refining technique, it must be from the 10,000 Treasures sect. But according to their rules, there should be some kind of spell embedded in this bowl. Why don't I test it out? Chu Nian immediately channeled his power into the bowl. The spirit-gathering spell activated, and a fiery power instantly erupted. Floating fire. Not bad. This thing can kill someone in an instant. It's an offensive-type magical artifact. Looks like I've picked up something interesting for free. While it's nothing compared to the immortal realm, it's more than enough to deal with a few mortals. A while later, as he was leaving, he saw Hu Lai, which made Chu Nian wonder. Hu Lai is now Chumat. Why is he at school? He walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Chumat, why are you at school instead of at home? I didn't take you for such a diligent student. The boy jumped. Hu Lai's face went pale with fright as he quickly dodged away. Master Chu, you scared me. I just came to get something I forgot when I went home on Friday. Chu Nian turned to where Hu Lai had been looking, and his eyes fell upon the beautiful figure of Lak Lak in the sunlight. The boy spoke with a mesmerized expression. Teacher, I think I'm in love. He crossed his arms. A young man turns his head, and for a beauty, he falls in love. But right after, Chu Nian turned back. However, if you're dating this early, I'll have to tell your parents. This made Hu Lai worry. Then he waved and started to leave. All right, take your time and enjoy it. I have to go. Youth is a wonderful thing, the boy asked curiously. Where are you going, teacher? Chu Nian glanced back with a confident smile on his face. To a fight, he thought to himself. Youth really is wonderful. There was a time when I too slaughtered 10,000 immortals for one person. A while later, Chu Nian stepped out of a taxi at Hong Nguyen Tower. Seeing him approach, Fan Hong made the introductions. Master Chu, this is Master Ningguo's master, Master La Thon Fong. This is Chu Nian. We all call him Master Chu. Thon Fong extended his hand with a slight smile. Master Chu, hello. Please forgive my previous presumptuousness. Chu Nian quickly shook the old man's hand. Hello, Master La. It's true what they say. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Sensing the power flowing between them, he continued. Master La's cultivation is profound. You must have already reached the mid-rank martial master level. I'm impressed. But Chu Nian's power immediately overwhelmed Thon Fong, leaving the old man stunned. Noticing this, he asked curiously, Have you finished probing, Master? Thon Fong clasped his hands and gave a forced smile. There's always a higher mountain. Master Chu is truly extraordinary. Seeing the old man's demeanor, Chu Nian thought, this man doesn't hold a grudge against me over his disciple's affair, and he isn't angry even after his attempt to probe me failed. He's broad-minded, truly admirable. Perhaps I should give him a little guidance? He also clasped his hands and replied, Old Master La, within your energy, I see a man who has weathered many storms. You can relax a little. Too much of anything is not good. Fan Fong was stunned, thinking to himself, too much of anything is not good. All my life, I've walked so many paths, faced so much hardship, and nearly died several times to achieve what I have today. It seems suffering has become a habit. He immediately bowed with his hands clasped and said with sincere gratitude, Thank you, Master Chu, for your guidance. Watching from a distance, Fan Hong was full of admiration. Mr. So is truly incredible. Did he really subdue Grandmaster Lathan Fong with just a handshake? Fan Fong turned to him and said, President Fan, I have one more request. I hope you'll allow my master and me to accompany you and observe. Fan Hong replied without hesitation. Of course. Having Grandmaster Law's assistance is more than I could ever ask for. A while later, So Nian followed them to a luxurious villa. He exclaimed, Rich people sure know how to live. They even know how to pick the right spot, renting out an entire place just for one fight. Just then, Weibo spoke up from behind him. With your abilities, mister, so, if you wanted it, there'd be a line of people waiting to gift you a place like this. He paid it no mind, just put his hands behind his head and kept walking. I'm fine, just being a teacher. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, making So Nian stop and turn his head. Dan Da, a cigarette in his hand, spoke up. President Lam, is this the guy you wanted me to deal with? Someone like him isn't even worth my trip to Kujiang. What a backwater place. There are no real masters here. Weibo couldn't help but shout in anger. How dare you insult my master? So Nian suddenly spoke up. Mr. Wei, why are you staring at him like that? You know, staring at someone that ugly for too long will hurt your eyes. The man burst out laughing. Mr. So, you really are a teacher. That was perfectly said. Thanda quickly glared at him, frowning. What did you just say? Just then, Haifeng patted the man's shoulder. Mr. Ngo, please calm down. There's no need to bother with worthless trash like them. He then pointed to a scar on his head and yelled, Fan Hong, years ago you cut my head. If you let me cut you just once today, I'll give you that plot of land. Fan Hong remained calm and replied, Enough talk. Let's just follow the rules. Meanwhile, Thanfeng leaned close to Suo Ran and whispered, I can't read that man's power level. Teacher Suo, how can you see it? He crossed his arms. He's probably using some kind of technique to hide his aura. That's not unusual, Weibo chimed in. In that case, let me test his skills. If even I can't beat him, then he's not worthy of my master and senior Suo Ran lifting a finger. Thanda sneered mockingly. So old and still stuck at the martial apprentice level. What a pity. A backwater place like Kuugyang City is just so behind the times. With a burst of speed, he appeared in front of the man and roared, Die! Facing Weibo's attack, Thanda just calmly kept smoking. The moment the attack was about to land, he blocked it with one hand. Weakened by age, he was immediately thrown back. Luckily, Thanfeng rushed over to catch Weibo before he fell. Supporting the old man's frail body, he thought to himself, to defeat Weibo with a single punch. Good thing it wasn't a fatal blow, that bastard. Having watched the whole time, Suo Ran exclaimed, The 5-animal fist. Thanda couldn't help but be surprised, asking with a smirk, Oh? You recognize it? Haifeng put a hand on his head and laughed loudly. Fan Hong, it looks like the person you invited is no match for my guy. If I were to kill you today, do you think anyone would know it was me? Hearing this, Fan Hong gritted his teeth. Lam Haifeng said, Don't you dare take another step. Ignoring his words, the man turned to leave, instructing Thanda as he walked. Mr. Wu, I'll leave this to you. Kill them all. Thanfeng's face darkened. He cupped his fists and said, Luo Thanfeng from Kuyu Giang, I ask for your guidance. The man gave a mocking smile and replied, I can't offer guidance. I can only kill. The old man charged forward, his fist enveloped in a powerful energy. Then let's see if you can kill me. With that, Thanfeng slammed his power downward, but to his shock, Thanda was already standing above him. The old man's jaw dropped in disbelief, circulating inner energy. He's a grandmaster! In an instant, the man had already moved behind Thanfeng. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He spun around hastily, using both hands to block the man's punch, but the force was so immense it sent Thanfeng staggering back. He clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood, making Fan Hong extremely worried. Haifeng clapped his hands in praise. Excellent! Mr. Wu truly lives up to his name as Kim Lam City's #1 expert. In a place like this, he's simply invincible. He then turned to Suo Ran, his eyes pleading. Teacher Suo, the old man suddenly cut in. It's no use. We have to concede for now. With Teacher Suo's skills, I'm afraid he'd just lose like I did. There's nothing he can do against that man. Those words reached Thanda's ears, surprising him. So, you're a fellow martial artist? To have entered the path of martial arts at such a young age shows your talent isn't bad. If you're willing to follow me from now on, I'll spare your life today." With a calm expression, he replied without hesitation, "There is no one in this world qualified to teach me." Hearing this, Thanda couldn't contain his anger. A newborn calf doesn't fear the tiger, but it still ends up as the tiger's meal. Unwilling to back down, Suo Ran clenched his fist, emitting a surge of power. He pointed 2 fingers, shooting a bolt of electricity toward the man. "Then let me see you try." Blood vessels started to pop in Thanda's eyes. Immediately after, a violent spasm seized him, throwing him backward. Seeing this, Haifeng couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Grandmaster Wu!" Suo Ran glanced at Fan Hong. "Boss Hong, should I kill him or let him live? You make the call." On the other side, Thanda spoke as drops of his blood hit the ground. "You want to kill me? Remember, I'm from Kim Lam's Tianfang International." He roared while spitting out blood. "If you kill me, the people from Tianfang International only need to lift a finger, and your family and the Hongyuan group will all be wiped out." Fan Hong was stunned. Tianfang International? He thought to himself. Tianfang International is a giant in Kim Lam City. Even if more than half of Kuyujiang City's companies banded together, they'd be no match for them. Hearing those words from Thanda's mouth, Suo Ran slowly walked closer to him. He stood over him, looking down with terrifying eyes. "You said you're from Tianfang International? Fine, Tianfang International. I wasn't looking for trouble with you, but you came knocking on my door." Suo Ran looked at the man's pathetic state and thought, "In my past life, my little sister was nearly driven to suicide because of their eldest son. She committed suicide because the eldest son of Tianfang International tried to abduct her. In this life, I will make damn sure they don't get away with it." Seeing things get more and more tense, Fan Hong worried silently. He knew Lam Haifeng could call in people from Tianfang International, and Eno Thanda's status in Kim Lam City was higher than La Tanfeng's in Kujiang. If it was an order from Tianfang International and several major corporations applied pressure at once, the Hongvian group would surely collapse. Fan Hong hurried over. "Master Chu, you can't kill him. This man has a special status." Thanda cut him off. "Let us go, and we can still talk things over. If anything happens to me here today, you're finished too." Haifeng suddenly spoke up. "Actually, there's no real grudge between us. Whatever Fan Hong is paying you, I'll give you double. I can even bring you to Kim Lam City. It's such a waste for you to stay in a place like Kujiang." Fan Hong roared, "Lam Haifeng, you bastard. How dare you try to poach my people in broad daylight?" He figured that just being the young master of the Chu family wasn't enough to win him over. Chu Nian continued, "If it weren't for Tianfang International, I might have spared your life." He glared at Thanda with icy eyes. "Too bad for you. You're his dog." Faced with Chu Nian's invisible pressure, the man hastily turned to flee. "Let's go! He's about to kill someone!" Haifeng was stunned for a moment, then scrambled after him. "Master, no! Don't leave me behind!" Chu Nian immediately created a bolt of electricity and aimed it at Thanda. "Think you can escape? This is the perfect chance to test the power of this little treasure." Meanwhile, the man was thinking smugly, "My skywalking technique has reached the point where I can walk on water. I don't believe he can catch me." Just as he thought that, he was jolted with shock, and then Thanda's entire body was engulfed in a sea of flames. His piercing scream echoed for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Fan Hong couldn't hide his astonishment, thinking to himself, "That's a magic treasure. A magic treasure. Our little Kujiang city has someone this incredibly formidable." As he waved his hand, Thon Fong bowed his head and said, "Master Chu, today was truly an eye-opener. You must have reached the grandmaster realm, haven't you?" The electric current around Chu Nian's hand suddenly condensed into a small pellet. He glanced back as he put it in his pocket, thinking, "Grandmaster? The vision of mortals is truly limited." Just as Chu Nian looked forward again, Haifeng dropped to his knees, bowed his head before him, and cried out, "Master Chu, spare my life!" Fan Hong stepped forward and offered, "Master Chu, how about you let me handle this person?" While the man was trembling from head to toe, Chu Nian turned and replied, "Boss Hong, I won't ask about your affairs, but if you want to expand the Hongvian group's influence in a short time, why not buy out President Lam's shares in Tian Duke?" Hearing this, he turned to look at Haifeng. "Master Chu is absolutely right. I wonder what you think of this proposal." Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed his head on the ground and replied, "I agree. I, Lam Haifeng, am willing to sell all my shares. Furthermore, I swear from this day forward, I will never appear in Kujiang City again." Watching Chu Nian's retreating back, Fan Hong thought to himself, "This is true power. A single word was enough to make an entire family business change hands. It's a good thing I allied myself with Master Chu in time. Otherwise, the one getting kicked out of the city would have been me." The next day, he was sitting at his desk as usual when his phone rang with a call from his younger sister. He answered immediately. "It's me. What's wrong?" The girl blurted out. "Brother, something happened to Dad at the company. On his way home, he was beaten up." Chu Nian shot to his feet so fast that the floor beneath him cracked. You stay home and take care of Dad. I'm coming right now. His face darkened as he left, slightly frightening a nearby teacher. Meanwhile, Chu Nian thought, in my past life, it was around this time that Dad was forced to resign. In this life, you all just wait for me. A short while later, at Chu Nian's old house, he burst through the door, exclaiming, Dad, are you okay? Sun Ha was surprised. Little Nian, why are you here? He glanced at his daughter and sighed. It must have been this girl who told you. It's nothing serious. I just got hit a few times. Sun Ha smiled faintly, placing food on the table. You're back just in time. Let's eat. It's been a long time since you've had your dad's cooking, right? Hearing this, Chu Nian gritted his teeth, fighting back tears. He thought to himself, after I suddenly left Earth in my past life, it's been 1,000 years since I've seen everyone. I missed you all so much. At that thought, he suddenly knelt, startling his sister and father. Little Nian, what's wrong? Chu Nian clenched his fists with determination. Dad, from now on, I will take care of you. I will find Mom so our family can be reunited. Sun Ha walked over and patted his shoulder. What silly things is this kid saying? Things are fine now. Get up and eat. Chu Nian gritted his teeth again. Dad, tell me the truth. What exactly happened? He gave a forced smile. It's just a small matter. I can handle it myself. Just then, his sister interrupted. Brother, this is no small matter at all. The one who had Dad beaten up was your elementary school classmate, Zhang Hongyu. Chu Nian was a bit puzzled. What does he have to do with this? He tried to recall. I remember Zhang Hongyu. It seems we were rivals since we were kids. I was always one step ahead of him in school. Could it be that he's hated me all this time? Before Chu Nian could ask, his sister continued. A relative of Zhang Hongyu wanted to get a job as a cashier at Dad's company, but there were no openings. So they framed Dad, falsely accusing him of stealing company money. Chu Nian's sister sighed. It was too much of a coincidence. A few hundred from the company funds Dad was holding suddenly went missing. Even though it was only a few hundred, Dad was still blamed for it, so he was fired. He was already furious, but hearing that made him even angrier. Then why did they beat him? Sun Ha had no choice but to answer. It was all my fault. I was so angry at the time that I cursed Zhang Hongyu out. Yesterday, when I was leaving work, some people cornered me. Little Nian, don't go looking for them. With my qualifications, I can easily find another job. Zhang Hongyu's father is the president of the travel association. We can't fight them. Now that you have a job, I can rest easy. Chu Nian clenched his fists and replied, Dad, I understand. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. He glanced at the empty bowl next to him, thinking, that's Mom's seat. Ever since I can remember, Dad has always done this, as if someone was always there beside him. After finishing his meal, Chu Nian left the house. He pulled the last piece of meat off the skewer in his hand. Chewing, Chu Nian looked around and thought, they must be around here somewhere. You don't get to touch my family and have it end this easily. At a nearby construction site, cheers erupted. Drink up, damn it! Making money is easy now. Brothers, eat and drink as much as you want. Zhang Hongyu's underling raised his beer can with a smug grin. Zhang Hongyu is the man. Tens of thousands for one job. We've got money to party now. This is the life. Let's drink, brothers. Just then, Chu Nian's voice came from behind him. So it was you guys. More than 10 years have passed, and you haven't matured one bit. Zhang Hongyu's underling sneered as he pulled a knife from his hip. We're all old friends. Why start with the sarcasm so soon? Oh, I heard you're working as a teacher in Kujiang City, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. He arrogantly pointed the knife at his face and said, back then, you kept Zhang Hongyu down, but he's different now. His family has money. Now look at yours. Then he laughed loudly. Zhang Hongyu's underling didn't stop there, adding, but that sister of yours is quite pretty. Even though her legs are crippled, you can still have some fun with her. In that instant, he suddenly vanished from before the man's eyes, then slammed into the underling's stomach, causing him to spit up blood. Chu Nian glanced over and said, don't worry. Tonight, after I'm done with you lot, Zhang Hongyu won't be getting away either. The other thugs immediately shouted, he dared to hit our boss! Brothers, get this guy and kill him. They rushed at Chu Nian with their knives. Don't even dream of leaving here alive today. Kill him for me. But one by one, they all ended up on the ground. Amidst the fallen crowd, he slowly walked forward. Zhang Hongyu's underling clutched his stomach, trembling. Is he even human? This guy, Chu Nian spoke, making his face turn pale with fear. I'll ask one last question. He stomped hard on the underling's hand. The man's scream rang out along with Chu Nian's voice. Where is Zhang Hongyu right now? With snot and tears streaming down his face, the underling replied, it hurts. I'll talk. He's at number 1 West Street. He glared down at him, then took out the 2 skewers from his hand. All right, since you told me, you can go. As he spoke, Chu Nian threw the 2 skewers forward, each one piercing one of the underling's legs. He fell, screaming in agony. Why? I already told you. You sneer. But whether you admit it or not, the fact is, You people hurt my father and humiliated my sister. If I weren't stronger than you guys today, I'm afraid my entire family would have suffered a fate too tragic to even imagine. Suo Ran glanced at his accomplices who were trying to flee. To prevent future trouble, all of you will lose your legs. That way, you'll never be able to get revenge on my family again. He then threw the remaining needles at them. None of you are getting away. After dealing with all of them, Suo Ran put on his hood and left. In the dead of night, at Hongyu's luxurious villa, he had a beautiful girl in each arm. In a lecherous tone, he asked Shen Tao, "Did you see what a pathetic loser Su Shanhei looked like today? In this Huanghua town, I am the law," he replied fawningly. "Boss, to put it simply, your style is comparable to the young masters of the great families. From now on, I'll be young Master Zhang's loyal follower." Hong Yu took a drag from his cigarette, satisfied. "Well said. That bastard's son is my rival, too." "That's right. I'm in a good mood. Want to play some exciting games?" Shen Tao was curious. "Oh? What kind of fun games?" A second later, he grabbed the two beautiful girls by the hair, a dark look in his eyes as he said, "Let these beauties play with each other while we watch from the side. It's a visual stimulant." Shen Tao's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered him. "Young Master Zhang is truly brilliant." One of the girls, terrified, tried to beg, but before she could finish her sentence, Hong Yu threatened her with his lit cigarette. "What, you're not going to give me any face?" The other girl saw this and cursed inwardly. So cruel. But this guy was a demon king you couldn't afford to cross. The two women helplessly began to embrace and grope each other. Hong Yu laughed loudly. "Now that's more like it." Shen Tao chimed in from the side. "Young Master Zhang is amazing." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "How does that saying go? Those on the outside want to get in, and those on the inside want to get out. How sophisticated." Shen Tao immediately yelled, "Who's there? How the hell did you get in here?" "Guards?" Suo Ran answered, completely unfazed. "Young Master Zhang, don't you even recognize an old friend like me?" Seeing him, Hong Yu greeted him casually. "Is that you, Suo Ran? What's up? You here to see me about something? Is it about wanting to join us again?" Suo Ran unceremoniously sat down in the main chair, his attitude perfectly calm. "You really are thick-skinned and shameless, but I like it. That'll make beating you up later feel all the more satisfying." Hong Yu's expression darkened. "It seems you're here because of your father. You've got some serious nerve. Daring to barge in here," he shot back, not to be outdone. "I dare to barge into hell itself. What's a pigsty like this? How much do you think your life is worth?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Tao smashed the wine glass in his hand onto the floor. Riding on his boss's coattails, he yelled, "You talk big, don't you? You're Suo Ran, right? Don't think just because you're some teacher in Jujiang City that you have the right to talk like that in front of the great young Master Zhang." Shen Tao pointed at Suo Ran's face and ordered, "Get on your knees and apologize, or you'll be crawling out of here today. The guards at this villa are all specially trained soldiers." Unexpectedly, he spoke with complete indifference. "Guards? Why don't you shout a few times and see if anyone comes to protect your two worthless lives?" Hong Yu frowned, thinking, he was a soldier in college. He must have already taken care of all the guards. But so what? Thinking this, he leisurely waved his cigarette and spoke. "This is a society governed by law. I'm just going to stand here today and see what you can do to me. One phone call reporting you for breaking and entering, and won't you be doing a few years in prison?" Suo Ran wasn't intimidated. "On the contrary," he replied calmly. "It seems you still don't understand the situation. From now on, what you say doesn't matter. Only what I say matters." With that, he turned to Shen Tao and asked, "You're the one who stole my father's job, aren't you?" He admitted it bluntly, even taunting him. "So what if I did? What can you do to me?" Suo Ran held up one finger and replied, "Same deal as before. We're betting lives for money today. One leg for 1 million yuan." Shen Tao rolled up his pant leg and said, "I'm calling your bluff. What are you going to do if I don't pay? If you've got the guts, come over here and bite me. Here's my leg. If you've got the balls, go ahead and break it." His actions successfully made Suo Ran frown. His finger on the table twitched, flicking something out. While Shen Tao was still gloating, the object he shot pierced straight through his leg. A second later, the pain shot up from his leg, causing Shen Tao to collapse to the floor, screaming in agony. Suo Ran waved his hand and said, "Get out. This has nothing to do with you two." Hong Yu, terrified by the scene before him, asked shakily, "What did you do?" He replied casually, "Nothing much, just 1 million. For someone with young Master Zhang's family background, that should be easy to part with, right? 1 million yuan for one leg seems fair. Besides, it's not too late. There's still the second leg." Though he was scared, he tried to act tough and yelled, "Suo Ran, what the hell do you want? This is illegal." Suo Ran's eyes darkened as he retorted, "You framed my father and had people beat him up. You didn't think that was illegal?" With that, Suo Ran pointed to Shen Tao on the floor. "Looks like this cousin of yours doesn't want to save your other leg." He immediately looked at Hong Yu, crying and begging for help. Bro, save me. Suo Ran threatened them in a completely nonchalant tone that if they didn't pay up, he'd take care of their arms next. Shen Tao tearfully agreed to pay. Okay, I'll pay. Boss, I was wrong. I'll pay 2 million. Satisfied with the answer, he gave him a deadline. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just done this from the start? I'll give you 1 month. Get the 2 million yuan to my family within a month. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Next, he pointed towards the standing Hong Yu. Now it's your turn, my dear old classmate. He looked flustered and also decided to offer money. Suo Ran, isn't it money you want? I'll give you 4 million. But he wanted a much higher price. The life of the great young master Zhang is worth much more than that. 40 million, not a penny less. Hong Yu felt that was too much and immediately refused. Because he didn't have enough to pay. No way. That's too much. My family is only considered somewhat wealthy in this town. Our entire fortune is only a few tens of millions, but most of it is in illiquid assets. I really can't come up with that much. Hearing this, Suo Ran's expression soured. He decided not to let him off. Then I guess you don't need your limbs anymore. Hong Yu was immediately attacked. He fell to the ground, bleeding, and threatened him angrily. Suo Ran, you broke both my arms and legs. I won't let you live in peace. A security guard suddenly appeared. He rushed in to check on the situation. Boss, are you okay? Hong Yu ordered. What are you standing there for? Call the police. Don't worry about me. He stubbornly turned to Suo Ran and threatened him gloatingly. Suo Ran, you're finished now. So what if you're strong? Once the police get here, you're dead. With these charges, you'll get life in prison at least. And I'll take good times care of your little sister. Hearing this, Suo Ran wasn't scared at all. Instead, he questioned him back, even revealing he knew about Hong Yu's depraved past. Why do you think I didn't stop you from calling the police? Back when we were in school, to get a girl who rejected you, you ruined her. You're a pervert. I know you very well. Hong Yu was furious. What do you mean? He put on a sinister expression, letting him know he would be fine. It's because I want to show you what true despair is. The moment when you've used every trick in the book to beg everyone for help, only to realize it's all useless. In the end, the one going to prison will be you, not me. A police car had arrived downstairs. A police officer slowly stepped out of the car. Jingyu instructed everyone to be on high alert to avoid any mistakes. Everyone, be careful. According to the report, the culprit inside is highly skilled in martial arts, and he has 2 hostages. Jingyu opened the door, rushed in with her gun drawn, and ordered, "Don't move! Everybody freeze!" She was startled and stunned. Jingyu never expected the person inside to be Suo Ran. Suo Ran, why is it you? He remembered the time she gave him a drink. Suo Ran greeted her. You're Xiao Jingyu, right? Long time no see. Jingyu found his presence strange. Why are you here? Didn't you go to Jujiang City to be a teacher? She felt a knot in her stomach when she learned about the situation. If So Nian really did beat up Zhang Hongyu, then he was done for. She hesitated for a moment. After all, he was the guy she used to have a crush on. So Nian was blunt and showed no fear. He hit my dad, so of course I had to help him get some payback. At that moment, Hongvu started crying, begging her to arrest him. "You can't do! Hurry up and arrest him! It was him! It was him who beat me up! Hurry and arrest him! If you mess with me, So Nian, you won't have a moment's peace." Kandu followed procedure, took out her handcuffs, and told him, "So Nian, you need to come down to the station with me. Don't worry. The police won't frame an innocent person." Before following her, So Nian made a request. "I'll cooperate with the police, but can I make one phone call first?" He got into the police car and called his dad, lying. "Hello, Dad? I ran into an old friend, so I'll be home a little late. I might not even come home tonight. Of course, it's true. I'm not doing anything wrong. If you don't believe me, you can talk to my friend." Kandu played along perfectly with So Nian. "Uncle So, it's me, Tio Kandu. I was So Nian's classmate in middle school." Before she could finish, So Nian's father spoke up, trying to set them up. "Oh, so it's you. Well, you two have fun talking. Let me tell you, my So Nian isn't half bad. If you two get along, you could give it a shot." Seeing this, he panicked and told her to hang up. Meanwhile, Kandu's face had flushed red. "I'm not talking to your dad anymore. I'm hanging up," he sighed in frustration to Kandu. "Adults are all like that. I just graduated and he's already this worried." She had a headache and was annoyed. How can you be in the mood to joke at a time like this? Inside the hospital, Trong Dong Fuang was making a scene. "Our son was beaten this badly. If my boy doesn't make it, I'll make you pay with your life. And what about Tu Dao? How am I supposed to face my brother?" Mai Tuyet tearfully informed Hongvu. "The doctor said you've lost the use of your arms and legs. From now on, you'll have to be in a wheelchair." He turned to his father in a rage. "Dad, I want him dead and in pieces." Dong Fuang agreed with his son. "Don't worry, the chief is an old friend of your father's. Besides, the evidence is clear on this. There's absolutely no way he can escape." The light in the interrogation room at the police station stayed on through the night. So Nian sat across from 2 police officers, casually remarking how surprisingly simple the inside of this place he'd come to for the first time was. The older-looking officer slammed his hand on the table, shouting at So Nian to get serious, and that if he didn't want to suffer, he'd better confess to how he assaulted Zhang Hongyu and Tam Dao. So Nian just shrugged and smirked. I'm just an outstanding teacher who came to visit an old friend. How could that turn into assault? He himself never expected them to cripple themselves. The officer didn't believe So Nian's words and continued to argue that if he wasn't beaten, did Hu Lai just break his own legs? Hearing the officer's rebuttal, he just let out a long yawn and said he didn't know. He even pleaded with them to let him sleep so they could continue the interrogation tomorrow, since it was past midnight anyway. The officer's face darkened, but he agreed to let So Nian rest, only dropping a sarcastic comment, hoping his mouth would still be this tough tomorrow. A moment later, the two officers handcuffed So Nian and escorted him to one of the cells. After opening the door, they shoved him into the cell, which held about 4 or 5 other people. While the officer was unlocking his cuffs, So Nian heard a cocky voice call him over. A man with a scar on his face sat smugly on a bench, ordering him to come over and kiss his feet as a greeting. So Nian glanced at the man's lackeys behind him. He knew this was just the old-timers hazing the new guy, probably because Zhang Hongyu's family had used their connections to take care of him. The scar-faced man shot up impatiently and swung a slap at So Nian, cursing and telling him to get over here. But the slap was easily caught mid-air. The look in his eyes was like he was looking at something pathetic. A kick to the back of the knee from So Nian forced the scar-faced man to his knees. His arm was still held tightly by him, the sharp pain in his joint making him cry out, "Boss!" while silently gritting his teeth, planning to apologize first and figure things out later. Hearing his apology, So Nian let go of his wrist. He turned and walked to a corner, frowning as he said he needed to rest. "If you want something, come at me. I'm not afraid of any of you." The wind howled outside. So Nian sat watching the full moon outside the cell window, lost in thought. My cultivation slowing down is not a good thing. The Duong family and the So family must both have a grandmaster protecting them now. I have to quickly advance to the Haotian realm and resolve everything on Earth within 3 years to wait for the Immortal Gate to open again. At the same time, in a certain apartment complex, one room still had its lights on. Can-Do was tossing and turning, wondering why So Nian had gotten involved with those people. Unable to figure it out, she resolutely sat up and started thinking of a way to save him. She couldn't just stand by and watch So Nian suffer. Early the next morning, the chief's voice asking about Can-Do boomed throughout the police station. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he offered to let her take a half-day off. But Can-Do didn't care. She was only worried about So Nian's case from yesterday. She explained that he was an old childhood friend and wouldn't just attack someone for no reason. But after hearing this, his face darkened, reminding Can-Do that she was a police officer. With clear evidence, no matter what kind of friend he is, Can-Do couldn't save him. Half the day had passed outside. Can-Do sighed as she walked out of the chief's office, saying she would go visit So Nian first. Just as she ran into a colleague at the door, Can-Do reached out and asked where So Nian was being held, intending to re-interrogate him herself. The officer scratched his face, looking a bit guilty, but told her he was locked in cell number 1048. Hearing this, Can-Do felt like she'd been struck by lightning, because the people in that cell were all a bunch of lunatics. Seeing the look on her face, the officer felt a bit bad, hoping she wouldn't take her anger out on him since he was just following orders. Can-Do didn't hesitate and brushed past the officer, telling him to get So Nian out of that cell so she could continue the interrogation. At the cell, that officer opened the door. Can-Do anxiously pushed her way in, worriedly asking if So Nian was okay, but before she could finish her sentence, she froze. Because So Nian was perfectly fine and cheerful, while the inmates locked up with him were all trembling like they were about to piss their pants. The corner of her mouth twitched. Although it seemed unlikely, Can-Do was still a bit suspicious and confirmed again that So Nian was all right. So Nian looked a little miserable, rubbing his loudly growling stomach and replying that he was fine, just a little hungry. After getting some food in his stomach, he sat in the interrogation room with 2 officers, Can-Do and another man, and asked if he could make a phone call. Although she didn't understand what So Nian was planning, Can-Do still handed her phone over and asked who he was calling. So Nian chewed on his straw and looked at her with a playful smile, saying he was calling his grand disciple, silently adding to himself that the person was also the city's police chief, Quach Fan Loi. As soon as the line connected, to the confusion of the 2 officers, So Nian casually greeted Chief Quach, bluntly informing him that he was being held at the police station in Huanghua Town, Truangbin City. After he hung up, Can-Do broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Who were you just talking to? Which Chief Quach?" So Nian casually tapped on the phone and answered her that he had just called the chief of the Kujang City Police Department, Quach Fan Loi. The other officer sneered at So Nian, thinking he was just putting on a show. "You'd better just confess everything, and you might get a few years off your sentence." Then he dragged him to the interrogation room. Surprisingly, inside the interrogation room, So Nian ran into a familiar face. Hongvu let out a menacing laugh, mocking So Nian, sneering that he had said he would be the one going to jail, but in the end, it was him who was cowering in fear in here. So Nian didn't bother explaining anything to Hongvu, just looked at him with utter contempt. You've had all your limbs broken, and you still haven't learned any humility. I guess you want your fifth limb broken too. Hearing this, Hongvu trembled with rage, but was also a little wary and could only grit his teeth. Mai Tuyet, standing beside him with her burly figure, aggressively charged forward, demanding a fight to the death with So Nian for hitting her son. So Nian was still in handcuffs, so Kandu jumped in front of him, giving the woman an unfriendly glare. Only then did So Nian speak up in his defense. Your son stole my father's job, beat my father, and humiliated my sister. But I don't see you saying a word about that. Now that you're hurt, you're jumping up and down. Hearing that hit a nerve, and Mai Tuet was left speechless. Suddenly, Kandu's phone rang repeatedly, and she opened it to check. After that, she handed the phone to Su Nian, a bit embarrassed, telling him his family was calling. When he realized it was his dad, Su Nian panicked and lied that he was sleeping at a friend's house, promising he'd definitely be home for dinner. Hongvu's father, Dong Fuang, laughed even louder when he heard that. Did Su Nian really think this was a place you could just come and go as you please? Su Nian faced him without a trace of fear. A guy like him, Dong Fuang, had no right to say that to him. After all, hadn't he used every trick in the book to climb the ladder in this Huang Hoa town over the years? The sound of a car engine was heard outside the police station. A man in leather shoes stepped coolly out of the car. Ton Quan followed closely behind Fan Loi, shouting for the person in charge to come out. Su Nian leaned casually against the door, waiting. They could ask him anything now, but he had timed it perfectly. They probably wouldn't have time to ask much more. The station chief furiously pointed at Su Nian, scolding him for talking nonsense. Right in the middle of his rant, the door opened. Fan Loi and Tun Quan walked straight into the interrogation room. He worriedly asked Chief Tan why they were here. As soon as Fan Loi walked in, he was greeted by Su Nian. He was stunned to see that the boy was still in handcuffs. He turned and yelled, asking what kind of messed up interrogation this was, convicting someone without any evidence, and even daring to cuff Su Nian. His rage was so intense that even Tan Quan jumped. Tan Quan quickly turned to glare at the local chief, urgently telling him to unlock the cuffs. As he stepped forward to unlock the cuffs, he bowed and apologized repeatedly. In his heart, he seemed to have a vague suspicion of the shocking truth behind this incident. On the other side, Dong Fuang, with his shiny, bald head, was still being unbelievably stupid. He'd heard them clearly say Chief Quach, yet he still opened his mouth to ask which Chief Quach. The local chief gritted his teeth and told him it was the chief of the Kuzhuang City Police Department. Who else could it be? Dong Fuang felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Warning bells went off in his head. Could it really be that times person? The chief bowed and apologized to Su Nian with what seemed like great sincerity, but the boy couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing that he was about to be released, Hongvu flew into a rage, accusing Fan Loi of being a leader who was covering for a criminal, and even threatened to report it to a higher authority. Seeing that he was a lost cause, Su Nian narrowed his eyes. He held out his phone for everyone to see the home security camera footage, which had recorded the whole situation. He would show them that he hadn't committed any crime. Seeing the two small girls on the screen, Kandu couldn't help but feel embarrassed, coughing lightly to compose herself. The video clearly showed Hongvu putting on a one-man show, but only Tan Quan knew it was an air manipulation technique, something normal people could hardly see. After everyone finished watching, Su Nian played innocent, saying he didn't do anything. He was just visiting an old friend and got caught up in this mess. Maybe his bones were just a bit loose from being played with too much. How could they blame him? Hongvu was still not convinced, breaking out in a cold sweat. He kept insisting they had to believe Su Nian had hit him, even when the evidence was crystal clear. Tun Quan angrily cut him off, scolding him for talking nonsense because there are no gods in this world. Who could possibly hit someone like that? The chief quickly seized the opportunity, bowing to apologize to Su Nian and the two visiting chiefs, promising to handle the matter fairly. Su Nian stood before Hongvu, looking at him as indifferently as he would an ant. The ones going to prison would definitely be Hongvu and his family, not him. While he was at it, Su Nian turned and pointed directly at Dong Fuang, telling Fan Loi that the murder case from 10 years ago was probably related to him. Without a word, he told Tan Quan to investigate the lead, believing Su Nian without question. Although a bit concerned, Tan Quan passed the task to the town's chief, ordering him to investigate it thoroughly. Seeing that the matter was settled, Dong Fuang hurriedly begged Chief Tai to believe he was framed. His heart was filled with terror. The murder case wasn't the only thing he had done. Chief Tai gritted his teeth. What good would it do if he believed Dong Fuang? It was Fan Loi and Tan Quan who needed to be convinced. Kandu watched Su Nian's back as he left with them, full of admiration. He really was even more amazing than before. Outside the main gate, Su Nian shook Fan Loi's hand with an apologetic smile for having to trouble him to come all this way to bail him out. Suddenly, Su Nian's phone rang. He was a bit surprised, wondering why Principal Tan was calling him so early in the morning, but what answered him was her ear-splitting scolding. Sun Yan hadn't even bothered to show up for the first period literature class today. The students were in chaos, yet he still dared to ask her what was so important that she had to call him. Rubbing his aching ear, Sun Yan suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about his teaching duties. Tan Yin screamed in a fury. She didn't care where Sun Yan was. He had to be there within the next hour, or she would dock his entire internship salary. She was basically a capitalist, just without the citizenship. On his end, Sun Yan scratched his head in confusion, even sarcastically asking if Tan Yin was this angry because it was that time of the month. The shout was as loud as a bomb exploding, making both him and Fan Loi jump. Then, she hung up. Sun Yan still tried to play it cool, laughing it off with him, saying how could he possibly drop everything and run back just for that small salary. But just a moment later, Sun Yan was neatly dressed in a vest, presenting a written apology for his just-invented excuse of oversleeping. Tan Nian crossed her arms, saying nothing as she watched him place the multi-page report on her desk. A moment later, her anger subsided. She looked at Sun Yan, slightly embarrassed, and told him not to be careless, so as not to lose face in front of the students and teachers of Yizhong during the exchange event in the next 3 days. Sun Yan leaned over her desk like he was trying to psychologically manipulate her, promising that he was a very well-behaved and honest person. That's what they all say. Even as his hand was dropping something into Tan Nian's teacup, her blood boiled. She jumped up and asked what he put in her cup. Before leaving, Sun Yan quickly winked and told her that if she wasn't feeling well, she should get plenty of rest. After saying that, he quickly ran off, leaving Tan Yin alone to fly into a rage, cursing him out. But a moment later, her face flushed red as she held the cup, wondering what he had put in it. In the classroom, the students were munching on the chocolate bars Sun Yan gave them while complaining about the lesson. If he was going to bribe them, he could at least use something better than this cheap, buy one get two free junk. If he was broke, he should just say so. The students would give him money to buy better stuff. Vuong Lin, on the other hand, was very satisfied with her chocolate, thinking that it's the thought that counts. Even though they complained, they all gobbled it down. However, while wiping the blackboard, Sun Yan harshly scolded them. "You're still talking with your mouths full? Hurry up and eat. Get fat so no one will love you. Then you can focus on your studies." At that moment, Vuong Lin realized she had been delusional, getting emotional over nothing. A moment later, Sun Yan tapped the blackboard to get the students' attention. He announced that whoever showed the most improvement on next month's test would get to sit next to Lak Lak. It was like he'd hit the boys' weak spot. They jumped up, promising to be top in the district, top in the school, everything. Sun Yan rubbed his forehead and told them to be quiet, also announcing that another Yizhong school would be visiting for an exchange soon, and Class 18 had to behave and not cause any trouble. Upon hearing that, Hulai immediately objected. He said he heard the principal tell Teacher Su to behave, not them. Standing at the front, the boy's expression didn't change as he effortlessly twisted the truth, applying the order to all of Class 18 since he was their homeroom teacher. He ignored the murmurs that followed. Han Qin, standing outside, listened to Sun Yan teach. He was endlessly curious about how such a young teacher got hired, figuring there must be something special about him, so he asked if he could come in for a guest lecture. Although Tan Yin was a bit hesitant, saying she had to ask Sun Yan's opinion first, she was silently groaning inside. Anyone but him. Why did it have to be him? But as Tan Yan entered the classroom, she had no idea that Han Qin, behind her, had come prepared to investigate. He was the mastermind who caused Tran Tuanvu to leave Sanzhong. He had to check this boy out thoroughly. Seeing Tan Yan walk into the classroom, Sun Yan was quite surprised. "What are you doing here? Is the exchange school so taken with my handsome face that they're planning to poach me?" Tan Yan looked up at him seriously, telling him that they wanted to come listen to his lecture, so she wanted Sun Yan to seize the opportunity to humiliate them. A moment later, she added in frustration that they had lost for 3 semesters in a row. They couldn't lose this time. Sun Yan followed Tan Yan's gaze to the person standing outside the door. "I get it," he said. "Humiliating others just happens to be my favorite thing to do." With the decision made, Sun Yan politely walked to the door himself to invite Han Qin in. He didn't say a word to him, but instead yelled towards the corner of the hallway, calling for the genius class of Yizhong to follow him in. Sun Yan almost bit his tongue when he saw the group of students marching aggressively toward them. Watching them enter the classroom one by one, Hulai, Fei Fei, and the other students were all wary of them. With such iron discipline on display, Third High couldn't afford to lose face. A moment later, after everyone had settled into their seats, Sun Yan looked at his class, slightly surprised. All of his students were sitting upright and serious. He sighed inwardly, thinking that these brats finally knew how to save face for him. After a long-winded introduction about the love for ancient poetry, Sun Yan finally got to the main topic of the lesson, calligraphy, a precious treasure of Chinese culture. The students below looked as if they'd been struck by lightning, every single one of them dumbfounded. Their teacher was really something else. Sun Yan picked up the chalk and thought to himself that empty theory wasn't enough. As an immortal who specialized in calligraphy, he had to give a proper demonstration. With that thought, Sun Yin turned and placed the chalk on the board, explaining that calligraphy was a written expression of one's spirit, energy, and essence. It could reveal the writer's personality and even diagnose illnesses. Han Qin, who was standing nearby, disagreed with Sun Yan's last point. He directly criticized him for teaching deviant ideas. Guo Kao, standing with Tan Nian, also pointedly warned Sun Yan not to embarrass them. Although he disliked Sun Yan, he hated the nitpicking teacher, Han Qin, even more. Seeing this, Sun Yan spoke up, inviting Han Qin or a few others to come to the board and write something to prove his point on the spot. He inwardly smirked. He had intentionally set a trap, and to his surprise, Han Qin actually dared to jump in. None of the students below were excited. Only Tian Tusuai enthusiastically raised his hand. The boy rushed to the board and confidently wrote a line of text. Sun Yan was inwardly surprised that Tusuai had even practiced calligraphy. Meanwhile, Han Qin watched his every move closely, trying to see what he would glean from the writing. The moment he finished writing, Sun Yan quickly delivered his analysis in front of the class, practically executing Tusuai with his words. Although the strokes had strength, it seemed he had just been rejected by his crush. The style was decent, but the brush strokes had lost their way. Tusuai's face turned beet red. His friends around him couldn't believe his bravery. Because it was so accurate, Tusuai had no choice but to admit it. Han Qin, standing beside them, was unconvinced. He made it clear that of course Su Nian would know about his own student, and that it would be better to test one of his students. With that, Han Qin called a student named Trin Duong to the board. He had just finished writing 2 sentences on the green board when Su Nian let out a gasp of surprise from below. He pointed out that the boy was troubled by something sad. If he wasn't mistaken, Trin Duong had recently argued with his girlfriend. The comment was so accurate that the boy jumped, his face flushing bright red. Su Nian quickly glanced towards a corner of the classroom, stating his suspicion that the female student standing there was Trin Duong's girlfriend. A female teacher from the first high delegation immediately pointed a finger and scolded Trin Duong because dating was forbidden at school. While erasing the board, Su Nian smiled and glanced at the male student who was repeatedly bowing and apologizing to her. After cleaning the board, Su Nian invited the teacher to come up and write a few characters herself. Behind her, Han Qin confidently encouraged her to go, not believing for a second that Su Nian could guess anything. She walked up to the board and wrote just a single horizontal stroke, the character for one. She smugly dusted off her hands, thinking to herself that Su Nian surely couldn't guess anything from that. But Su Nian wasn't one to back down. He rubbed his chin and asked curiously if she had a fiery temper. So, is it that time of the month? Even though she was a woman, Su Nian didn't hold back. The teacher from the delegation was so embarrassed, she had to angrily shout at Su Nian to watch his words. Su Nian didn't say anything more to her, instead turning to face Han Qin, guaranteeing that no one in the entire Jiangnan province understood calligraphy better than him. He politely boasted back, saying there were plenty of calligraphers better than Su Nian, especially himself. Suddenly, Tan Nian gasped in surprise, guessing that Han Qin was one of the province's 8 great calligraphers. Seeing that someone recognized him, Han Qin didn't hold back, taking the opportunity to praise Tan Nian for her knowledge. Su Nian stood beside them, completely confused. Why had he never heard of these so-called 8 great calligraphers of the province? Suddenly, Hu Lai swallowed hard and chimed in from the crowd. In one sentence, he explained that his father had once bid on one of Han Qin's calligraphy scrolls for over 1,000,000 yuan, a number that was enough to make the entire class erupt in shouts. Hearing that, Su Nian let out a laugh and gave Han Qin some perfunctory praise. He couldn't back down now. He was the face of the school. Seeing that his reputation had landed a psychological blow, Han Qin quickly proposed a challenge, saying he wouldn't make it difficult. All Su Nian had to do was write the poem The Richly Adorned Zither by Li Shangyin in both Yan and Li styles for the students to judge. In a moment, paper, brush, and ink were laid out on the teacher's desk. Han Qin's brush danced across the paper, and he quickly finished the poem in the Li style and hung it on the board. The students below were endlessly amazed, but they still had to force themselves to cheer for Sun Yan. After both calligraphy pieces were hung on the board by Duong Hoang, Han Qin stood there confidently and invited Sun Yan to take the brush. He smirked and rubbed his wrist. Anyone can put on an act, he thought. Finishing his thought, he called for a student to bring him 2 brushes. Han Qin glanced at Sun Yan mockingly and asked, "Do you even know how to do calligraphy?" The students below also found it strange, warning Sun Yan not to dig his own grave. Looking at the 2 sheets of paper spread out on the desk, Sun Yan calmly thought to himself that writing 1 sheet at a time was just too slow. In a flash, Sun Yan put brush to paper and began writing skillfully and continuously. Everyone's attitude began to change the moment Sun Yan started writing. "I can't believe Teacher Su is this amazing. His writing isn't any worse than Teacher Han's. And what's more, he's writing in 2 different styles at the same time. He's writing with both hands." After a period of his hands working at full capacity, Sun Yin finally completed his calligraphy. Tu Soai held up the 2 sheets of paper he had just written for everyone to see. Han Qin and his group could only stammer, at a loss for words. At that exact moment, the cheers of the third high students erupted. Teacher Su is the best. He's so damn good. He's ridiculously talented. One student even dared to shout, "I want to bow down to your 20 yuan jeans." The teacher's reactions weren't much different from the students. They were chattering on, making promises. Teacher Su, I'll never dare to talk bad about you again. You're my idol. From now on, I'll just say it to your face. I've got goosebumps all over. Teacher Su proved to us that nothing is impossible. Standing nearby, Tan Nian thought to herself, Sun Yin is actually pretty amazing. He's been full of surprises lately. In contrast to her proud attitude, Han Qin was fuming, silently cursing his name. Sun Yin knew perfectly well that he was furious, but still deliberately said, Teacher Han, you want to praise my calligraphy for being beautiful, don't you? Really, you don't have to hold back. Go ahead and praise me with all your heart. Although Han Qin was internally screaming and cursing him as a bastard, on the outside, he replied politely, Teacher Su, technique is just technique. No matter how magnificent it is, it's not as important as the essence you see in the characters. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, his eyes fell upon Sun Yin's writing again. This left him utterly stunned. He began to marvel. These 2 scrolls by Sun Yin, they truly have a soul. The artistic intent of the 2 pieces has merged into one, while my own characters are completely lifeless. They're just 2 ordinary, beautiful pieces of writing. Sun Yin stood beside him, watching him for a long moment before stating firmly, Teacher Han, you've lost. Setting aside technique, you've already lost in terms of mindset. Do you want to know why? The moment I saw you, I sensed your hostility. Let me guess, you're connected to Tuan Vu, so he told you to come here and give me a hard time, right? But you lost from the very first comparison. Whether I used a special technique or not, I had already beaten you. When you place calligraphy like that in front of true masters, whatever is hidden in the writer's heart is completely exposed. Han Qin was silent for a long time before making a new proposal. I lost this time because I was careless and underestimated you. But since we've already started competing, let's just continue to let the students from both schools have an exchange. Let's start with your Class 18 students. Hearing this, Sun Yin grew wary and asked what he wanted to compete in. He immediately replied with arrogance. The government wants to promote physical education these days. If we were to compete in academics, the geniuses in my class would obviously win. So, to not make things too hard for your class, let's compete in our strengths. The girls will compete in kendo, and the boys in basketball. What do you say? Fei Fei and the others jumped up in protest. That's not fair. Who makes girls learn kendo? Yeah, why don't we compete to see who has more money? In stark contrast to his students' fierce objections, Sun Yin calmly agreed. You even scheduled the kendo competition for tomorrow, with the boys' basketball match right after. Han Zheng couldn't find any reason to argue with you anymore, so he just stormed off in a huff. Suo Ran, just you wait. Seeing this, Hu Lai's group sighed. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Meanwhile, Suo Ran still had no idea what was going on with his students. Qin Ran, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke up. The women's kendo competition requires 3 people. I doubt we can even find that many in the entire school. Hearing this, he said with a sigh, and here I thought you were all multi-talented. Wang Ling shot back. Sir, we don't have time to learn things like that. Fei Fei meekly raised her hand. My parents forced me to learn a little Tai Chi sword a while back. Lin Xiaomei chimed in. I know a little too. Suo Ran said, stressed. So we're still 1 person short. Xiao Shuai then whispered a suggestion. I think Luo might know how. Cut to Qin Ran's office. She spoke slowly. I've already notified the school. Your class 18 will be in charge of this competition. But I'm very curious. You're skilled enough to beat the master calligrapher of Jiangnan province, yet you came to work at our school. You might not even make it through your internship. Outwardly, Suo Ran was silent and thoughtful, but inside, his mind was racing. How could he possibly tell her about his past life? Seeing he didn't answer, Qin Ran changed the subject. All right, that's not important. What's important is that we have to win, no matter what. I'm afraid we're bound to lose the kendo match, so we'll have to rely on basketball. Suo Ran replied firmly. I have faith in Luo. Oh, right. I asked you to find a bodyguard. Have you found one? Qin Ran answered, confused. Why would we need a bodyguard? I don't believe those guys can pull off anything major here in Zhujiang City. He thought to himself. Asterisk, she's so damn competitive. Asterisk, but he maintained a calm exterior. Fine, if anything happens, just come to me. Qin Ran immediately shot back. Come to you? You should be worrying about how you're going to pass your evaluation. He seized the chance to wheedle. If I manage to beat Yizong Hai, can't you just let me stay on as a permanent teacher? Hearing that, Qin Ran became thoughtful. The evaluation is official school policy. But if a majority of the board members agree, it shouldn't be an issue. However, it seems you've already made quite a few enemies. I heard two of the board members are close with Chen Junyu. Suo Ran flopped down onto a nearby chair and grumbled. No benefits, just pure exploitation of my labor. The bourgeoisie are so damn annoying. Qin Ran called his bluff. Stop the act. As it happens, I'm heading somewhere near your place today. I can give you a ride. He immediately pressed his advantage. Just for one day? If I beat the genius class, you should have to drive me home every day, she sighed in exasperation. I have never met someone so shameless, Suo Ran replied calmly. No need to be so modest. You're looking at him right now. Cut to the two of them, now settled in the car. Suo Ran glanced at the caller ID on the screen and thought to himself, Asterisk Fan Hong? Asterisk. He answered without hesitation. Hello? What's up, old Hong? The second he picked up, the man on the other end launched into it. Mr. Su, what's your relationship with Principal Anne? Her family's Huasheng group just developed a new drug. The profits are massive, so a lot of powerful people are targeting them now. If we could get our hands on that research, what do you think? Should we work together? Suo Ran cut him off. She's a friend of mine. After hanging up, he thought, asterisk, that should be enough for Fan Hong to know what to do. But if even he knows about this, it means everyone in Zhujiang's upper circle knows. Asterisk. Right after that, Suo Ran warned her in a low voice, don't say a word. We're being followed. Qin Ran was stunned and blurted out, what? Wang Bing, her bodyguard/driver, said nonchalantly, Miss Qin, don't worry. No one is following us. He even thought to himself, asterisk, is this pretty boy pulling a stunt like this just to impress a woman? Asterisk. Then, Suo Ran spoke in a cold voice. Not on the ground. They're in the sky. And just as he said, someone was monitoring them from above. Wang Bing immediately tried to reassure her. Don't worry, miss. I'll be sure to get you home safely. Suo Ran cut in. Don't head back. They've probably already set up an ambush there. Do as I say. Drive towards the outskirts of the city. Now. The more deserted, the better. Wang Bing snapped back irritably. And why should I listen to you? Suo Ran pressed a knife to his throat and warned him concisely. You'll listen to me if you want to live. Qin Ran, finally snapping out of her shock, asked, Can I trust you? Suo Ran turned to her and answered confidently, Right now, who else can you trust but me? After a moment of thought, Qin Ran made her decision. All right, I'll trust you. Wang Bing, do as he says. He then started running the calculations in his head. Asterisk. If I were alone, this would be easy. But I've got two civilians with me, Qin Ran and Wang Bing. Do they have guns? How many of them are there? Are they professional assassins or just common thugs? Asterisk. Asterisk, I have no intel on any of this. Asterisk. With that thought, he ordered Wang Bing to drive toward the outskirts and to just focus on the road. The man obediently grunted in acknowledgement. Suo Ran looked back, thinking, asterisk, if they're using a drone to track us, their vehicle can't be far. I have to time this perfectly. Asterisk. A second later, he spotted something. He suddenly called out, Found them! 3 black Benzes, about 10 guys. Hearing that, the driver immediately yanked the wheel, trying to shake the 3 powerful cars tailing them. A second later, Wang Bing glanced in the rearview mirror and yelled in alarm, Oh no, he's right, 3 cars are closing in on us. Panicked, Qin Ran asked, What in the world is happening? Seeing her panic, Suo Ran immediately calmed her down. It's okay, don't be scared, I'm here. His words made Qin Ran blush. After a moment, Wang Bing suddenly asked, Mr. Su, you were in the military, weren't you? He replied, You mean the Flying Wolves? The driver immediately lit up. So it really is you, Captain Yi. I was transferred in right after you were discharged. The drill sergeant never stopped telling us stories about you. You're my hero. Just as Wang Bing finished his declaration, a jet black car swerved in front of them, blocking their path. A crowd of men carrying bladed weapons emerged. Seeing them, Wang Bing offered to stay behind and hold them off so he and Qin Ran could escape, but Suo Ran ordered him to stay in the car and protect her. Hearing this, Qin Ran grabbed onto him. Suo Ran said to both of them, Principal, trust me, and you, have you already forgotten the Flying Wolves motto? We old-timers aren't all dead yet. It's not your turn, rookie, to throw your life on the line. With that, Suo Ran coolly stepped out of the car and asked nonchalantly, Can I help you with something? Or perhaps you'd like to sign up for some night classes? Cut the crap, the leader warned menacingly. If you know what's good for you, step aside. We only want the girl in the car. Suo Ran then asked with a cryptic smile, Gentlemen, do I look like a reasonable man to you? Hearing that, they charged. Did you forget where you are, asshole? We've got you surrounded. Standing his ground, Suo Ran took out 2 armed men with 2 swift movements. He gently placed his foot on one of them and asked, Speak, who sent you? The leader, enraged, yelled, Get him! Kill him! Just make sure the girl is unharmed! They thought a single slash would be enough to take him down, but Suo Ran dodged it with ease. He then effortlessly grabbed the bald man by the throat. Then, Suo Ran lifted him into the air and said nonchalantly, If you won't talk, I have other methods. With that, he silently activated his Qi observation technique. The man was instantly racked with agony, his eyes rolling back in his head from the pain. After extracting the information, Suo Ran thought coldly, asterisk, so it was Lin Haifeng. I warned him to stay out of Jujiang City. Asterisk. Just then, Qin Ran, who must have peeked out of the car, gasped in shock, Lin Haifeng! He immediately whipped his head back toward the car and told her, you should close your eyes. This isn't something you need to see. She obediently listened, but still pouted and mumbled, it's just a fight. What's the big deal? Who hasn't seen one before? The grunts behind them arrogantly ordered, let our boss go, now! Without a word, Suo Ran shifted his foot, and in the next instant, those loudmouths were taken down by him in a flash. On the other end, after receiving the news, Haifeng exclaimed in shock, what? They're all dead? What happened? Hurry up and talk. Suddenly, Suo Ran's cold voice came from behind him. Hello, CEO Lin. I believe I said last time that I hoped I wouldn't be hearing from you again, didn't I? Stay out of the Hoa Thang Group's business. A small fry like you shouldn't be sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Furthermore, tell that person backing you to know their place. Otherwise, I'll take the life of anyone who comes after me. Haifeng was so terrified he dropped his phone. The ill-fated phone shattered to pieces the moment it hit the ground. Scene changed to the next morning at 3rd High School. Suo Ran was in a pretty good mood today. He hummed a song. After tonight, the storms will return to the clouds. Wake up, my love. Let's close our eyes to sorrow. Seeing this, Dan Yu cheerfully greeted Suo Ran, good morning. Suo Ran immediately dropped a few pickup lines. Miss Dan, I've met many beautiful people in my life, but after meeting you, I realized they were just beautiful. You, on the other hand, are both beautiful and have class. She replied shyly. Mr. Suo, you're also dashing and handsome, with a face like jade. A colleague in the room couldn't stand their cheesy words anymore and had to run outside to throw up. Before leaving, he playfully told the two of them to carry on. Qin Ran, who had been standing at the door for who knows how long, suddenly called Suo Ran out to talk. She thought resentfully to herself, how dare he talk so cheerfully with the female teachers behind my back? Suo Ran leisurely took a sip of water and then asked her, Principal Tan, did you need me for something? Qin Ran asked awkwardly, Suo Ran, do you have any idea how dangerous yesterday was? Faced with her panic, Suo Ran replied nonchalantly, it was just a few thugs, that's all. I got rid of them in the end. But, next time, you should tell your family to send more people. Although Wang Bing isn't bad, and his character is quite reliable, Qin Ran muttered resentfully to herself. Thugs? With a bloodstain that big on the ground, does he really think I didn't see it? Even Wang Bing was terrified, wasn't he? Qin Ran sighed wearily. She had been worried about him all night, but today he was acting as if nothing had happened. A second later, she suddenly bowed her head to thank Suo Ran, leaving him completely stunned. As soon as she finished, Qin Ran shyly walked away, not paying attention to Suo Ran calling after her, you being so gentle all of a sudden. I'm not used to it, but you can't just thank me with words, you know. Can I sign the official contract now? Before long, the day of the competition against First High arrived. At the stadium, Suo Ran was getting anxious because he still hadn't seen Luo Luo, even though he had told her about it yesterday. Xiao Shuai, standing behind him, asked if he was sure he had told Luo Luo. Suo Ran replied, of course. I told her on QuiQ, but she hasn't replied, so she must have read it. Hearing Suo Ran's casual response, he was speechless. Something this important, and you only sent a QuiQ message? Yep. On top of that, Hu Lai, standing behind them, chimed in jokingly, don't worry, Xiao Shuai. I called Luo Luo yesterday. Suo Ran suddenly raised his voice. The match is starting. Down on the floor, Fei Fei got into her fighting stance amidst cheers from all sides. Go Fei Fei, go 3rd High, go Fei Fei. On the opposite side, Meng Yan received just as many cheers. Go 1st High, Meng Yan's got this in the bag. She leaped forward to attack as the crowd shouted warnings to be careful. Faced with the situation, Fei Fei was still dazed. Huh? What's going on? But Hu Lai and Xiao Shuai were still cheering their hearts out from the sidelines. Go Fei Fei, you're the champion. In response to those passionate cheers was a swift and humiliating defeat. This left Xiao Shuai and the others gaping in astonishment. The referee immediately declared Fei Fei's loss because she had stepped over the white line. Mr. Kim stood on the sidelines, praising smugly, haha, excellent. Meng Yan's kendo is improving more and more. She'll definitely be able to win the national championship one day. Although Suo Ran was on the opposing team, he frankly admitted that was a good move. Fei Fei hasn't even seen a real kendo technique yet, so of course she lost. Han Zheng said sarcastically, looks like 3rd High's kendo is pretty terrible, huh? Mr. Kim, standing next to him, immediately replied, don't you worry, Mr. Han. The next 2 matches will be just as easy to win. A moment later, the referee blew the whistle again, calling the next 2 contestants to the floor. Mr. Kim gently reminded his student, don't forget defense when you attack. Be fast, strong, and decisive. Use your head, and you can defeat any opponent. On the other side, The one taking the floor was Lin Xiaomei. She excitedly turned to Suo Ran and said, "Sir, give me some words of encouragement too. After all, I'm fighting for our honor." He calmly dropped a single phrase, "Knock her out cold." Suo Ran thought to himself, "This girl is surprisingly buff." Hearing that, Lin Xiaomei replied confidently, "Understood." The two female students got into their ready stances. Without hesitation, the referee shouted for the match to begin. The moment he finished, Xiaomei swiftly lunged at her opponent. She attacked relentlessly to seize the initiative. Suo Ran sat analyzing seriously. Her breathing control is very strange. Her sword style doesn't look like it belongs to any particular school, more like a mix of everything. Could it be she's self-taught? At this thought, he was startled. Holy crap! Does that mean there's a genius in my class? The girl fighting Xiaomei thought to herself as she defended, "At this rate, I'm going to lose, but I have absolutely no opening to counterattack." Mr. Kim, growing anxious, shouted, "Footwork like the wind! Thrust and sweep your sword quickly." The girl's footwork began to move step by step according to his words. Instantly, the other girl managed to counter Xiaomei's attack. The audience couldn't help but get indignant. How is that fair? That's against the rules. Han Zheng calmly reasoned, the students are competing, but the teachers are also part of the competition. If the other side is unhappy with something, they can also instruct their student. Mr. Su, don't forget this is an exchange for both teachers and students. But Suo Ran was completely unfazed and calmly stepped forward. I never knew that besides the three great sword schools of Jiangnan, there was also a fourth, the utterly shameless school. He shouted instructions to Xiaomei, aim for the chest. Xiaomei, trusting Suo Ran completely, charged forward. Mr. Kim grew even more furious and gave the next instruction to his student. And so it went, one attacking, the other dodging. Suo Ran, as before, told Xiaomei to aim for the chest. Seeing this, the other girl hesitated for a few steps. Mr. Kim, furious, roared, "Don't back down, charge!" The teacher-student duo of Suo Ran and Xiaomei continuously tried to attack the opponent's chest. This made the other girl both scared and embarrassed. "Why do I feel like everyone is staring at my chest?" She couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Stop saying that!" Right after that, she was struck in the chest by Xiaomei's shinai. She couldn't dodge in time and fell to the floor. At that same moment, the announcement rang out. Lin Xiaomei of 3rd High School is the winner. Everyone who saw the match couldn't help but praise Suo Ran's skills. Han Zheng, however, turned and criticized them. "You people are despicable and shameless." Principal Tan, how can your school have this kind of teacher? It's an absolute disgrace. Suo Ran's face darkened as he retorted, "Mr. Han, are you trying to reason with me? I wonder who was the despicable one first." Han Zheng was rendered speechless, so Mr. Kim from First High had to intervene. "Mr. Han, we still have one more chance. This last contestant of ours won't be defeated so easily." After saying that, he called loudly for someone to come out. The contestant this time was the lovely Jiang Xiaoxiao, with a graceful and gentle appearance. The guys were immediately captivated by her unforgettable beauty. Suo Ran also grew a bit worried. She's definitely strong. This girl must have learned from a renowned master. Can Luo Luo even stand a chance against her? Then he started worrying again because Luo Luo still hadn't arrived. Hu Lai reported, "I already told Luo Luo the time. She said she'd definitely be here before 9 o'clock, but it's already 8:59 and 30 seconds. The referee then announced, 30 seconds remaining. If the contestant does not appear within 30 seconds, they will be automatically disqualified. Han Zheng, looking smug, counted down the seconds to taunt Suo Ran. "Looks like we're about to win. Mr. Su?" Suo Ran calmly retorted. "There are still more than 10 seconds left, aren't there? How do you know my student won't make it in time? Or, did you kidnap her?" The moment he thought of this, his face turned pale. Han Zheng jumped, denying it. "Don't you dare spit such venom. How could our Yizhong Hai ever do something so despicable?" Xiao Xiao then spoke up sarcastically. "Scared to show up? Looks like your friend Luo Luo from Sanjiang High doesn't even have the guts to answer the challenge." Everyone anxiously insisted that Luo Luo would come, even though they were worried she was still nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao decided to wait and see. "Fine, I'll give you all one more chance. Sanjiang High just needs to send out anyone who can withstand 3 of my moves, and I'll admit defeat. Do you dare?" Xiao Xiao's expression grew more menacing as she looked at the crowd. But none of them knew the first thing about the way of the sword, so they hesitated, not daring to step forward and fight. The referee then began the final 10-second countdown. Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to humiliate them. "Didn't you just say that no one from your Sanjiang High would ever run from a fight? What's wrong? No one dares to compete. Then I guess that Luo Luo is just as much of a coward as the rest of you." The moment she finished speaking, Luo Luo appeared. She gently untied a red scarf as she stepped into the arena. Everyone felt a wave of relief at the sight of Luo Luo. She calmly tied back her long hair. Once she was done, she mentally prepared herself for the challenge. Hu Lai shyly brought a sword out for Luo Luo, but she refused it, saying she didn't need one. Suo Ran watched Luo Luo's cool and confident act with a sense of pride. She was about to greet Xiao Xiao, but was cut off as the other girl said she wanted to start immediately. Luo Luo didn't flinch at Jiang Xiao Xiao's cold attitude and replied casually, "All right. After you." Hearing that, she suddenly felt that something was off. Luo Luo said she didn't need a sword, and right after, she summoned countless streams of mystical energy to use as her weapon. Jiang Xiao Xiao was utterly stunned when she witnessed this. Her lips trembled, unable to form words. A second later, Jiang Xiao Xiao's hand holding the sword suddenly went limp. She abruptly dropped to her knees and whispered in despair, "I've lost." This scene left everyone completely astonished. Cries of protest erupted from the stands. What's going on? The match hasn't even started, and Jiang Xiao Xiao already admitted defeat? I suspect this is fixed. Another student asked sharply, "You're just messing with us, right?" Han Zheng's jaw dropped in surprise, and he had to turn to the person next to him and ask, "Teacher Jin, what in the world is going on?" He replied pensively, "The girl lost. It was a fair loss. Even I don't know what just happened. But she truly lost." Hulai found it hard to accept this result, so he turned to press Suo Ran for an answer. "Teacher, Su, what on earth just happened?" An image of a cultivator performing a spell flashed through his mind, but he quickly composed himself and replied, "The way of the sword is 4 parts sword, 6 parts spirit. If they had fought with blades, Luo Luo would be no match for Xiao Xiao, but she won on the spiritual side." After hearing this, Lin Xiaomei slowly began to understand the situation. On the other side, a devastated Jiang Xiao Xiao said, "Ever since I was a child, I've never lost in this field. I can't believe I'm tasting defeat here today." Luo Luo gently encouraged her. "In a sword fight, I'm no match for you. But really, if you had just stuck to your sword, you still could have struck at me." Jiang Xiao Xiao looked up at her and said quietly, "I know that if I had taken the chance to strike, my odds of winning would be very high, but I would have won the sword fight, not the way of the sword. If I had struck, I would have lost my own way." Before leaving, Luo Luo gave her a piece of heartfelt advice. "As your senior, let me tell you this. No mind, no thought, no self. Only then can you and the sword become one." It was unclear if Jiang Xiao Xiao understood anything, but she just sat there in deep thought for a long time, saying nothing. A moment later, Jiang Xiao Xiao bowed respectfully and said, "I accept your lesson." As soon as she finished, the referee announced, "The winner of this match is Luo Luo from Sanzhong High." Cheers erupted continuously. We won 2 out of 3 matches. We won the kendo portion." Xiao Shuai was so moved he even shed tears. "Goddess Luo Luo is the best." Hulai also marveled at how skilled the girls in his class were. A moment later, he sidled up to Lin Xiaomei to praise her. "I had no idea your swordsmanship was so incredible. You're a real silent killer. How did you train?" She answered shyly, "I learned it helping my dad butcher pigs when I was little. To be honest, I don't really understand what the way of the sword is." Hearing this, Xiao Shuai asked excitedly, "That works too? So if I chop food, can I become a martial arts master?" Suo Ran, who was standing nearby, commented nonchalantly, "We can learn from everything in life. Don't look down on these small things." Hearing that, Hulai immediately called him out on it. "That's not what you said when you were scolding us earlier. You said the most despicable person would definitely win." Suo Ran was at a loss for words and could only ask blankly, "Did I?" Just then, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than the principal, Qin Ran. She quietly smiled with pride. Then Qin Ran praised them generously. "Class 18 of Sanzhong High is amazing." On the other side of the stands, Han Zheng silently affirmed with determination, "We will definitely win the next round, and we have to win in a crushing fashion." The captain of the Yizhong High basketball team, as if hearing his thoughts, arrogantly reassured Han Zheng, "Don't you worry, sir. We won't lose this round. Sanzhong High's team is no match for us." What's a team from a single class? Anyway, soon, it was time for the boys' basketball match. The referee's loud voice called the players from both teams onto the court. Cheers erupted continuously as the basketball team from Class 18 of Sanzhong High walked out. Fei Fei and Lin Xiaomei were cheering their hearts out, shouting things like, "Go, Class 18, go, and our class is the strongest." Before the match started, an excited Hulai turned to ask Suo Ran, "Sir, do you have anything you want to say to us?" He replied calmly, "Just try not to lose too badly. Take a look over there." Hulai had no idea what he meant, but still looked in the direction Suo Ran was pointing. As soon as Hulai turned, he saw the Yizhong High basketball team appear, accompanied by the referee's introduction. Their cheerleaders were also very enthusiastic. Everyone was screaming for the genius team to win. Hearing that, Suo Ran judged, "The genius team? How tacky." "Oh, right, what's our team's name?" Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar of cheers from Sanzhong High rose up. "Precious Pearl Team, fight to win! Precious Pearl Team, fight to win!" After hearing that, Suo Ran collapsed in despair, lamenting to the heavens that he didn't know these kids and had never taught them. While Suo Ran was dying of embarrassment, the captain of Yizhong Hai walked towards them, then held out his hand in a blatant provocation. Hu Lai glanced at his teacher and stammered, "How are we supposed to win this?" Seeing the open provocation, Suo Ran became furious and yelled, "They dare to look down on you! Go crush them!" Just then, the referee spoke up. The first team to reach 30 points wins. With that, he tossed the ball into the air, then shouted loudly, "Begin!" Hu Lai excitedly jumped up to be the first to grab the ball, but unfortunately, before his hand could even touch it, the opposing captain snatched it away with ease. He held the ball arrogantly and asked Hu Lai, "You want this? If you want it, you can have it." A second later, he smashed the ball straight into his face. Hu Lai clutched his face in pain, blood dripping from his nose. Seeing this, the referee said in a stern voice, "That's a foul, penalty shot." Afterwards, he bravely continued to play with a bandage on his nose. Before long, Hu Lai quickly scored the first point for the Sanzhong Hai team. More baskets followed one after another. The score was now hanging by a thread, with only a 1-point difference between the two teams. However, after that, Hu Lai once again became the target of a beatdown. As soon as he fell, the referee's voice rang out, "Foul, penalty shot." Before long, the score gap between the two teams had become enormous. Hu Lai looked at the scoreboard and silently assessed the situation. This team plays dirty. Plus, they're intentionally giving up points. They're clearly looking down on us. As he was lost in thought, a teammate suddenly shouted, "Class rep, catch!" Hu Lai had to push his thoughts aside to focus on the game, but before he could even touch the ball, another player snatched it away. He held the ball and said coldly, "Still trying to get the ball? Not a chance." With that, number 4 from Yizhong Hai jumped up and scored. The ball flew in an arc, then obediently fell through the hoop. After that, the Yizhong Hai team continuously scored spectacular three-pointers. By now, Hu Lai and his team were exhausted. He muttered under his breath, "They're clearly just toying with us." Xiao Shuai grumbled resentfully, "Damn it, I wish we could just crush them with money." Just then, seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Qin Ran called for a timeout. Hu Lai immediately whined to his teacher, "They're too strong, sir. We can't win." While Qin Ran's group was strategizing, Han Zheng suddenly sidled up to them and suggested, "Mr. Chu, I think it's getting boring if the game just continues like this. How about we get on the court and play basketball too? What do you think?" Qin Ran thought to himself, asterisk, "If you're going to walk right into the line of fire, then I won't hold back, asterisk." But outwardly, he just said casually, "But I don't know how to play basketball." He gloated inwardly, asterisk. "Of course I know you can't play. It'll be so much more satisfying when we win because you don't know how, asterisk." Outwardly, Han Zheng said in a patronizing tone, "A real man can't say he doesn't know how to play." Qin Ran didn't bother beating around the bush and replied bluntly, "All right then, let's have some fun today." But inside, he confidently predicted, asterisk, he should be suggesting a bet right about now, shouldn't he? Asterisk. Sure enough, a second later, Han Zheng said, "It's pretty boring to just play. Let's make a little bet. Whoever loses has to dance around the basketball pole. What do you say?" Hearing this, Qin Ran generously replied, "Sure, let's play." When Feifei's group heard him agree to play, they immediately jumped in to stop him. "You can't go out there, sir. Mr. Jin is a famous basketball player. This is about the honor of our third high. You don't need to go out there." Qin Ran, who was nearby, also advised him not to play, since basketball wasn't Qin Ran's strong suit. She added that losing was a small matter, but she was worried they would play dirty. Qin Ran silently walked past her, leaving her with one sentence, "A real man can't say he doesn't know how." With that, he calmly walked onto the court. Taking off his outer jacket, Qin Ran raised his voice. "All right, kids, the break's over. It's time for us old folks to have some fun." On the other side, Han Zheng said scornfully, "Mr. Chu, let's begin." As soon as the game resumed, he lunged to steal the ball from him. A confident thought flashed through Han Zheng's mind. Asterisk. Success. Asterisk. But a second later, looking down, he asked in confusion, "What the hell?" It turned out that while Han Zheng was gloating, Qin Ran had already nimbly slipped past him. Han Zheng wasn't the only one Qin Ran slipped past. Even the members of First High's basketball team were outmaneuvered by him. After breaking through the opposing team's defense, Qin Ran effortlessly executed a skillful slam dunk. Han Zheng couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. What is happening? Then, Qin Ran repeated the same familiar evasive moves and scored again. After the ball went in, he even hung from the rim like a total pro. Before long, the referee loudly announced the result. The score was 32-5 in favor of Third High. The game was over. The students of Third High cheered joyfully. "We won!" After witnessing the match, Qin Ran asked pensively, "Qin Ran, just how skilled are you?" On the other side, Qin Ran was being tossed into the air amidst the cheers of the basketball team. "Mr. Chu, you're our idol! You're awesome! Next time, I'll get a high score on the test so Mr. Chu will remember my face." Seeing this, Qin Ran sighed emotionally. Is this what youth is like? Luo, standing beside her, heard her sigh and said, "But principal, you're still very young." Qin Ran calmly put her glasses back on and replied, "You say that as if you're as old as I am. Luo, you should be a little more wildly happy sometimes. Right now, you live as if you're completely detached from the mortal world." Hearing that, she said, "But there are some things I can't decide for myself." With that, Luo turned and walked away. She paid no mind to the laughter-filled scene behind her, thinking only with a heavy heart, there's not much time left. On the other side, Han Zheng quickly told Qin Ran that they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly, and if there was nothing else, they would be leaving. Just as their escape plan was about to succeed, a voice spoke up. "Wait, what about the dance around the basketball pole?" Chu Ran and Hu Lai's group were already standing by, ready to admire the other team's performance. Seeing this, Qin Ran spoke up nonchalantly. "The match between first high and third high is over. All teachers should return now." The moment she finished speaking, Mr. Jin and Han Zheng took off running as if they'd been granted amnesty. Hu Lai shouted after them in frustration, "Humph, if you can't handle losing, then don't play." The scene changes to Qin Ran's office. Chu Ran casually opens the door and walks in, only then politely asking, "Is Principal Qin here?" Qin Ran, already used to his presumptuous behavior, just chided him gently. "You open the door first, and only then bother to ask if I'm here?" Hearing that, he said bluntly, "Then let me get straight to the point. Since I won so spectacularly this time, shouldn't I get some kind of reward?" Qin Ran thought with a sigh. Asterisk, this is too close. What is he planning to do? Asterisk. But outwardly she still asked shyly, "A reward? What do you want?" Chu Ran immediately slammed his hand on the desk and replied aggressively, "I want to sign the contract. Asterisk. Is that all?" Asterisk. Of course, she wasn't going to agree to that. Seeing this, he quickly changed his request to an autumn trip. This time, Qin Ran agreed, but on the condition that after this month's exam, he would not be allowed to leave Jiangcheng City. Then, her tone suddenly turned serious. "I've agreed to your request, so I must also tell you that your older sister, Chu Yun, still hopes you will return to the Chu family home." Chu Ran calmly adjusted his tie. "So, you know my cousin? Then you must also know about my status as the young master of the Chu family, right?" He leisurely placed one hand on the desk, leaning in towards Qin Ran. Chu Ran gently lifted her chin. "As long as you agree, I can take care of that whole scandal for you." Qin Ran forcefully slapped his hand away and said, "Nonsense, I already told you." "Oh, and what exactly is your relationship with Pan Hong?" Ignoring her, Chu Ran snatched her glasses. "I just realized I've never seen your face without glasses." He looked into Qin Ran's eyes and praised, "Eyes as clear as the moon. You really do look better without glasses." Tianming suddenly walked in from out of nowhere and spoke up. "Looks like I've come at a bad time, haven't I?" He had an arrogant look on his face, a half-smoked cigarette in his hand. Chu Ran said sarcastically, "If you know you've come at a bad time, then why don't you get lost?" Qin Ran, her face still flushed, put her glasses back on and demanded, "Zhao Tianming, why are you here?" Chu Ran secretly observed her expression. Asterisk, it seems Qin Ran really hates this man and is even a little afraid of him. Asterisk, Tianming sneered. "And why can't I be here? Are you afraid I'll interrupt you two lovebirds having a rendezvous in the office?" Qin Ran slammed her hand on the desk in anger and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Besides, this is my office. If you don't have my permission, please leave." Tianming put on a pitiful act. Ran, you can't treat me like this. After all, we've been old friends for over 20 years. We're childhood sweethearts who grew up together." Qin Ran snapped back, denying it. "Zhao Tianming, call me Qin Ran. We're not that close." Tianming laughed. "Whatever you say is right. But the first thing I did when I came back this time was to look for you. I want our two families to have a meal together, to discuss our marriage." Qin Ran refused. "That was just a childhood joke our parents came up with." "Zhao Tianming, we're both adults now. You know we're not compatible." Tianming gestured wildly and replied, "Oh, Ran, who could possibly be more suitable for you than me? For you, I'm willing to wait, even if I have to wait until I'm 40. The moment he finished speaking, a cool spray of water hit him right in the face. Chu Ran burst out laughing as he spat the water. Sorry. You two can just pretend I don't exist. Please, continue." He quickly wiped the smile off his face, but inwardly he was cursing Tianming, asterisk, trying to flirt while having another woman's lipstick mark on the back of his neck. What a top-tier scumbag, asterisk. Tianming forced a smile. "You must be Chu Ran, right? Before I came here, I heard a lot of stories about you and my Ran. Chu Ran just shrugged, playing along with his words. "So sorry, famous people attract a lot of gossip." While the atmosphere was tense, someone called out, "Principal, could you come over here for a moment?" Qin Ran replied, "I'll be right there," but she was still worried about the conflict between these two men. After she left, Tianming threatened, "Leave this city. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make your life a living hell. I'm a man of my word. Tan Nien belongs to me. Triu Tianmin." So Nian pretended to be timid and scared. Are you trying to threaten me? Too bad I've got a backbone of steel, and I hate being threatened more than anything, Thien Min sneered. If it weren't for Nian, I would have never even known you existed. You're not as handsome as me, you don't have my money, and you have no power. You're just a nobody. A single word from me could make it so you can never hold your head up high again for the rest of your life. The moment he finished speaking, So Nian punched Tien Min straight in the nose. He picked up a rope from the ground nearby. He tied Thien Min's hands so tightly that he struggled and screamed, "What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea who I am?" Thien Min was tied up tight, but his mouth wouldn't stop yelling. He thought So Nian was scared, so he remained arrogant. "If you're scared, then hurry up and let me go." He showed no mercy and kicked him to the ground. So Nian slapped him repeatedly. "Who told you to threaten me? I told you. I hate being threatened. If I can't get my revenge later, I'll just get it right now." Thien Min was slapped so many times that his mouth started bleeding, but he still wasn't scared and strained his neck to shout. "Do you know who I am? Are you asking to die?" So Nian didn't care and slapped him even harder. "Why is he so noisy? Can't you just shut up and let your mouth heal?" Thien Min's face was swollen from the slaps, and his body trembled, but he kept making threats. "So Nian, I'll definitely deal with you later." So Nian held a pair of scissors and smiled sinisterly. "No need to wait. I can deal with you right now. You believe me, don't you?" Thien Min was startled, afraid he would actually do it, and trembled as he begged for mercy. So Nian stomped on his face. "Out of respect for Principal Tan, I'll let you go for now, before things become clear." After speaking, he turned and walked away, while Thien Min's heart filled with hatred. "I will definitely deal with you." After a while, Thien Min went to his car. He made a phone call and yelled, "Cao Van Hien, get your ass over here now." After hanging up, he wiped the wounds on his face and recalled the events. "So, Nian, was it? We'll take our time with this." Cao Van Hien rushed over anxiously. "Young Master Triu, what happened to you? Who dared to hit you? Let me take you to the hospital first," Thien Min asked him. "Cao Van Hien, I recall sending you here not to work, but to keep an eye on my Nin, right?" Cao Van Hien answered hesitantly, "Yes." Thien Min interrogated him. "But this time when I came back, I heard about someone named So Nian who's very close with Nian. What happened?" He grabbed Cao Van Hien by the throat without a second thought, and the man immediately begged, "Young Master Triu, I was wrong. The rumors at school are just nonsense. I can assure you there's nothing going on between them. The principal even emphasized that we need to raise the testing requirements for Teacher So." Thien Min kept one hand on his throat while using the other to slap Cao Van Hien's face with a stack of photos. "Then what is this?" The more he thought, the angrier he got, and he tightened his grip on Cao Van Hien's neck. Thien Min threw him to the ground, stomped on him, and threatened, "I don't care what methods you use, but you absolutely cannot let that bastard pass the test. Otherwise, your position will be gone." After beating him up, Thien Min let Cao Van Hien go, still muttering to himself, "Tan Yin, you will be mine. You can't escape. As long as you marry me, the entire Huathang group will naturally become mine." In Tuan Hao's office, his secretary came in to report, "CEO Tran, Triu Thien Min has arrived at Tam Trung Hai. Everything is going according to plan." Tuan Hao was quite pleased. "My foolish little brother actually did something good for once. Triu Thien Min has been dragged into this and is now confronting that guy named So. We'll just sit back and watch the dogs fight." The secretary praised him, but also expressed concern. "CEO Tran, you are truly brilliant. However, if the second young master's involvement is exposed, it could cause big trouble." He had already planned it out. On the surface, this is a matter between So Nian and Trio Thien Min, but in reality, it's a battle between Kwok Tai Group and Hong Vien. When the world is in chaos, my hotel profits the most. Besides, even if it gets exposed, everything was done by that woman's son. What does it have to do with me? At the same time, So Nian was wondering if he should go out with a beautiful woman tonight. His head was in the clouds. Why did Feng Vong Tuet ask me out? A shady location. 10 p.m., Mi Luke Bar. A handsome guy, a beautiful girl, plus the effects of alcohol. Just thinking about it, you know something's going to happen. So Nian turned to ask Dam Vu for help. "Miss Dam, do you have time to help me pick out some clothes? I have a date with someone important tonight." Her face darkened when she heard he had an important date. "Is it some beautiful girl?" But So Nian casually shook his head and replied with just 2 words, "A man." Soon, evening arrived. So Nian had dressed smartly to go to the bar. He looked around. "The last time I was here, I got into a fight." Vong Tuyet also arrived on time, dressed seductively as she walked in and called So Nian's name. He started with a compliment. If Miss Feng dressed like this to discuss business, I'm afraid her partner would be a very lucky man. Vong Tuyet winked back. "Thank you for the compliment. Teacher So, please come in. You must have guessed that I own this bar." So Nian pretended to be surprised, looking at her as if he didn't know. "You own it?" Vong Tuyet whispered. "Surprised? Let's go inside and find a place to sit first, then I'll tell you all about it." She pressed her chest against his arm, and they walked inside together. In the VIP area of Miluk Bar, Vong Tuyet offered So Nian a drink and said, I opened this bar with my own money. If I ever leave Fong Hoa Group, this place will be my home. After hearing her, he asked doubtfully, You want to leave? I thought Pham Duc Van treated you very well. Vong Tuyet swirled the wine in her glass, explaining that she only stayed there because her grandfather was very good to her. Big corporations are full of power struggles. The men desire your body, and the women are jealous of your looks. It's not easy for an outsider to survive there, she continued. I'm the general manager in name, but in reality, I'm just a puppet. I'm just a toad in a white swan's dress. So Nien glanced at her, wondering to himself, this woman has always been so proud and outstanding. I don't know why. With that thought, he snatched the glass from her hand. He downed the entire drink in one go, which greatly surprised her. Wiping the liquor from the corner of his mouth, he asked her curiously, What kind of drink is this? It's bitter and harsh. Hearing So Nian's question, she replied, It's my own creation, sweet within the bitterness. His eyes, full of doubt, never left the glass, because the taste wasn't like she had described. He pushed the glass towards Vong Tuet, eagerly wanting her to pour him another. Sweet within the bitterness, smiling at life. She snatched the glass from his hand and drank the rest, thinking to herself, he understands me. Suddenly, she stood up, startling So Nien, who asked what was wrong. Seeing Vong Tuyet walk towards the stage, everyone in the bar was shocked and started whispering, Is she going to pole dance? Am I dreaming? She performed a seductive pole dance that made the men in the bar howl and scream. So Nien raised his glass and looked at her teasingly. What a temptress. At this rate, all the men around are going to be shooting daggers at me with their eyes. Vong Tuyet looked at him with an alluring gaze and whispered, It's because you're worth it. So Nien's heart felt like it was floating on a cloud. He was feeling lightheaded, thinking, a beauty pole dancing, the two of us drinking. Does this mean in the end we'll... Suddenly, a voice called him from behind. Teacher, isn't she beautiful? So Nien, still lost in thought, blurted out a reply. Beautiful, very beautiful. Now that's a woman, that's what life is about. Turning around, he was startled to see his female students staring at him. The girls approached So Nien. He looked at them and stammered, When did you all get here? Lak Lak sat down and answered him. Ever since CEO Feng picked you up, you two came in, and then you two started drinking. So Nien's face darkened as he thought, I'm a teacher. Why should I be afraid of these kids? With that thought, he shot up and yelled, How can you all be in a place like this? Go back and write a self-reflection essay for me. Vuong Lin leaned in close to him and explained, Teacher, you're allowed in here once you're 16. Fai Fai, who was eavesdropping, chimed in, Teacher, it looks like your little girlfriend is in trouble. Vong Tuyet had just been slapped and fell backward, the insults still echoing. You bitch, how dare you seduce men in here? You're shameless. Seeing her fall, So Nien quickly reached out to help her up. He asked anxiously, Are you okay? What happened? Why did she suddenly hit you? Dong Fuang Han stood there with an arrogant expression, looking down on the two of them. Well, look at you. Found some flimsy little punk to help you out. Too bad he's so broke he's covered head to toe in knockoffs. Seeing his curiosity about the person in front of them, Vong Tuet started to explain, The one standing closest is the daughter of the Dongfang Group's chairman, Dongfang Han. She recounted what happened before. I was discussing business with her husband once, and after that, he just kept hitting on me. I couldn't be too harsh, so I just had to gently turn him down. Dongfang Han's face darkened as she watched her talk about her. So she found out, and now she won't even give me the time of day, huh? Vong Tuyet continued talking to him. She's just crazy. You don't need to bother with her. Just let her yell a bit. After all, she's from the Dongfang Group, one of the 3 largest corporations in Kujiang City. After listening, So Nien looked at her and said, Don't worry. Consider me helping you this time as a thank you for that performance earlier. Gazing into his deep, affectionate eyes, Vong Tuyet couldn't help but blush. Seeing the two of them making eyes at each other, Dongfang Han sneered with contempt. A whore is a whore. You really think you're high society? Everyone in this entire city knows there's no place for you in the Fong Hoa Group. Hearing that bitch talk, So Nien's face darkened and he snapped, Shut your mouth. He glared at them, a murderous aura radiating from him. The people in the bar couldn't help but scream and shout. That guy's voice is so damn sexy. He'd definitely be amazing in bed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. If only I could spend one night with him. So Nien coldly cursed at Dongfang Han. With a face as thick as yours, no wonder your husband's sick of you. Any random woman on the street could seduce him. You're no flower. Even a cow wouldn't give you a second sniff. Let me give you some advice. Go home quietly. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself. Hearing So Nien's insults, Dongfang Han was so furious she was speechless. She called over the men behind her. A few beefy guys stepped forward, and the leader started cracking his knuckles. A man trying to bully a woman? If you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize to our young lady. If you won't show our young lady some respect, then we'll have to make you lose face. So Nien wasn't scared at all and provoked them. You want me to apologize? Based on what? A few losers like you? Where's your shame? It's all over the floor. Provoked, the man said angrily. A punk who leeches off women dares to talk tough? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. The moment he finished speaking, a glass smashed right into his forehead. On the other side, he was picking up a few wine bottles, not forgetting to remind the man, "That's one broken glass. Make sure you guys pay for it later." Provoked, the man couldn't help but yell furiously, "We'll see this through. Brothers, get him!" Hearing the order, the men rushed forward to attack. So Nian, before they could even make a move, he took them all down, one by one, in a flash. With a confident smirk, he said, 1,000 yuan per bottle. Remember to pay up. So, who's next? Or should you all come at once? His students around him stared wide-eyed, while Fai screamed with excitement. "Teacher, you're so awesome!" Vong Tuyet, on the other hand, was annoyed. "Miss Dongfang, please leave. This is my bar, and you are no longer welcome here. If your Dongfang group really wants to do something, then go ahead and try." Lao Trin held a cigarette. "That Feng Vong Tuyet. I send her flowers and gifts every damn day, spend so much money drinking here, and I haven't even gotten to hold her hand once. And yet, she dares to keep a gigolo, who even pole dances." He stepped out of the private room's doorway. The bodyguard next to him said fawningly, "With this kind of woman, you just have to drag her into bed first. Otherwise, she'll never know how charming you are, sir." He took a drag from his cigarette. "It's just not the right time today. I have an appointment with a distinguished guest. Mr. Ngi Bak. When he gets here later, you all better be respectful. Don't say a word. To think that little brat would mess with someone from the Dongfang group." He continued arrogantly, "Mr. Ningui still owes me a favor. When he arrives, I'll ask him to step in and save Dongfang Han. That way, I can build a connection with the Dongfang group. Even though Dongfang Han isn't highly regarded, she still has some power. Just getting a small piece of the pie from them is enough for our company." Seeing Nguai Bak just walk in, Lao Trin greeted him cheerfully. "Mr. Nguai, you're here." At the peak of her anger, Dongfang Han screamed hysterically, "Feng Vong Tuyet, you filthy bitch! You won't die a peaceful death. And as for that gigolo, just wait. When I get back, I'll send people to break your legs." So Nian smirked mockingly. "They say women with big chests have no brains. I didn't realize you could have no chest and still no brain." Lao Trin walked in from behind, cutting into the conversation. To think someone would dare bully Miss Dongfang. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Lao Trin stood there confidently and said, "Whoever dares to bully Miss Dongfang will have to get through me, Trin, first." Seeing someone on her side, Dongfang Han was overjoyed. "CEO Trin, I will definitely remember this. I recall your company. It does business with our group." So Nian glanced over at her and asked curiously, "Who the hell is this guy?" She whispered shyly to So Nian beside her, "Teacher So, please don't let this escalate." Vong Tuyet was worried. "If the other party isn't afraid and just keeps pushing, the Feng Hoa group will eventually stop protecting me." Standing beside her, So Nian noticed she was worried, more scared than usual. He reached out and patted her head to reassure her, startling Vong Tuet with the gesture. "No one is going to bully you," he whispered with a warm, bright smile. From that moment on, whenever Vong Tuyet saw his face, she couldn't stop herself from blushing furiously. He turned to the others. "Miss Dongfang, the backup you called for is really unlucky. Did he come here to be cannon fodder?" Seeing himself being mocked, Lao Trin's face darkened as he called to Nuibak behind him. "Mr. Ningguai, I'll have to trouble you this time." Vong Tuyet saw the face behind him clearly and couldn't help but think in shock, "Mr. Ningguai? That's Ningguai Bak." Seeing the old man's face, Fifai also exclaimed in surprise, "It's him? He doesn't even show my grandpa respect. How could a small company possibly invite him?" Seeing the old man, Dongfang Han's confidence grew, and she thought to herself, "I can't believe Mr. Ngugi is here. Looks like the two of you can't dream of leaving here in one piece today." Nguai Bak calmly stared at the scene before him and said coldly, "Break your own legs." Hearing this, Vong Tuyet's face darkened, and she hugged So Nian's arm tightly. "If anything happens, I have to protect So Nian." He took a step forward. Seeing this, Lao Trin asked suspiciously, "What is he trying to do?" Seeing him walk up to face Nubak, the people standing nearby started whispering, "Does he have a death wish? Is he going up there to do something stupid?" So Nian pinched the old man's cheek and said with a smile, "I never knew you were so imposing when you're out and about." The people in the bar who saw him dare to do such a thing were all dumbfounded. He dared to slap Mr. Nui in the face. Seeing Nui Bak take off his glasses, Lao Trin trembled and shouted, "He's dead meat now." Mr. Nugi took off his glasses. "It's over." The moment he finished speaking, the old man bowed respectfully. "So, Nin, Teacher So you're here too. What a coincidence." Lao Tring and Fifi were utterly stunned by this. Mr. Nugi is afraid of him? Dongfang Han and Vong Tuyet were just as bewildered, as neither of them understood what was happening. So Nian gave a cold command. "Ngi Bak, you handle the rest of this." The old man immediately replied with reverence, "Yes, Teacher So." With that, Ingui started yelling at Lao Trin while giving him a hard slap across the face. You! He fell to the ground with a thud, in agony. Lao Trin didn't know who this teacher was, so he still spoke with a sense of grievance. Mr. Ngai, what is going on? Don't take your anger out on me. I'm shocked too. Aren't you my friend? Ningbok didn't answer him and just gave a cold order. Get up and apologize to teacher. So right now, So Nian cut in. He doesn't need to apologize to me. Just get lost. And don't ever bother Vong Tu yet again. Nguai Bak immediately slapped him a few more times and said, hurry up and scram while teacher So is in a good mood. On the other side, So Nian started to shift his focus to Dongfang Han. And as for this big sister here, what should we do now? This is all your fault, isn't it? A rough estimate of the damages today would be over 1 million, right? The moment she heard the first word, she jumped up. Who are you calling big sister? So Nian replied curtly. What else would I call you? Little sister? Knowing she couldn't win against him, Dongfang Han immediately switched tactics and called her brother. Vong Tuyet knew that Dongfuang Han's half-brother, Dongfuang Gao, was a big deal. If he found out about this, things would get a whole lot messier. With that thought, she tried to stop her. Miss Dongfuang, please calm down. There's no need to make such a scene. Seeing this, Dongfuang Han said smugly, What? You're scared now that I'm calling my brother? And that gigolo next to you is supposed to be a teacher? Just wait till my brother gets here to teach you all a lesson. Faced with that punchable attitude, Vong Tuyet had to chant a mantra to stop herself from decking her. Otherwise, things would only get worse. A second later, Dongfuang Han suddenly received a friendly greeting from a strange hand. Then, her hair was yanked, and a sharp pain brought tears to her eyes. Lack, radiating killing intent, spoke up, Go on, keep talking. With every word, she pulled the girl's hair a little harder. After breaking free from Lack's grip, Dongfuang Han immediately fled. Before leaving, she didn't forget to issue a warning. You're all so dead. How dare you treat me like this? You're all going to die. After she left, Vong Tuet asked curiously, Are these all your students? Are you really a teacher? While he was still hesitating, Vuong Lin appeared and answered, Sister Vong Tuyet, he is indeed our teacher. At the mountain villa, Dongfuang Han's whining voice echoed, Brother, I got beaten up. You have to get revenge for me. On the other end, Dongfuang Ningao's tone immediately turned serious. Dongfuang Han, tell me clearly what happened. She then poured out the whole story. Today, I wanted to teach that little bitch Vong Tuyet a lesson, but it turns out she had someone named So Nian with her. Not only did he beat up my people, he even hit me. You have to get justice for me. After listening, he replied, All right, call Dr. Nguyen Sang to bandage your wounds. Leave the rest to me. After hanging up, Dongfuang Gao thought to himself, So Nian, an intern teacher at Tam Trung High. Tan Nien, my old university friend. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to Tam Trung tomorrow. The Dongfuang family must get its hands on the Huathong Group's pharmaceutical research data. The next day, Tan Nien was sitting in her office, quietly contemplating. So Nien still hasn't written his weekly internship report. I have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. As she was plotting, Dongfuang Gao suddenly arrived and asked, Is this Principal Tan Nien's office? Old classmate, let me get straight to the point. Yesterday, my little sister was beaten by a male teacher from your school. Her injuries are quite serious. Your school must give the Dongfuang Group a fair explanation. Tan Yen immediately replied, We have a teacher like that? If that's true, I'll consider firing him. What's his name? Dongfuang Nao answered nonchalantly, He's an intern teacher named So Nien. Firing him should be a simple matter, right? Hearing this, Tan Hien was completely stunned. She said awkwardly, I'm sorry, but if it's him, I can't fire him. Besides, knowing his character, I'm afraid your sister must have done something awful. Hearing that, he shot to his feet and demanded a reason. Tan Nien calmly explained, First, he's not that kind of person. You need to go ask your sister exactly what happened. Second, as an old friend, I'm warning you, do not touch him. In this entire city of Kujiang, there isn't a single person who would dare to touch him. Dongfuang Gao asked with a dangerous glint in his eye, Is that so? Then please, enlighten me. Who is this god that can look down on all of Kujiang? Tan Nien casually dropped a line. His surname is So. He immediately understood. Could it be the So family from Tan Hoa City? She calmly added. And not just any ordinary member of the So family. He's the eldest grandson of So Hoai Kash. Dongfuang Gao blurted out in shock. Impossible! So Hoai Kak's eldest grandson is So Trung Thien. I met him last time I threw a party in Tan Hoa. Seeing that he still didn't get it, Tan Nien explained further. Have you ever paid attention to how the So family addresses So Trung Thien? Dongfuang Ningao thought back and stammered, Young Master So. It was then that he finally understood. It wasn't eldest young master, but young master. This was the rule, a rule bigger than heaven itself. She calmly poured tea and said, I know what you're going to ask. the grand young master of the Suo family from Manhua City. Why would he come all the way out here? Perhaps the Suo family has other motives, so Trung Thien is just the one they put in the spotlight, while the true heir remains in the shadows. Otherwise, why do you think I would protect a mere teacher who's causing trouble in the school? And also, don't you dare let this get out. Hearing this, Dong Fuang now asked, I heard that you and that teacher So are very close. Tan Yin awkwardly pushed up her glasses and replied, those are just rumors, but I suppose you could say we have a good relationship. The scene changes as Dong Fuang Han's urgent voice suddenly cuts in. Brother, how did it go? Did you give him a piece of your mind? You can't let him off that easily. You have to make him apologize in person. This time, Dong Fuang Ngao was no longer gentle. He roared, shut up! Tell me every single detail of what happened yesterday, and don't leave a single person out. Seeing her brother's sudden rage, she recounted the entire story from yesterday. After hearing it, Dong Fuang Ngao asked in disbelief, what? Even Mr. Nguaibach was respectful to him? After connecting all the dots, he thought to himself, so it seems he really is the grand young master of the Suo family. Tan Yin has a shady relationship with him. Is the Suo family planning to take over the Hoa Thang group? Inside the principal's office, Tan Yin was still wondering if he would blame her for revealing the Suo family's secret. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door calling for Tan Yin. It took her a few seconds to come back to her senses. Then, the other teacher reported, Teacher So had the first class this morning but didn't show up. Do you think we need to make an announcement? Tan Yin immediately pulled out her phone, intending to call and ask what was going on. But as time slowly ticked by, So Nian still didn't pick up. Seeing this, she exploded. How dare he not answer my call? The scene changes to his location. So Nian was trying to coax a guy into selling him a torn piece of paper for 10 yuan. The seller jumped up and said, What do you mean, torn paper? This is golden paper that I got from a Taoist master, used specifically for writing talismans. The price is 1,000, not a penny less. So Nian silently confirmed that this was indeed real golden paper that could be used to craft talismans. As long as he could find the source, this 1,000 yuan would be worth it. So he spoke up. All right, I'll give you 1,000, but you have to tell me where you got this paper. The guy happily took the money and revealed, at the antique street next door, 10 sheets for 1 yuan. Whoops, I let it slip. After the purchase, So Nian left in annoyance. He couldn't believe he'd had a day where he got scammed, but he was surprised to find real golden paper here. So Nian pondered, but this golden paper is more precious than the types circulating in the mortal realm, because this is from the celestial realm. It's just a pity that it's too small. I need a little more. Suddenly, there was an urgent shout. Master Chu Cat is here. Hurry up, an old man exclaimed. Hey, wait up, you kids. This old body can't run that fast. So Nian grabbed him and asked, Hey, old man, what's going on? The man irritably shook his hand off and replied, Master Chu Cat is here. Don't stop me from buying a talisman. His talismans can ward off evil spirits. They cure all illnesses and bring wealth and fortune. Master Chu Cat only comes to Quzhang once every 6 months, and his talismans are all sold at auction. Before long, Master Chu Cat announced the start of the talisman auction. This time, this old master has spent half a year refining a total of 5 talismans. So Nian observed from behind and silently assessed them. Judging by the spiritual energy, this Master Chu Cat's talismans aren't that profound, but they do have some effect. No wonder people like them so much. Up on stage, Master Chu Cat had begun to pull off the covering cloth and introduce the items. This auction has 2 healing talismans, 2 evil warding talismans, and 1 for attracting wealth. The starting price is 100,000. So Nian was floored. 100,000? Something like that can sell for 100,000? Chu Tu, standing beside him, sized him up and said, If you don't have money, then don't come. A poor guy like you can only stand and watch. A strong fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose, making So Nian cover it as he exclaimed, Wow, that's a strong scent. Right after, he suddenly shivered, waiting for a sneeze to hit. A second later, Suo Ran let out a world-shaking sneeze. Zhou Xiao, who got sneezed on, said irritably, Do you have any idea how much this dress of mine costs? 10,000 yuan. You couldn't afford it even if you sold your whole body. Apologize and compensate me, or you're not going anywhere today. He shot back, not about to be intimidated. Why should I apologize? You're the one who should be sorry. Is your face caked with a thick layer of powder, reeking of makeup? It made me sneeze. I haven't even demanded compensation for my emotional distress yet. Do you know that sneezing can kill people? Some people's eyeballs have even popped out. She couldn't argue back and could only tremble with rage, completely speechless. Seeing she was about to explode, Shi Er reminded her, Zhou Xiao, stop making a scene. He didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Xiao whirled around and yelled, Shi Er! He did it on purpose, and he even insulted me. Hearing this, Suo Ran made a thoughtful remark. Shi Er? That's a nice name. Shi means to miss, and Er is you. Your name means to miss you. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao immediately retorted, See? Isn't he just some sleazy guy covered in fakes, trying to act all cool? Suo Ran looked down at his clothes and muttered bitterly to himself, I'm not that poor. I'm just rich and choose not to show it off. I definitely have to get new clothes when I get back. Seeing his anger, Shi said apologetically, I'm sorry, my friend has a sharp tongue, but she has a very kind heart. After saying that, she turned to remind Zhou Xiao again that they were here to find a cure for her grandfather. Only then did the girl pout and let out a cold huff. A moment later, Zhou Xiao said again, Shi don't you worry. I've heard that Master Zhuge is the real deal. His talismans can definitely cure your grandfather's illness. On the other side, the old man began to close the bidding on 5 talismans, 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. Shi couldn't let this precious opportunity slip away, so she bid 2 million to get those 5 talismans. Suo Ran was completely shocked. He never expected these 2 girls to have so much money. Suddenly, another person scoffed at Shi 2 million and you think you can buy all 5 talismans? I'll pay 3 million. She immediately raised the price to 4 million. Hearing that, the guy increased his bid to 4.5 million. Price wasn't an issue for Shi so she raised it to 5 million. This made everyone gasp. Oh my god, she's so rich. Seeing this, Suo Ran decided to use his qi gazing technique on her. He suddenly discovered it was a hereditary illness in her family. Things weren't that simple. Suo Ran couldn't bear to see her get scammed, so he spoke up to stop her. Miss Liang, this man is tricking you. Don't fall into his trap. Besides, these talismans can't cure your family's illness. Shi was completely stunned when she heard this. How did you know my family has a hereditary disease? Master Zhuge cursed inwardly. It was so hard to find a rich sucker, and now this bastard has to come and ruin it. Thinking this, he snapped defensively. Hey, you, don't you spout nonsense. My talismans are worth every single penny, Suo Ran said calmly. I never said your talismans were useless, just that they won't work for this young lady. Besides, didn't that man already buy them? 6 million is no small amount. If that's the case, Master Zhuge has already made a fortune this time. But that man was a plant he'd put in the audience, so how could he sell to him? With that thought, Master Zhuge blamed him. Your flapping gums interfered with my auction, so this round doesn't count. I'm selling them again. Master Zhuge quietly took out a talisman and muttered mysteriously, There are some things you shouldn't comment on. He said sanctimoniously, I advise you not to walk around at night these days, or you'll be harassed by ghosts. Not only was Suo Ran not frightened, but he also bluntly declared, I didn't expect us to be in the same line of work, but I'm different from you because I'm a fortune teller, and I see that you're going to face a deadly disaster today. Hearing this, Master Zhuge snorted coldly and said, Nonsense. My complexion is rosy, and my glabella is bright, which means my fortune is extremely prosperous. Just as he finished speaking, the young man leaped onto the stage, affirming, I said it's going to happen, and it will. Master Zhuge immediately activated the talisman in his hand. He then took a fighting stance and threatened him. What do you think you're doing? Get the hell down from here. The people below saw this and praised him continuously. Master Zhuge is a true master. Someone even took out their phone to record, muttering, This is so awesome. Others wondered who Suo Ran was to dare to offend Master Zhuge like that. Master Zhuge was grabbed by the collar by Suo Ran, who then punched him hard in the face. He raised his voice angrily. You dare try to show off in front of an expert? I just exposed your scam, and you dare to put a curse on me? The old man was knocked back a few steps, blood spurting from his nose, which he quickly covered with his hand. Suo Ran rubbed his wrist, the aura around him fluctuating intensely. I told you, you'd have a bloody disaster today. Do you get it now? Only then did Master Zhuge feel fear and decide to flee, realizing he had run into a true master. With that thought, he ran for his life. He glanced at the table and saw that the old man had left behind 3 golden talismans, and they were actually made from real celestial gold paper. It seems I'll have to visit places like this more often in the future. The witnesses were extremely puzzled when they saw the old man run away. They became even more curious about Suo Ran's identity. On the other side, Shi asked, Sir, may I ask, what did you mean earlier when you talked about my family's illness? He turned to face her and replied, It's exactly what it sounds like. Someone in your family has a disease. She quickly asked, So, sir, do you know how to cure it? But Suo Ran refused. Of course, but I won't. You two should leave. Shi didn't give up easily and tried to follow him to ask for a reason. Suo Ran thought deeply. Actually, this illness is just a curse someone placed on them, but this person's methods are very advanced. I'm afraid it's a grandmaster. With my current abilities, I shouldn't provoke them recklessly. Seeing his silence, Shi quickly added, I can give you money. Tens of millions or even $1 billion is fine. However, he still refused firmly. Go find someone else. I believe there are others in this world who can solve this problem. There was a reason for his answer. If the grandmaster found out, he was afraid he'd become a target. Until he was strong enough, he really couldn't take such a risk. Besides, even if I regained my power as the Yama Immortal Sovereign, I couldn't save everyone in this world. Scene changed to an office. Qin Ran was focused on some documents. Suo Ran suddenly peeked his head through the office door. Principal, were you looking for me? Qin Ran wondered. Nothing else. I just wanted to ask how things went with Zhao Tianming. Suo Ran clasped his hands behind his back with a solemn expression. We hit it off right away, lamented not meeting sooner, and even promised to see each other again when we parted. Qin Ran let out a cold "oh" and then asked sarcastically, a pleasant chat, was it? Then what about the blood on the floor, the scissors, the rope? He quickly tried to defend himself. Don't get the wrong idea. He and I don't have that kind of relationship. I'm 100% a man. Qin Ran asked, trying to control her trembling. Do you have any idea how dangerous a person Zhao Tianming is? Even though you're the young master of the Su family, does the Su family even acknowledge your status? But he seemed unconcerned, replying while cleaning his ear. He can't beat me. She looked completely exasperated. This is a civilized society. It's not always about fighting. If he wants revenge, there are plenty of other ways. He thought for a moment and felt she had a point. With his current strength, never mind a cannon, he couldn't even stop a bullet. A few days later, it was the first payday since Suo Ran became an intern teacher. Although it was only 1,500 yuan, in his past life, he was so happy that he not only bought new clothes for his father and sister, but also bought enough instant noodles to last a month. Of course, in this life he already had millions, but there was nothing wrong with buying a few things. At this moment, Suo Ran had been waiting for a long time, but the money still hadn't arrived. Tan Yu walked by and asked, has Teacher Su's salary not come in yet? Mine arrived a while ago. Maybe you should go to the finance office and ask. It should be fine, right? Scene changed to the front of the finance office. Chen Kai answered perfunctorily while reading a newspaper. That's right. Your salary has been completely deducted. Suo Ran wasn't the type to just take it, so he was determined to ask for the reason. He replied, don't you know how many times you skipped class this month? Oh, and the decision to deduct your salary was signed by Vice Principal Gao Wenxian. Suo Ran slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Principal Tan already approved my absence. My salary shouldn't be deducted. And besides, it's only happened twice. You've taken way too much, Tran Kai said nonchalantly. Even Principal Tan has to follow the rules. Besides, skipping a single class can lead to a 200 to 500 yuan deduction. I'm just doing everything by the book. Hearing that, he dropped all pretense. Mr. Tran, you're abusing your power to settle a personal score. This is about Tran Tuan Vu, isn't it? He shot up from his chair, furious. A pathetic little student teacher has no right to question me. If you can't handle it, then get the hell out of Sanzong Hai. Sun Yan didn't want to make a scene, so he turned to leave. He couldn't let this blow up, at least not until Class 18 graduated. Tran Kai watched Sun Yan walk away with a look of contempt. He's just a kid. My brother is so damn useless, can't even handle this. With my power, I could crush that brat whenever I want. After school, Sun Yan went back to his room and started messing with the talisman Zhuge had left him. He held one and thought, I was wondering what I should draw for fun. Now I know. I'm drawing a minor misfortune god. This is the perfect excuse for a little payback. The so-called minor misfortune god is an extremely simple curse talisman. Its only function is to bring bad luck to its target. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected it to drain so much of his spiritual energy. Looks like I can only make one of these for now. But one should be more than enough. The next day, in the school cafeteria, Sun Yan put his plan into motion. Sun Yan suddenly slapped Tran Kai hard on the back. Mr. Tran, getting some lunch? After that greeting, he walked away, leaving a fuming Tran Kai behind. Who the hell greets someone like that? The talisman Sun Yan had drawn the day before was now stuck to his back. He guessed, that brat is definitely trying to figure out how to get back at me. But how could you possibly be a match for me? How could a poor kid like him ever understand what it's like to be from a wealthy family? Then he thought of Wen Xian. But why did the vice principal suddenly want me to go after Sun Yan? Lost in thought, Tran Kai accidentally dropped his phone right into his bowl of soup. He shot up in shock, staring down at his phone resting peacefully in the broth. The bad luck just kept coming. This time, he slipped and fell, sending the bowl of soup splashing all over his clothes, with another bowl landing right on top of his head. But it didn't stop there. A server walking past with a tray of food accidentally slipped in the puddle of soup. The tray of food flipped right onto his head, causing the server to apologize profusely. But then, the server slipped again, and a large shadow fell over him. The server's stomach slammed right into his face, shattering his glasses and making him spit up blood. In the end, Tran Kai was left gasping for air, crushed beneath the man's portly frame. Dam Vu covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. Oh my god, I can't. This is hilarious. Sun Yan shot a sharp glance in their direction. This is just the beginning. The minor misfortune god's effects last for at least 12 hours. In the teacher's lounge, two female teachers were delighting in Tran Kai's misery. The walking disaster just got out of the elevator. He even choked on water. And just a moment ago, a manhole cover that hasn't moved in years flipped open right as he stepped on it. Sun Yin thought triumphantly. Go ahead, dock my pay now. This is what happens when you mess with me. Suddenly, a mass text message buzzed on everyone's phone. He read it, curious. What's happening? They only call a full staff meeting for something major. A female teacher gasped. Is this for real? Dam Vu excitedly shoved her phone in front of Sun Yan's face. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You've been promoted. Tran Kai was fired for embezzling 1 million yuan of school funds, and you're replacing him as the PE teacher. He stared at the announcement, feeling helpless. So now I'm a P.E. teacher who teaches literature? Dam Vu, however, was ecstatic. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You're an official teacher now, so what if it's P.E.? Suddenly, a notification chimed on Sun Yan's phone. It was a message from Tan Yen. You may be an official teacher now, but if your class doesn't rank in the top 5 on the final exams, your year-end bonus will be cut in half. He cried out in despair. How could she still remember that? The scene shifts to the front of the school, where Tran Kai was storming out. How dare they fire me? My family invested 10 million, and they fire me over a measly 1 million? I'm calling my dad. You people just wait, he muttered, pulling out his phone. Suddenly, his face froze as he stared at the screen. The message on his phone made him scream. What the hell is this? When did I send my entire chat history with the corporation's top executives to our competitor? Just then, he got a call from his father. He knew he was finished. On the other end of the line was his father's furious voice, yelling that their competitor was holding a press conference using the chat logs he'd sent. If the higher-ups investigate, our group's license to enter the market will be revoked. At this point, both Tran Kai and Wen Xian could only wonder in despair. How did it come to this? Elsewhere, Wen Xian was thinking anxiously. Tran Kai got fired, and Sun Yan was made permanent. How did everything turn out like this? If Zhao Tianming finds out, I'm dead. The Tran family has another relative at the school, and what happened to Tran Kai has created a huge grudge against Sun Yan. Since it's come to this, our only choice is to use the Tran family's power to get Sun Yan kicked out. The scene shifts to the capital city. Shang Guan is playing Go with Chang Heng. Shang Guan sighed, saying his skill at Go was getting worse and worse. Chang Heng exhaled and replied, Everything in this world is in flux. Though I am skilled in divination, I cannot get a reading on a very simple person, especially not on someone who carries as much karma as you. I still can't see anything about this matter. Hearing this, Shang Guan got agitated and started pointing. You old fraud! How did you turn into this kind of person? Talking in circles like some old woman. Back in the day, we faced life and death together, cussing up a storm. Those were the days. How great was that? Hearing this, the old man bristled and shot back. Don't you call me an old fraud, you son of a bitch. Only then was Shang Guan satisfied. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. It's the law of nature. You study the art of Go, so you should understand it better than I do. A person's life has its limits. You old fraud, tell me, how much longer do I have? Chang Heng answered bluntly. If it flares up one more time, I'm afraid you'll be out of time. Shang Guan replied, So, about a month left then. I can accept that, but my children and grandchildren, they've all suffered so much. My old friend, you have to promise me. After I'm gone, find a way to deal with this curse. Chang Heng pulled something from his sleeve and said slowly, Not so fast. I've just cast a divination. In your hometown, Zhujiang City, the signs point to a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. He tossed a turtle shell onto the table. It's possible that this person will be the one to break your family's curse. Whether there was such a person in Zhujiang or not, Sun Yin had no idea. All he knew was that he had a massive headache right now. The scene shifts back to the school. A voice rings out on campus. Mr. Su, these are the new transfer students. I've placed them in your class for the time being. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Shier and Zhuo Yang were standing in the middle of Su Nian's classroom. He looked at the two of them, confused. Where on earth did Tan Nian find these two and dump them on me? Shier stepped forward and bowed her head. Mr. Su, from this day forward, I'll be your student. Then she confidently introduced herself to the class. Hello, everyone. My name is Liang Shier. I'm from the capital. I just transferred here today, so I hope you'll all take good care of me. The students below buzzed with excitement at her arrival. Zhuo Yang, on the other hand, was much less talkative. Chen Zhuo Yang, Liang Xier's cousin. He then laid out 3 rules. First, don't get near me. Second, don't try to drag my cousin into any of your little romances. Third, this school is a dump, so I'll show up to class when I feel like it and leave when I feel like it. For a rare moment, the entire class, including Sun Yen, wore the exact same expression. They were looking at him like he was insane. Zhuo Yang continued. And another thing, your sense of style is pathetic. I guess that's to be expected from a bunch of poor country bumpkins. Xiao Shuai cursed under his breath. What an arrogant jerk. Who cares if you're rich? Xiao Mei whispered to him. He is rich. Look at his necklace. It's French. A limited edition piece by a famous designer, only 100 were ever made. Sun Yan's face turned serious. If you want to leave, you can go right now. Zhuo Yang looked annoyed. If you hadn't tricked my cousin and run her around in circles, why would I have to be here studying now? I already told you, I come and go as I please. I don't have to listen to you. While the whole class was in a panic, Luo suddenly walked in. It's been a long time since she last came to school. She didn't expect it to be this lively. Her beautiful face left everyone stunned. Zhuo Yang was also captivated by her beauty, thinking to himself, the dream girl of every rich guy in the capital, the goddess of my heart. No wonder I couldn't find her anywhere. So she's studying here. Luo was surprised to see Xie and him. Why are you two here? Xie smiled cheerfully and greeted her. Long time no see. She was also quite surprised when Luo walked into the classroom, thinking, the one and only daughter of the famous Luo family is studying here? I'm so surprised. Beside her, Zhuo Yang cleared his throat and formally introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Zhuo Yang. I'm very open-minded and love making friends. I hope you'll all take care of me over the next 2 years. If you need anything, just come find me. The entire class was speechless and dumbfounded by Zhuo Yang's sudden change of face. He's even more shameless than our teacher. The scene changes to the office. Qin Ran spoke in a harsh tone. Give me one reason. Why did you come here? Xie replied with a pitiful and flustered expression. Mr. Chu, I really have no other choice. Coming to you is the only way to save my family. Qin Ran relented. I can only agree to go to the capital in 1 year to treat the illness. He thought to himself. In a year, even if I'm not a grandmaster, I'll have learned many new tricks. I won't have to worry about anyone else. Hearing this, she became anxious. No, my grandfather can't last another year. He then retorted in frustration. Then have you ever considered that if I help you, I could be killed? Zhuo Yang, standing beside them, couldn't hold back any longer and interjected reproachfully. You're a teacher, yet you have the heart to refuse a student who's begging you like this? It seems you're not such a good person after all. Then he said to Xie, let's go. This place isn't worth our time. Qin Ran, tired and not wanting to argue, said, just get out. He thought to himself, Chen Zhuo Yang isn't afflicted by this curse, which means it's only passed down to the next generation of the Liang family. I'm afraid Chen Zhuo Yang doesn't know this. Fuming with anger, he quickly rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. What kind of tone is that? Don't think I won't do anything just because you're a teacher. Seeing this, Xie panicked and shouted for him to stop. Chen Zhuo Yang, stop. Zhuo Yang then reassured her, it's okay, I won't hit him too hard. I have a black belt in karate. A normal person couldn't take a single full-power punch from me. Just as he threw the punch, Qin Ran asked with a mocking sneer, a black belt, huh? Then he bluntly knocked his hand away. The force was so strong that it sent Zhuo Yang crashing into the wall. Xie worriedly rushed to explain, Mr. Chu, my cousin didn't mean it. He's just been very protective of me since we were kids. Suddenly, Xie's face darkened, and a mysterious magical flame erupted from her entire body. The blood curse appeared and took control of her. She cried out in fear, Teacher, Qin Ran immediately recognized it and thought tensely, it's the blood curse, the most ruthless curse in this world. He then reassured her, I used to think it was just an ordinary curse, but to think it's a blood curse. How audacious, to perform this kind of dark magic in front of the heavenly King Yama. He raised a finger and began to cast a spell, Tai Chi mind technique, one finger to banish demons. Very quickly, the blood curse was destroyed and vanished into thin air. She, dazed, gently rubbed her head and asked, Mr. Chu, am I okay now? Did you just help me get rid of the demon? Qin Ran replied in a serious tone. Of course you're not okay. I've only suppressed it for now. It will reappear in a month because the root of it isn't with you, but with your grandfather. It has to be dealt with from there. Then he stated his deduction. Furthermore, based on my calculations of the curse's strength on your body, I'm afraid your grandfather won't live for more than another month. Hearing this, Xie was devastated and terrified. She hurriedly knelt down and pleaded earnestly, Mr. Chu, I beg you to save my family. Liang Jiangyuan is willing to sacrifice everything. Qin Ran stared at her, feeling pity in his heart. He thought, this kid, for her grandfather's sake, didn't hesitate to kneel and enroll in school. Even my few yellow talismans are now tied to her. The karmic bond has been formed. Then he announced loudly, all right, fine. Who told me to be so unlucky and meddle in things that weren't my business that day? Bring your grandfather here. I can help him. As if finding hope, Xie's eyes lit up. She clasped her hands and said sincerely, Mr. Chu, just name your price. The Liang family will fulfill it, even if it means going bankrupt. Qin Ran explained, I know you're from the Liang family in the capital, which is also Wantian International, but I'm not agreeing to help you because of that. It's only because you're my student. Hearing this, she froze and thought in a daze, just because I'm his student. Xie composed herself, stood up, and bowed her head to thank him. I understand, sir. I will bring my grandfather here as soon as possible. Thank you, teacher. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yang rubbed his cheek, still holding a grudge and muttering to himself, damn it, how on earth did he do that? My karate black belt lost so inexplicably? A female student approached and spoke. Student Chen Zhuo Yang, I didn't know you had this hobby. You like to meditate in front of the office door? When he saw it was Luo Luo, his cheeks flushed red and he stammered, "Luo Luo, you're here too. I didn't think you'd still remember my name." She replied nonchalantly, "I remember the names of all the children from the great families in the capital, including their hobbies, strengths, and dislikes. Later on, whether in the business world or in politics, I can use that information to attack my opponents." Her cold words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. Chen Zhuo Yang awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "So, why did you come to study here?" Luo Luo smiled and replied, "Isn't this place nice? The person I like is here. I think it's a great place." Hearing that, he was startled and blurted out a question. "Who is it?" he thought anxiously. "The goddess of the capital already has someone she likes?" She replied softly, "It's Qin Ran, and it's not a child's crush on an adult, but romantic love between a man and a woman." Zhuo Yang was rendered speechless, questioning in stunned silence. How can this be? The goddess of the capital is in love with a teacher from a poor backwater town? The scene changes to the vast and magnificent Meishan Villa. Shang Jun sat in a chair and said, "It's been a long time since I've been back to Jiujiang. I almost didn't recognize it on the drive here. It's changed so much." Bo Chao asked doubtfully, "Dad, are you sure insisting that I come to Jiujiang this time will actually work?" He also thought to himself, Dad's chronic illness has built up over the years, and now his mind isn't clear anymore. There's no such thing as curses in this world. Shang Jun said in a cool voice, "The reclusive master we made an appointment with today should be arriving soon. Even if he can't cure me, I want to see just who this golden dragon that old man Chang Heng spoke of really is." The scene changes to outside Qin Ran's house. Shi Er is calling him. Still half asleep, he put the phone to his ear. "Teacher, I've arrived in Jiujiang City. I'm at your gate. Could you open it?" He then went downstairs, yawning, to open the gate. Shi Er appeared in a lovely dress and greeted him with a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Chu." Without a word, Qin Ran decisively slammed the door shut, then re-emerged in a more formal suit. "We can go now." Seeing this, she laughed and complimented, "Mr. Chu, you're really interesting." Shi Er led him to a house and introduced it. "This is my grandfather's old house. We haven't been here in many years." Looking at the house, he thought, even their old house is this grand. In the room, Shang Jun asked anxiously, "Master, what about my illness?" Cheng Feng replied, "You are not sick. Forgive me for being blunt, but this is a highly sophisticated technique. Being near you, I feel a chill down my spine, but I can't see any clues. Please forgive me. I can't do anything." Yu San, sitting opposite, interjected with a rebuttal. "Of course you can't see it. This is a curse, and what's more, it affects all future generations. If it's not dealt with soon, I'm afraid the entire family will die." Hearing this, both Shangjun and his son were terrified. The old man said sincerely, "Mr. Vu, if you can cure my family's illness, I will give you 1 billion as a thank you." Fanfeng's eyes widened, thinking to himself, 1 billion. As expected of the Van Tien group, they're incredibly wealthy. Vu Tam stroked his beard and pushed his luck. "Gentlemen, although you are both big shots, this problem isn't easy to solve. Moreover, I could be risking my life. I'm afraid 1 billion isn't enough. It has to be at least 10 billion. Than Fong immediately spoke up to remind him, "Mr. Vu, isn't that a bit too much?" The man scowled and snapped angrily. "La Than Fong, this is my business. You don't need to butt in." He muttered to himself, "In this entire city of Kugiang, there's no one who can earn my respect. Trying to ruin my business, are you? We'll see how I deal with you." Than Fong swallowed his anger, inwardly scorning the man. To think a cultivator could be so shameless. It was a pity this kind of person had a cultivation level so much higher than his own. Baxio hesitated. 10 billion is too much, he mumbled. "Spending 10 billion in one go, even for the Van Thien group, that's not something we can do easily. Besides, the company isn't something our family has complete control over." Vu Tom shamelessly persuaded and threatened him. "CEO Luong, think about it. If you run out of money, you can always earn more. But if a person is gone, then everything is truly gone. This kind of curse can end your entire family line." At the mention of ending their family line, the father and son were terrified. Thurun Quan made a decisive command. "Bak Xieo, no more talk. 10 billion to cure our entire family is not expensive. Master Vu, we agree to this. Please, Master Vu, begin." Vu Tam agreed and approached the old man. "Old Mr. Luong, sit up straight, focus your mind and calm your energy. No matter how painful it gets, you must try to stay conscious." He began to cast the spell. "I'm starting to break the curse now." Mysterious streams of light began to emanate from Thurun Quan's entire body. Baxio watched the scene in horror. "What is this? Is this the curse?" Thurun Quan said cheerfully. "I feel a lightness in my body that I've never felt before. Is my curse broken?" Then, the old man walked over and cupped his hands to thank Vu Tam. "Thank you, Master Vu." The man stroked his beard and gave a faint, polite smile. "It was a small matter. Everything is done. As for the 10 billion, just transfer it to my account within a month." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Making money is so easy these days. You can make billions with just a few cheap tricks. Than Fong immediately recognized the voice as Teacher Soars. Lak Lak appeared and announced happily, "Grandpa, Dad, this is the great master I invited. He's also my current homeroom teacher." Baxio snapped back irritably, "Nonsense. This is no laughing matter. Besides, our family's illness has already been cured by Master Vu. That mischievous Lak Lak has caused you a lot of trouble, teacher. I'll have someone take you home." Afraid his good deal would be ruined, Vu Tam chimed in, "Teacher, you should go back to teaching. As for what you said earlier, out of respect for CEO Luong here, I won't hold it against you." Suddenly, Lathan Fong lunged forward and struck him. "Who the hell do you think you are to talk to Teacher Ser like that?" The man was thrown hard onto the sofa, looking to be in considerable pain and struggling. Thien Yi and Thuong Quan looked over tensely. The old man walked over and bowed to Suo Ran. "Lathan Fong pays his respects to Teacher Ser. It's been a while. I was planning to visit you at your home. I didn't expect fate would bring us together here today." Seeing Than Fong's actions, Vu Tam growled in anger. "La Than Fong, you hit me for no reason. You'd better have a good explanation, or you're not leaving this place today." In the living room, Than Fong bowed very respectfully to Suo Ran. Behind them, Vu Tam was still furious, pointing and cursing at the old man. But Than Fong completely ignored him, making Vu Tam so angry he clenched his fists. On the other side, Suo Ran smiled and said to Than Fong, "Old man, don't be so formal. We've only just met." Vu Tam watched them and thought through gritted teeth. He couldn't understand what kind of background this teacher in front of him had, that Than Fong wouldn't hesitate to strike him for his sake. Vu Tam suddenly had a realization. Could it be the Sir family from the capital? So Than Fong was trying to latch onto the power behind him. After figuring it out, Vu Tam stroked his beard and said in a sarcastic tone, "I never thought the righteous Mr. Lathan Fong would compromise with such worldly mundane things." As expected, when he said this, Than Fong immediately turned to look at him. The old man glared at him, gritting his teeth and trembling because the words had hit a nerve. Vu Tam ignored Than Fong and turned to Suo Ran, saying in an arrogant tone, "I know about the power behind you, Teacher Sir, but not every problem can be solved with money and status." This statement from Vu Tam clearly carried a warning. In response, Suo Ran didn't get angry at all, but retorted firmly, "Do you know how to write the word fraud? Because both characters are written all over your forehead." Vu Tam was furious, raising his voice and pointing at him challengingly. "If you're saying I'm a fraud, then let's see how you handle this." Suo Ran simply replied in a calm voice that he would handle it quickly, then walked over to shake hands with Thuong Quan. Then, Suo Ran said to the old man seriously, "What you're suffering from is likely a curse. Moreover, it's a blood kill, the most vicious and bloodthirsty of all curses." When Vu Tam heard him say this, he couldn't believe that Suo Ran also knew about the blood kill. He continued speaking. "The method Mr. Vu just used only suppresses it for a short time, making you pain-free for this 1 month. But I'm afraid next month's outbreak could be fatal." Hearing this, Vu Tam immediately retorted that this kind of technique was at least at the grandmaster level. Even if a grandmaster were here now, I'm afraid they couldn't solve it. "Isn't it good enough to let Mr. Luong be comfortable for a month?" Suo Ran turned his head sharply and shot back a question at him. "So he dies after a month? Being alive is better. You can't cure it? A grandmaster can't cure it, but I never said I couldn't." Bak Xiao, who was standing nearby, heard this and said loudly, "If you can solve the curse, teacher, I will also give you 10 billion. Unexpectedly, Suo Ran just held up one finger and said proudly, "No need. 1 coin will be enough." After that, Suo Ran put his hand in his pocket, looking for something. From his pocket, he took out a piece of paper and told the people around him, "Everyone not involved, please take 1 step back. In a moment, no matter what you see, don't be afraid." Suo Ran then used 2 pieces of paper to create a glowing circle of characters around himself, but immediately after, that glowing circle moved to surround Thuong Quan's body, making the old man quite confused. Before he could understand what was happening, Thuong Quan screamed as a monstrous spirit flew out of his body. Seeing this from the side, Vu Tam shouted in alarm, "Are you crazy? Provoking it like that could kill everyone here." Suo Ran was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his hand towards the ceiling, creating another blue Bagua symbol. He said calmly, "A grandmaster's techniques might have been difficult for me to handle in the past, but so what if it's a demon or a monster?" With that, he turned towards the monster and performed the 7 stars step technique. The scene shifts to northern Europe, which is covered in white snow. Scarface sat cross-legged, holding a spear and gritting his teeth in anger. "Leung Tuong Quan, you have some nerve. Instead of waiting obediently for death, you dared to find someone to break my spell. Let's see if there's anyone in all of China who is my match." The scene shifts back to the room where Suo Ran was using the Bagua circle to suppress the monster. It was immediately struck by his attack, and part of its arm was burned. The monster looked down at the tiny Suo Ran below, who spoke to it imposingly. "I am surrounded by a righteous aura. Why should I be afraid of you?" The monster seemed truly enraged now, a flickering purple flame appearing in its eyes. So it's this brat, daring to ruin my plans? Below, Thanfeng looked at it in fear and stammered. He couldn't believe this monster could even talk. Suo Ran calmly reassured Thanfeng that this was just a small show. In the future, when he became a grandmaster and mastered the Tao of Qi, he could also handle it as easily as flipping his hand. The monster said contemptuously to him, "A mere martial artist dares to boast before this venerable one? You're just using some cheap tricks to suppress my curse. If you submit, I will spare your life. If not, I will turn you into a ghoul." Suo Ran pulled another piece of paper from his pocket. He replied to it, "If you actually fought back, I might have been a little scared. You're just a pathetic little curse that survives by clinging to a host. A gift for you." As he spoke, he finished forming a new Bagua symbol. Then, Suo Ran launched a decisive strike at the monster. It was sent flying, its voice unable to hide its surprise. "Who the hell are you? How can you suppress my techniques?" He just smiled, retracted the Bagua, and replied, "I'm not one to hide my name. I'm Han Zheng from Zhujiang's #1 high school. If you've got the guts, come find me there." The monster's furious voice was the only reply. The people in the room could only stare wide-eyed, wondering what kind of grudge this Han Zheng had against Teacher Su. With that done, Suo Ran turned to Shang Jun and said the curse was broken. "You and your family should all feel much lighter now." Shang Jun laughed with delight. "Everything's great. I've never felt this good in my life." Nearby, Bo Chao was hugging Sheer tightly, moved that the curse was finally broken. She can finally live a normal life. Shang Jun hurried over to shake Suo Ran's hand, thanking him profusely. To the side, Vu Tam was seething with jealousy. He never expected Suo Ran to actually break the curse. It was like getting slapped in the face in front of everyone. Vu Tam swore he would repay this humiliation. He turned to storm off in a rage. "Liang family, Suo Ran, just you wait." Suddenly, a hand clapped him on the shoulder, making him jump. A voice rang out, "We're not finished here. Where do you think you're going?" Suo Ran glanced back to where Cheng Feng was holding Vu Tam and said to Shang Jun, "Looks like we have one more piece of business to settle." Hearing this, Vu Tam flinched and looked at Suo Ran. Then, unexpectedly, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed, pleading, "This lowly one was blind before. Please, spare my life. I swear I'll never seek revenge on the Liang family again." But then, just as quickly, Vu Tam sprang to his feet and swung his arm at him, a sharp spearhead emerging from under his sleeve. Cursing, he launched a surprise attack, but Suo Ran effortlessly caught the spearhead and said with a smirk, "Killing me isn't that easy." He probably didn't expect his trick to be seen through so easily and had to admit that Suo Ran was formidable. Then, an idea struck him, take a hostage. He immediately yanked his arm free from Suo Ran and lunged toward Shi-Er. Suo Ran quickly unleashed another technique, aiming it at Vu Tam. As the man closed in on her, Suo Ran shouted, "Get down!" The moment Shi-Er ducked, a spear of fire from Suo Ran pierced through Vu Tam's chest. His heavy body collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely powerless. Somehow, Vu Tam wasn't dead. He managed to sit up, trembling and begging for his life, promising he'd never do it again. Suo Ran, keeping his technique active, turned to Shi-Er and said, "Close your eyes. You're too young to see this." She quickly did as he said, squeezing her eyes shut. Only then did Suo Ran raise his voice to confront Vu Tam. "Your cultivation methods are insidious and evil. I can't imagine how many people you've harmed. If I hadn't been here today, the entire Liang family would have died by your hand." Then, Suo Ran created a deadly vortex of crimson fire. The flames instantly spread to Vu Tam, burning him alive. A moment later, Shi-Er quietly asked Suo Ran, "Can I open my eyes now?" He told her she could. When she opened them, Vu Tam had vanished. Shang Jun thanked Suo Ran once again and invited him inside to sit for a while. Cheng Feng took this opportunity to bow and excuse himself. In the Liang family's reception room, Shang Jun sat and chatted with the young man. He asked Suo Ran how he could ever repay such a great debt, and then asked if he would perhaps like this building. Hearing this, Bo Xiao hesitated. "Dad, this building." Shang Jun immediately turned to scold his son. "This building has the feng shui of a tiger leaning on a mountain. It's meant for a great master of Zhujiang City. Are you saying Teacher Su isn't worthy?" Scolded by his father, Bo Chao hastily explained that he meant the villa was too shabby. He was worried that gifting it to Suo Ran would be an insult. Hearing this, Suo Ran quickly interjected, "It's not shabby at all. This is perfectly fine." He thought to himself that the Liang family wouldn't be at ease if he refused. Shang Jun said with admiration, "You truly are unconcerned with fame and fortune." Then he began to tell him that a good friend of his was on his way. He predicted I would face a great disaster today, so he rushed here all the way from the capital. Suo Ran interrupted him, asking what he was curious about. "How did you get cursed in the first place?" He thought to himself that if the grandmaster who cast it was nearby, it could be a bit troublesome. It seemed Suo Ran had touched a nerve, angering Shang Jun. He began to explain, "Our country has its own grandmasters. The renowned Chen Jiantian is one, and my friend who is on his way is a half-step grandmaster." Suo Ran quickly caught on. "Shang Jun, are you implying that the one who cursed you was a foreigner?" Shang Jun sighed. Yes and no. He explained that the man was an international mercenary named Scarface Dao. Back when I was leading the Chinese army on a campaign, he would frequently attack and kill my men. I deliberately set a trap for him, and that's how I got cursed. Afterwards, he fled to Northern Europe. Suo Ran nodded. I see. He thought to himself, that's fine then. I'll definitely have leveled up in a year anyway. Just then, someone walked into the living room and a voice rang out. I'm not too late, am I? The speaker was Chang Heng, the friend Shang Jun had mentioned. Seeing his old friend, Shang Jun stood up happily. You old coot, your timing is perfect. Chang Heng slowly entered the room. Shi Er and Bo Chao stood and bowed politely in greeting. Chang Heng then looked straight at Suo Ran and asked Shang Jun, I divined that there would be a major incident here. Is this the young man who lent a hand? He quickly raised a hand in greeting. You can just call me Suo Ran. He thought to himself that the man carried many threads of karma. He must be a master of divination. A half-step grandmaster really is different, he mused, seeing the countless interconnected threads surrounding Chang Heng. The old man continued to stare intently at him and said, We've only just met, but I can't help but want to test you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring a spark of fire. Seeing this, Shang Jun cried out in alarm, Old man, what do you think you're doing? But unexpectedly, Suo Ran just looked excited. Perfect timing. He wanted to test the power of a half-step grandmaster himself. The spark of fire was already upon him. Suo Ran quickly countered, creating countless green tentacles that writhed around his body, ready to strike at Chang Heng. The old man looked on, somewhat stunned. Are you also a successor of Tai Chi? He watched intently as the young man before him unleashed a flurry of attacks. Finally, Suo Ran landed a hit on Chang Heng. He lunged forward, striking so quickly that the old man had no time to react. Don't move, Suo Ran commanded, looking as if he was about to do something to him. When he was finished, Suo Ran staggered backward, looking exhausted. Shi Er rushed to his side to support him. What's wrong? She asked. Just then, Chang Heng suddenly cried out as golden rays of light erupted around him. He slowly stood up straight, his body regaining its youth. Shang Jun, who was watching from the side, couldn't believe his eyes. Before anyone could process what had happened, Chang Heng fell to his knees before Suo Ran. Thank you, Teacher Su, for helping this old one break through to the Grandmaster realm. Shang Jun, still unable to believe it, stammered. Old friend, are you serious? After Shi Er helped him into a chair, Suo Ran said calmly, There's no need to be so formal. It was all due to Chang Heng's years of diligent cultivation. I merely gave him a little push. Suo Ran only had to untangle the karmic threads for Chang Heng, and once his mind was clear, he became a grandmaster. Hearing this, the old man told Suo Ran, With your talent, you'll become a great grandmaster sooner or later. Just call me Chang Heng. I was wondering if you'd be interested in coming to our place to give some instruction? Shang Jun hesitated upon hearing this. Are you serious? I'm afraid Teacher Su isn't qualified enough to go there. He knew that place was a national military secret, and anyone who entered would see their career skyrocket. Chang Heng immediately turned to refute him. Not qualified enough? He was able to guide me to become a grandmaster. In less than 5 years, Teacher Su will definitely become a grandmaster himself. Yet, Suo Ran refused the old man's invitation. He had to go back to school to teach and couldn't go to whatever unit that was. Chang Heng didn't give up trying to persuade him. It's no exaggeration to say that place is a stepping stone to greatness. But Suo Ran thought of his students at school and brushed off Chang Heng's words. Say no more. I've made my decision. My students are very important. The scene changes to a frozen lake in northern Europe where a figure walks silently through the snowstorm. Scarface appears to be heavily injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. He never expected that a curse that took decades to cast and sacrificed thousands of lives could be broken in an instant. Jujiang First Middle School, Hanjiang. I will have my revenge. A while later, seeing that everything was settled, Suo Ran excused himself to leave. Seeing him go, Shang Jun stopped him. I rarely come back to Jujiang City, so please stay, Teacher Su. I'll call a few old friends to get together. How about that? After thinking it over, he felt this was the best way. Suo Ran, of course, knew that Shang Jun wanted to help him. Although Suo Ran didn't need it, he still owed a favor to Guo Fanlei, the son of his disciple. Well, I guess it's his lucky day. Then he turned and agreed, I have a friend too. Is it okay if I ask him to come? Shang Jun was naturally delighted and agreed. He then turned to Uncle Chao beside him and told him to hurry and make the arrangements, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen Xiao Ming, and to call Lin Changshang as well. The scene shifts to a police station in Jujiang. Guo Fanlei was sitting in his office, smoking to fight off the boredom. He didn't know what was going on, but he'd been feeling exhausted lately. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. He quickly picked it up and asked urgently, Who is it? On the other end of the line was Suo Ran. He told him to come to the Meishan district for a party. CEO Liang and General Liang of the Wantian group would both be there. Hearing this, Fan Lei joyfully agreed at once. A short while later, when the car stopped in the Meishan district, Fan Lei was still thinking. CEO Liang and General Liang of the Wantian group were both very important people. Why would they be here? Just who is Teacher Su? As he walked inside, he saw someone receiving guests, who respectfully invited him in, saying, "Teacher Su has been waiting for you for a long time." After entering the room, Fan Lei saw Suo Ran sitting on a chair and spoke up. "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." He was a bit surprised to see Ma Ming's group there as well. Uncle Chow immediately came forward to greet Fan Lei, saying, "Mr. Guo is truly blessed to have a son like you. From now on, we're all one family." After that night, Suo Ran's status in Jujiang City gradually rose. The scene shifts to Nobot 3 Middle School during PE class. The students were running around the field, every one of them looking completely exhausted. Suo Ran stood to the side with his arms crossed, mocking his students. "Look at you lot. You don't look like the future flowers of the nation at all. Every one of you looks more like the nation's weeds." "Who lie?" Panting, asked Suo Ran. "Can a literature teacher really teach PE? So, can you teach us Taekwondo and Muay Thai?" Suo Ran clearly heard him, but deliberately asked, "You guys want to learn Tai Chi?" Hearing this, the students behind him looked horrified. The students pictured an old man doing Tai Chi and couldn't help but feel dejected. Just imagining it horrified Hu Lai, who said to Suo Ran, "That stuff isn't for young people like us. How about you just teach us Wing Chun instead?" But Suo Ran ignored him and began the movements. True Tai Chi has hardness within softness, combining the internal and external. "Now, let's begin practicing with me." Hearing this, the students wanted to cry, but they had no choice but to follow along. Were they really starting the lifestyle of the elderly at such a young age? Just then, another group of people approached. It was the PE teacher for the second-year class, Sun Zhen. He arrived and immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. "What's this? Already teaching your students geriatric exercises? If you don't know how to teach PE, why don't you let your students come and audit my class?" Suo Ran nonchalantly continued practicing with his class. As he did, he said, "Look over there. He's like one of those cannon fodder villains from a novel who shows up, acts all arrogant, and looks down on the main character, and then gets beaten to a pulp." Sun Zhen didn't seem provoked by his words. Instead, he wanted to issue a challenge. "If you think your Tai Chi is better than my Sanda, why don't we have a little match in front of the students?" This time, Suo Ran stopped practicing but didn't answer. He told his students, "This is a classic villain trope. You all need to work hard in the future and not be all talk and no action." Hearing this, the students burst out laughing. Hearing him, Sun Zhen's face darkened, but he continued to provoke him. "All this talk means you're scared to fight, doesn't it?" Suo Ran felt he couldn't ignore this guy any longer and said in a low voice, "Teacher Sun, I'm done insulting you. Do I have to beat you up for you to realize I'm skilled in both books and brawling?" Sun Zhen was so angry he was speechless, left to grit his teeth in silent fury. "Go on, be smug. If I don't get you kicked out of this school this time, I'll." From another perspective, someone in the school was observing everything on the field. Gao Wenxian was heard saying, "This is Director Chen's plan, but it's a bit vicious." Someone was standing next to him, also watching everything unfold. That person spoke up. "Principal Gao, you need to be more decisive. Otherwise, how are we going to answer to our superiors? Young Master Zhao, who's backing you, wants this handled cleanly, right?" It turned out that person was Director Chen. His sinister gaze fell upon the PE field, his mind clearly hatching some kind of scheme. Back on the field, it seemed Suo Ran had accepted Sun Zhen's challenge. He stood with his hands in his pockets as the man boasted, "I'll only use 30% of my strength. After all, I am the national Sanda champion." Suddenly, Suo Ran exclaimed in surprise, "Principal Qin, why are you wearing such a short skirt to school today? That's not appropriate at all." Sun Zhen was immediately distracted by his words and turned his head to look, completely unaware that Suo Ran had already seized the opportunity to leap forward. He was then met with a massive punch from Suo Ran that sent his head flying to the side. Suo Ran called Sun Zhen a pervert and casually reminded him that they were in the middle of a match. Sun Zhen clutched his aching cheek and said angrily, "You dare play dirty?" He then straightened up and declared, "Don't blame me for being ruthless today." With that, he immediately launched an attack at Suo Ran, thinking to himself, "A single punch from me is enough to keep a normal person in bed for 3 days. He threw a punch at him, but Suo Ran dodged it with ease. He even offered a comment, "Not a bad strike, just a little slow." Then Suo Ran took the opportunity to land another punch on Sun Zhen's face, sending him stumbling backward. Sun Zhen fell to the ground, covered his mouth, and hastily admitted defeat. "I lose." Suo Ran's students, who had watched the fight from start to finish, had their eyes shining. They seemed to have realized the power of Tai Chi and were now eager to learn it. Seeing the students cheering wildly, Suo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only thrown a couple of casual punches. But it seemed things weren't over yet. Two students from the second-year class, the brothers Fang Qiang and Fang Han, also wanted to challenge him. Suo Ran looked at the two of them with suspicion. It seemed like there was some kind of plot afoot, but he still cheerfully accepted the challenge. He wanted to see what they were hiding. That was the signal. The two brothers rushed forward to attack Sun Yan at the same time. Seeing this, Truk Duong, who was standing nearby, thought to himself, these two are way more skilled than Tan Tran. I'm not even sure I could take them. Sun Yan remained perfectly calm, moving his hands with no intention of attacking. This caused the students outside to whisper among themselves. With his hands moving in two directions, he parried the blows from both Fuang brothers at once. All of you, watch closely. This is what you call Tai Chi. As he finished speaking, he gently sent the two brothers crashing into each other. This is Tai Chi. Do you understand now, my dear students? Sun Yan smiled, pointing at the Fuang brothers who were lying on the ground, unable to get up. But surprisingly, the students outside, who had watched the whole thing, just looked at each other in confusion. They didn't even see what move he made. Off to the side, Tan Tran was filled with rage as he watched the students praise Sun Yan. He thought deviously, the real show is just beginning. The scene changes to a camera that appears to be recording. In the office, Dean Tran and Cao Van Hien are watching. Dean Tran is on the phone with someone. Hello, Director Tran. It's done. The clip has been recorded, and we have plenty of witnesses. Tuan Hao was the one Dean Tran had called. After hearing his report, he immediately said he would call the Bureau of Sports. Sitting next to him was Tuan Vu, looking quite scared. After hanging up with Dean Tran, Tuan Hao turned to Tuan Vu and said, Sun Yan is finished this time. And while we're at it, we can take care of Triu Thien Min. You're finally good for something. Tuan Vu, sitting beside him, praised him for being so smart. It seemed Tuan Hao couldn't wait any longer, and picked up the phone again to call the Bureau of Sports. Hello, is this Director Vuong? I want to report a teacher at Tam Trung High who not only assaulted another teacher but also students. I have all the evidence. As if just waiting for that to be over, Tuan Vu immediately stood up and declared, I'm going to Tam Trung High right now. I want to see the devastated look on his face with my own eyes. Tuan Hao didn't stop him. He just sat in his chair, thinking, behind Sun Yan is Fan Hong, and behind Cao Van Hien is Triu Thien Min. Let them tear each other apart. From now on, only the Tran family will be left standing. The scene changes to another office. Van Hien is reporting everything to Thien Min, adding that the kid named Su is dead for sure. To his surprise, Thien Min ordered him to do everything in his power to help Sun Yin this time. Hearing this, Van Hien's face went pale, and he asked in alarm, What do you mean? Isn't Sun Yin your enemy? Thien Min just leaned back in his chair and calmly explained that Fan Hong was backing Sun Yin. He wasn't stupid enough to go up against Fan Hong over a woman when someone was clearly trying to stir up trouble from behind the scenes. The scene changes to Tan Nian's office. She sat in her chair with Sun Yan and told him, Someone has accused you of hitting students and injuring teacher Tan. What do you have to say about this? Sun Yan immediately told her, This is a setup. Someone framed me. But then Tan Nian placed a file in front of him and said, But the report has already been filed with the department. Tan Tran and those two students have all been hospitalized. The testimonies from Tan Tran and the two students all point to you as the culprit. Hearing this, Sun Yan panicked and quickly tried to explain, It's a trap. I didn't hit anyone. Then Sun Yan begged for help. Principal Tan, you have to help me. Tan Yin looked at the panicked and desperate Sun Yan before her, wondering when he had become so weak. But before she could react, Sun Yan rushed forward and threw his arms around her, burying his face in her chest and pleading, Principal Tan, I really didn't hit anyone. I've been framed. Seeing this, Tan Yan's heart softened. She patted his head and said she would clear Sun Yan's name. But as she looked down at her chest, Tan Nian saw a look of perverted bliss on Sun Yan's face. She immediately swung her hand and gave him a hard slap, chewing him out. Even at a time like this, you're still pulling this crap? According to Tan Nian, the situation was so serious that there was both physical evidence and video footage. Sun Yin immediately realized this must have been premeditated. However, Tan Hien said he was lucky because Vice Principal Cao had helped him this time. With her help and that of another person, they could probably buy him about 3 days. But after those 3 days, they wouldn't be able to protect Sun Yan anymore. Yet Sun Yan took the opportunity to tease her. Are you worried about me? She blushed but stubbornly said, That's not the detail we should be focusing on right now. Sun Yan put on a cool guy act and declared, All right, since you're so worried about me, let's go out and handle this right now. In reality, as he grabbed her hand and rushed off, he didn't have a plan. He was just going out to buy fruit. When they arrived, Tan Yin realized that buying fruit meant preparing a gift to visit the sick. Sun Yan was certain they would find a breakthrough here. The moment they stepped inside, a shout echoed out, Teacher Su, we don't want to see you right now. How dare you come here? But Sun Yan replied, half joking, Teacher Tan, why have you turned into a pig? No, I can't say that. It would be an insult to pigs. Tan Tran screamed like a madman. This is all your fault. It's bad enough you hit me, But you even hit my students! He kept insisting on an apology, but Sun Yen paid him no mind. His gaze was fixed on the two hospital beds opposite them, and he quickly moved his hand to cover Tan Tran's face. Sun Yen stated bluntly that he wasn't here to apologize. He had never even considered it. Ignoring the curses behind him, Sun Yen went to carry out his mission, to visit those he considered pitiful. But ironically, he said the pitiful thing wasn't them, but their hearts. Because he couldn't believe that two such outstanding students would frame him for money, Sun Yen questioned them in a loud voice. Are you worthy of those two words? Honor, student. I know your families are very poor, so you wanted to use this method to get some money. But it's one thing to be financially poor. If you're poor in spirit, you'll never amount to anything in this life. Faced with those harsh words, both of them just stammered. Seeing this, Sun Yen sternly challenged them. Do you dare to hold your heads high and look me straight in the eye? Because if it wasn't Sun Yen who was framed today, the two of them would have helped ruin someone else's life. Tears of regret streamed down their faces. Teacher, we were wrong. Their guilty consciences made them confess their crime, admitting they framed Sun Yen out of greed. He immediately went to comfort his students. It's good that you know how to turn back when you're lost, but don't get involved in this anymore. You're just victims. I'll find a way to pay for your hospital bills too. Tan Hien was silently impressed by him, a teacher who taught not just knowledge, but also how to be a good person. Tan Tran, still harboring ill intentions, cursed them. I knew it. You two are unreliable. I'm screwed. Over here, Ten Yen grew worried when Sun Yen suddenly walked towards the door, but he just said he was going to find the person behind the scenes. As soon as he stepped out, Sun Yen immediately thought, I say I'm going to find the mastermind, but I don't have any clues right now. But why would Cao Ven Hien help me? Last time, he pulled a fast one on me. Why would he protect me this time? He figured the man's attitude changed when Thien Min came to the school, so he concluded they were in cahoots. Based on this, outsiders would think Sun Yen was one of Fan Hong's people, so they'd think the three great powers, the Kaisheng Hotel, Hong Yuan Group, and Guotai Group were all fighting each other. But what worried Sun Yen most was the realization that they were targeting the corporation backing Tan Yen. After a moment of thought, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Tran Tuan Hao wants me and Triyu Thien Min to fight, and he even dragged Cao Ven Hien into it. But too bad for him, Triyu Thien Min doesn't want to be used, so he helped me. They see me as a pushover they can do whatever they want with. By this time, Sun Yen had left the hospital. He decided he had to deal with them one by one to be satisfied. He immediately called a certain person who could help him play the power game with that crowd. On the other end of the line, Ma Min answered the call calmly. It's me, Teacher Su, what's up? Sun Yen's request was that he wanted Ma Min to send people to inspect the sanitation conditions of the Kaisheng Hotel. It seemed like a very difficult request, but Ma Min readily agreed and immediately went to inform his people. He knew every hotel had its operational flaws, but he still couldn't figure out why this particular one had managed to piss off Suo Ran so badly. They were aiming for a 5-star rating, but after this, all hope for that was probably gone. Despite this, Ma Min quickly made a call, sending someone to investigate the Kai Thin Hotel, specifically about the incident involving Suo Ran. The moment he heard the report from the other end, his expression changed drastically. Those idiots dared to frame Mr. Sor? Keep talking. Suo Ran is my son's homeroom teacher, for crying out loud. A while later, Suo Ran was telling his driver to head to the Kai Thin Hotel. However, from the looks of it, the hotel was hosting a meal for sanitation workers today, and every reporter in the city was there to film it. Learning about this complimentary meal, Suo Ran was a bit shocked, as it didn't seem like something Tren Tuen Hao would do. The truth soon became clear. The Kai Thin Hotel was trying to get voted as a 5-star hotel, so they put on this event, which also served as an advertisement for their food. This time, they had attracted food critics. And on top of that, they wanted to get into the garment industry. In short, they wanted to become the top enterprise in Kujiang City. As he stepped out of the car, the amount of information the driver had given him made him marvel at a profession that seemed to know everything from astronomy to geography. When he turned around, the name of the place came into view. A reporter named Tuong Thu approached him and asked if he was here to witness the birth of the second 5-star hotel in Kujiang City. Suo Ran answered awkwardly, yes, I came to see. More accurately, I'm here to praise the delicious food. Tuong Thu was immediately impressed, thinking he was a talented food critic, and even asked for an interview once they were inside. Suo Ran naturally agreed, as this was his chance to walk into the hotel openly and legitimately. On the top floor of the hotel, Tuen Hao was letting his imagination run wild. This time, the Kai Thin Hotel will become a 5-star hotel under my control. The next prey is the Hong Yuan Group, he smirked, knowing that sooner or later, Kai Thin would become the top enterprise. Then, he would take over the Qian Long Villa as well. Seeing that the good show was about to begin, Tuen Hao's mood grew even more excited. At the same time, Tuong Thu was showing Suo Ran to the food critic area, as the upper floor was reserved for the sanitation workers. Suo Ran was a little disappointed that Turung Thu wasn't filming anything important. It seemed she was just a third-rate reporter. Just then, she turned to praise him. You've become a food critic at such a young age. You must have eaten a lot of different things, right? Memories of catching a rare bird in his past life flashed through his mind, along with a strange fondness for catching sea monsters. In the end, he couldn't tell her the whole truth, so he just answered concisely. If it flies in the sky or swims in the water, I've eaten it. Behind Suo Ran, a flood of comments praising the food poured in from the audience watching the live stream. At a nearby table, a diner praised the food. The feeling is so special, it's as if a cloud is floating through my body. This is a milfui cake, and each layer has 2 different flavors. The light, refreshing mint flavor is like white snow on a mountain. Tuang Thu, however, found it very ordinary, almost like food from a convenience store. Seeing this, he stepped forward and cut her off. You really still don't get it, do you? She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Get what? The next second, the whole room was in an uproar as someone saw a comment that seemed to be trying to stir up trouble, and rows of cursing comments began to appear more frequently. Tuan Vu shouted, "Shut it down! This part can't be broadcast!" In another room, Tuang Thu was flustered by Suo Ran's frantic actions. He explained honestly, "This stuff tastes horrible. I'm not lying." Just then, Tuan Vu came over and blamed him, saying he had no right to be here, then bluntly told him to get lost. But Suo Ran calmly retorted, "I've always been the type to settle my scores. You people backed me into a corner, so I'm sorry, but I won't let you get away with this peacefully." Tuan Vu's face contorted as he gritted his teeth in anger, but realizing there were many reporters around, he restrained himself. Just then, a polite voice rang out. "Mr. Sir, what an honor. I wonder if I could invite you upstairs for a moment. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us." Of course, when someone like Tuan Hao invited him, he had to show some respect and follow. He had already started walking ahead, but his thoughts about Suo Ran were malicious. He's just riding on Fan Hong's coattails. Does he really think he's someone important? Just a pawn for me to sacrifice. Over here, Suo Ran was asking Turing Thu if she wanted to come along. It turned out he wanted someone to watch the Kai Thin Hotel's downfall with him. Both Tuan Hao and Tuan Vu looked down on his confident demeanor, thinking it was just a fantasy. Once in the private room, Tuan Hao seized the chance to speak first. Let's begin. Ton Tun is a relative of mine. Logically, since he framed you, I should definitely take responsibility. But after investigating, I found out that Triu Tianmin was the one pulling the strings. I think you know about the relationship between Triu Tianmin and Principal Tun. And besides, you and the principal have your own private issues. And Cao Van Hien is one of Trio Tianmin's people. At this point, you should understand, right, Mr. Sor? He immediately slammed the table, feigning anger at being framed by Tianmin. But of course, it was all an act, Tuan Hao continued. I didn't expect it either, but everything was actually Trio Tianmin's plot to drag you down. Suo Ran raised his voice, vowing to get revenge on Tianmin, which was, of course, a deliberate act to deceive others. And just as he planned, Tuan Hao was inwardly delighted, thinking he had successfully manipulated him. But a second later, Suo Ran turned the tables. You were hoping I'd say that, weren't you? He was so shocked, he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. In contrast, Suo Ran calmly exposed him. You arranged this whole thing. If I really did that, it would drag the entire Hong Yuan group down with me. Just because you're an idiot doesn't mean you can assume everyone else is one too. You think you're stronger than Trun Tuan Vu? In Trio Tianmin's eyes, you two are the same. This place is complicated. He's careful with every step. But you're the only one who looks down on others. A brain is a necessity, not an accessory. Knowledge is a precious thing. I hope you two have both, Tuan Hao sneered back. So what if you know? He believed Suo Ran would still end up in jail, while he just needed to be more careful. The Kaithin Hotel would still become a 5-star hotel, and he would still be the young master, completely unafraid of him. Suo Ran mocked that idiots should read more books. As soon as he finished speaking, an announcement came that people from the health department had arrived for an inspection. Tuan Hao shot up from his seat and asked, "Didn't we already clear things with them?" But the truth was, even though they had, no one from the health department would pick up their calls. Next, the phone in Tuan Hao's pocket rang. The unread messages left him utterly astonished. He immediately realized that Suo Ran was behind this. Suo Ran calmly lectured him. "Didn't you say my backer was Fan Hong? Well, this time, I didn't go to him. Don't be in such a hurry. Take it slow. The real show is just getting started." Outside the hotel, the health department was beginning its investigation. "Make way for the inspection bureau. Someone reported that the food safety and hygiene here is not up to standard. Stop eating." Tuan Hao's whole body trembled. This was something not even Fan Hong could pull off. He kept wondering what the cause was. At that moment, another phone call came through. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end started cursing. "Tren Tuan Hao, stop calling me. I'm only talking to you out of respect for your father. This matter comes from the higher-ups. Don't ask so many questions." He was terrified, wondering how Suo Ran could have connections with high-ranking officials. Tuan Vu encouraged him to keep calling because there was still a number 2. Someone had to be able to help them, so Tuan Hao continued to make calls, but soon he could no longer hold the phone. How can this be? Tuan Vu seemed to sense that something bad had happened. It turned out the answer was still the same. This was a direct order from the higher-ups. Tuan Vu looked like he was about to get violent. We'll admit defeat this time, but after today, the Kai Thin Hotel will still be the same, and you'll still be just a nobody. You useless piece of trash. The aggressive attack was met with a sharp slap from Suo Ran. He calmly announced, "This play is only halfway over." The thing is, Suo Ran had forgiven Tuan Hao and his brother many times, but this time, they dragged students into it, causing them psychological trauma. That's why he was going to make sure the Kaisheng Hotel ceased to exist. Tuan Hao laughed out loud, thinking a single sentence from him meant nothing. But very quickly, a secretary came to report that the major corporations they were partnered with, along with all their suppliers, wanted to terminate their contracts. The two brothers' hearts pounded as they looked at the report. A flood of contract termination notices had filled their inbox. Their faces darkened. One was furious, the other was trembling with fear. Tuan Hao turned to question Suo Ran. "How can you have this much power? Is this your trump card?" Then, his body went limp, unable to stand straight, yet he still had the strength to curse at him. "You're the real venomous snake hiding in the shadows. If Zhao Tianming doesn't learn to be afraid, I bet he'll end up in the same situation." It didn't stop there. 2 more employees came to report that upper management had ordered a halt to all operations, pending a quality assessment. Tuan Hao fainted, forcing Tuan Yu to call for an ambulance. Only then did Suo Ran say, "We should go. The show's over." Jiang Qiu's entire worldview was shaken after witnessing such a grand drama that day. She immediately suggested that they become friends. Suo Ran, however, wondered why she didn't ask about what had just happened. It turned out Jiang Qiu believed that if you want to be friends, you can't talk about benefits. If you get too involved with that stuff, you can't be friends anymore. That improved his opinion of her. He saw her as a person with a strong and upright character, with clear, carefree eyes. So, Suo Ran generously extended his hand. "Friends? All right, I'm a teacher at Tamtrung High. You can find me there later." The simple handshake marked a new relationship. Jiang Qiu was surprised to learn she had also graduated from that school, and moreover, she felt the rumors about him being a hidden dragon were absolutely true. After they headed off in opposite directions, they said their goodbyes. On the way back, Jiang Qiu couldn't hide the smile on her face. Even the driver noticed her cheerful mood as the car door closed. Her young Miss Aura was immediately restored. "Just met someone interesting. Are the files in the car?" she murmured, reading the information she was given. Suo Ran, a teacher at Tamtrung High, rumored to be involved with Qin Ran, had a run-in with Dongfang Xin, but nothing came of it. Today, he destroyed Kaisheng and is close with Fan Hong. In her eyes, Suo Ran was someone who caused trouble wherever he went, with enemies everywhere. Furthermore, she had one burning question. Is Suo Ran really just a teacher? From a nearby corner, he had also figured out Jiang Qiu's identity as a rich young lady. Turns out, the aura of wealth couldn't be hidden from his qi-gazing art. Thinking about it, he didn't really care, since status doesn't matter between friends. But Suo Ran was very confident that no one had a more powerful backing than him. News that the Kaisheng Hotel had closed down reached a certain villa. When Dongfang Ao learned Suo Ran was behind it, he felt lucky that he hadn't clashed with him before. This time, he had even called in high-ranking officials. If the Dongfang Corporation had tried to confront him, it would have been like throwing an egg against a rock. Just then, Dongfang Xin burst through the door. "Brother, why haven't those bastards come to apologize to me yet?" He immediately slapped her and grounded her to Meishan for a month, and if you cause any more trouble, get out of this house. A few minutes later, Tianming also received news that the number 1 and number 2 officials had both stepped in to help Suo Ran destroy the Kaisheng Hotel. He was now certain that this was his trump card. However, Tianming confidently thought that the entire Zhujiang city had to submit to him, and moreover, Qin Ran would definitely become his, Zhao Tianming's, woman. At Tamtrung High, events were unfolding in stark contrast to the outside world's shock over Suo Ran calling in high-ranking officials to take down the Kaisheng Hotel. He quietly reminded a student in the back not to talk and disturb the student dozing off in front of them. Even so, the upcoming monthly exam rankings were directly tied to his 1,000 yuan bonus. But Suo Ran knew his students weren't actually indifferent. They all studied in the evenings and he could stay with them on weekends. That was something he only learned much later in his previous life. His students were all quiet achievers. Seeing him distracted, Zhuo Yang asked if he was going to continue the lesson. Suo Ran was very pleased with their good attitude, so he rewarded them with a free period. Instead, they worried he was sick and urged him to teach. So, Suo Ran had no choice but to continue the literature lesson, though he felt a little sad that his students didn't accept his good intentions. And yet, just 3 minutes later, he felt a great sense of success because the entire class had fallen asleep. Furthermore, Suo Ran silently cheered his students on to try hard in the upcoming English class. As he was leaving, the English teacher, named Xiao Lin, greeted him. He just nonchalantly handed the students over and continued on his way. She implied that they were her students too, so he could rest assured. Seeing that she had a point, Suo Ran gave a forced smile. However, a second later, her scolding voice echoed from the classroom. She was mainly mocking the whole class for being rich and lazy, then taunting them, saying if they had any guts, they should just stop taking English. Suo Ran was surprised to witness such a tense situation. When he returned, Xiao Lin was still berating the students inside. When she saw him, she yelled at him too. "Teacher Suo, discipline your own students. What kind of student talks to a teacher like that? It's infuriating." But in reality, Xiao Lin had been comparing the differences between English and literature, constantly belittling literature, and the students had simply disagreed with her. Hearing this, she wasn't ashamed at all and asserted that English is the official language of the world, so how could literature even compare? Suo Ran explained that everyone has different viewpoints, and a teacher's job is to educate students, not to indoctrinate them. She grew even angrier. "No wonder your class's results are so poor. It's because you have such an incompetent homeroom teacher. Go abroad and see whether you'll be using English or literature." Suo Ran still explained politely. "That statement of yours might need to be revised. Our country's education system is now world-class. If you can't contribute to our nation's education, you should at least show it some respect, not self-deprecate." Xiao Lin retorted that he would regret it sooner or later, then went on to mock the entire class's future. Suo Ran's expression turned cold. She could humiliate him, but she was not allowed to humiliate his students. Then, Suo Ran made a phone call. "Scarface, get a few of the guys over here. We've got a mad dog that needs a rabies shot before it bites someone." She immediately yelled back, "Go on, call security! I'd like to see who gets dragged away. Don't think I'm scared just because you're cozy with the principal. The old principal himself invited me here." Just then, the security team arrived, asking about the whereabouts of the mad dog. To their surprise, Suo Ran pointed right at Xiao Lin. Scarface was completely bewildered, as the school's legendary figure and the PhD invited by the old principal were clashing. He didn't know whose side to take. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Scarface approached Xiao Lin to advise her, reasoning that shouting would disturb the neighboring classes and damage her image. Xiao Lin didn't calm down at all and yelled at him too. "Who's shouting? Bad for whose image? He clearly started it. What right does a mere security guard have to talk to me?" Scarface tried to remain polite with her, but he also felt it was unfair. Security guards are always the first to rush in when there's trouble, but now they were being treated as worthless. She then turned and declared that she would no longer teach Class 18. If Suo Ran had the guts, he could teach the class himself. Ignoring that, Suo Ran just sternly demanded that she apologize to the security guards. That demand made her think he had gone insane. Xiao Lin was convinced that she, a noble PhD, had done nothing wrong, and that it was the security guards who were ignorant. Suo Ran couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her, then ordered, "Apologize." All the students in the class and Scarface the guard were stunned that Suo Ran had hit someone to defend them. Only Xiao Lin felt utterly wronged for being suddenly struck. But Suo Ran feigned innocence and asked, "Did I just hit you? How could I dare strike a PhD who studied in America and was personally invited by the old principal?" When he asked if anyone saw him hit her, the entire class shouted in unison, "No!" Xiao Lin gritted her teeth, wanting to curse him more. But then he suddenly turned and said, "Class, everyone who does an honest day's work deserves to be respected. Whether it's the security guards or the janitors, the servers or the chefs, without them, you students would be nothing." Then he emphasized that Hyo Lam had taught the students a very vivid lesson today. Because she is a failure of the education system, and you students must learn from her example. The whole class seemed to have been enlightened, bursting into applause for his lecture. Hyo Lam was so furious, she screamed, "Do you have any idea who I am? All it takes is one word from me to have you crushed." Seeing the guards step in to stop her now only pissed her off more, since no one protected her when Suo Ran hit her just a moment ago. Just then, Suo Ran remembered that she still hadn't apologized, so Hyo Lam shot back, "And what if I don't?" But who would have thought he'd actually punish her with an electric shock? Before running off, Hyo Lam didn't forget to threaten that she would go find the principal to deal with him. In another room, Tan Yin was very worried that the internal strife between the powers would endanger her family's elixir of eternal youth. She was also certain that someone was already after it. Suddenly, something interrupted Tan Yin's train of thought. It was Hyo Lam, crying and tattling about being bullied. So, Hyo Lam told Tan Yin what had just happened. Hearing the story, Tan Yin felt that So Nien had gone a bit too far, but she mainly thought Hyo Lam's problem was much bigger. She had to go apologize to the security guard first before they could continue their conversation. Hyo Lam immediately used their cousin relationship to accuse Tan Yin of siding with an outsider. Right at that moment, So Nien suddenly appeared. Ladies, don't let me come between you two. If you're still not satisfied, how about we make a bet? Although Hyolam was intrigued, she had to sneer. Only lowlifes enjoy those kinds of games. But I'm not afraid. What do you want to bet? It turned out the bet was about the results of the midterm exam between his class and hers. Because of this, Hyolam was certain he would lose. Her class always ranked first in the entire school, while his class always came in last. It could only be that So Nien was trying to get her attention by deliberately picking a fight. She despised this type of person, so no matter what he did, she wouldn't be interested. The main thing was the bet was important. The loser had to leave the school. And so, Hyo Lam loudly reminded him, "Teacher, so, you'd better get ready to leave the school." Only Tan Yen was angry because no one was paying any attention to her. Therefore, Tan Nien decided she had to re-establish her authority as the principal. But a second later, he saw Tan Nien's embarrassed face. Seeing So Nien get closer and closer, she shrieked in panic. "What do you think you're doing?" He calmly took her arm and told her not to move. Some kind of dark thought made Tan Nien panic even more. "Snap out of it, this is a school!" In reality, So Nien's target was a small object that blended in with her clothes. Tan Nien was also a bit surprised to see the strange object. When she realized it was a listening device, she was utterly horrified. Only then did So Nien start to flirt with her. "Your body is nice. Even better than the last time I saw it." The fear in her heart was quickly replaced by another emotion. Tan Nien threw a book straight at his face and yelled, "Can you be serious for once?" After regaining his handsome composure, So Nien asked, "You're always so gentle in front of other people. Can't you be like that with me? Getting worked up like this will give people the wrong idea. Besides, your clothes. Who touched them?" Tan Hien found it strange because no one had touched this outfit, and she had never taken it to a dry cleaner. It was then she remembered someone who could freely enter and leave her house. Her cousin, teacher Hyo Lam. So Nien then pointed it out to her. Figured it out? Otherwise, why would I make a bet to get her kicked out? The more she thought about it, Tan Yen still couldn't understand why her cousin would want to harm her, but he was much more perceptive. He guessed that the person pulling Hyo Lam's strings was Thien Min. There are only two things Thien Min wants. One is to eliminate So Nien, and the other is to possess Tan Nien. Of course, if he can't have her, he'll at least seize her family's mysterious elixir. So Nien said, without a hint of modesty, "You should thank me. If I win this time, I'll have taken care of an obstacle for you." It was only then that Tan Nien realized that while he seemed oblivious, he actually knew everything. She wondered if there was anything in the world, so Nien didn't know. It was too hard to figure out, so she confronted him directly. "Who are you, really? Why did you come to this school?" So Nien found it difficult to answer. Everyone has their own secrets, so he hoped he could reveal his someday in the future. Then he noticed Tan Nien was arranging flowers again. It looked beautiful, but it clearly showed the clumsiness of a beginner. Tan Hien was very confused as to why he suddenly changed the subject, so Nien's eyes were deep and full of mystery. Because he was actually thinking about a girl from long ago who also had a passion for flower arranging. Back then, she had also suggested that So Nien return to the Tai Chi sect with her. It was because of that sentence that the future Yama Immortal Venerable was born, and she became his wife. Returning to the present, So Nien asked cryptically, "You arrange flowers with the desire to climb higher, but how can you climb high if your roots aren't firm? Be careful, or the higher you climb, the harder you'll fall." As soon as he stepped out the door, So Nien thought to himself that he still had many things to do. Everything would happen sooner or later, so now he had to quickly sweep away all obstacles. In truth, So Nien was staying here for someone named Lang Van. In his past life, he was the young master of the Thien Phuong group. He had nearly humiliated his sister and was the one who caused his father to become bedridden. Even the So family didn't dare to stand up to them, allowing So Nien and his sister to be used as sacrificial pawns. So now, So Nien swore to deal with all the powers in this city. Moreover, he had to teach Lang Van what true power really is. The incident at the Kai Thin Hotel was just his warning to let them know that So Nien had arrived. At a roadside eatery, the shouts of some drunk customers urging for more snowflake beer could be heard. Vuong Bin was thrilled to be invited for a drink by So Nien, because he was a famous figure in the Special Forces unit. Hearing this, Scarface was also very surprised by his badass Special Forces background. So Nien just saw it as a thing of the past, because if the So family hadn't intervened, he'd probably still be in the army. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder if the So family would leave his family alone. Suddenly, a memory from the past was brought up. It turned out So Nien was the best in his class. No one was his match, and even the instructors were defeated by him. So Nien brushed it aside and asked about Phi Lang's situation. Everyone was still the same, but according to Vuong Bin, Luke Kiet forbids anyone from mentioning So Nien's name. He remembered that name. In his past life, Luke Kiet had come looking for him, but he had nothing to his name back then. He understood her feelings, but couldn't give Luke Kiet anything. So Nien took the opportunity to ask about Luke Kiet's situation. According to the story, it seemed he left the army around the same time as Vuong Bin. The suspected reason was that he had offended some rich kid. The thought of money making people act recklessly infuriated Vuong Bin. Suddenly, a young man started harassing the table next to them. "Hey, pretty ladies, mind if we sit here?" They shamelessly suggested. "Have a drink with us. Looks like it's your lucky night, huh?" Sensing their dark intentions, they made an excuse that they couldn't drink anymore because they needed to get back to the school before the dormitory closed. But the guy suddenly reached out and ripped the girl's shirt. "Where do you think you're going? You looking down on me?" Vuong Bin grabbed a beer bottle and declared, "I'm getting involved in this," but Scarface advised him not to mess with them. Those guys have powerful backing. This only strengthened Vuong Bin's resolve. "I can't just stand by. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a man." So Nien agreed, letting Vuong Bin step in. "I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Scarface saw how calm he was, thinking he didn't know who those thugs were, but he bluntly declared that he didn't care who they were. "When you see perverts like this, you just have to punch them." His voice grew firmer. "So Nien will take responsibility. Remember, don't just beat them up. You have to make them afraid." Vuong Bin was already fired up, so he immediately agreed. He then yelled at the thug, "Stop what you're doing!" The man looked at him with a contemptuous laugh. "Who the hell are you? You dare interfere with our fun?" To everyone's shock, Vuong Bin was so bold that he smashed the bottle against his own head. Both perverts were now terrified. More than that, Scarface and So Nien were also horrified by their drinking buddy's action. Vuong Bin ignored his injury and warned them, "Are you scared now? If you're scared, then get the hell out of my sight." He was sure his enemies were terrified, but soon their mocking laughter rang out. "Some idiot actually dares to play the hero and save the girl. Your head's pretty hard, huh? How about we hit it a few more times for fun? I'll even pay you for it." Suo Ran also felt embarrassed because it was clear this wasn't scaring anyone. Understanding this, Wang Ping started cracking his knuckles. Then he threw a powerful punch right into the thug's stomach. Furious at being hit, he offered a reward to his buddies to beat him up. The two schoolgirls, though scared, shouted, "What you're doing is illegal!" They just smirked slyly and told them to wait. They'd be back for them. Remember not to run, or they'd chase them all the way to their school. Wang Ping couldn't believe he'd run into such a bunch of bastards. Meanwhile, Suo Ran coldly reminded him, "Your focus is scattered." Wang Ping signaled that he understood, then moved in quickly, landing a flurry of punches. After lifting one of the limp bodies, he growled, "Who's next?" The leader, though afraid of being beaten, still asked aggressively, "You've got some nerve. Do you have any idea who we work for?" It turned out they were men of the second young master of the Wanxiang group, Xiang Jian. Wang Ping was busy cursing him out, so Scarface kindly reminded him, "That group is one of the 3 largest corporations in the city." The leader immediately regained his confidence. "Scared now? If you're scared, then stand still and let me hit you. Maybe I'll let you go when I'm done." Just then, Suo Ran stepped forward and sneered at him. "This is the first time I've ever seen a man so proud to say he belongs to another man." Shame turned to anger, and he yelled, "That's not what I meant! Who the hell are you?" But what he got wasn't an answer, but Suo Ran suddenly closing in on him. Suo Ran placed a hand on his head and pushed down. He said that people like this shouldn't be allowed to stand. Then he slammed his hand down hard, smashing the man's bald head into the ground. As Suo Ran's foot ground into him, the thug cried and repeatedly admitted he was wrong. But he declared that apologizing was useless. "If you feel wronged, go ahead and call the police." Of course, the guy knew the police would arrest him and his thugs, not Suo Ran. Then he started wailing as if he were the victim. "Boss, we really didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask those 2 schoolgirls." Suo Ran glanced at the 2 schoolgirls who had been harassed, but unexpectedly, they claimed they didn't know anything and ran off together. Wang Ping suddenly felt that being a good person was so hard these days. Suo Ran, on the other hand, used it to taunt the thug. "Looks like they don't want to be your witnesses." The guy tried to defend himself again, saying he hadn't done anything yet. Having lost all patience, Suo Ran made his move. "I already said they don't want to be witnesses. You still want to argue?" Wang Ping finally understood. When dealing with scum like this, you don't need evidence. You just have to be more of a scumbag than they are. The guy's face was beaten to a pulp. He hurriedly begged, "Boss, stop messing around. Please let us go." Suo Ran smiled and gave him a chance. "Don't you guys love calling for backup? Call your boss. Go ahead, call a dozen people. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." As the guy held his phone, he cursed Suo Ran under his breath. "You asked for this. Just you wait." His tone on the phone was much more aggressive. "Hello, boss? It's me." A few minutes later, 3 supercars appeared. 2 tall, burly drivers got out first. The first thing one of them asked as he got out was, "Who is Suo Ran?" Wang Ping slowly stepped forward to identify himself, but Suo Ran told him not to compete with him. He was touched that Suo Ran was willing to step up for him. But his real thought was this. He didn't want anyone else stealing his chance to look cool. Next, he admitted he was Suo Ran and asked what they wanted. Unexpectedly, the man bowed and asked him to wait while they rolled out a carpet. A luxurious red velvet carpet was quickly put in place. Suo Ran had no idea what they were doing. So they were rolling out the carpet for someone in the car, as a person was now stepping out. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. What's with all the fanfare? Xiang Jian was a little annoyed at being disturbed while he was enjoying himself. His hand didn't forget to squeeze a little harder. The beauty next to him let out a soft moan. Unexpectedly, that moan pleased Xiang Jian, and she was rewarded. Just then, the perverted leader from before came up and said, "Second young master, I just got beaten up. You have to get revenge for me." Then he pointed at the culprit, Suo Ran. Xiang Jian lowered his glasses and asked, "And who might you be, friend, that you dare to hit my men?" Scarface sensed trouble and quietly suggested Suo Ran apologize to smooth things over, but he replied firmly, "Didn't your subordinate report back? I'm Suo Ran." Xiang Jian seemed to have heard that name somewhere, but he ultimately chose to ignore it. After all, he had to handle this to avoid losing face for the Xiang family. Suddenly, he appeared right in front of him. "You really don't know what's good for you. I sincerely invited you out here to cooperate, but if you're going to be like this, I'll have to reluctantly beat you up." Xiang Jian was knocked down with shocking suddenness. Only then did the bodyguards shout and rush to protect their young master. Suo Ran calmly announced that if he didn't stop his men, he would hit him again. Xiang Jian, knowing his place, immediately ordered, "Don't come over here. I remember now. We can't do anything to you. You're the one who destroyed the entire Kaisheng Hotel. Meeting you today, I see your reputation is well-deserved." Suo Ran was also surprised that he knew who he was. Xiang Jian didn't hide anything and said, "I have a very beautiful older sister named Xiang Qiu. If you're interested, I can help." Suo Ran hadn't expected such a coincidence, so he told him to call Xiang Qiu over. He also demanded that his friend be allowed to leave. After sitting down, he started to flatter him. "Don't worry, my sister will be here right away. It's just that you taking down the Kaisheng Hotel was so damn satisfying. Those two bastards were always humiliating me, saying I have no real power. They deserved it." But what Suo Ran was interested in was why he was being humiliated like that. It turned out that Xiang Jian's father had used his wife's family's influence to establish the Wanxiang group, but then his maternal family went bankrupt. On the other hand, Wanxiang flourished. His father then suddenly took a mistress and had a son with her. That child's name is Xiang Tian, and the one who was cast aside was Xiang Jian. The succession of the group now almost entirely belongs to Xiang Tian. After hearing this, Suo Ran concluded succinctly, "So everyone in your family likes to have affairs?" Xiang Jian replied defensively, "I never let my mistresses get pregnant. I swear." The beauty with him also defended him. "Brother Jian is very generous. All of us sisters have more money than we can spend. We'd rather be with Brother Jian than love some broke guy. He might be a bit of a womanizer, but he provides everything else. What's not to like?" Xiang Jian was very pleased and decided to reward her when they got home. Suo Ran just saw it as a whole system of sophistry. Just then, Xiang Qiu appeared. "I'm not late, am I?" Suo Ran addressed her as Miss Journalist and greeted her casually. After the three of them sat down, the first thing he unexpectedly said was for them to take off their masks. Xiang Qiu was alarmed. Could it be? He already knows something? Xiang Jian looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Suo Ran just told them not to worry and to take their time talking. Next, Xiang Qiu probed, "What do you mean by that?" So Suo Ran told them frankly that if they wanted to cooperate with him, he wouldn't mind helping the two of them take over the Xiang family and become the ones in control of the corporation. Xiang Jian replied in a panic, "How is that possible? People like my sister and me, a playboy and a TV host." But Suo Ran scolded him directly. "Have you been a playboy for too long? You've forgotten who you were in the beginning." There can only be two reasons you're acting like this. 1, you're afraid of Xiang Tian, the one who controls the Wanxiang group. 2, you're waiting for the right moment to strike so hard he can't get back up. If it's the second reason, then I don't mind helping you." Hearing this, Xiang Jian was very wary. Why would you want to help us? The reason Suo Ran gave was that Xiang Tian was too arrogant. He wouldn't take him seriously and wouldn't be a good partner for cooperation. But the two of them were suitable. Besides, once you two control the Wanxiang group, you'll have to support me when the time comes. Xiang Jian was at a loss for words and looked for help. Xiang Qiu then seriously brought up the danger to him, because Xiang Tian is one of the 3 young masters of Kugyang. "If your only credential is that you took down Kaisheng, then I refuse to cooperate." In response, Suo Ran told them to take a look at something first. The names Fan Hong, Luo Chengfeng, Headmaster Guo Lao, and Fan Deyun astonished the Xiang siblings. They thought those people were Suo Ran's ace, but he just pointed to himself and declared, "My ace isn't anyone else, it's me." Tuang Kiem chided him gently. "Mr. Sir, you're getting more and more reckless. Every one of these people holds power in Kuyu Jiang City, and you're just a high school teacher." Suo Ran calmly tapped his finger on the table, creating a small halo of light, and the tabletop immediately collapsed. He replied nonchalantly, "Don't be so hasty. Look closely. This is my trump card." After the table fell apart, the wine bottle remained floating in midair, piquing Kiem's curiosity. He suddenly realized and blurted out in shock, "You're a martial artist. Don't tell me you've forgotten about Lathan Fong." Thu felt uneasy, thinking that perhaps even Lathan Fong couldn't do that. She suggested hesitantly, "Because of that move, you could cooperate with us." Suo Ran spoke with ease. "The two of you can attack together. If you run into any trouble, just come find me. Right now, I don't need anything from either of you." Thu chased after him, asking, "Mr. Sor, I'm dying to know why someone with your abilities is still in Kuyujung City. The capital is where you belong." Suo Ran answered her directly. "I also need the Hoa Thang Corporation's research data to achieve my goal, but my goal isn't the same as yours." With that, he waved and walked away, with Kim hurrying after him. "Mr. Sir, you're incredible. I want to be your disciple. Once I learn a few of these moves, picking up girls will be a piece of cake." Thu felt a sense of relief. After enduring for so many years, she finally didn't have to hold back anymore. "Our Turing family will take back everything that rightfully belongs to us." At the high school, Tun Hien was flipping through the class record books. She praised Class 18 for their remarkable improvement on this test. Their average score ranked 5th in the entire school, far surpassing Class 17. Hearing the results, Suo Ran was pleased, silently hoping she would keep her promise. Hio Lam, however, seemed resentful. "How is this possible?" Suo Ran relaxed, deciding to leave the rest to Tun Yin. "After all, you don't get to sit in the principal's chair without having a few tricks up your sleeve." He thought about the exhausted looks on his students' faces and felt a little bad for them. "I really put them through the ringer this time. It's about time I took them out to have some fun." Suo Ran walked into the classroom and announced, "Since we've shown such great improvement, I've decided to take you all on a trip this weekend." The whole class jumped up, cheering wildly. "Mr. Sir is really shelling out the big bucks this time. I haven't had a good night's sleep all month waiting for this day." Suo Ran suddenly felt like he'd been tricked, so they were all just pretending to be asleep. He called everyone to gather around. "All right, everyone over here, let me get a head count." "Wait, why are there 2 extra people?" Mahan spoke up shyly. "Mr. Sor, this is my girlfriend, Lam Kha. You don't mind, do you?" Lam Kha stepped forward and bowed to Suo Ran. "Hello, Mr. Sor." He greeted Lam Kha back. Then Suo Ran turned his attention. "It's Lin K again." Then So Nien looked around and asked, "And whose girlfriend is this other one?" Luo Ming piped up cheerfully. "Mr. So, this is my girlfriend, Chu Tian. Honey, this is the mister, so I'm always telling you about." So Nien's face darkened as he thought to himself, although Luo Ming's family is rich, he's insecure. And in his past life, this girl exploited that perfectly, not only scamming him for his feelings, but also for a large part of his family's fortune. Thien greeted them in her sweetest voice. "Hello, Mr. So." "Hello, everyone," but inwardly, she was disappointed. She hadn't expected so many rich kids in this class, making Ma Luo Ming the poorest of them all. "If only Ma Xin was my boyfriend." So Nian clapped his hands and said loudly, "If everyone's here, then let's get going." He chuckled to himself. "Looks like this trip isn't going to be a relaxing one. Lin K is interesting." When they arrived, he grabbed a megaphone and told everyone to get off the bus, and the students started complaining. "Sir, did you rent a bus that was used to transport pigs before this?" So Nian immediately praised him. "You can even smell it. Impressive. This bus was cheap, after all." Getting off the bus, So Nian was also stunned. "So many luxury cars. Where are we?" Ma Xin explained. "Behind this resort is the Van Thien Group. It was originally built along with the villa complex. A lot of rich people from other cities come here." Suddenly, an argument involving Luo Ming broke out behind them, startling. So Nian and Ma Xin, "Hu Lai, what's your problem? Everyone else got the lowest tier rooms, but you stuck me with this crappy one. What do you want, huh? Are you looking down on me?" Hu Lai apologized sarcastically. "All the good rooms are taken. If you're not happy, go stay at another hotel. You're rich, anyway. Why don't you just rent the presidential suite yourself? The door's right there. Don't let it hit you on the way out." Furious, Luo Ming put his arm around Thien's shoulder and said loudly, Fine. Thien, let's go." So Nian placed a hand on Hu Lai's shoulder and asked, "Don't you think you guys are going a bit too far?" Hu Lai quickly explained, "We're usually nice to him, but he acts all arrogant on the outside while being insecure on the inside. He even goes to other classes to badmouth us. Plus, now that he has a girlfriend, just a few words with her and you can tell what kind of person she is." Truk Duong added, "On the whole way here, only my cousin managed to exchange a few words with her. Even Vuong Lin ignored her." Sir, although he knew the situation was tense, So Nian was still worried. "Even so, as a teacher, I can't just abandon any of my students." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice called out from nearby. "Well, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the great young master Hu Lai. Why are you causing such a storm in a little classroom like this?" Hu Lai retorted without holding back. "Jiang Hao, don't get smart with me. My business is none of your concern. You mad dog of the Dai Jiang Group from Kim Lam City, get the hell away from me." Hearing Dai Jiang Group, So Nian felt it sounded familiar. Jiang Hao placed a hand on Hu Lai's shoulder, trying to be slick. We're old friends meeting again. You should at least treat me to a meal, right? You've got a lot of pretty girls in your class, huh? Annoyed, Hu Lai shoved his hand off and yelled, "Don't touch me!" Jiang Hao lost his balance, stumbled, and fell backward onto the ground. He suddenly started foaming at the mouth, which made Hu Lai panic. "Hey, what are you doing? Did you step on a thumbtack or something?" The manager rushed over. "What's going on?" "The eldest son of the Daijiang group. What's wrong with him? Call an ambulance." "What on earth happened? Is anyone a doctor?" So Nian assessed the situation and spoke up, seeing Hu Lai's worry. "I know a little something. Let me take a look. It's nothing serious, just a congenital heart condition. Luckily, it's not some rare disease. Right now, his heart is spasming rapidly. If he's not treated, he'll be dead in 5 minutes." The students panicked and started shouting, "5 minutes? He's going to die! We're screwed. Why isn't the ambulance here yet?" But So Nian calmly stood up and reassured them. "I told you, it's just a minor illness. It's fine." The manager, still unconvinced, asked again, "Young man, you call this a minor illness? Doctor, which hospital do you work at?" So Nian put on an innocent expression that made the manager's jaw drop. "Me? I'm not a doctor. I'm the homeroom teacher for Class 18 at Tam Trung High. My major is literature, but I also teach P.E. And recently, I've started teaching English too." Hearing this, the manager was beyond shocked, covering his face and screaming. "A literature and foreign language teacher who also teaches PE?" The manager immediately tried to stop him. "You're not a doctor, so just wait for the specialists to get here and handle it. We've already notified President Giang. They're sending their private doctor over." So Nian ignored him and ordered, "Hu Lai, Ma Xin, hold that manager back. I'm going to start saving him now." Held back by the two of them, the manager struggled relentlessly. "You're going to save someone with a few yellow paper talismans? What era are we in? Stop with this superstitious nonsense." Jiang Hao's condition was getting worse. He was still foaming at the mouth continuously. So Nian scowled. "I don't have time to explain to you. Saving him is more important." But he grumbled to himself. "This is a celestial golden talisman from Elder Truong Hoan. It's incredibly precious. What an ignorant fool." He pressed the talisman onto Jiang Hao's chest and explained, "Just leave this on for a while and he'll be fine. If you're sick, it cures you. If you're not, it strengthens your body." After So Nian spoke, Jiang Hao returned to normal. The manager was stunned, and Hu Lai was just as surprised. "Mr. So, is there anything you can't do besides giving birth?" Ma Xin added. "Sir, were you a fortune teller before? How are you so spot on?" Jiang Kun arrived with a doctor and urged, "Dr. Engo, hurry up and take a look." And Dong was terrified. "How is our little Hao?" Seeing the burning yellow paper on Jiang Hao's body, Dr. Nu immediately yelled at So Nian, "What century is this? Are you still using superstitious junk like this? Get out of the way." So Nian lowered his voice. "If he stands up, he'll die. His condition was critical just now. I used this talisman to suppress it, but it needs to stay on for another half hour. If you peel it off now, it'll be disastrous." And Dong pointed a finger at him accusingly. "Who the hell do you think you are? Playing games with my son's life. Peel it off." So Nian complied with her wish and led Hu Lai away. "Let's go. If she wants to kill her own son, I can only let her be." And Dong immediately knelt down and removed the golden talisman from Jiang Hao. "Don't be scared, son. Mommy's here." Instantly, his condition relapsed, even worse than before. Panicked, Andong sobbed and called for Dr. Ngo. Dr. Ngo tried to calm her while giving Jiang Hao some medicine. "Madam, don't worry. I have medicine right here. Once he takes this, there won't be any problem." Seeing Jiang Hao lie still, Andong was overjoyed that the medicine was working. But her joy was short-lived as he suddenly spat a mouthful of blood into Dr. No's face. Dr. No exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? His heart is failing. If we don't get him to a hospital, the young master won't make it." Hearing this, Jiang Kun froze in shock, while Andong wailed in sorrow. "My son!" He took his anger out on Dr. No. "Didn't you say his condition was improving, and that in a few years, this congenital heart disease would be resolved? I spend hundreds of thousands on you every day, and this is the result you give me?" Meanwhile, Andong suddenly cried out, "The paper talisman! Quick, that thing worked! Go find it! Oh, my son, no matter what, you can't die. Here's the paper talisman." As she spoke, she pressed the talisman onto Jiang Hao. The moment the talisman touched him, not even a second later, he coughed up blood. The scene changes to some ice cream cone shop. Ma Xin's group was eating ice cream and complaining. "Sir, you're too cheap. Is this what you're treating us to?" So Nian replied nonchalantly, "You've got something to eat, so just eat it. Why so much chatter?" Hu Lai, his mouth full of ice cream, asked him awkwardly, "Sir, they tore off the paper talisman. What's going to happen to Jiang Hao?" So Nian casually dropped a line, "He's a goner." Of course. This left him utterly stunned. Hu Lai suddenly snapped, "Sir, don't you care? That's a person's life we're talking about. Besides, Jiang Hao wasn't that bad. He understood how Hu Lai felt, so he stopped to explain. His level of understanding is too low. The world is so vast. Even with greater power, there will always be things we can't interfere with. Hearing that, he fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out, "That teacher over there, please wait a moment." So Nian guessed they had torn off the talisman, but he still pretended to ask, "What's wrong? Did you tear it off?" Jiang Kun admitted frankly, "Yes, we did. Teacher, I'm begging you, please help again. Please save my son." He calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, "Forget it. Hurry back. Your son will wake up in a few minutes." Hearing this, the man was overjoyed and blurted out, "Really?" So, Nian shot a cold glance at Jiang Kun and said, "Of course it's real. He'll wake up for a final burst of energy before he dies. You'll get back just in time to say goodbye." When that happened, you didn't say a word, which means you also thought I was a fraud, didn't you? Do you understand the consequences now? Understanding the reproach in his words, the man immediately bowed his head to the ground and apologized. But Jiang Kun still wouldn't give up, begging Suo Ran to save Jiang Hao, his only son. Jiang Kun kept kowtowing, ignoring the people passing by. Seeing this, Hu Lai felt a pang of sympathy, thinking that Jiang Hao wasn't really a bad person after all. His own dad was just like that. Even though he was strict, if something really happened, his dad would be the first one to rush forward. Even Wang Ling and Shi Er had to sigh at the scene. The things parents do for their children are truly pitiful. In the end, Shi Er couldn't stand it anymore and went to help him up, reassuring him, "Mr. Jiang, please get up. Teacher Su has already agreed." Hearing this, Jiang Kun looked towards Suo Ran with a joyful and astonished expression. "He agreed?" She directly exposed Suo Ran. "Sir, you see, even though he has a sharp tongue, he's not actually against helping. Look, we've been walking for a few minutes, but we're still just circling around this area." With that, Hu Lai's group started dragging Suo Ran away while shouting, "Let's get a move on!" Jiang Kun ran behind them, not forgetting to thank them repeatedly. As soon as Suo Ran got closer, Rong ran out and begged him, "Master teacher, I'm begging you. I was wrong earlier." Suo Ran went over to check Jiang Hao's condition, then requested a clean room and for no one else to disturb them. She couldn't have asked for more, so she immediately replied, "Of course, this way please, Teacher Su." The scene changes to the Jiang family's house. Everyone waited outside, their hearts burning with anxiety, and Rong asked impatiently, "He's been in there for 2 hours. What on earth is the situation inside?" Just as she finished speaking, Suo Ran walked out, looking exhausted. "He's fine now. Don't disturb him for now. He'll wake up in an hour. From now on, his illness can be considered cured." Hearing this, Dr. Wu asked in disbelief, "Cured? How is that possible? This kind of illness is fundamentally incurable." Jiang Kun and An Rong flew into a rage and yelled, "Shut your mouth! Get the hell out of here." Inside the room, she dabbed her tears while whispering softly, "My son, please wake up soon. If what that teacher said is true, then from now on, your illness is completely cured." Not long after, Jiang Hao really did wake up, just as he had said. Seeing this, Jiang Kun cheered with joy. "My son is awake!" And Rong asked emotionally, "Son, how are you feeling?" Jiang Hao was just as overjoyed because his current condition was quite good. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even breathing wasn't difficult anymore. At some ice cream shop, Suo Ran was leisurely enjoying his ice cream cone. A moment later, he suddenly noticed something and asked, dissatisfied, "I saved your friend, and this is what you treat me to?" Hu Lai retorted, "Didn't you just treat me to this exact same thing?" "Oh, right. Is he really okay, teacher?" Just as he finished his sentence, the 3 members of the Jiang family knelt before Suo Ran to express their gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, Teacher Su. From now on, if there's anything you need our Jiang family's help with, I, Jiang Kun, will never refuse." Suo Ran didn't act arrogant or anything, simply saying lightly, "We'll have opportunities to meet again in the future." Jiang Kun watched his departing figure and thought to himself, "A young man with such great abilities. I wonder who he could be." Soon, night fell. Suo Ran sat on a cliff, cultivating and thinking idly. The seed I planted is finally ready to be harvested. Today was truly a great day. Whether the fruit I've grown this time is usable or not doesn't matter. The things that need to be resolved in this life are just those few urgent matters. If they aren't handled properly, I'm afraid I won't survive this life's heavenly tribulation. The lingering hatred and emotional knots of Jinlin City cannot be kept in this lifetime. Suddenly, a commotion from afar caught Suo Ran's attention. "Is that Hu Lai?" "Over there." Lu Ming was aggressively threatening him. "Hu Lai, if you've got any balls, come out here and fight me one-on-one." Faced with his racket, he just replied calmly, "Ma Lu Ming, there's really no need to make such a big deal out of this. No one's tricking you, and you're not that important anyway." Hearing that, Lu Ming got pissed and was about to make a move. "Cut the crap. I'm gonna teach you a lesson today." Just as the fight was about to escalate, Suo Ran suddenly appeared and interrupted. The 2 young masters meet in the middle of the night for a chat. Lu Ming immediately declared, "Teacher Su, I respect you a lot, but I have to beat him up." Hearing that, Hulai replied amicably, "Bring it on. I won't be satisfied until I've knocked you out today." Suo Ran chose a comfortable position to lean back and said casually, "No, you two go ahead and fight. I just came to watch the show." Seeing that he wasn't stopping them, Lu Ming declared war. "You dare look down on me? I'll beat you to death," Hulai shot back. "Not to be outdone, then I won't hold back either." With that, the two of them immediately lunged at each other, fighting fiercely. Suo Ran stood on the sidelines and sighed helplessly. "You call this a fight? You two are just flirting with your eyes." As he was watching them fight, a voice suddenly rang out. "Teacher Su, you seem to be enjoying yourself. I wonder if you have some time right now?" Suo Ran replied nonchalantly. "Student Lin K, shouldn't you be with Ma Xin?" The two guys who were fighting were still gossiping. "Isn't that Lin K, Ma Xin's girlfriend? What's she doing here?" "Over there," she spoke shyly. "Between Teacher Su and me, Ma Xin is a bit too childish. I prefer someone more mature, like you, for example, Teacher Su." Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes went wide as he blurted out, "What the hell is this situation?" Hulai's jaw dropped as he asked, "Ma Xin's girlfriend has a crush on Teacher Su?" Just then, Suo Ran spoke calmly, "But I'm not into men." Hearing that, the two big shots immediately froze, petrified by his words. They thought to themselves, "Lin K is so cute, and you think she's a man? Are you blind or something?" Hearing this, Lin K asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Hearing that, the two big shots, Lu Ming and Hulai, were even more confused. "So she admits it? That person really is a cute little boy?" With that, Lin K summoned his power, causing the ground to crack. He challenged confidently, "Bring it on." This scene left Lu Ming and Hulai in a state of shock. After warming up, Lin K spoke aggressively. "Suo Ran, you really are special, but that's all you are. You provoked my blade sect and even deceived our sect master, daring to claim your name was Han Zheng. Your crimes are unforgivable." Suo Ran stood in front of the two big shots and warned them, "This guy specializes in sneak attacks. As long as you dodge his first move, you can totally wipe the floor with him. His appearance as a cute girl is because he cultivates the Moon Evil Heart technique. As for the person in the shadows." As he spoke, he glanced at the figure hiding behind a tree. Now, that's the real crossdresser. Knowing she had been exposed, she revealed herself. "To think you knew of my existence. It seems I have no choice but to kill you today." Suo Ran didn't answer, but asked instead, "Actually, I'm more curious about something else right now. Just how far have you and student Ma Xin gotten?" Hulai suddenly jumped out in front of Suo Ran. "Teacher Su, hurry and take Lu Ming away. They're definitely after me. I've seen kidnappings like this plenty of times. Hurry and tell my dad to get Luo Chengfeng over here. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought with admiration. This kid is actually so righteous. Suo Ran helplessly gave him a painful bonk on the head with a lesson. "Stay a little farther away from me. What kind of trouble could small fries like you possibly cause?" The woman lost her patience and waved her hand, making everyone fall into a dreamscape. Hulai and Lu Ming immediately fell asleep right there on the cold ground. Suo Ran, on the other hand, was still wide awake and commented, "Your spiritual power is pretty weak." Lin K flew towards him like a bullet, then cursed, "You're about to die, and you don't even know it. Go to hell. The person our sect master personally ordered to be killed. Let's see what you're made of." Faced with his stormy attack, Suo Ran just quietly gave a mysterious smile. The woman watching from the side saw his expression clearly and thought in a panic, "What on earth is going on?" It turned out Suo Ran had secretly executed the reversing heaven and earth technique to counterattack. As Suo Ran executed the technique, he warned, "The gap between us is too wide. You're no match for me at all. Lie down." Only then did Lin K feel a sense of dread. This is power on par with the sect masters. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. Lin K took the full force of his attack and was now flattened on the ground. Suo Ran calmly withdrew his hand and advised, "Go back and cultivate your Tao heart more. Even 10 more people like you wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Of course, if 100 of you came, I probably couldn't win." The woman hiding behind the tree witnessed the whole thing and thought in a panic he actually one-shotted him. On the other side, Suo Ran was still going on and on. "I see you're from Wasia, too. It's just a shame you're following a traitor like that scar-faced bastard. I know the Hongmen probably paid you a lot, but I hope you understand. You can't take money to the grave, but money can certainly send you there." Hearing him say this, Lam Ka was completely stunned. The woman eavesdropping outside couldn't hide her surprise either. Finally, Suo Ran concluded, "My student is here today, so I won't be killing anyone. Consider this a one-time act of mercy. Your Taoist sect only has 2 people who give me pause. Anyone else who comes is just asking to die." "Ah," she thought to herself, looking in his direction. "No one has ever talked to us like that before. Even the Taoist sect just treats us like pawns. If we had a master like him, maybe we wouldn't have ended up in this situation." Moved, she said, "Thank you. We'll retreat. But the entire Taoist sect's kill order on you won't be lifted. The sect leader's top disciple, an imposing warlord, has already entered Huaxia. You have to be careful. Hearing this, Suo Ran thought, finally, someone who might actually give me a challenge? But then again, so what? A moment later, he reluctantly woke up the two sleeping champs. Hey, get up. You two aren't done fighting yet, Lo Min asked groggily. What fight? Ho Lai wasn't in much better shape. Did you win, Mr. Sir? Suo Ran nonchalantly pointed behind him and said flatly, I won. The proof is right over there. Now, what I'm curious about is, do you two still want to go at it? I'd love to watch you guys wrestle. The two knuckleheads stared at the enormous handprint on the wall, completely speechless. If a hand like that hit one of us. So that's the commotion Mr. Soar's fight caused. Lo Min, quick on the uptake, immediately said, We're not fighting anymore. We were just about to go get a late-night snack. Ho Lai quickly chimed in, Yeah, that's right. Late-night snack. We're the best of friends. Watching them argue over who would pay, Suo Ran thought, Now that's more like it. The only question is, how should I welcome this so-called warlord? Early the next morning, to prepare for the approaching warlord, Suo Ran was already deep into his morning training. As he stretched, he thought, it's rare to find a place this pristine. Plus, the spiritual energy here is even richer than down in that old Banyan village. Training here will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. With that thought, Suo Ran began performing a few forms, causing spiritual energy to radiate out in all directions. One by one, he moved through his other training routines. Suddenly, a quiet voice exclaimed in awe, So beautiful. Is this what real Tai Chi looks like? And the owner of that voice was none other than the mega superstar, Ngonchi. Ngonchi hid behind a large tree, watching him train intently. After a while, Suo Ran suddenly turned to her and asked, Excuse me, but you've been staring at me for almost an hour. Exactly how long do you plan to stare? Startled, she jumped and blurted out, You knew I was here? Ngonchi was still stammering when she suddenly slipped, her body falling backward from the momentum. Seeing this, Suo Ran yelled out, warning her to be careful. He swiftly moved to catch her. Whether it was an accident or intentional, Suo Ran's hand landed in a rather sensitive spot. He immediately yelped in shock. Your chest just ambushed my hand! Ngonchi, embarrassed, replied, It was just an accident. It's nothing serious. He then delivered a devastating blow. Good thing you're flat-chested then. Though furious, Ngonchi told herself she had to endure it. His Tai Chi is beautiful. It's exactly what I imagined. My movie needs him. With that thought, Ngonchi made her offer. Are you a Tai Chi master? Your movements are absolutely gorgeous. We're currently shooting a film about Tai Chi. I'd like to invite you to play a supporting role. It would only take half a day at my son, and the pay is quite good. He flatly refused, saying he had to take his students out later. She tried to persuade him again. You haven't seen me in person before, but surely you've heard my name. I'm Gan Ngonchi. The quality of our film is guaranteed. As Ngonchi was trying to convince him, someone interrupted. Ngonchi, what are you doing? It's almost time to shoot. The master I went through so much trouble to find has already agreed to take a supporting role in our movie. This grandmaster is the 72nd generation successor of Zhang Sanfeng. His Tai Chi is the real, orthodox deal. Ngonchi introduced him. Shao, this is the Tai Chi master I found. I'm trying to convince him to join our film, the woman replied dismissively. If he knows Tai Chi, he can come and watch. It cost a fortune to hire Master Zhang. It wasn't easy to get him to come out of seclusion. Let's hurry to the set. If Master Zhang backs out, it'll be a huge loss for us. Seeing that her assistant, Shao, had misunderstood, she quickly clarified. You've got it wrong. I want him to act in our film, to take over Master Zhang's role. Just then, Master Zhang spoke up, his voice booming. Do you have any idea how many years it takes to truly master Tai Chi? And you're going to rely on some kid who's still wet behind the ears? I bet he's just some charlatan who crawled out of the woodwork. He sounded righteous, but inwardly he thought, I worked so hard to build up this grandmaster persona for these film people just to jack up my fee. I can't let this little punk ruin everything. Ngonchi was about to argue back, but Mr. Soar, before she could finish her sentence, Suo Ran cut her off. Now I remember. More than 10 years ago, you were in a commercial for baby bath products. I used to watch it all the time when I was in elementary school. Your butt was really white back then. Then, with a look of feigned reluctance, he said, Well, since you were my childhood idol, I guess I'll agree to help with your film, but I won't show my face until it's time. Ngonchi was delighted and agreed immediately. Assistant Shao shot back, That's ridiculous. He's just a kid. How could he? Hearing this, Ngonchi turned and said something that left her speechless. Shao, I'm one of the investors in this movie. I think that gives me the right to have a say in casting. Meanwhile, Master Zhang put on a dignified air and said, All right, kid, since you're the one Miss Jian has chosen, I'd like to see for myself if you have any real skill, or if you're all talk. Open your eyes and watch what true Tai Chi looks like. With that, he charged. Facing the sudden attack, Suo Ran thought sarcastically, This guy has the skills of a mere martial apprentice, and he dares call himself a grandmaster? I suppose I'll have to teach this worldly grand disciple of mine a lesson. As he thought this, he casually snapped a branch off a nearby tree. Just as the man was about to reach him, Suo Ran suddenly turned with a dangerous smile and said, "Come on, time to learn your lesson." With that, he shoved the branch straight down the man's throat. Tasting that unforgettable flavor, Master Zhang let out a scream that echoed across the sky. Then, yelling for someone named Hui, he scrambled away as fast as he could. Assistant Xiao said in disgust, "And here I thought he had some real skills. Turns out he was just another fraud." Inwardly, however, she thought, he just got lucky. But Nganchi spoke up excitedly. "Well, Xiao, it looks like we don't have any other options now, do we?" Hearing this, the assistant could only let out a long sigh. Nganchi then extended her hand to Suo Ran. "Mister, be at the east side of my zone at 9 o'clock. We'll see you there. Don't stand me up, okay?" He smiled, shook her hand, and replied, "The name's Suo. You can call me Suo Ran." The scene changes. In another location, the peace is shattered by a sudden shout. "Wake up, everyone! Stop sleeping! I've got the latest scoop. Ngon Chi is filming nearby." Holai's announcement immediately grabbed the attention of the entire hallway. Some were stunned, others were skeptical, and some were already excited about getting an autograph. Less than a second later, they all charged out with the noble mission of meeting their idol. This caught Suo Ran off guard. He even wondered if his students were on drugs or something. With that thought, Suo Ran stopped Vung Lin to get some answers. "What are you all doing? Did a wild Pokemon just appear or something? Why is everyone so hyped up?" She quickly explained, "The biggest star right now, Ngon Chi, is here. She's on a whole different level from my idol, Duong Lin. If I don't get her autograph, this whole trip will have been for nothing." Hearing that, it finally clicked for Suo Ran. Jian Yanchi? Is she that big of a deal? I think I was just messing with her a second ago. Whatever, I'm quitting the movie anyway. Her attitude wasn't bad, but it's not like we'll be seeing much of each other. Gotta eat first. After paying, he grumbled to himself. It's just a cafeteria in a small resort village, but the food is 5 times more expensive than outside. What a tourist trap. As Su Ran was focused on his food, he suddenly heard a commotion from behind him. "Miss Jian, our boss Kim personally invited you over. If you don't go, you're being really disrespectful." Behind him, some guy was yelling at Yanchi, "Don't be so ungrateful. You might be a big star, but at the end of the day, you're just an entertainer, no different from a prostitute in an ancient brothel. You're going today whether you like it or not." Just then, Assistant Zhou appeared and retorted, "Don't you dare act recklessly. I know you're Boss Hong." The guy didn't back down. Instead, he slapped her straight across the face, sending Yanchi into a panic. "Get lost. So what if you know Fan Hong? If he dares to set foot in my son today, I'll smash his brains in." After hitting her, as if by instinct, something told the guy to look behind him. Su Ran, who had appeared out of nowhere, calmly asked, "What's this? A bunch of old geezers bullying 2 girls?" Yanchi, helping Assistant Zhou up, called out Su Ran's name in shock at his sudden appearance. She meant well, warning him, "We'll handle this. You don't need to get involved." Yanchi knew that they would leave after filming, but if they angered Boss Kim, Teacher Su's life here wouldn't be easy. Su Ran silently approved. "This girl is telling me to stay out of it because she's afraid I'll piss off these thugs. After all, I'm a local. She's actually quite righteous." One of Boss Kim's underlings immediately tried to intimidate him. "I'd advise you to stay out of this. We're guys who live by the code of the streets." Su Ran smirked. "Code of the streets? No wonder you all look like you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. You rolling around in a chimney or a sewer pipe?" Hearing this, the underlings were furious, raising their fists and feet, ready to fight. "You asked for this." Yanchi saw this and was about to step in, but a hand pulled her back. Without thinking, Assistant Zhou started yelling at him. "Su Ran, are you trying to win her over like this? Not a chance. You two are from different worlds. I hope you know your place," he calmly explained. "You're right, I'm really not one of them." Yanchi finally broke free from Assistant Zhou's grip and pleaded, "I'll go with you, but you can't make things difficult for my friend." Boss Kim's underling sneered, "Kid, consider yourself lucky. Next time we see you, we'll beat you on sight." But Su Ran wasn't about to let it go so easily. He grabbed one of the underlings firmly by the shoulder. "If you're calling me your friend, how can I just stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped the underling and threw him across the room. The man slammed into the back wall, making the entire room shake. Su Ran's expression was now filled with a chilling, blade-like killing intent. "They're just a few insects." Seeing their comrade taken down so brutally, the other two couldn't hold back and charged forward. "This kid has a death wish. If we kill him, Boss Kim will take care of it." Su Ran said nothing, his hand gently picking up 2 grains of rice from a piece of salmon sushi. In Su Ran's hand, the 2 ordinary grains of rice became like the most powerful hidden weapons, shooting straight into the knees of the 2 underlings. Both of them collapsed to their knees, trembling in fear. "I think my kneecap is shattered. My leg. I can't put any weight on it. This guy, he actually used hidden weapons." Yanchi covered her mouth in astonishment. Assistant Zhou, snapping back to reality, thought to herself, I have to distance us from him immediately, or Yanqi will be in danger later. She immediately said, Brothers, the person who hit you has absolutely no connection to our Yanqi. This move from Assistant Zhou also displeased Yanqi. Suo Ran cursed inwardly. She really doesn't give a damn about me. Sure, she's loyal and protective of her boss, but damn, she's annoying. The underling could only shout in anger. You actually used hidden weapons. Do you have any idea who our boss Kim is? There aren't many people in the city who dare to mess with our boss. I'm telling you, you'd better apologize right now. Suo Ran was amused and teased him. The way you put it, you've actually made me curious. Tell me, who are these people who can mess with you? Maybe I'll even let you guys off the hook. The underling immediately started boasting loudly. Ever heard of the 3 major corporations in the city? The young masters of those 3 corporations are all friends with our boss. And there's Mr. Cheng Feng and Director Guo. Besides them, not even Fan Hong can mess with our boss. Inwardly, the guy was smug. These are all top-tier figures in the city. Just saying their names will definitely scare this kid shitless. Suo Ran said calmly, Oh, so it's them. His reaction was completely unexpected to the guy. He looked at his contacts and said, The people you mentioned. I think I know all of them. Besides, as for those 3 young masters, except for the Jiang and Dongfang families, I think I've beaten up all of them. I thought you were going to name some really top-tier people. Why are they all acquaintances? The underling said aggressively. Still trying to bluff your way out of this, huh? That's an old trick. I'm not scared of you! I bet you're trembling inside right now, aren't you? Get on your knees and kowtow, and I might just let you off the hook. Suo Ran sighed in exasperation. All right then, tell me, which big shot do you want to meet? I'll call them for you right now. In the My Sun area, inside a luxury suite at the Yizhong Jinbi Hui Huang Hotel, Lu Fu said smugly, That big star Yanqi. If she comes tonight, fine. But if she doesn't, she can forget about leaving my territory. Master Zhang chimed in obsequiously. Boss Kim, none of these female stars are saints. They all sleep their way to the top. You told her to come. How could she dare refuse? He thought viciously to himself. You blocked my path to fortune, and that little brat made me eat dog shit. I'm going to make her feel so much pleasure. Suddenly, Lu Fu's phone rang. He didn't even have to lift a finger. The beautiful young woman next to him answered it for him. Master Zhang sneered inwardly. A big star? She's nothing but a common whore. But just then, Lu Fu shot to his feet, his voice stern as he questioned the person on the other end of the line. He roared angrily. It seems that big star of yours doesn't want to come. Master Zhang, it looks like we'll have to go pick her up ourselves. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble on my, Kim's, territory. The underling, whose head was being stepped on by Suo Ran, still tried to talk tough. You're dead. Our boss Kim is coming right now. Just you wait. You actually dared to make me call him. You're digging your own grave. Assistant Zhou took the opportunity to lash out at him. Are you crazy? You've even provoked boss Kim into coming here. Do you really think you can solve everything in this world just because you can fight? Just then, Lu Fu arrived with a group of underlings. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? One of the followers quickly placed a chair for Lu Fu. He took a drag from his cigar and asked coldly, Are you the one causing trouble? Speak. What do you want? Suo Ran sneered calmly. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Zhang Dogshit. No wonder this fat bastard wouldn't let it go. So you were the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Master Zhang shouted, You're about to die and you still dare to talk tough. Boss Kim, this guy won't submit unless you give him a good beating. Lu Fu furiously ordered his men, break all 4 of his limbs first. Then, I want to slowly flay him. But before they could make a move, he turned his head and was completely stunned. Jiang Kun had just arrived and was questioning him in a cold voice. Kim Lu Fu, I didn't realize you were so impressive. He trembled like a leaf. President Jiang, why? Why are you here? He was terrified. Jiang Kun is from Jinlin. Compared to Zhu Jiang, for him to become an overlord in a place like Jinlin, he must have a powerful backer. Even my own connections in Jinlin wouldn't dare to touch him. Lu Fu immediately became deferential and fawning. President Jiang, I just got back last night. I didn't know you were here. Otherwise, I would have definitely given you a proper welcome. Please, have a seat over there. Wait for me to handle this little matter, and I'll definitely have a few drinks with you. Assistant Zhou took the opportunity to sneer. See that? This is a truly important figure. This is the kind of presence that certain people who only know how to run their mouths can't match. Sun Yan calmly greeted him. CEO Gyang, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Hearing this, Luke Fook exploded in anger. What's with your attitude? How dare you speak to CEO Gyang like that? Jiang Kun slapped him right across the head, angrily scolding, What's with times your time's attitude? Luke Fook was stunned by the blow. After hitting him, Jiang Kun straightened his clothes and walked over to bow before Sun Yan. Things were too rushed that day. I didn't get a chance to thank you properly. If you have time, perhaps we could find another place to talk. Assistant Zhou was now horrified, thinking to herself, even Jiang Kun is this respectful to this kid. What in the world is going on? Ngan Chi said softly. Mr. Su, it's true you can't judge a book by its cover. I think we've completely misjudged him. Su Nian calmly replied, CEO Jiang, there's no need to be so polite. It's just that I'm a bit busy right now. As you can see, this matter here isn't resolved yet. Jiang Kun asked for his opinion. Mr. Su, how do you think this situation should be handled? Su Nian calmly stated his demands. It's not really a big deal. Just have Kim Luk-Fook slap himself twice, then apologize to Miss Jian. As for that so-called Master Trong, I don't want to see him in Kuyu Jiang City ever again. Luk-Fook roared in anger. Slap myself? And make me apologize? Who do you think I am? How am I supposed to maintain my reputation in this world? Jiang Kun directly threatened him. If you still want to live, I suggest you do exactly as Mr. Su says. Only then did it belatedly dawn on Luk-Fook, a teacher who warrants the personal attention of the chairman of Daijiang Kim Lam Group. Isn't this the very same Mr. Su who brought down the Kaithin Hotel and involved the top figures in the city? Master Trong, oblivious to his expression, foolishly continued. Boss Kim, hurry up and feed that brat to the dogs. Forget about some CEO Jiang. Isn't this your territory? Luk-Fook furiously pointed right at him. Brothers, drag this dog Truong out and feed him to the dogs. He continued to scream stubbornly. Boss Kim, what are you doing? You must have made a mistake. Let me go. Witnessing this scene, Su Nian's expression didn't change in the slightest. He softly uttered one word, continue. Immediately, Luk-Fook and his entire group dropped to their knees, not daring to say another word. Ngan Chi and Assistant Zhou were utterly shocked, never expecting him to actually kneel. Luk-Fook's hand trembled as he raised it, then slapped himself hard across the face. Miss Jian, I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have listened to that bastard Master Trong's instigation. Please, be the bigger person and spare me. Ngan Chi frantically waved her hands. It's okay, I forgive you. Please, get up first. Luk-Fook didn't dare to stand up immediately. He glanced at Sun Yin's expression. He didn't press the issue and said, all of you, get up. This time, it's just a lesson. If I see you again in the future, it won't be as simple as an apology. Luk-Fook felt as if he'd been pardoned. Thank you, Mr. Su. I was in the wrong this time. Why don't I arrange a banquet right here, as my apology? Jiang Kun waved his hand, telling him to handle the arrangements himself. Jiang Kun thanked Sun Yin profusely. I owe you a great debt. From now on, if you need anything, just say the word, and I, Jiang Kun, will definitely help. Luk-Fook thought to himself with awe, this Mr. Su is truly a monster. Ngan Chi and Assistant Zhou were astonished, thinking, what on earth is this Mr. Su's background? How could Jiang Kun say something like that? It's just surreal. Suddenly, Ngan Chi's phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, she couldn't help but frown. Why is she times calling? Ngan Chi said politely. Excuse me, everyone, I have to take this call. Her screen showed the incoming call interface. Sun Yan thought to himself, I just caught a glimpse of the caller's name. It was Yang Ling. A moment later, after finishing the call, Ngan Chi apologized. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Seeing her forced smile, Luk-Fook inquired, did something happen? Are you having trouble with your investment? Assistant Zhou explained for Ngan Chi. It was a call from a fellow actress. You all probably know her. Her name is Yang Ling, Luk-Fook said cheerfully. I know her. A very beautiful girl. Ngan Chi said, frustrated. Right now, her team is working hard to clean up her image, but the fact that she sleeps her way to the top is an open secret in the industry. She previously wanted to use my connections to get a role in this film, but I refused. I never expected that the director would end up casting her as the third female lead. That phone call just now was to provoke me. Su Nian calmly assessed. It seems she wants to steal your title as the top starlet. He remembered his past life, where he was mired in poverty, while she, on the contrary, soared to fame. No matter what, she and I are not on the same path. Jiang Kun suddenly spoke up. I've heard about this as well. I recall that Bandai Hai from Tanhua City is her sugar daddy. He even collaborates with several directors. She probably doesn't have any significant works to her name. Assistant Zhou sighed. But even so, we can't stop Yang Ling's popularity right now. When that movie is released, it's guaranteed to be a huge hit. Ngan Chi said with determination. That's why this time, we have to win based on quality. Our film absolutely cannot lose to hers. Luk-Fook said generously, Miss Jian, what kind of scenery do you need? Just tell me. You can pick any spot in the Maisan area. Ngan Chi explained hesitantly. Actually, the most suitable location for the shoot is probably at the very top of Maisan, Luk-Fook said awkwardly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Up there is the Quoc Van Titin estate. Sun Yan, while munching on some food, said, Are you guys talking about the Hidden Dragon Villa? If you want to go, just go. I have to leave tonight anyway, so there's still time to shoot a few scenes. Jiang Kun chimed in with a smile. That could work. The scenery around the Hidden Dragon Villa is indeed quite nice. He thought to himself, Mr. Su probably just means shooting the surrounding scenery. He might not know what that place represents. To his surprise, Sun Yan stood up and said, all right, let's go right now. By the time they reached the Hidden Dragon Villa at the peak of Mai San, the sky was already getting dark. Assistant Joe exclaimed with delight, the environment here is really nice. The air is so pleasant, Luke Fook explained. The best environment is inside the villa, but unfortunately, we can't get in. It's surrounded by a fence, and there are guards. Sun Yan acted as if he didn't hear and strode over, causing Luke Fook to panic. Mr. Su, you can't go in there, he asked, confused. We came here to shoot, so of course we have to go inside. Jiang-kun tried to stop him kindly, Mr. Su, we really can't get into this place. Even with my influence, it's not possible. Sun Yan glanced at him and asked nonchalantly, is that so? Then he continued walking forward without a care. Seeing this, Inganchi quickly called out to Sun Yan, but when he stood before the line of guards, they all bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Su, welcome back. The four of them, Luke Fook, Jiang Kun, Nanqi, and Assistant Zhou, were so shocked they were speechless. Sun Yan calmly asked, what's wrong? Let's go in. Didn't you say you wanted to take a look inside? Luke Fook was so astonished he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The peak of Mai San in Kuyujiang actually has an owner. Sun Yan said plainly, you guys go on in and figure out the shooting arrangements. I have a friend outside, so I won't go in with you just yet. Jiang Kun thought with admiration, this is the Hidden Dragon Villa. To be able to live here, one must at least have the approval of Old Master Lei. That makes them a major figure even in the capital. This Sun Yan is incredible. Outside, he suddenly said to the air, come on out. You've been following me the whole way. Luo Ming's girlfriend, Thien Tien, asked in surprise. You're actually the owner of this Hidden Dragon Villa? Sun Yan said coldly. I know what you're thinking. You originally thought I was just a simple teacher, but it turns out I'm the most well-hidden tycoon of them all, right? Thien Tien was terrified that her thoughts had been exposed. How did you know? Sun Yan warned her sternly. Luo Ming may not be fabulously wealthy, but he can still provide you with a comfortable life. If you truly don't like him and only care about money, then I suggest you leave him quickly. Also, don't think that knowing this gives you any leverage to threaten me. My students, do you really think they don't know my true identity? Thien Tien stammered, trembling. I understand. But in her heart, she was resentful. The whole class is full of rich kids, and the teacher is a hidden monster. Luo Ming has so many connections. His future is promising. I have to get a hold of this potential resource. After it was over, he returned to his normal life. Just then, the whole class erupted in complaints. Why is it like this? If this keeps up, we're doomed. Hearing the students clamoring for their fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged English teacher, So Nian's hand, holding the chalk, trembled with anger. He slammed the desk and yelled, what's with those expressions? I teach literature and P.E., so of course I can teach English too, the students wailed. Our literature class is taught by the P.E. teacher and now English too? We're so screwed. So Nien, both annoyed and angry, said, are you guys really that upset? I'm just subbing for 2 periods. I'll find you a new teacher soon. Suddenly, a boy from another class came in and said, Mr. So, someone asked me to deliver a love letter to you. So Nien asked in disbelief, are you sure it's for me? The students immediately went into gossip mode. Mr. So's finally got some action. It must be from a really cute girl, a pink love letter. I wonder what kind of beauty she is. The student said awkwardly, it was a guy who asked me to give it to you. He said it was a love letter. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I have to get to class. The unexpected words a guy sent a shock through So Nian's brain. The class got even more excited, everyone smiling mysteriously, imagining some muscular dude. The pink letter read, 7 o'clock tonight, let's battle by the Kujiang River. So Nian's hands couldn't help but tremble. He felt his heart pound, thinking the battle was likely a euphemism for a sword fight. Hearing battle by the river sent Luo Ming and Hu Lai's imaginations running wild, picturing So Nian being restrained and captured by some muscular guy. But what So Nian didn't say was that it was handwriting he hadn't seen in a long time. Looks like Tran Tuan Vu still hasn't given up. I'd like to see what tricks he can pull now that the Kai Thin Hotel has collapsed. He arrived at the appointed time at a manor by the river. Fan Hong respectfully opened the car door. Mr. So, are you saying it's those people from the Kai Thin Hotel pulling tricks again? I don't think you even need to get involved. With their current strength, I could just send a few of my men to wipe them out. Then we'll toss them into the Kujiang River, and no one will ever know. So Nien calmly reminded him, if they dared to issue a challenge, they must have come prepared. Don't be so naive. Tuan Hao shouted critically. Mr. So, you have no backbone. You had to bring people to help you? Tuan Vu also chimed in, cursing, this So Nian brat is so treacherous. But inwardly, he was terrified. Why is Fan Hong here? He could have crushed us before, let alone now that he's merged with the Tin Duck group. Fan Hong said menacingly, you brat with the surname Tran, you'd better start talking. Why did you come here today? After you talk, we can throw you into the river to feed the fish, Tuan Hao said slyly. So Nian, I bet you have no idea why my brother and I asked you out here today, do you? He declared aggressively. You're going to die here today, so Nian shrugged contemptuously. Is that so? Just the two of you and your big mouths? Or do you have backup? Where is this backup hiding? Tuan Hao asked anxiously. Haven't you arrived yet? Tuan Vu replied awkwardly. I don't know either. The two brothers stared at each other, speechless, cursing inwardly. Those bastards actually stood us up. In an instant, a powerful punch landed squarely on Tuan Vu's face, knocking his teeth loose. Aho laughed loudly. Kid, if you're gonna act tough, you need to have a brain. He tied up the two brothers, Tuan Hao and Tuan Vu, and asked for So Nian's opinion. Anything else you want to ask them? If not, I'll throw them in the river. Even on the verge of death, Tuan Vu was still defiant. So, Nian, you won't be getting away with this for much longer. Do you have any idea who you've messed with? Suddenly, the sound of people cutting through the wind came from a distance, catching everyone's attention. Across the river, a group of people was rushing towards them, likely some kind of assassins. So Nian saw them and sneered. Looks like your backup has arrived. The leader of the group, William, ordered his underlings to charge and attack. So Nian. Upon hearing the order, they drew their knives and rushed towards him. Fan Hong and A Lang, standing beside him, saw this and their faces paled. They stammered, Mr. So. They're walking on the river's surface. Are they human or ghosts? Seeing their fear, Tuan Vu said arrogantly. So Nian, Fan Hong, you're dead meat now. Our backup is here. You can't escape. Unable to listen to his nonsense anymore, so Nian swung a kick right into his face. He repeatedly stomped on his face, yelling, What are you screaming about? Aren't these three guys' acrobatics quite a sight to see? The people standing behind him couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Acrobatics. As expected of Mr. So, this scene is truly shocking. One of William's subordinates rushed in front of him. Die! Any Chinese who angers our master has only one path. Death. So Nian didn't even glance at him, saying calmly, 3 jugglers. Breaking their act is actually very simple. Watch this. He stretched his hand towards the lake and softly uttered a single word. Sink. Fan Hong's group felt like a bunch of clowns. So a god was right beside us all along. We looked like such fools. Tuan Vu's reinforcements were submerged in the water by So Nian. Seeing this, William's face darkened as he thought, he actually dared to kill 3 of my disciples. Those 3 had limitless potential. He used his power to raise the water, screaming, Rise for me! He then pointed at So Nian's face and continued, You Chinese, I'll make you pay the price. Fan Hong's group was stunned by this sight. So Nian, completely unfazed, ordered the others to stand back a bit. He wanted to fight him one-on-one. Hearing this, the others asked in unison if they had heard correctly. With that said, he immediately rushed towards William. So Nian stood calmly on the water's surface and said to him, Nordic Blade Sect, China is not a place where you can run wild. William gritted his teeth in anger. So Nian of Quzhang, first, you tried to break my master's curse. Then, the 2 assassins I sent went missing. And now you've killed 3 martial artists from my blade sect. This debt must be paid in blood. After hearing him out, So Nian couldn't help but scoff. Your blade sect first betrayed China, then assassinated its heroes, and now you send people into China to kill. You people have some serious nerve, don't you? He picked his nose contemptuously. If you don't run now, I don't mind taking on a little blood debt. William couldn't hold back any longer, unleashing his power and screaming, You damn bastard! This scene seemed familiar, and So Nian recognized the technique as the bloodlust of the blood demon sect. He remembered that in the celestial realm, the blood demon sect was on par with the Tai Chi sect, but their disciples' blood would surge at the slightest provocation. After going berserk, if it lasted too long, they would lose their minds and fight like madmen. That's why the blood demon sect often had to invite disciples from the spirit treasure sect to do repairs, because their rooms were always getting destroyed. If it's a familiar sect, then this will be easy. A martial general. I'll kill one for you all to see. William threw a punch at So Nian. Die, you brat from Quzhang. He couldn't help but feel confident, smirking provocatively. I'll show you a move I created myself. The Tai Chi Heart method. He turned and executed a technique to counter William's attack. His attack came, but it was easily blocked. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Suddenly, he noticed So Nian change his hand posture. He swung his arm, striking William and sending him flying. Next, So Nian leaped high into the air towards him. He just stared, not knowing what to do next. In midair, he unleashed the Bagua diagram technique, attacking him. His strike flew straight down to suppress William. So Nian's attack slammed into the water's surface, creating a powerful shockwave. A Lang and Fan Hong, standing by the shore, were stunned by the splash. So Nian majestically brushed his hair back while standing on the water. Fan Hong, astonished, stammered, This Mr. So. He's not human. His eyes sparkled with admiration. You truly are a god. Just as he finished speaking, So Nian, who was standing there, fell and sank into the water. The people around watched him flail, struggling to get to shore, looking like he was about to drown. So Nien was saved by two people who helped him ashore. Having just escaped death, he couldn't help but think, I guess I really can't use such a flashy move at the grandmaster stage. It looks powerful, but it consumes way too much spiritual energy. One move completely drained me. He couldn't care less about the two people tied up on the ground. It's handled. Do what you have to do. You guys deal with these two. Tuan Vu's face darkened at being ignored, and he screamed, So Nien, what the hell do you think you're doing? This is murder. It's against the law. Fan Hong couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him in the face. Thinking about the law now. Are we, kid? Weren't you acting all high and mighty when you called your boys over? So Nien calmly wrung out his shirt, ignoring the chaotic scene behind him. A while later, they got in the car and left. He looked doubtfully at the people around him. He curiously asked A. Lang, who was driving, Am I really that scary? Hearing his question, the man stammered in reply, No, I just feel that back at the KTV that day, you really went easy on me, Mr. So Nien returned to his seat, deep in thought. Looks like I've underestimated the martial artists of Earth. The 1,000-year-old immortal gate has just opened. There must be quite a few lineages of powerful individuals left behind by the immortal realm. And I'm sure there are plenty of people I can't handle. He looked at his reflection in the window, thinking, if the Yama Immortal Venerable was taken out on Earth, that would be a complete joke. Their car rounded a small street, and he continued his thought. But at my current pace, it'll probably take a few years to reach the grandmaster level. That's not good enough. It seems my only option is to create a formation. A wicked smile appeared on So Nien's lips. The Hidden Dragon Villa is a good location, but there are no spirit stones. Speaking of spirit stones, doesn't Principal Tan's family own a mineral vein? So Nien took out his phone to make a call, but then he remembered his past with Tan Yin. If I ask her directly, she might just give them to me, right? Yeah, probably. Just as he thought of her, he looked at his phone screen and saw Tan Nien was calling. He answered the phone and immediately started laying on the charm. I was just thinking about you, and you called. We must be psychically connected. Tan Nien held an umbrella, walking through the pouring rain. She said bluntly, Cut the crap. I'm calling to invite you to my birthday party this weekend. She paused, thinking to herself, I just want to use his status as the young master of the So family to intimidate the other corporations in Kujiang. What if he figures out my motive and turns me down? He was silent for a long time, seemingly thinking about something. So Nien calmly asked her, Your birthday, huh? You're not inviting me just so I'll get you a gift, are you? I'm super poor, you know. Just letting you know, I'm not getting you anything that costs more than 100. Hearing him say that, Tan Nien couldn't help but get angry and shout, Come if you want to! All the guilt in her heart instantly vanished. Why should I feel guilty about using a guy like this? He continued to tease her, making her blush. Wow, it's really pouring over there, huh? Looks like even the heavens are weeping for a beauty like you. Before he could say more, she immediately hung up. So Nien understood her intentions from her words. She just wants to use my status to show off. What's there to be shy about? In my past life, if it weren't for you guys, this So Nien would have been long gone. When a friend is in trouble, of course I have to help. At the Blade Sect base, Truong Fong angrily questioned the men standing below him. William. His voice hardened as he continued. Still no news? Hearing his question, one of the men below quickly knelt down. No news, sir. We can't contact them. We sent a squad over, but they couldn't find William's group either. Truong Fong couldn't contain his anger. He slammed his hand and kicked the wall, saying, Send word down. Prepared to enter Huaxia. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I'd like to see if you, So Nien, really have 3 heads and 6 arms. A few days later, So Nien and Dam Vu were strolling through a shopping mall. She watched him intently before starting a conversation. Principal Tan invited all the higher-ups of Kujiang City this time. I can't believe she's bringing you along. You two aren't actually dating, are you? Otherwise, there's no reason for her to invite you. So Nien glanced at her, annoyed. Miss Dam, I invited you here to help me pick out a gift, not to gossip. She awkwardly pointed to a roadside stall selling antiques. Then let's buy something there. I guarantee you'll blind everyone with its brilliance. So Nien fully agreed with Dam Vu's suggestion and walked over to the stall. Seeing him agree, she was shocked and tried to stop him. I was just kidding. Mr. So, this kind of event is full of important guests. If you give her some roadside junk, you'll be laughed out of the room. He ignored her and carefully examined the items, thinking to himself, even though this defensive artifact from the immortal realm is a one-time use item, the residual power in it is more than enough to protect an ordinary person. The old shopkeeper saw him staring intently at the item and said, You've got a good eye, kid. This is the treasure of my shop. If you want it, you can have it. Dam Vu indignantly pushed him aside. You're asking 50,000 for this? Why don't you just go rob a bank? So Nien pushed her aside reassuringly. This is how business is done. That's why I've learned to haggle a bit. She was still worried, thinking, this broken piece of jade is only half of a whole. Even with a 90% discount, it's still a ripoff. He walked up to the stall and said to the owner, I sincerely want it. I'll buy it for 10 dong. When she heard him, she couldn't help but yell in frustration. Who haggles like that? Damvu puffed out her cheeks and stood to the side with her arms crossed, thinking, turning 50,000 into 10 dong? It'd be a miracle if that worked. To her surprise, the owner decisively agreed to. So, Nian's price of 10 dong. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to him, wanting to see the piece of jade. He held on tightly to the jade piece that Han Suyen was trying to take and said, "What are you looking at? I've already paid for this jade pendant." No matter how hard the old man tried, he couldn't take it. And he sized up, so Nian, who refused to let go. This guy is no ordinary person. He has the strength of a martial master. Nu Thao, standing beside him, loudly criticized. "Don't be so ungrateful. My grandfather is the commander of the Jiangnan military region. Even though he's retired, he's still someone you can't afford to mess with. I'll pay you 10 times what you paid for it. 100 dong should be sincere enough, right?" Hearing the girl's words, he couldn't help but scoff at the price of 100 dong. So Nian quickly snatched the jade back and continued, "You couldn't necessarily buy this thing even if you offered hundreds of millions. I don't care who you are. I'm not selling." He turned and left, still fiddling with the jade piece, leaving behind 2 words. "Bye-bye." Seeing him and Damvu leave, Nu Thao shouted, "Damn it, leave the jade pendant for me." Han Shuyen stopped her, saying, "Don't chase him. I'm no match for him. To have such a skill level at such a young age, we've encountered a true master." Nu Thao was still annoyed and said to Han Suyen, "A master? Him? Grandpa, don't joke with me. He even said that jade pendant is worth hundreds of millions. I think he's just a con artist." Hearing her say that, he shook his head and said, "That jade pendant is indeed worth hundreds of millions. It's a spirit light jade pendant. As long as someone wears it, they won't be harmed even by a tank shell." The girl was astonished when she heard the value of the jade. How is that possible? Han Shuyen began to explain to her. "In your uncle Tranqian, Tian's last famous battle, how do you think he survived under heavy artillery fire?" Nu Thao was full of doubt and wanted to ask him more. "You mean?" He seemed to understand what she was about to ask. That he also had a spirit light jade pendant in his possession. The next day, in a high-end district on Tianjiang Road, Tan Nian was taking a hot shower when she was interrupted by the sound of her phone. She quickly put on a bathrobe and then answered the phone. "Big sis, you're calling like it's a life or death emergency. I was just in the shower." The person on the phone replied, "Who are you calling, big sis? Your birthday is coming up soon. I can't make it back, so I can only wish you a happy birthday in advance." Tan Yen poured coffee into a cup, not forgetting to ask the person on the phone, "It's fine if you can't make it, as long as the gift arrives." She continued to tease the person. "The great young miss of the So family is just so busy." The person on the phone heard her and replied, "I've noticed you're getting more and more shameless. That's not like you." She was speechless and could only say 2 words. "So Nian." She couldn't help but feel annoyed. It's all that brat's fault. After spending so much time with him, my style has changed. Hearing her mention So Nian, the person on the phone changed the subject. "I was just about to bring him up. Didn't I tell you to kick him out of the school? So why did you make his position permanent ahead of schedule?" Tan Yen stammered awkwardly. "Well, his performance has been pretty good, and even though I'm the principal, I don't get the final say in everything. He's just changing the subject. Forget it. Since it's come to this, there's nothing I can do. I'll just take it one step at a time. Let's get back to your birthday. You're another year older. If you keep refusing to get married, you'll be a wilting flower with no butterflies, with saggy boobs and a flat ass." "See?" Hearing the person on the phone tease her, Qin Ran yelled, "I'm gonna kill you." Qin Ran's birthday party was held at a villa. A birthday banner was hung right in the middle of the main hall. She stood in the center of the hall, smiling as she greeted the guests. "Welcome, everyone. Please, come inside." Chu Ran stared at her figure, stunned, and marveled. She actually looks kinda pretty today. When Qin Ran saw Chu Ran, she walked over to greet him. "I thought you weren't going to come. Today, we're not principal and subordinate. We're friends. You can call me Qin Ran or Sister Qin, and I'll call you Chu Ran." Seeing her attitude, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Are you sick? You must be Principal Qin's long-lost twin sister, right? There's no way timesheet times ever be this gentle. Spit it out. What kind of demon are you? Where did the real Principal Qin go?" Hearing his words, she got annoyed. "Teacher Chu, everyone here today is a distinguished guest. I hope that as a representative of the teachers from our third high, you won't embarrass the school. Some things shouldn't be said carelessly. It's best if you just shut up and eat." He walked past her, saying as he went, "Now times, that's times more like it. Asterisk, this times is the Principal Qin I know. What the hell was that just now?" Qin Ran thought awkwardly, "I've been like this since this morning. After all, I can't afford to offend any of these guests. My face is getting stiff from this fake smile. That damn Chu Ran." Later, in the Qin family's garden, Chu Ran sat in a corner eating some delicious food. He stared intently at the plate of pastries, thinking to himself, I can't believe the high-key quiet can even see how fresh food is. How did I not discover this back then? Suddenly, someone poked him in the back from behind and called out, Chu Ran. He turned around and saw Wang Shui greeting him. Seeing her, he smiled brightly and waved back. Oh, it's you? Chu Ran said cheerfully to Wang Shui. What a pleasant surprise to run into someone I know here. You look really beautiful today, complimented. She giggled, her heart filled with joy, and replied, Thank you. You look very handsome today, too. The arrival of young Master Zhao at the party caused a stir among the crowd, drawing the attention of the two. Chu Ran, who was wearing the same outfit as Tianming, immediately became the subject of gossip. That guy is actually wearing the same outfit as young Master Zhao, but you can tell just by looking that his is a cheap knockoff. Look at the expression on young Master Zhao's face. Hearing the gossip about him, Chu Ran was horrified and thought, Oh my god, has my taste in clothes really sunk so low that it's the same as his? Tianming gritted his teeth and glared at him. Suddenly, a person appeared behind him. Hua Sheng spoke from behind him, calling out, Tianming, my boy, you're here. Upon seeing Hua Sheng, Tianming immediately became sycophantic, calling out, Uncle Qin. The man paid him no mind and walked directly over to Chu Ran to strike up a conversation. So you're Chu Ran. I've heard quite a bit about you recently, Tianming thought angrily. Why does everyone only care about times him asterisk? Hearing the question, Chu Ran replied politely, Yes, I'm Chu Ran. You must be Principal Qin's father, right? He thought to himself. This old man seems to think highly of me. I wonder if he has some ulterior motive? Hua Sheng patted his shoulder and continued, A talented young man. If there are any suitable young ladies here, don't be shy. Just tell me, and I'll play matchmaker for you. His eyes held a deep meaning as he looked at the boy, thinking, Feng Chuan and Qin Ran are getting very close. I don't even approve of Zhao Tianming, so how could I possibly marry my daughter to this poor kid? Chu Ran quickly understood the hidden meaning in Hua Sheng's words. He wanted him to stay away from Qin Ran. The three of them, Dongfang Ao, Tianming, and Jiang Hao, greeted each other. Long time no see. It's rare for the three of us to be in the same place. Pan Hong explained to him, The three young masters of Zhujiang are all here this time. None of those three are to be trifled with. But Dongfang Ao is very strange. I heard that when you had a conflict with Dongfang Xin, he went to the principal to cause trouble, but after he came back, he actually helped me. Chu Ran swirled the wine in his glass and replied, Maybe Principal Qin said something to him, but in his heart, he thought, I'm afraid it has something to do with the Chu family behind me. Hua Sheng stood on the stage and said cheerfully, All right, now that everyone has arrived, tonight's birthday party will officially begin. Qin Ran smiled shyly amidst the cheers. Chu Ran took in the whole scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. This birthday party clearly isn't for Qin Ran, it's just an exchange of benefits. Her father is probably doing this for his own ambitions, willing to use his own daughter as a bargaining chip. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. My niece's birthday. Shu Ke, the tiger of Jinlin, walked in leisurely, saying, And you didn't even call your uncle? Seeing him, Hua Sheng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Shu Ke, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Tianming quickly stepped forward to take credit. Uncle Qin, I was the one who sent someone to invite Uncle Shu. I thought, since you're family after all, there's no need to be so stiff. This is a good opportunity to reconcile. He obsequiously lit a cigarette for Shu Ke, who took a drag and said, Even though my sister has passed away, as her older brother, I should at least come to see her daughter. Don't I even have that right? The people around immediately started whispering, The tiger of Jinlin, a true heavyweight. Even the three young masters of Zhujiang are nothing in his eyes. The big shot behind Tianfang International. Suddenly, Chu Ran froze, staring intently in that direction. He could see that the person behind Shu Ke was a martial artist, and a powerful one at that, stronger than him. Qin Ran tactfully spoke up to defuse the situation. Since everyone is here to celebrate my birthday, let's continue with the party. Thank you, everyone. Hearing her speak, Mo Yi immediately stood up, eagerly presenting a gift box. Then I'll be the first to give a gift. Someone recognized his gift and exclaimed in introduction, not forgetting to mock Chu Ran. That's Burmese blood jade, a gift that some guys in knockoff clothes could never afford in their entire lives. He stood to the side and muttered, Shouldn't you wait for the host to open it later, or give it privately? Why show it off right here and now? Wang Shui explained to him from the side. Normal people would do that, but this isn't a normal gathering. It might look like a birthday party for Miss Qin, but it's actually a bidding war. The Huasheng group can't withstand the pressure anymore, she continued. Everyone knows about the Huasheng group's mineral vein. The profits are too large, so they have to be divided. The value of the gifts these people present represents how much of the distribution rights they can get. Wang Shui gently brushed her hair back and said, I'm here, this time for the Zhujiang branch of the Fenghua group. I assume President Fan is here for the same reason. Chu Ran laughed helplessly. I can't believe you both came here for an auction. I'm the only one who actually came to celebrate a birthday. Tianming glanced at the people giving gifts and said, "It's just the three of us and that Qu Ran kid left who haven't given a gift. What did you two prepare?" Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Qin Ran. "Miss Qin, I'm not late, am I?" She hugged Ru Cao and said, "You little rascal, I thought you weren't coming." The little girl held out a box full of stars and said cheerfully, "Miss Qin, you're as beautiful as ever. This is my gift. It's stars that I spent a whole month folding." Seeing Ru Cao, Chu Ran's face darkened as he thought, "Well, if it isn't my nemesis." Seeing the little girl, Tianming said, "Who's this? One of Qin Ran's students?" The person behind him whispered, "To give a gift like that, she's probably just a regular student." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Shu Ke." I didn't expect it to be so lively. I even ran into an acquaintance. Shu Ke is here too? Tianming thought to himself. Who dares to address the tiger of Jinlin like that? Even his elders wouldn't have the guts. Shu Ke, annoyed, took a drag from his cigarette, wondering who dared to call him like that. When Shu Ke turned his head and saw Shen Xingchuan, he immediately became obsequious. "Chief Shen, what brings you here?" The people around couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, "Chief Shen, could that old man be the legendary figure of Zhejiang province?" Shen Xingchuan sat down and said calmly, "Everyone, please don't mind me. I'm just accompanying my granddaughter to her teacher's birthday party. An old man like me is just an ordinary guest." The people around started whispering. With a big shot like him sitting here, who would dare cause a scene? The Qin family really pulled out all the stops this time. Dongfang Ao and Jiang Hao exchanged a look, then presented their gifts, saying, "My turn. This is an authentic masterpiece by Tang Bohu. Incredibly hard to find these days. What a coincidence. The gift I'm giving is an original work by Wang Yi, also a rare find." Hang Duyan laughed heartily and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect the young people of Kujiang City to be so capable." Thien Min walked up to where Tan Nian was standing, fawningly presenting his gift. "I know wealth isn't important to you, so I found something that can protect your life." The box opened, revealing a meticulously drawn talisman inside. The people around immediately started murmuring. "What is that? Can that piece of paper save a life? I feel like this is some kind of joke." Seeing the talisman, Hang Shuyen shot to his feet and exclaimed, "That's a talisman from a Maoshan Taoist priest." Thien Min turned to flatter him. Premier Shen truly has a discerning eye. "It's true. I went through countless hardships to acquire this talisman." He pointed at the talisman and said, "CEO Qin, at a critical moment, this talisman can save your daughter's life. Keeping it on her person can stop a bullet." The crowd was once again shaken. Such a miraculous item actually exists in this world? How much would that cost? I'm afraid it must be worth over 10 million, something you can't get even if you wanted to. Vong Tuyet turned to So Nian and said, "It really is a talisman. The creator was likely a peak-level martial artist, no doubt about it." Tu Kok stepped forward and said, "This talisman cost over 10 million. Young Thien Min here spent a great deal of effort, taking half a year just to purchase it. My dear niece, don't refuse such a kind gesture." Tan Nian ignored the chatter and said, "This is too precious. Zhao Thien Min, you should take it back." The people around began to gossip again. She actually refused such a valuable gift? Is she an idiot? If someone gave that to me, I'd get on my knees and call them dad right then and there. Thien Min, not giving up, said, "Tan Nian, I went through hell and back to find this gift for you. You know I've liked you since we were kids. For you, I would give anything." Hearing this, the crowd sighed. "How romantic. Confessing in front of so many people. I'm so envious." Thien Min continued, "I endured 1,000 hardships to find this talisman. Consider it my engagement gift. Tan Nian, will you accept?" Just as Thien Min's romantic confession was reaching its peak, he heard So Nian's mocking voice. "Are you willing to throw a fit for me?" Thien Min immediately spun around. Seeing So Nian, also on one knee with a jeering smile, he roared at him, "What do you think you're doing? I'm proposing, so please get out of the way." But So Nian paid him no mind and even stepped forward to grab the talisman from Thien Min's gift box. He said to him, "People propose with diamond rings, but you give a tattered piece of paper." So Nian held the paper up high, his provocative tone driving Thien Min insane with anger. Then, he used his hip to shove the kneeling man aside. "Get the hell out of the way. Don't block my path while I'm giving my gift." Thien Min was knocked to the ground. Though furious, he still managed a provocative smirk. He wanted to see what So Nian could possibly give. His talisman was worth 10 million. A poor bum like him probably hadn't seen that much money in his entire life. So Nian ignored him completely and walked up to Tan Nian, handing her a broken piece of jade. "Here, this is a piece of jade I bought for 10 yuan at a street stall. It's much better than that talisman." Tan Nian gently took the piece of jade from his hand and examined it. The party guests clutched their stomachs, roaring with laughter when they heard the gift's value. The most gleeful person here was probably Thien Min. He stood up and mocked. "So Nian, with just that broken piece of jade, you'll never be worthy of Tan Nian in this lifetime." But just then, Hang Shuyan suddenly shot up from his chair, pointing an angry finger at So Nian and yelling, "You brat! How could you do this? I'm so furious! Qin Min and the crowd smirked when they saw his anger. See that? So Nian, even Premier Shen is furious with you. To everyone's surprise, Hang Shuyan then opened his mouth and said he would pay So Nian 3 million for the jade pendant, and that he had to sell it to him immediately. Everyone present at the party was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Tu Kok, standing beside him, wondered if Hang Shuyan was mistaken and asked, Premier Shen, have you looked at it closely? Isn't that just a broken piece of jade? Unexpectedly, Hang Shuyan turned and furiously scolded him. What's it to you? Shut your mouth! Unable to wait any longer, Hang Shuyan rushed over and grabbed So Nian by the collar, urgently asking again, 300 million. Will you sell it or not? But So Nian just calmly picked his nose and told him, I already said it's not for sale. Besides, you're only offering 300 million. Are you trying to rip me off? If this jade pendant were taken to auction, it would be worth at least 1 billion. Hang Suyan still hadn't given up. He continued to raise the price to 500 million, saying he couldn't go any higher. After all, this jade pendant is already damaged. At most, it can only be used one more time. So Nian remained completely unmoved by the amount Hang Shuyan offered. He asked him, have you never heard the saying, some things just aren't for sale? Even if you had more money, you couldn't buy this if it's not available. If you really want it, you'll have to give me 10 billion. Everyone at the party was utterly stunned. They couldn't understand why someone would spend 500 million on a broken piece of jade. Tu Kok was still in shock. He still thought Hang Shuyan had gone senile in his old age. Hearing that, Hang Shuyan immediately spun around and cursed at them. What do you idiots know? This is a spirit light jade pendant. Hearing this, Tu Kok was startled as it all clicked into place. That broken piece of jade was actually a spirit light jade pendant. No wonder it's really worth that price. In fact, 500 million is still cheap. Then he explained to everyone. If Zhao Tianmin's talisman can block a bullet, then a complete spirit light jade pendant can block a missile. Even though it's broken, it can still withstand the crushing force of a tank. Back then, General Tran relied on this very jade pendant to escape a battle he was certain to die in, becoming an undefeated legend. Hearing this, Tan Nin immediately tried to give the jade back to So Nian. She said the item was too precious, and she couldn't accept it. Tan Nin thought to herself, feeling puzzled. Even though she couldn't accept this priceless gift, why did she feel a sense of joy in her heart? So Nian suddenly moved closer to Tan Nian, and being face-to-face like this made her blush. Was he going to confess to her? To her surprise, So Nian frowned and scolded her, Are you an idiot? Leaving Tan Nian completely stunned. Then he whispered to her, If I give it to you, you take it, then sell it to that Shen guy. Shen Hang Shuyan will owe you a favor, and a favor from someone of his stature is crucial for your family's current situation. After giving Tan Nian the tip, So Nian immediately turned to leave. He said, I've given my gift, so I'll be leaving now. Before he left, So Nian thoughtfully cleared a path for Tan Nian. If Hang Shuyan still wants to buy it, he can buy it from her. From the looks of it, she seems to want to sell it. Hearing this, he immediately turned his attention to Tan Nian and pleaded, Please, sell me this jade pendant. After finishing his business, So Nian happily went to eat some cake, while Thien Min was not so cheerful. He angrily clutched his gift. Every single time, that guy showed up to ruin his plans. So Nian put a piece of cake in his mouth and savored it, thinking to himself that dealing with people was such a hassle. In a past life, Tan Nian had helped him from the shadows. In this life, So Nian would change her destiny. As he was casually eating his cake outside, someone suddenly approached from behind and yelled, Stop right there! So Nian calmly turned his head to look at the group of people who had called out to him. What's up, you want some of my cake? It turned out the person who called him was Tu Kok. He got straight to the point. Tan Nian will only marry Zhao Tianmin. A common pretty boy like you with nothing special to offer has no chance with her. So Nian continued to eat his cake as he answered him. When I was in elementary school, I liked a girl, but one day, I fell and got hurt while running. From then on, I didn't like that girl anymore. Tu Kok listened from beginning to end without understanding a single thing he was saying, so he asked, What does that have to do with anything? This was just what So Nian was waiting for. He chuckled. So what does my business have to do with you, old man? Pissed off by the kid, Tu Kok called Mr. Mac to teach So Nian a lesson, but when he rushed in to attack, he was sent flying by a single kick. Mr. Mac couldn't believe he'd been hit and glared at So Nian, gritting his teeth. Holding a plate of cake in one hand, the kid struck a pose with the other, ready to attack again. So Nian took the chance to taunt him, saying there's always someone better, always a higher mountain to climb. The so-called masters of Qin Ran City are nothing special after all. Before Mr. Mac could even react, the kid struck him hard in the back, then shoved him right into the nearby lake. With that done, So Nian calmly finished his plate of cake. Tu Kok was trembling, unable to understand how someone so young could pull off an instant kill. Mr. Mac was ranked in the top 100 of Qin Ran City's underworld. This kid wasn't someone he could afford to mess with. So Nian wandered around eating his cake, then suddenly stopped in front of a bench because the place felt a bit familiar. In his past life, on a day he was feeling down, he met her when she was also at a low point. They cared for and understood each other, but by then, it was too late to change anything. This life, however, is different. So Nian thought to himself as he threw away his trash. Then he suddenly turned around and spoke to the person behind him. "You've been following me this whole time, President Tan. Shouldn't you show yourself?" It turned out the person following So Nian was Tan Nian's father. He didn't beat around the bush. "So the day has come when I, of the Tan family, have been blind. Who exactly are you?" And surprisingly, So Nian answered every question directly. He said he was just an ordinary high school teacher who taught literature and physical education and also taught English on the side. But Hoa Sin, who had witnessed everything from the sidelines, didn't believe a word of it. "A guy who could one-shot Mr. Maxman was just a teacher? What is your real reason for getting close to my daughter?" Unexpectedly, So Nian laid his cards on the table with Hoa Sin. He asked if he was worried that he would take the spirit ore from his company. What you guys call pharmaceuticals is actually that spirit ore. Sooner or later, everyone will find out, and when they do, the entire Hoa Thang group will be wiped out overnight. President Tan should be well aware of a martial artist's capabilities. A cold sweat broke out on Hoa Sin's back as he asked what the kid really wanted. Seizing the opportunity, So Nian stated his demand. "Perhaps we can cooperate. I'll help you protect your spirit ore from being stolen, but on the condition that you provide me with a certain amount of spirit stones. You don't have to answer me right away. I won't tell anyone about this. You still have time to think." After saying that, So Nian turned and left immediately. Hoa Sin never expected to be put on the back foot by him like this. That young man is terrifying, he thought. He had the entire situation in the palm of his hand today. Could it be that he even calculated my appearance? The scene changes to another location, where a vase is smashed on the floor, accompanied by curses. So Nien again. Thien Min was in his room, venting his anger on the furniture. He cursed, "He ruined all my plans! I want to kill him." It turned out he was still furious that So Nian had ruined his good time at Tan Nian's birthday party. Just then, someone entered the room and said, "Coincidentally, we want to kill him too. Old ancestor of the Blade Sect, we have entered Huaxia's territory. The main purpose of this trip is to kill So Nian. Entering Huaxia was a bit troublesome due to our special status." The one speaking was a man from the Blade Sect. Hearing this, Thien Min happily welcomed him and told his secretary, "Inform everyone to do their utmost to help the Blade Sect master enter Huaxia." After giving the order, he thought to himself, "So Nian, if you're a martial artist, then I'll just get someone stronger to deal with you." He wanted him to die without a complete corpse. The scene shifts to a magnificent building. A young man with delicate features, dashingly handsome, with a radiant smile that could make thousands of girls swoon. So Nian was at home, looking in the mirror, proudly thinking, "How can I be this handsome?" Suddenly, the mirror cracked, leaving So Nian stunned. After getting ready, he stepped outside. "Looks like someone's about to have some bad luck," he mused. "I wonder who's going to melt for my stunning good looks." As soon as he stepped out the door, So Nian heard someone call his name. It was Tan Nian, waiting to thank him for what happened yesterday. So Nian quickly walked over to her and whispered, "Don't thank me. It was just something I bought for $10. But if you want to repay me with your body, I'll reluctantly agree." After saying that, So Nian arrogantly turned and walked away. "Judging by your expression, you're not up for it. Let's go to school." He left Tan Nian behind, fuming that he had ruined her good mood. She generously decided not to hold it against him and offered to call a car for So Nian. To her surprise, he confidently refused, saying he rides to work in a car worth several million every day. A moment later, Tan Nian asked with a frown, "This is the car worth several million you were talking about?" So Nian had actually pulled her onto a public bus. He even acted like a gentleman, saying, "It's a bit crowded in here. I'll reluctantly let you cop a little feel." Tan Hien was already angry, and now he was provoking her. She was about to yell at him when he told her to be quiet. Suddenly, Tan Hien noticed a thief on the bus, pickpocketing someone. She immediately shouted a warning, "There's a thief!" Instantly, everyone on the bus took notice, and the thief covered his face and turned away. Not only was he not scared, but he also threatened Tan Hien not to stick her nose in other people's business. Then he pulled a small knife from his inner pocket. But Tan Hien wasn't so easily intimidated. She took her phone out of her bag and said she would call the police. The thief immediately raised his knife and asked everyone on the bus who dared to call the police, who saw him steal anything. Naturally, no one on the bus wanted to get involved, so they all remained silent. That's when Tan Hien said loudly, "I saw you, and so did the girl you stole from." Hearing this, the thief pointed at the other girl and asked if she saw anything. Terrified as he pointed the knife at her, the girl held up her bag to shield herself and tremblingly said she didn't. Seeing that everyone was ignoring the situation, the thief arrogantly twirled his knife and said to Tan Nien, "See? Nobody saw anything. You're the only one here framing an innocent person. You have to compensate me." Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Tan Yen and replied to the thief, "We can treat you to a meal." "A meal at the police station. That is," So Nian said without a hint of fear. The thief couldn't believe someone was still defying him. With a punk like you, I could take on 5 of you by myself. Now get out of my way. So Nian turned his head and told Tan Nian to go ahead and call the police. He would handle this guy. It wasn't often that a hero saves the damsel situation appeared for So Nian to show off. But Tan Nian didn't call the police, as he said. Instead, she rushed forward. She elbowed the thief in the stomach, making him cry out. Before he could recover, Tan Yen landed another punch that sent him flying. After pinning the thief to the floor, she shouted to So Nian, "It's handled! Call the police now!" So Nian, who had seen it all, looked a little scared as he took out his phone to call the police, cursing under his breath. Damn, this girl is a total savage. He reported everything to the police while Tan Nian kept the thief pinned down. A short while later, Kandu boarded the bus after receiving the report and asked who had called the police. She suddenly stopped when she recognized So Nian. This was her first day on the job and her first case. She couldn't believe it was So Nian. She even said it seemed they were truly fated to meet. Tan Yen, who was still holding down the thief, had to turn her head to look at Kandu upon hearing that. Fated? This girl was beautiful, with the unique charm of a Jiangnan girl. Her smile was especially dazzling in her police uniform. She's a powerful rival. Thinking this, Tan Nian nudged So Nian with her shoulder and told him, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Hearing that, So Nian quickly introduced Kandu to Tan Nian. "This is Tu Kandu, a middle school classmate from my hometown." So Nian didn't know why she had come to the city. Then he quickly introduced Tan Nian to Kandu. "This is my boss, the high school principal I told you about last time." When Tan Nian heard him introduce her, she immediately kicked the thief aside and put on an incredibly haughty expression. Then she pushed up her glasses and gave Kandu a gentle greeting. Although Tan Nian was all smiles on the outside, she felt a little jealous knowing Kandu was So Nian's middle school classmate. They knew each other even earlier than she did. Kandu also shook hands with Tan Nian cheerfully, saying she was very happy to meet her. "Thank you for taking care of my old classmate these past few days." But just like Tan Nian, Kandu was smiling on the outside while secretly analyzing the situation. A superior riding the bus? That doesn't seem right. The two continued to shake hands, but their eyes were shooting daggers at each other. Kandu spoke first. "It seems you two have a very good relationship." Tan Nian shot back sarcastically. "It's all right, since we see each other often, but Officer Teo probably has to contact him more." Seeing the two shake hands so warmly, So Nian laughed and said, "You girls are so strange. You've clearly only just met, but you already get along so well." Who would have thought Kandu and Tan Nian would simultaneously turn to glare at So Nian and say, "What part of this makes you think we're getting along?" After the introductions, So Nian remembered and asked Kandu why she was transferred here. She happily told him that after the incident back in their hometown, she was suddenly notified of the transfer. It's probably thanks to So Nian's good fortune. Hearing that, he pretty much guessed what happened. He figured it was probably Quach Fan Loi's doing. That guy is actually pretty thoughtful. Kandu's transfer here was a promotion. Then, So Nian smiled and asked her if she had eaten breakfast yet, and invited Kandu to eat with him. Just as he was about to leave with her, So Nian suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Tan Nian, who had been ignored until now and was fuming with anger. She said to him in a very dangerous tone, "I haven't eaten breakfast either." In the end, they chose to stop at a small roadside stall. So Nian and Kandu held rice balls in their hands, eating with relish, but Tan Nian stared at the rice ball in her hand, wondering if this thing was actually edible. Lost in thought staring at the rice ball, Tan Nian was startled and blushed when she heard So Nian say, "I told you you're not used to eating food from roadside stalls." Being called out so directly made her feel embarrassed and she tried to argue back, but as soon as she looked up, Kandu was gone. So Nian explained to Tan Nian that she had to go to class, so she left first. He also said that if Tan Nian couldn't eat it, she should just throw it away, but right after that, she took a huge bite, startling So Nian. Chewing on the rice, Tan Nian said, "Who says I can't eat it? If you and her can eat it, then so can I." Tan Hien was incredibly competitive. No matter what, she couldn't lose to Kandu. Hearing this, So Hien was left speechless with a dumbfounded look on his face. After taking a bite of the rice, Tan Nian noticed a strange taste. So when she saw the stall owner kneading the rice, sweat pouring down like rain, and then sneezing, she spat everything out. A moment later, the two of them took a car to school together. So Nian patted the still coughing Tan Nian on the shoulder, laughing continuously. "I told you you wouldn't be able to eat it." Even so, Tan Nian stubbornly insisted that she would definitely be able to eat it next time. The security guard looked at the two of them acting so close and getting out of the car together, feeling a bit suspicious. This isn't some beautiful principal and the lucky teacher scenario, is it? So Nian and Tan Nian walked into the school, completely unaware that someone was holding a camera, capturing their every move. The flash from the guy's camera went off continuously. The scene changes to another office, where the secretly taken photos of So Nian and Tan Nian from that morning are spread out on a table. Thien Min angrily pointed at the photos of them and wanted to curse. She wouldn't go to the Grand Hotel with him, but she'd go eat street food with So Nien. Then he gritted his teeth and said in a calculating voice, "If So Nien dares to touch my woman, then I'll go after his woman. Before the men from Daomon make their move, I'll let you taste the bitterness of betrayal." His secretary asked Thien Min if he should send people to capture her, but he was even more despicable, saying, "Of course you have to coax a woman with love and affection. What could move a woman's heart more than a hero saving a damsel in distress?" The scene changes to Tam Trung High School, where today's schedule is neatly posted. So Nian read through the schedule and cursed under his breath. Why are all the classes mine today? Why do I have to teach so many periods for just a fraction of the salary? The students from his class suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Teacher, are you in despair yet?" So Nian jumped and spun around, yelling, not knowing when they had shown up. Ma Xin had a perverted look on his face, thinking about something else entirely. They were the ones who were truly in despair. The homeroom teacher for Class 5 is a former campus belle. She wears a short skirt to work every day, and her childlike voice is to die for. Then he looked back at his own teacher with a judgmental stare. So Nian angrily yelled at Ma Xin, "What's with that look? Are you dissing me? I'd love to have a beautiful teacher as my colleague too." Seeing So Nian fuming, the students quickly covered their mouths and left, but continued to provoke him. So Nian quickly pushed his students back to class. His face twisted as he said he would do his best to shorten the time it took to find them a stunningly beautiful English teacher, telling them to scram. Lak Lak and Phi Phi sat in the classroom, laughing and teasing So Nian, saying that his angry yet helpless expression was really cute. Hearing Lak Lak say that, Truk Duong quickly made a cute face and reminded her, "I'm really cute too." But Lak Lak's two words, "how childish," hit him right where it hurt. Just then, So Nian, with a mischievous look on his face, assigned homework to his students. Listen up. For the morning reading period, you'll write the entire ode to the Red Cliff from memory. For the last 10 minutes, you'll have an English vocabulary dictation. Anyone who fails will stay behind for general cleaning. The students below immediately went on strike, saying he was using his authority for personal revenge. So Nian paid them no mind and just continued his lecture. "A scholar does not fear power and has a proud spirit, so you will do as I say." Finally, he slammed the desk and emphatically taught his students that knowledge is very important. As a scholar, you cannot bow and kneel before power and temptation. As he was speaking passionately, Tan Nian suddenly appeared at the classroom door, calling out to So Nian that there was a matter concerning his salary. Hearing the word salary, he was ecstatic. So Nian wiggled shyly and asked Tan Nian, "Is the school planning to give me a raise? As a newcomer, it's fine for me to work a little more, but just how much is the raise?" Tan Nian quickly replied that the school would give him a small raise, but that wasn't the main point. She said the Mid-Autumn Festival was coming up, so the school was preparing to hold an evening gala, and every 10th and 11th grade class had to prepare a performance. Then she pushed up her glasses and looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Your class must prepare a performance for me." Hearing about the gala performance, the students became excited and lively, clamoring with suggestions. So, Nian and Tan Nian stepped outside the door. He said to her, "Just let them cheer for a bit. When it comes down to it, aren't I the one who decides what performance they do?" Tan Nian knew So Nian's cheeky personality all too well, so she warned him in advance, "Don't you dare prepare some ridiculous performance." Yet he just chuckled and asked her back, "Do you really think I'm the type to mess around?" Tan Nian's eyes seemed to say, "Aren't you? That's exactly the type of person you are." As the two were chatting happily, they suddenly heard a sarcastic voice from behind them. "After so many years, Class President Dong, are you still here as just a lowly head of the literature department? Your belly's gotten so big. Your family life must not be very happy, huh? But I'm not like you. I was specially invited here from Kim Lam City by the school's leadership. It turned out to be the new teacher, named Not Min, talking to Kwak Hao. Everything he said was either a jab at Kwak Hao or a way to brag about himself. Beside them, Tan Nian quietly reminded So Nian that this was a newly invited teacher who was very talented, so he shouldn't go and provoke him. Who knew her words would go in one ear and out the other? Not only did So Nian not listen, but he even walked forward and provoked Not Min. "I heard a dog barking from all the way over here, but I couldn't tell which one it was. Can you bark a couple more times for me?" In the conversation with Kwak Hao, he was the only one who had been yapping this whole time. Hearing So Nian's words, Not Min was certain he was the target and furiously yelled at So Nian, "Who are you calling a dog?" Even so, So Nian kept running his mouth, saying that whoever answered was a dog. Not Min was so furious he was speechless, while Kwak Hao, standing beside them, covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. He wanted to ask for a clearer explanation, but the old man stopped him, saying So Nian was just a new kid who didn't know the rules and probably didn't know who he was, so he should just drop it to avoid losing face. So Nian looked at Kwak Hao. Although he didn't have any particular feelings for him, he thought the old guy didn't seem so bad. Not Min still hadn't given up on one-upping him and spoke in a challenging tone. Since you've insulted me like this, I'll issue a challenge to you. You've probably heard about the Mid-Autumn Festival party, right? Each class needs to prepare a performance. So let's compete. The entire school will vote then. Whoever wins, the other has to get the hell out of this school. Hearing this, Tan Nian frantically told So Nian not to agree with him. Because Not Min's class was almost entirely full of art students, she said he had no chance of winning. But once again, So Nian ignored Tan Nian's words. He boldly agreed to Not Min's challenge. But in his head, So Nian was calculating that if Triu Tianmin kept playing around like this, he'd sooner or later discover the Tan family's mineral vein, and he might even try to pin the blame on him. If that's the case, then I might as well eliminate all the threats at once. Not Min secretly watched Tan Nian and So Nian walk away, a feeling of arrogance swelling within him. If this succeeds, young Master Triu will definitely be very pleased. And if he's pleased, my family's fortune in Jinlin will be secured, and we might even move up a level. Competing against our Class 1, you don't stand a chance. My class is full of geniuses. There's nothing they can't do. After they had walked some distance, Tan Nian smacked So Nian with the documents, scolding him for being too reckless. Unexpectedly, So Nian just placed a hand on her head, patting it a few times, and whispered a few words that made Tan Nian's face turn completely red. He said he would win because he would be representing the pinnacle of Tam Trung martial arts. Tan Nian was so flustered by his words and actions that her head was spinning. Even after So Nian left, she was still bewildered. What martial arts? Inside So Nian's classroom, a stack of documents was slammed onto a desk with a thud. He raised his voice to the whole class. Everyone shut up! This time, no matter what, our class has to beat Class 10A1. Do you have the confidence or not? The students were all stunned. Class 10A1? The one full of long-legged girls who can sing, dance, and even play instruments? What are we supposed to fight them with? Hearing this, So Nian's face darkened as he asked a question that sounded like a threat. Are you implying your legs aren't long? As soon as he finished, the female students in the class immediately rose to the challenge. Class 10A1? They're nothing worth mentioning. No one has longer legs than us. Seeing this, So Nian smiled with satisfaction. Now that's more like my, So Nian's, students. However, he wouldn't be practicing with them because he had a date with a beautiful girl. After school, as So Nian walked out of the school gate, he saw someone standing next to a supercar, waving at him. The person standing next to the supercar was Vong Tuyet. She didn't even bother to greet him, instead complaining that he was too slow. So Nian replied to her comment by asking Vong Tuyet a question of his own. Why don't you just become a leg model? Wouldn't that make more money than opening a bar? As soon as she got in the car, she put on an incredibly cute expression, looked at him and replied, to be praised by Teacher So, that's really not easy. But today, she was going to an auction to find some magical artifacts. Of course, Vong Tuyet wanted to work at night, but that wasn't going to happen. The two of them chatted in the car, discussing the magical artifacts that might appear at the auction. Unexpectedly, up on a higher floor, Tan Nian saw everything when she looked out towards the gate. She was so angry her head felt like it was on fire. That brat actually got into another woman's car. On the way to the auction, So Nian turned to ask Vong Tue, this Phoenix auction house in Lamhai City, what's its background that it even has magical artifacts? She replied that it didn't really have any special background, just a small-time auction house, but this time an old friend had tipped her off. Hearing that, So Nian gave a perfunctory reply. He was lost in his own thoughts about how to quickly increase his strength to fight against the Dao Gate. Things like the Hidden Dragon, Mountain Manor, and the Mineral Vein could all be used. If there happened to be a special magical artifact this time, that would be even better. When they arrived at the auction venue, just as Vong Tuyet's car stopped, they heard someone calling out loudly. The person speaking was Xiao Li. He excitedly said to Vong Tuyet, "You're finally here. I thought you were going to stand me up again this time." The woman next to Xiao Li also waited for Vong Tuyet to get out of the car before whispering to her that he misses her every day. She said she had never seen him so infatuated. Hearing this, Vong Tuyet smiled brightly and said to them, "Well, I had to come this time anyway, so let's go inside first." With that, she and So Nian turned and walked straight in, not giving Xiao Li a chance to talk. The woman who was with him just a moment ago was now getting cozy with Thien Min. He put his arm around his lover and said to Xiao Li, "Your game is weak, man. If you keep this up, the beauty will end up with someone else. You can't just pamper a woman forever. When necessary, you have to use special tactics to get her. My brother." Xiao Li took out a cigarette, lit it, and replied to him, "I have my own plans, but I can't cause any trouble this time. My dad has warned me several times." He then took a drag from his cigarette, adding that young Master Jiang of Jinlin was coming this time. When Thien Min heard that name, he immediately lost his composure. "That Jiang Hao guy isn't dead yet?" Not stopping there, Xiao Li continued. "The Fong Hoa group from Tanhua City is also sending someone. However, he didn't know who was being sent." He tapped his cigarette lightly, letting the ash fall. Then Xiao Li's face darkened as he continued speaking to Thien Min. "So many big shots are here today. We can't touch Vong Tu yet. There'll be other chances later anyway. But that guy with her, he really pisses me off." In the waiting lounge of the building where the auction was held, Vong Tuyet and So Nian were sitting on a couch. She softly introduced the Phoenix Club to him. This is the best club in Lamhai City. It can't compare to places elsewhere, but it's not bad. As the two were talking, a pot-bellied man suddenly approached them. He came closer, extended his hand, and asked Vong Tuyet if she would like to have a cup of tea with him. Hearing this, she gave a polite smile and said she already had a boyfriend to refuse him. Unexpectedly, the guy wouldn't leave and continued to ask Vong Tuyet, who was the lucky man to have won her heart. Immediately after, Vong Tuyet scooted closer to So Nian and hugged his arm. When the other guy saw So Nian, he immediately tried to intimidate him, saying he was the general manager of the Datni group from Jinlin City. If necessary, he could even offer him a good position. So Nian finished his sip of tea, glanced at the man, and answered with a single word, "Piss off." Hearing that, the director became furious. He immediately grabbed So Nian by the collar, pulled him up, and yelled, "You little brat, what did you just say?" So Nian immediately raised his middle finger and unleashed a stream of colorful language right in the man's face. A face like that wants to blot out the sky? The only thing it's good for is taking a picture to use as a talisman to ward off evil spirits at home. The director was so angry he gritted his teeth but couldn't say a word. He then turned and left, saying, "Just you wait." So Nian adjusted his tie, feeling utterly bored. Vong Tuyet, who was beside him, after hearing him curse the man out, remarked that So Nian really knew how to hit where it hurts, which made her laugh uncontrollably. A moment later, Thien Min and Xiao Li walked over to where So Nian was sitting. The moment Thien Min opened his mouth, he started taunting him. He said that it seemed like So Nian had been in school for too long and didn't know the rules of the outside world. You should always leave yourself a way out, so it's easier to meet again in the future. So Nian quietly blew on the tea in his cup, not even bothering to look at him as he replied that it was Thien Min who was afraid of offending people. But he wasn't afraid. Usually the people who say things like that are the ones who aren't strong enough. Being taunted by So Nian, Thien Min gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. At this point, Xiao Li, who was beside him, darkened his face and asked, "Why did you two have to go and offend him?" Vong Tuyet asked, confused. "What's wrong? Is he someone important?" Xiao Li explained to her that the man himself was nothing, but the person backing him was the young master of Jinlin City, Jiang Hao. Just hearing this made Toi Vong Tuyet's face turn pale. "You mean the young master of the Daijiang group, Jiang Hao?" Meanwhile, So Nian calmly sipped his warm tea, praising it quietly. As they were talking, a guy suddenly approached them with a smile and asked, "Are you all discussing young Master Jiang?" Vong Tuyet suddenly grew anxious, thinking she should probably go over there to apologize. Hearing this, the guy scoffed and arrogantly said that was more like it. Looks like young Master Jiang's reputation still holds some weight in this dump. Vong Tuyet was about to stand up and go, but So Nian suddenly grabbed her hand to stop her. His face darkened as he said, "Sit down. Who the hell is Jiang Hao that he's worthy of your apology? If he wants one, then he can come over here himself." With that, So Nian forcefully pushed Vong Tuyet back down into her chair. Xiao Li saw this and yelled, "Are you kidding me?" Then he turned and spoke softly to the guy called Brother Wu. "I don't know this person. I had no idea he could be so ignorant." Brother Wu found Xiao Li's words reasonable, but he still wanted to settle the score with So Nian. Before he could finish speaking, another voice cut in. "Who's talking so tough? I've lived this long and I've never met anyone like that." It turned out Jiang Hao had walked up behind Brother Wu at some point. Xiao Li quickly pointed at So Nian and told him, "It's that foul-mouthed punk over there." Brother Wu and Xiao Li confidently thought to themselves that So Nian was dead meat this time for offending young Master Jiang. But to their surprise, the moment Jiang Hao saw him, he dropped to his knees and started bawling. To everyone's utter astonishment, he quickly scrambled over and clung to So Nian's leg like an octopus. "I never thought you'd be here, Master. I haven't even had a chance to thank you properly." Brother Wu immediately went to help Jiang Hao up, saying, "There are a lot of people watching, and So Nian is just an ordinary high school teacher." But Jiang Hao shoved Brother Wu away, knocking him back. He yelled, "So what if I kneel before the man who saved my life? I haven't even kowtowed yet." Hearing this, the guy was stunned, completely baffled by what was happening, 1,000 questions running through his mind. Just then, So Nian waved his hand and said to Jiang Hao, "There's no need to kowtow. Get up first. This is making a bad scene." So Nian only had to say one word, and Jiang Hao shot up like a spring. He would obey whatever Master So said. Once he was up, Jiang Hao squeezed in to sit next to So Nian, pushing Vong Tuyet to the side. He quickly said, "If there's anything you want to buy, Master So, just tell me. I, Jiang Hao, will buy it for you. If I don't have enough money, I can always ask my dad for more." Vong Tuyet, sitting beside them, thought to herself that even Jiang Hao was willing to kneel and kowtow to So Nian. She found herself less and less able to see through him. Just what else was So Nian hiding? So Nian took a sip of tea and replied to Jiang Hao that he had just heard there were some special items up for auction and came to broaden his horizons. So Nian thought it was best not to mention the Dharma artifacts. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao had already figured it out and asked So Nian directly, "Are you here for the Dharma artifacts? Because I am too." Hearing that, he spat out all his tea. Then Jiang Hao called Xiao Li over. "Hurry up and tell Master. So what kind of Dharma artifacts we have this time? And be specific." He immediately gave a detailed answer. This time, there are a total of 2 Dharma artifacts up for auction. One is a piece of pottery from the Qing dynasty, and the other is a stone pillow. They had an expert appraise the pottery. Its main function is to calm the mind for a good night's sleep, leaving one refreshed and comfortable. After hearing this, So Nian just commented with a few words, "It's okay, but useless." Xiao Li continued, introducing the remaining stone pillow, saying it had a grand origin. According to the appraisal, it was the very pillow once used by King Zhou. Jiang Hao was incredibly surprised and hastily asked, "Is that for real? I can't believe something that ancient exists." He continued to explain the stone pillow's effects, like curing all illnesses and even having beauty and skin rejuvenating properties. Vong Tuyet covered her mouth in astonishment. As for So Nian, hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, a stone pillow that can cure all illnesses. Could it be the spirit-forming pillow of the Tai Chi sect? This object can gather a large amount of spiritual energy to temper its owner's physical body. If it could be used within the formation at the Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa, wouldn't that boost both its offensive and defensive capabilities? It could even double the Great Formation's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Jiang Hao seemed to notice that So Nian wanted the item, so he puffed out his chest and said, "If you want it, Master So, I'll buy it for you even if it means bankrupting my family." As he was speaking, he was startled by another voice cutting in. "You talk pretty big, Jiang Hao. It's been a year. I didn't expect your mouth to get even bigger." The person who had just spoken was Fan Gaowei of the Feng Huo group. Xiao Li, standing to the side, watched the two face off. He knew full well that this Gaowei was the second son of the Feng Huo group's chairman. In terms of status, he might even be a level above Jiang Hao. Vong Tuyet, sitting in her chair, also looked frightened, not understanding why he was here. So Nian quickly noticed her reaction, confused as to why she, also a member of the Feng Huo group, would be so afraid of Gaowei. Just then, he noticed Vong Tuyet and spoke in a jeering tone. He hadn't expected her to be here too. With that, he walked over and knelt beside Vong Tuyet, trying to sweet-talk her. "Hey, how about you don't go home tonight? Stay and sleep with me for a night." Sitting nearby, So Nian frowned in annoyance upon hearing Gaowei's words. Vong Tuyet, however, angrily reminded him to watch his language. "I'm your older sister." But Gaowei shot back at Vong Tuyet, saying she was just trying to worm her way into the Feng Huo group to get some shares. Besides, the chances of that happening are incredibly slim. Then he moved closer to Vong Tuyet and said in a sleazy voice, "However, if you want to become a member of my family, it's not like there's no way. All you have to do is marry me." Gaowei said this while staring at Vong Tuyet like a hungry tiger. Although she was shocked and terrified, she still managed to curse him. "You bastard. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Grandpa?" The next second, Gaowei's shoe slammed down hard on the nearby coffee table. Hearing the word Grandpa only made him smile wider. Grandpa's out of the country right now, and even if he wasn't, he couldn't control this. "You don't have any Fan family blood, so it wouldn't be illegal for us to get married." After hearing this, Vong Tuyet could only stammer helplessly, on the verge of tears and unable to speak. Just then, a teacup flew straight into Gaowei's face, making him cry out in surprise as tea splashed all over him. Gaowei covered his face with his hands and screamed, "Who dared to throw water on me? Get your ass out here!" At this point, So Nian stood up and said clearly, "The Fan family really is producing trashier generations. To even dare to insult your own sister. No wonder the Feng Huo group is failing." Seeing him, Gaowei immediately rushed forward, cursing as he swung his hand to slap him, but So Nian simply deflected the blow, sending him flying. "Since you have no manners, I'll teach you a lesson on your grandfather's behalf." So Nian hit him so hard his back slammed against the wall, and he started screaming for help. The onlookers were stunned, thinking So Nian was a dead man for sure. But then, So Nian grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. He picked up the hot teapot and poured it on Gaowei's face, saying, "You look so disgusting as an adult. Let me wash your face for you." After emptying the teapot, So Nian turned to the crowd and said, "If you want to take a picture, it's $5. $10 if you want to be in it with Gaowei." That was all the encouragement Jiang Hao needed. He immediately took out his phone and joined in. Everyone else present was trembling like a leaf, watching in terror as So Nian continued to wreak havoc. Then he leaned down and asked Gaowei if he had sobered up a bit. Gaowei hurriedly clasped his hands together and begged So Nian to spare his life, promising he wouldn't dare do it again. But behind his teary eyes was a look of seething hatred. Gaowei's face said it all. "Just wait until I get home and call my men. I'll definitely bury you alive. Just you wait." How could So Nian not see through Gaowei's intentions? So he said he'd give him a chance to call for backup right then and there. Then So Nian picked up Gaowei's phone, fiddling with it as he wondered aloud who he should call. Jiang Hao, who was standing nearby, was terrified to see this, not thinking he would actually call the Pham family. Xiao Li was also sweating bullets for him, to still be talking so tough at this point. It'd be a miracle if the Pham family didn't skin Sun Yan alive. Even Vong Tuyet was trembling. In her grandfather's eyes, his own flesh and blood grandson was far more important than she was. Sun Yan held Cao Vi's phone and said, "I only know your grandfather's number, so I guess I'll just call him." Hearing this, Cao Vi laughed to himself. This guy really has a death wish. Since he's asking for it, I'll make sure he gets a quick and easy death. Sun Yan lifted the phone and said to the person on the other end, "It's me. You have a grandson here who wants to talk to you." Cao Vi, sitting on the floor, was desperate to grab the phone and snitch to his grandfather. Then, Sun Yan handed him the phone, saying his grandfather wanted to speak with him. The moment he got the phone, Cao Vi unleashed a torrent of complaints to his grandfather. But after he finished, all he got in return were 2 words from Duke Van: "Shut up." Even Jiang Hao and Xiao Li's jaws dropped in disbelief. Then, Duke Van laid into Cao Vi, "You get your ass home right now, or you'll be punished according to the family rules." "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Before he could say another word, Sun Yan snatched the phone from Cao Vi's hand. "Looks like calling for backup failed, huh? So, what do you think we should do now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Vi quickly kowtowed to Vong Tuyet, calling her his own dear sister and admitting his fault, shouting over and over that he was wrong. He said he was a disgrace, a terrible person, and begged for her forgiveness. Before Vong Tuyet could even process her surprise, Sun Yan spoke up. "The auction is starting." Jiang Hao and Xiao Li watched the 2 of them leave, still unable to snap out of their daze, thinking they must have been seeing things. They silently admired Sun Yan as a true master. After walking a short distance, Vong Tuyet was still worried for Sun Yan because she knew her grandfather was the type to fiercely protect his own. Sun Yan told her it was fine. "When I speak, even old Master Pham wouldn't dare to fart. Besides, I've already had a word with him. If you want to leave the Feng Hoa group, just leave. No one will stop you." Hearing this, Vong Tuyet could only blush and say thank you, realizing how thoughtful he had been for her. Walking behind him, Vong Tuyet blushed, thinking that she must hold a special place in Sun Yan's heart. But then Sun Yan said, "We're all friends. Saying thank you is too formal." Hearing that, her face fell. "Just friends?" Of course, Sun Yan knew what she was thinking. The hardest thing to repay in this world is love, and besides, he already had someone in his heart. Just then, Jiang Hao ran up from behind, calling out, "Wait for me." As he passed Vong Tuyet, Jiang Hao took the chance to play matchmaker, calling her sister-in-law and asking where she wanted to sit so he could arrange it. His words made Vong Tuyet so embarrassed she yelled, "Who's your sister-in-law?" After entering the auction room, Sun Yan realized the place was quite large. The auction had already begun. The auctioneer's gavel fell for the 3rd time. 1 million. Sold. Sun Yan's group noticed a man with paddle number 8 still raising his sign. Sun Yan stared at him. This was Uncle Li. Spending 1 million on a single herb meant he wasn't short on cash. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly pointed at the old man and said, "Isn't that the steward who's always with Nguyen Bang?" Hearing this, Vong Tuyet asked, "The Nguyen Bang you're talking about, is he the chairman of Kai Duong Trading, the top economic company in Tung Ho City?" Hearing this, Sun Yan's face darkened as he remembered. In his past life, he'd heard that this entire company had taken a collective leave of absence, apparently because Nguyen Bang's son had died. Could this be related to that? Judging by the date, it was very likely they were here to buy medicine for Nguyen Bang's son. By the time the price had risen to 10 million, the steward with paddle number 8 still held his sign high. In the end, the final price was 10 million, going to that steward. The auctioneer congratulated the old man on acquiring such an admirable item. However, the true treasure of this auction is next. Then, a Qing dynasty ceramic vase was brought out, with a starting bid of 50 million. The moment Jiang Hao saw it, he said he had to have it. But to his surprise, Uncle Li once again raised his paddle, bidding 100 million without batting an eye. Jiang Hao and everyone else in the room were too shocked to speak. If it started like this, what chance did they have? Only Sun Yan thought to himself, "Looks like the illness is quite serious, huh?" Instantly, the ceramic vase belonged to the old man. Next, a stone pillow was brought out, and the bidding continued with a starting price of 100 million. Jiang Hao still hadn't given up. This time, he decided to make a bid. But who would have thought that Uncle Li would raise his paddle and say 300 million in an instant? Shocking him so much, he nearly coughed up blood. He was completely crushed. Instantly, the stone pillow also went to the steward with paddle number 8. Watching the old man carry his items away, Jiang Hao growled in anger. He might as well just rob the place. Sun Yan watched him go and then stood up as well. He told Jiang Hao that he had business here and would need to stay for more than a day. "Jiang Hao, take Vong Tuyet back to Kujiang City." Before either of them could reply, Sun Yan had already turned and left. He followed Uncle Li outside, a plan forming in his mind. He had to get that Hua Luin Trum, but there was no need to make an enemy of this kind of person. Besides, the other party probably bought it for healing purposes. Perhaps I can cure this illness. The scene changes to the Lam Hai Hotel. Uncle Lee's car stopped at the hotel entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, the old man saw the person standing in front of him and cried out, "Chairman Neem, why did you come down?" The man pressed his forehead, his face weary, and told him that the two boys were asleep. He urged Uncle Lee to hurry and grind the medicine. "I only heard that there was a stone pillow this time. I don't know if it will have any effect." As the two were talking, they were startled by Su Nian's voice cutting in from behind them. "That stone pillow can't cure the illness. You should give up." Uncle Lee quickly lunged forward to shield Chairman Neem, saying, "Sir, get back! This person followed me here. I fear he's an assassin." Seeing Uncle Lee's vigilance, Sun Yen tried to explain, but before he could say anything, the old man launched an attack. Sun Yen looked at the strike. It seemed a bit like the palm technique of the Serpent Hag clan from the Immortal Realm, but it was still far too weak. With that, he quickly dodged to the side, smiling as he told Uncle Lee, "You can't hit me." The old man didn't stop, continuing to launch attacks at Sun Yen. "Who are you? What do you want here?" He calmly created a yin-yang circle, explaining to Uncle Lee that he had no ill intentions. Then, with a wave of his hand, Sun Yen neutralized the strike aimed at him. "It's just that you bought something I wanted at the auction earlier, so I followed you over to have a look," Sun Yen explained after knocking Uncle Lee back. The old man straightened up, thinking that if he wasn't an assassin, then things were much simpler. Then, Uncle Lee clasped his hands and told Sun Yen that they were using these items for medical treatment, so they were not for sale. He wasn't in a hurry, just calmly repeating that he had already said this item couldn't be used for healing. He explained it clearly to the two of them. Sun Yen pointed at the stone pillow hanging on Uncle Lee's shoulder, saying that it was used as the eye of a formation, not for curing illnesses. After hearing Sun Yen's explanation, Uncle Lee just sighed softly. It wasn't as if they didn't already know. Chairman Neem, standing beside him, added, "Even so, we have to try. If it really doesn't work, then we can make a deal with you." Then he said, "If you're not at ease, you can come up with us." Hearing this, Sun Yen smiled to himself. "Since he's invited me, I might as well go up and see. If I can cure the illness, it would be a great joy. He'd be happy, and he might even give me the pillow. That would save me a huge amount of money." As Sun Yen walked ahead, Uncle Lee whispered to Chairman Neem, "There's still something suspicious about this person's identity." Chairman Neem watched Sun Yen walk away and said to Uncle Lee that he felt the young man had a refined appearance and exuded an aura of integrity and righteousness. Combined with that move from earlier, he's probably a successor of the Tai Chi lineage. How could such a person be a villain? It's just that, for some reason, I find Su Nian a bit familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before. A moment later, Chairman Nguyen and Uncle Lee led Su Nian inside and introduced him to his twin sons. There's a bit of a problem with their brains. The doctor said it's congenital. He pointed to the thin, frail son and introduced him. "This is An Hung, my eldest son. He's so skinny because he doesn't like to eat rice." Chairman Neem then walked over to a fat person who was gnawing on a pastry and said this was his second son, Hao Kiet. Unlike his brother, he loved to eat. He'd even eat wood or stone. Chairman Neem tiredly told Son Yen that for this strange illness, he had sought out every famous master physician, but they were all helpless. Unexpectedly, as soon as Son Yen heard him finish, he immediately replied that it was goo poison. "I can see it very clearly." As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a blue light. "It's the poison worm of that southern Huaxia. They will definitely be dead in less than 3 days." Hearing this, Chairman Neem was extremely alarmed. "Only 3 days left? Young master. So, are you sure?" Before Son Yen could even answer, Uncle Lee hurriedly told him that he had been by the two young masters' side ever since they were born. With his level of strength, it's impossible that someone had the opportunity to plant a curse. Hearing that, So Nian rested his chin on his hand and thought, what if it was placed on the mother? He told Chairman Neem his speculation, asking him if his wife had died from a difficult childbirth. After hearing this, he wasn't too surprised, because Chairman Jeem had already predicted that So Nian would know. Not hearing a reply from Chairman Jeem, he knew he had guessed correctly. Although So Nian didn't know who planted the curse, he knew this type of worm was called the cold corpse worm. They can be transmitted through the child's mother. Upon hearing this, Chairman Neem immediately ordered Uncle Lee to conduct a strict, top-to-bottom search of the entire premises after they returned. Uncle Lai then cupped his hands to express his admiration for So Nian. He also hoped that he would help with this matter, and regardless of success, they would gift him this stone pillow. Immediately after, Chairman Neem also bowed to So Nian, begging him to help his two pitiful sons. So Nian didn't delay and got to work right away. He told the other two to go get him a basin of clean water. He thought to himself, it seems this is fate. To think the most common goo worm of the immortal realm would appear in this place. A moment later, the clean water So Nian requested was brought over. He picked up the basin and handed it to Uncle Lai, telling him to wait until the goo worm came out, then use exterminating spiritual energy to trap them in the water. So Nian looked pensively at Chairman Yeem's skinny eldest son lying on the bed. then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, please step back a bit, because after this goo worm is forced out of the body, it will immediately seek a new host, which is very dangerous for ordinary people like them." After speaking, Son Yen immediately waved his hand, creating a brilliant yin-yang circle. He pointed straight at An Heng's chest and said, "Come out now." The beam of light from Son Yen's hand shot straight into his heart, causing An Heng's chest to start bulging. He cried out in agony. A moment later, a worm was indeed pulled out of An Heng's heart, and blood splattered everywhere. The moment it was pulled out by Son Yen, it was immediately trapped by Uncle Lai's technique. He glared at it angrily and cursed. "This little goo worm has harmed our two young masters for so long, and you still want to escape?" Then, the goo worm was dropped by Uncle Lee into the prepared basin of water. As soon as it fell into the water, it went completely limp, losing all its power. Chairman Niem looked at the goo worm in the basin and gritted his teeth in absolute fury. Who could be so vicious as to treat his family like this? A while later, Son Yen sat down on a chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Everything is settled now. There are basically no more problems. They just need a few days of recuperation to recover their minds. It's just that the two of them have been under the influence of the goo worm for too long, so I'm afraid there might be some deficiencies in their personalities. Chairman Ingiam once again bowed to thank Son Yen, saying that this was already more than enough. As he was speaking, he was startled and turned around when he heard someone call out, "Dad." The moment Chairman Neem heard it, his eyes welled up with tears. After all the years he had struggled, this was the first time he had heard that word. Chairman Yim immediately rushed over and hugged his two beloved sons tightly. Seeing the three of them reunited, So Nian couldn't help but sigh. So many figures in this world can't escape the bonds of affection, but who on earth was so cruel as to plant such a vicious goo worm in the bodies of two young boys? Chairman Ngim hugged his two sons, brought them before So Nian, and said, "Hurry and thank him. He's the one who saved both of your lives." Immediately after, the two of them bowed and kowtowed, expressing their gratitude to So Nian. An Heng looked up first and said that he and his younger brother were extremely grateful for saving their lives. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Hao Kiet also looked up and retorted, "What do you mean, younger brother? I'm obviously the older one." Hearing this, So Nian's eyes widened in utter confusion. Hao Kiet picked up a cup, bit down on it, shattering it, and explained to An Heng that he had sensed danger in their mother's womb and kicked his brother out first. Otherwise, Hao Kiet would be the older brother now. An Heng heard this and argued back, "When did you kick me out? It was obviously because you were too fat to get out." So Nian couldn't believe his ears listening to their conversation. He hesitantly asked if they really remembered things from inside the womb. The two Nian brothers looked at each other and said they only remembered vaguely. Hao Kiet elaborated. Actually, for the past 10+ years, the two of them could always talk to each other but couldn't communicate with the outside world. Uncle Lai, who was standing behind them, was stunned when he heard this. The legendary sentient from birth, and a rare set of twins at that. Could it be that the two young masters are innate Dao fetuses? Although So Nian had already guessed it, hearing it with his own ears and seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be a little astonished. Hao Kiet continued to put the rest of the cup in his mouth and asked them, "What's an innate Dao fetus? Can you eat it?" An Heng, standing beside him, heard this and scolded him, "You're such an idiot." After that, the two of them started bickering back and forth, neither willing to give in. Chairman Yim, standing to the side, pointed at his two sons and said embarrassedly, "How mortifying." But So Nian, on the contrary, smiled brightly, hesitating as if he wanted to say something to him. He became serious and said solemnly to Chairman Niem, "If it's possible, I would like to take these two as my disciples." Hearing this, he was startled, not knowing what to say. But immediately after, the two Niem brothers knelt down again, kowtowing to So Nian once more. They shouted in clear unison voices, calling him master and begging So Nian to accept them as his disciples. The moment he looked up, An Heng had already claimed the spot of senior disciple, telling Hao Kiet to just obediently be number 2. Seeing that Chairman Niem was still very hesitant, Uncle Lai came over and whispered in his ear, "For someone so young to have such abilities, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a grandmaster." He said that this was a heaven-sent opportunity that couldn't be missed. In the end, So Nian successfully accepted 2 new disciples. He told them, "Go rest and recuperate. After you've recovered, come find me in Kujiang. At that time, I will personally instruct you both." After everything was settled, So Nian left with the stone pillow in his hand. He waved goodbye to the Niem family. The father and his 2 sons, along with the butler, stood at the door, happily seeing So Nian off. Chairman Niem, who had been very pensive, slowly voiced his doubt, saying that he still felt like he had seen So Nian's face somewhere before. Hearing this, Uncle Lee reassured Chairman Niem. "It's not strange for people in this world to have similar appearances, even if they're not related by blood. It's probably just a coincidence." Then he asked Chairman Ngim whether they should bring the 2 young masters to the Mudich conference organized by the Duong family to broaden their horizons. It seemed Chairman Niem had been so preoccupied with thoughts of So Nian that he hadn't paid attention to what Uncle Lee was saying. He thought for a moment, then was startled as he remembered that So Nian looked very much like Duong Tong Duke. Hearing this, he immediately refuted it. That's impossible. The Duong family places great importance on their heirs. Chairman Nguyen pondered for a moment. There is one other possibility. It's because Old Master Duong has 4 children, and the third is a daughter. After he said that, Uncle Lai was also startled into realization. You mean Duong Uyen Nu? It's true we've never heard anything about her marriage, and she's probably almost 40 by now. If he really is Duong Uyen Nu's son, then there's no problem in forming a connection with him. Chairman Niem didn't overthink it anymore and just reminded Uncle Lee, this time when we go to the capital, just try to sound out the other's intentions. No matter what, we owe So Nien a great debt. The scene shifts to Qianlong Mountain Villa, the vast estate of Suo Ran's family, where a commanding voice rings out. Everyone, dismiss. Don't come back until I call for you. The moment Suo Ran got home, he dismissed all the servants. Who knows what he's planning? After they had all left, Suo Ran bolted the door shut, thinking to himself that once he activated the grand array with the stone pillow, not even a cannonball could break through. He held the spirit-transforming item in his hand. He also had a few talismans left that could be used to set up the 9 spirit-transforming arrays. As he was thinking, Suo Ran suddenly heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He answered to see who was calling and saw the name Qin Ran. Thinking of her, Suo Ran felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was supposed to teach today but had completely forgotten. But he couldn't just ignore it, so Suo Ran picked up the phone with a sheepish laugh. Skipping class? Looks like you had a little too much fun last night. Where are you? Qin Ran's voice on the other end was as calm as if she were asking about everyday things. But inside, a storm was brewing. Out all night with some beauty, and now he's skipping his teaching duties. This was a huge problem. Suo Ran could tell from her tone that she was angry, so he hesitantly told her his location, Qianlong Mountain Villa. But before he could say anything else, Qin Ran had already hung up, refusing to listen anymore. Suo Ran stared at the dead phone screen and wondered, does she think I'm lying to her? After a moment's thought, Suo Ran decided he should probably send a caring text message. After sending it, Suo Ran felt like he was such a warm-hearted man. In Qin Ran's office, she picked up her phone and read the message he had just sent. Qin Ran's fingers trembled as she saw the text. Suo Ran told her to trust him, that he really was at Qianlong Mountain Villa. He even asked if she was on her period, though he quickly remembered she wasn't. He then advised her to go to the hospital for a checkup. After reading it, Qin Ran immediately threw her phone 2 meters away, screaming in fury, "Get out!" This startled the person who was about to enter her office. He quickly turned around and fled in fear. Today was not a good day to see the principal. Not a good day to teach. He wanted to request a day off. Back at Qianlong Mountain Villa, after placating Qin Ran, Suo Ran had to refine the spirit-transforming Agila wood first. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the stone pillow. During the refinement, the pillow could be seen gradually emitting a surrounding golden light. Immediately after, the pillow shot high into the air, radiating a light even stronger than before. Suo Ran let out a sigh of relief, thinking, it's finally done. This refinement reminded him of the old days when he first joined the sect. All right, next up, Suo Ran pointed to the sky, commanding 3 talismans to fly in the direction he indicated. The 3 talismans shot forward, splitting into 3 directions, and quickly surrounded the stone pillow. In the next second, the pillow once again emitted the most powerful light since the refinement began. This light illuminated the entire Qianlong Mountain Villa area. Suo Ran shielded his eyes from the intense light as he watched, thinking to himself that if he continued to perfect it in the future, this piece of land could become a branch of his Tai Chi sect. After all, in his past life, he was the first immortal venerable of the Tai Chi sect, so establishing a branch was something he ought to do. As time slowly turned to late afternoon, Suo Ran, having changed his clothes, stretched and stepped outside. It was about time for him to head back. He had to teach tomorrow and apologize to Qin Ran. As he was walking, he was suddenly startled by someone calling his name. The one who called him was none other than Jing Yu, with Tianming following behind her. Jing Yu excitedly asked him what he was doing here. Isn't that Qianlong Mountain Villa up there? It seems like unauthorized entry isn't allowed here. Hearing her words, Suo Ran pointed upwards and asked back, you mean that place? Looking at the luxurious Qianlong Mountain Villa up there, he smiled and said, that place originally belonged to me. Hearing this, Tianming burst out laughing. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue, Mr. Su? He sneered. That place isn't for some stray dog to be sniffing around. If you're going to brag, at least pick a believable target. To his surprise, as soon as Tianming finished speaking, Jing Yu stepped right in front of Suo Ran and said to him sharply, please do not insult my friend. If there's nothing else, Suo Ran and I will be leaving. Being spoken to so bluntly, Tianming's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. So many women want to climb into my bed, but you bitch, keep ignoring me. It's all because of this Suo Ran. Even Qin Ran and Jing Yu only have eyes for him. Just wait until my ancestor arrives. When that time comes, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Just then, Jiang Tian's mistress spoke up with a contemptuous tone, intending to expose Jing Yu. She called her a girl who pretends to be pure, telling her not to mistake young Master Zhao's tolerance for indulgence. Jing Yu was so angry she gritted her teeth, clenching her fists but trying her best to hold back. These people all had higher statuses than a newcomer like her. If she provoked them, her job would be on the line. Unexpectedly, Suo Ran stepped up to shield her, calmly retorting with a sarcastic voice. Young Master Jiang must be a real animal to go for someone like you. If being ugly could generate power, you'd at least be a nuclear power plant. Hearing this, the mistress's face turned purple with rage, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Jiang Tian finally spoke up, questioning Suo Ran. Why must a man like you make things difficult for a woman like her? That's not very gentlemanly, is it? To his surprise, Suo Ran nonchalantly replied, Do I need to be a gentleman to a barking dog? Hearing this, the mistress couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her hand, intending to strike Suo Ran, yet he just stood there, smiling to himself. It's time for her to make a move. Just as Suo Ran predicted, Jing Yu rushed forward and grabbed the woman's attacking arm. Then she took out a pair of handcuffs, threatening to take her for a little trip. The mistress was clearly not as aggressive as before, but still spoke venomously, saying she would remember Jing Yu. She shoved the woman's hand away, saying that protecting the safety of the public was her responsibility. Meanwhile, Suo Ran had approached Tianming, smiling slyly as he asked him, The sect master used your connections to get into Huaxia, didn't he? Tell him, in 10 days, I'll be waiting for him at the peak of my mountain. Tianming was clearly flustered by Suo Ran's question, but still stubbornly said, Don't you dare make baseless accusations. Suo Ran paid him no more mind and turned to leave with Jing Yu. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw a taunt at Tianming, which drove him mad with anger. Jiang Tian's mistress, standing next to Tianming, turned pale and asked him how Suo Ran knew that the sect master's entry into Huaxia was related to them. If this got out, they would be finished. Tianming also didn't know how he knew. He reassured himself that Suo Ran must have just been probing him. Jiang Tian came over and gently patted his shoulder, telling him to calm down. After all, Suo Ran had no proof, and besides, the ancestor of the Blade sect was coming for him. And once he arrived, even if Suo Ran knew the truth, he would already be a dead man. When that happens, Zhujiang City will belong to the Jiang and Zhao families, and your Chen family can finally get rid of that upstart Chu Lingyun in Jinlin. With a grandmaster backing us, how could our grand plan possibly fail? For the next few days, besides reinforcing the grand array, Suo Ran spent his time practicing with his students. Meanwhile, on a rocky outcrop with waves crashing rhythmically against it, Tianming, Jiang Tian, and his mistress were waiting for the ancestor of the Blade sect. Today was the day he was supposed to arrive, but there was still no sign of him. Seeing Tianming's impatience, Jiang Tian said, Calm down, the ancestor is probably arriving soon. Recently, he had also noticed that the two illegitimate children of the Jiang family were getting a bit restless. When the ancestor arrived, Jiang Tian would ask him to deal with them all at once. The mistress took the opportunity to flatter him to the high heavens. Suddenly, Tianming shouted that he saw something. In the distance, a luxury yacht was approaching the city, and standing on the highest deck was Scarface Dao. 40 years ago, he was tricked and injured by Liang Bowen, and after that, he had a great battle with Chen Zhantian. In the end, Scarface Dao was utterly defeated and fled Huaxia. Today, he was once again setting foot in Huaxia. Scarface Dao was determined this time. If he met a god, he'd kill the god. If he met a Buddha, he'd kill the Buddha. With that, Scarface Dao used his power to leap from the yacht to the shore without his feet even touching the water. Tianming's group on the shore couldn't believe their eyes. Scarface Dao leaped ashore, approached the group, and asked sternly, Are you Zhao Tianming? He immediately bowed and greeted the man with utmost respect. Setting foot in Huaxia only fueled Scarface Blade's hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, Just a mere grandmaster dares to fight me? He truly doesn't know his own limits. If that's the case, then inform all my enemies in Huaxia. This time, I will slaughter them all. The scene then shifts to Sorkai's martial arts hall, the guardian martial general of Qin Ran City. A martial artist in the hall was beaten until he coughed up blood, unable to fight back. After beating the man to a pulp, Scarface Blade dusted off his hands and said with contempt, A martial general of Huaxia, and a guardian of a region at that, yet you're so weak you can't even withstand a single blow. Within a single day, the signs of several top martial arts halls in Qin Ran City were smashed by one person. No one knew who the attacker was, only that he was a martial ancestor. The scene shifts again to the capital. In a certain courtyard, Truong Huan was meditating when a small ray of light suddenly shot into his head. Immediately, Truong Huan sensed that Scarface Blade had returned. In the battle back then, that guy had just entered the Master Realm, while he himself had only just become a Grandmaster. Now, over a decade has passed, so Scarface Blade's power must be even greater. This matter started with that high-ranking officer. Since he was a friend of Truong Huan, he felt he should help him resolve it. The scene changes again to a rushing waterfall between cliffs, with a person sitting beneath it. That person was Master Lei. He also seemed to have sensed Scarface Blade's presence and said in a low voice, "That old monster stole my cultivation technique, yet he still dares to return to Huaxia. Does he think I'm dead?" With that, Master Lei quickly put on his robe. If that guy dared to set foot in Huaxia, then he would eliminate him. The scene shifts to another small building, from which cries of pain echoed. Ngui Bak held the injured Tan Fong, yelling at the person in front of him, "Who on earth are you?" Tian Min, standing beside Scarface Blade, laughed and introduced him. "La Tan Fong, open your eyes wide and look clearly at this master. Submit and live, resist and die. Now, why don't you get on your knees?" He supported the dying Tan Fong and asked urgently, "Master, what do we do now?" Tian Min looked at Tan Fong and sneered inwardly. "This guy is usually so arrogant, he wouldn't even give me the time of day. Today, in front of the master of the Blade sect, he'll die if he dares to say a single word of defiance." To his surprise, in the next second, Tan Fong's knees buckled. Despite his injuries, he knelt and clasped his hands in submission to Scarface Blade. The man looked at him with contempt and said, "Is this the Guardian Marshal General of Kujiang City? How ridiculous." With that, he turned and left. Tian Min, standing nearby, sneered and told his men to spread the news that in 3 days, it would be Suo Ran's death day. Also, that the Guardian of Kujiang was kneeling on the ground like a dog. Upon hearing this, Ngui Bak couldn't take it anymore and was about to charge and fight him to the death, but Tan Fong stopped him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ordered him to go tell Suo Ran to run away immediately. Although Suo Ran was very strong, he was absolutely no match for Scarface Blade. Scarface Blade's group then walked out confidently. Tian Min had originally thought that a master wasn't such a big deal, but after these past few days, he finally understood why they were called masters. Turng Tian and his mistress were also deeply awed by Scarface Blade. They felt he was incredibly powerful, someone you couldn't afford to provoke. Suddenly, Scarface Blade turned back and told the three of them that he saw they had potential and wanted to take them as his disciples to manage the Blade sect's influence in Huaxia for him in the future. Immediately, the three of them prostrated themselves, quickly accepting the offer to become Scarface Blade's disciples. Tian Min thought of Tun Hua Sin and Tun Yen and sneered to himself, "After I'm done killing Suo Ran, you two are next." The scene shifts to Hidden Dragon Villa, with several people standing in front of the entrance. Tian Min pointed to the place and introduced it to Scarface Blade, saying this was where Suo Ran had challenged him to a fight. Upon hearing this, the man swung his hand with a whoosh, his expression unreadable. In the next moment, the wooden gate shattered into pieces. Scarface Blade slowly walked inside and remarked, "Hidden Dragon Villa. A good name. It suits this old master well." Meanwhile, Suo Ran was busy attending Third High's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. As he was watching the performances, Hao Kiet, who was sitting in front of him, turned around and told Suo Ran that he was hungry. Hearing this, he could only sigh in resignation and tell Hao Kiet, "Just wait a bit, we can go out to eat later." Just as he had calmed him down, Suo Ran heard someone behind him. He turned to see who was calling him and saw it was Duong Lin. Seeing her, Suo Ran gave a polite greeting. Duong Lin was his college girlfriend, but now she had become a big star. Having slept her way to the top, it must have been very tough. Duong Lin spoke to Suo Ran first, saying she heard from high school classmates that he had returned to their old school to become a teacher. Duong Lin felt that with his intelligence, Suo Ran could have gone much further. Hearing this, Suo Ran just scratched his head and gave a wry smile. He felt that this was good enough. Unexpectedly, Duong Lin frowned and said, "Suo Ran, you've changed. Life has dulled your edge. Before, if I had said those words to you, you would have definitely talked back." Hearing this, Suo Ran lowered his head and admitted that Duong Lin was still as pure as she was back then. He really couldn't get over her. Yesterday, he couldn't resist setting her picture as his phone's wallpaper, but he didn't expect it to crash his phone. The meaning behind Suo Ran's words was crystal clear. They were no longer on the same path. Duong Lin looked at him, gritting her teeth in anger. She didn't think Suo Ran would draw such a clear line between them. Just then, Suo Ran shouted loudly for Hao Kiet to hear, saying that Duong Lin had delicious food in her hands. Immediately, the boy leaped out of his seat and rushed towards her. Then, like a starving man, he bit down and shattered Duong Lin's jade bracelet. After finding the food, Hao Kiet became much more obedient. Suo Ran patted his head, ignoring Duong Lin, who was fuming and cursing at him from the side. After realizing she was being ignored, she turned and left, resolutely saying she would cut all ties with Suo Ran. After finishing his food, Hao Kiet let out a burp and said to Suo Ran, "The food was good, but she's not a good person." Just then, Suo Ran's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Tan Fong's number. The old man, despite his heavily injured body, was still trying his best to warn Suo Ran that the people from the Blade sect had arrived and had entered Hidden Dragon Villa. Hearing his voice, Suo Ran knew something was wrong. He scolded the old man. "Why did you go to Hidden Dragon Villa when you're so injured?" Tan Fong quickly said, "That's not it." After a moment's thought, Suo Ran told Dan Fong that he wanted to ask a favor of him. Over the phone, Suo Ran told him to inform all the big shots in Kugiang City that he, Suo Ran, was inviting them to admire the moon and enjoy a grand feast on my zone at 8 o'clock tonight. After hearing him, Dan Fong couldn't believe his ears. That was a master. Suo Ran actually wanted to go head-to-head with a master. This is going to be huge. On the other end, Suo Ran calmly and leisurely sat back down in his seat. Before it was time, he still had to finish watching his class's performance. After all, killing some martial ancestor was a trivial matter to him. Kwok Hao approached at that moment and asked Suo Ran, "Can you really pull it off this time?" Hearing this, he said to the old man, "It's not you who's betting with Kwok Hao, it's me betting with him." But he thought to himself, Class 18 of this generation has 3 people, Lak Lak, Lung Tinyi, and Tren Truk Duong. In terms of looks alone, they're enough to crush the competition. In this day and age, looks are all that matter. Seeing how calm Suo Ran seemed, Kwok Hao also spoke up, "Aren't I just worried about you? It's not easy to find a job these days. If you resign on your own, even Tun Nian won't have any way to keep you." Suo Ran told Kwok Hao to just wait. There would be a good show to watch soon. Back in the last row of the auditorium, Duong Lin was sitting down next to someone. That person said that her school also had some good prospects, seeming to value the musical aspect quite a bit. The person who had just spoken was Fang Qian, a famous music composer. Hearing this, Duong Lin smiled and asked, "Which of my juniors has he taken a liking to?" Fang Qian replied smoothly, "Let's see some more. So far, none of them are as good as you were back then." At that moment, the host announced that the next performance was a symphony ensemble by Class 10A1. Then, the melodious music from the students of Class 10A1 filled the entire auditorium. The sounds of the zither, trumpet, and flute blended together, creating a moving melody that captivated the audience. When the performance ended, everyone clapped and cheered. Even Su Nian had to admit it was impressive, right? Worthy of the arts class. Not Min glanced at him with a contemptuous smirk. "Su Nian, what makes you think you can possibly beat me?" After watching this performance, Fuang Can was quite intrigued. To be able to perform at this level as mere 10th graders is truly not bad. There are even a few promising talents among them. It's true that the new generation surpasses the old. Just then, the host announced the next act, Class 10A18, Su Nian's class, with a performance titled The Butterfly Lovers. Immediately after, the auditorium lights went out. The students found it all rather magical. The curtain rose, and the stage lights shone on 2 actresses from Class 10A18. They were Lak Lak and Thi Ni, the 2 goddesses of the class. Their appearance immediately caused a stir in the room. The performance began with Vuong Lin acting as the narrator, telling the story of The Butterfly Lovers. The students in the audience couldn't stop laughing when they saw Hu Lai and Ma Xin playing a rock in a tree stump. Truk Duong, as Liang Shanbo, gently took the hand of Lak Lak, who was playing Zhu Yingtai. He looked at her with eyes full of love. A moment later, the villain Ma Van Tai stepped out and said in a wicked voice, "Today, you must die. There is no escape." The students below were swept up in the emotions of the play. Some were crying their eyes out over the tragic fate of the 2 main characters. Others shouted in anger, wondering how someone like Ma Van Tai could even exist. Su Nian watched his student's performance and smiled. It seems his class's performance is a huge success. As expected, if these kids get serious, there's nothing they can't do. Just then, Su Nian's phone rang again. The person on the other end of the line said in a panic, "This is bad. Vuong Lin's throat has given out. She can't go on. But there's still one final song. What are we going to do?" Hearing this, Su Nian immediately ran to the dressing room backstage. He rushed in and asked, "Vuong Lin, are you okay?" She tried to suppress a violent cough, saying she could still hang in there. Su Nian sighed, resting his hand on his forehead. "Forget it. I'll go on in your place." Hearing this, every single student's eyes went wide, thinking Su Nian was joking. Was all their hard work going to be ruined by this one song? One student came forward and advised Su Nian, "With your ability to sing so off-key you could hit Mars, it's probably better to let her go on." But to their surprise, Su Nian didn't listen and was still determined to go on stage. He even turned back to the girl and said, "You're still young. You can't handle this. Let me go." Su Nian was incredibly confident in his abilities. Was there anything in this world he couldn't do? The students in the audience were completely stunned when they saw Su Nian walk onto the stage. Yang Ling seemed to know what he was planning and said, "Su Nian, he has absolutely no talent for singing. If you're going to embarrass yourself, at least don't do it like this." Su Nian then began to sing, line by line, but the results were less than promising. In the audience, some students covered their ears, while others practically foamed at the mouth and groaned incessantly. "Please stop! Don't sing anymore!" Standing in the wings, Vuong Lin and the other students could only cry as they watched Su Nian on stage. They never imagined that their performance would be ruined by their own teacher. Of course, the students in the audience couldn't stand Su Nian's singing either. Listening to him, Yang Ling could only smirk to herself. Su Nian really thinks too highly of himself. Fuang Can, sitting beside her, just frowned without saying anything. At that moment, Su Nian reached the climactic, high-pitched opera part of the song. He decided to just give it a shot. Then, Su Nian's operatic voice echoed, its soaring and falling notes reaching every corner of the room. Everyone in attendance listened with wide eyes, unable to believe it. His voice somehow managed to vividly portray the painful separation and distance between the butterfly lovers. Su Nian recalled his past life, when Tan Nian had shielded him from a blow with her own body. He also remembered the time when their love was at its most passionate. The students below now had a complete change of heart, crying their eyes out because the lyrics were so poignant and moving. At the end of the song, Su Nian saw an image of Tan Nian from his past life. He said to her, "I will return soon." After the final note faded, the entire auditorium rose to their feet, clapping and cheering wildly. Sitting in her seat, Tan Nian gently wiped her tears with her sleeve. She never expected that there was always a figure deep in Su Nian's heart. She truly admired that woman. Meanwhile, Yang Ling blushed and smirked to herself. "I can't believe you still haven't forgotten me." She was convinced that Su Nian was still very much in love with her. Just as the performance ended, Fuang Can shot to his feet in amazement. Putting singing technique aside, just in terms of emotional expression, I have never met anyone in the music industry better than Su Nian. This is a genius. Yang Ling asked Fuang Can in surprise. "Master, you want to sign him?" The old master stood up and said with a smile, "That's right. All he needs to do is sing. There's no need to create hype or even focus too much on his appearance." With that, Fuang Can couldn't wait any longer and immediately wanted to go sign a contract with Su Nian. Meanwhile, when Su Nian returned to the wings, he was immediately surrounded by his adoring students. He smiled, adjusted the bow on his collar, and said to them, "It's not as simple as you think. You can't get by in the music industry on talent alone." Hearing this, Truk Duong laughed and said to Su Nian, "Besides talent, do you also have money, Mr. Su?" Ma Xin, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. He was about to add that there was a proverb about this, but before he could finish, Su Nian gave both of them a sharp rap on the head. "Looks like I have to teach you two a lesson today about what it means to respect your teacher." As he was lecturing his students, Su Nian suddenly heard a voice from behind. "What your student said isn't wrong. Don't waste such a great voice. You should debut." He turned around to see Yang Ling and an unfamiliar man. She introduced him. "This is Fuang Can, the top music composer in all of Huaxia. This is your chance." Seeing this, Su Nian's students' eyes lit up with endless admiration. But Lak Lak and Truk Duong calmly said from the side, "Don't you guys see the most important part? They're here to sign a contract with Mr. Su." Unexpectedly, instead of calming down, the others' eyes grew even brighter with excitement at the thought of their homeroom teacher becoming famous. Su Nian finally spoke up, greeting Fuang Can and replying to the old man that his ambitions simply lay elsewhere, so he couldn't accept. The two students stared, unable to believe their ears. Su Nian had actually refused the chance to become an overnight superstar. Seeing him refuse, Yang Ling gritted her teeth and was about to say something, but Fuang Can stopped her in time. The old man said he could think it over, that the current market was lacking a singer of his type, and that he would definitely become famous in the future. Su Nian didn't seem very interested in Fuang Can's offer. He simply replied that he wasn't interested and turned to leave. But Yang Ling wasn't going to let it go that easily. She rushed forward to block Su Nian's path, gritting her teeth. "Can't you have a better future than being a teacher for the rest of your life? This is your chance to change your destiny. Why do you insist on being a teacher, stuck in the lowest class of society?" He just calmly and bluntly said to her, "First, whether or not I have a future is not for you to judge. Second, the teaching profession is not the lowest class of society." He then sarcastically insinuated that Yang Ling's own profession wasn't exactly clean. He felt that being a teacher was far more noble. With that, Su Nian pushed past her shoulder and walked straight away. Yang Ling, however, still hadn't given up. She yelled after Su Nian, "Do you have any idea what a great opportunity you've just thrown away?" Yang Ling gritted her teeth in anger, silently vowing that one day he would definitely come back and beg her on his knees. Su Nian turned back to say one more thing to Yang Ling. "Don't judge others by your own standards. How can a swallow understand the ambitions of a swan?" Watching Su Nian walk away, Yang Ling was so angry she could only grind her teeth. The scene changes to the Qianlong Mountain Villa atop Maison Peak. Many supercars are parked here. Fan Hong was helped out of the car by Alang. He was extremely curious. Did Su Nian really just invite them for a simple meal? When Fan Hong arrived, many of the top figures of Jujiang City were already there. A man standing beside him struck up a conversation. He had heard that Fan Hong was very familiar with Qin Ran, so he asked what on earth was going on. Fan Hong didn't know how to answer him, because he himself had no idea what was happening. One of them adjusted his tie and said suspiciously, "This guy has some serious nerve. He didn't gather all of us here just to show off and give us a warning, did he?" That man was Zhao Yigong, the director of the Guotai Group. Just then, another voice chimed in, That's also a possibility. Master Chu is just some young punk who used who knows what tricks to make a name for himself in Zhujiang City. I think we should all just leave. The speaker was Jiang Fengrong, the director of the Wanxiang group. Hearing those wealthy men bad-mouthing Master Chu Ran right in front of him, Principal Guo couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "If you have a problem, then you can be the first to leave. No one is forcing you to stay." Hearing this, Fengrong approached him and said that even though Chu Ran was Principal Guo's man, he couldn't favor him like this. As he was speaking, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Quick, look, Master Luo has arrived." Just then, Cheng Feng and Wei Bo entered the grounds. The old man came to explain to everyone that the reason for today's celebration was for one person. Recently, the underworld of Jinlin City has been in chaos. An incredibly powerful figure has been continuously defeating masters from all over. Even Mr. Fu, who guards Jinlin, was defeated. Upon hearing this, Yi Gong was completely shocked. Even Mr. Fu was defeated? Not only him, but Feng Rong was also stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Cheng Feng coughed violently and continued, saying that this person had also come to his residence and injured him. The people present were utterly shocked, their faces paling in disbelief. At that moment, Feng Rong suddenly spoke up, saying that Cheng Feng could rest assured they would avenge him. Unexpectedly, Cheng Feng heard this and said mockingly, "Avenge me? That person was brought into Huaxia by your own precious sons. If Huaxia falls into peril, you two will be the greatest sinners." When Feng Rong and Yigang heard what Cheng Feng said, they were floored, unable to believe that their own sons had caused this. The old man continued, adding that today was the day of the scheduled duel between Scar Dao and Chu Ran on this very Mai Mountain. Seeing this, Principal Guo asked the old man where Scar Dao was now. Cheng Feng's face immediately darkened as he said, "He's right here." One of the bosses was startled upon hearing this. "He's actually here?" Even Principal Guo was furious. What the hell is he planning to do on the peak of Zhujiang? Is he trying to humiliate me? One of the bosses couldn't contain his anger any longer, raising a gun to the sky and roaring. "Doesn't he know what Hidden Dragon Mountain Manor means to us people of Zhujiang?" Then he added defiantly, "No matter how strong he is, he can't be faster than a bullet." Just as he finished speaking, a deep, hoarse voice came from the rooftop. "It seems someone is very displeased with me." Skardao was smiling, but he was radiating immense killing intent. He declared loudly, "Starting today, I, Skardao, will be the guardian of Zhujiang City. Anyone who objects will be killed." Then, he launched an attack down on the people standing below. Cheng Feng seemed to have been hit by the blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wei Bo, at his side, was extremely worried. Although the others were unharmed, their faces were pale with fear. Just his aura alone was this powerful. Even Luo Chengfeng was no match for him. Scar Dao's face darkened as he told them he would give them 3 minutes. "Whoever is willing to surrender, come over here. Otherwise, I'll kill you all today." No sooner had he spoken than the two directors of the Wanxiang and Guotai groups kowtowed, willing to serve under Scar Dao. A moment later, countless people were kneeling on the ground, surrendering to him. Principal Guo was furious when he saw this, and the person next to him asked what they should do now. Cheng Feng said in a grim voice, "Zhujiang City is about to change tonight." Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Chu Ran was standing with Jiang and Hao Jie, eating cookies and looking up at the peak of Hidden Dragon Mountain Manor. While eating a cookie, Hao Jie asked his master why he didn't just go up there and beat that Scar Dao guy to death. Hearing his younger brother's question, Xiong scolded him for being so stupid. Master wants to see where their loyalties lie. If they can be so easily bought by someone else, then what's the point? Chu Ran chewed his cookie and smirked. "No need to rush. Someone else hasn't arrived yet. The real show hasn't even started." Suddenly, a streak of light shot across the sky toward Hidden Dragon Mountain Manor. Chu Ran looked up at the light and smiled. The show is about to begin. Someone landed softly on the roof right behind Scar Dao. Cheng Heng stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Well, Zhang Feng, I didn't think that after several decades, you'd still have the guts to step into Huaxia again." Zhang Feng turned around and asked who the old man was. "How do you know my real name?" Chang Heng replied, "Who I am is not important, but perhaps you know of Huaxia's Yanhuang." The crowd below murmured in awe. They couldn't believe they were meeting a member of Yanhuang here. Principal Guo immediately clasped his hands respectfully and said to Chang Heng, "Senior, please subdue this man." After that, countless people below who had not submitted to Zhang Feng also said in unison to the old man, "Please subdue this man." Chang Heng looked at them and said, "All of you, stand back. This fierce battle will have a wide impact." Zhang Feng seemed to recognize him by now. He stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "You think you alone can stop me?" The disciples of Tianming hurriedly asked Zhang Feng, "This man is also a grandmaster. Can you win?" Hearing his question only made him more excited to fight. Zhang Feng cackled contemptuously. "This is just Qing Changheng. He's not yet a match for me. Since you've taken the initiative to seek death here today, then I shall grant you your wish." In contrast to the bloodthirsty Zhang Feng, Chang Heng just continued calmly. I'm not the only one who will fight you. He has also arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandmaster Lei rushed in from out of nowhere, roaring, "You dare show your face in Huaxia again? Die." And then, a bolt of lightning struck right where Zhang Feng was standing. Those standing nearby were also affected by the attack. As expected of a Grandmaster, the power was truly immense. From within the cloud of dust and smoke, a figure crackling with electricity leaped out. Zhang Feng was still standing tall in the same spot, completely unharmed. He said to Grandmaster Lei, "It's just a single volume of the Heavenly Thunder art. Why do you haunt me like a persistent ghost? It's a pity my inheritance is far stronger. Your Heavenly Thunder art is nothing but trash now." Zhang Feng waved his hand, and countless bolts of lightning flashed from his palm. Then, the bolts intertwined, forming a net of lightning called the Heavenly Thunder Earth Net, heading straight for Grandmaster Lei. He was enveloped by the lightning net, unable to resist, and could only scream in pain. Chang Heng was stunned. Zhang Feng had actually learned the final move of the Heavenly Thunder art. Hearing this, he gave a sinister laugh and said that he had even stronger techniques, but it was a pity they were not worthy of seeing them. Those are all being saved for Chen Zhantian. At this point, the two remaining men who had been standing by Principal Guo's side also fell to their knees in submission to Zhang Feng. He once again raised his hand to the sky, creating a new net of lightning. Aside from Chen Zhantian, there's no need for you small fry to live in Huaxia. Chang Heng was startled and took a step back, but Zhang Feng had already swung his arm, launching an attack towards the old man, shouting two words, "Die." Chang Heng squeezed his eyes shut in fear, but just before Zhang Feng's attack could touch him, it was neutralized by Suo Ran. He smiled and asked, "Who's causing a ruckus in my territory?" Seeing him, Tianming hurriedly shouted to Zhang Feng, "Master, that's him! That's Suo Ran!" He smirked and mocked Zhang Feng. "You've got the look of a real public menace. Showing up on a full moon night, you planning on turning into a werewolf?" Provoked by Suo Ran, Zhang Feng clenched his fists in anger and said, "You dare to destroy my technique, and you killed my disciple. Today is the day you die." The people below who had just knelt in submission to Zhang Feng now turned to Suo Ran and said, "You shouldn't have come here. Leave, quickly." Hearing them, Suo Ran scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Sorry, I'm late. The Mid-Autumn Festival at school just ended." Principal Guo and the other man's eyes went wide, their mouths agape. "This is a life or death moment, don't worry about that stuff." Suo Ran then said to them with complete seriousness, "Rest assured, now that I'm here, Zhang Feng won't be leaving this place alive." They pondered and analyzed. The two grandmasters were no match for Dao Ba. Could Suo Ran really handle him? If he failed, everyone who sided with him would be wiped out. One of them thought to himself that he didn't want to betray Huaxia, even if it meant death. Just then, Zhang Heng helped the injured Grandmaster Lei over to Suo Ran. They both advised him to go find reinforcements. Suo Ran was just a mere great martial artist, absolutely no match for Zhang Feng, but he ignored their words and continued to ready his attack. "We'll only know if I can fight back after we fight." Hearing this, Zhang Feng laughed and praised Suo Ran. "Very good. Today, I'll open your eyes to what true heavenly might is. You truly don't know your place." Suo Ran didn't bother to reply, focusing only on preparing his move. He smirked to himself. Asterisk, the heart of my formation is here at Qianlong Mountain Manor. You coming here on your own is just you seeking death. After all, you're not fighting me, but the power of heaven and earth of this entire mountain. Asterisk. Zhang Feng took the initiative and attacked Suo Ran first. His net of lightning was woven once again, but this time, it was aimed straight at Suo Ran. Unexpectedly, he simply waved his hand to the side and dispelled it. Suo Ran added, "If you ruin my flowers and plants, you'll have to pay for them." Hearing this, Tianming yelled, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is Qianlong Mountain Manor." But Fan Hong was completely stunned after hearing that. Could it be? Just then, Zhang Heng explained, "This is the place that old Master Liang, the founder of Wantian International, gifted to Master Su." Tianming and Jiang Tian couldn't believe their ears, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets as they stared at the old man. After Suo Ran neutralized his first attack, Zhang Feng continued with another move. He took a deep breath and blew towards him. The force of Zhang Feng's breath was so strong, it sent several supercars parked outside flying. Zhang Heng quickly protected the people there. He told everyone to stand next to him. At this moment, Suo Ran attacked for the first time. He told the man, "Don't you dare look down on others like that. Why don't you have a taste of this yourself?" With that, Suo Ran pulled his hands back, creating a small orb. Seeing that his attacks hadn't hurt Suo Ran at all, Zhang Feng started to gather all his strength. He praised him. "For a martial artist to be able to repel 50% of my power, it seems you possess a peerless technique. If that's the case, then this old master will show you a bit of my true power." Zhang Feng once again waved his hand, shooting bolts of lightning at Suo Ran. Suo Ran didn't just stand there and take it. He pushed the orb he created earlier towards him. The two attacks collided mid-air, creating a chaotic scene. Zhang Feng retracted his aura, laughing as he admitted he's met many arrogant youths. He has killed many young geniuses. Zhang Feng told Suo Ran to hand over his peerless technique, and in return, he might leave his body intact. Unexpectedly, Suo Ran didn't answer him, but instead smiled and asked, "I wonder if you've ever heard this saying. A youth without arrogance is a youth wasted," he said, raising a finger to challenge him. Seeing that the soft approach wasn't working, Zhang Feng scoffed and said he enjoys killing arrogant, self-important geniuses like him. Then, Zhang Feng created a new technique. Grandmaster Lei below saw this and panicked. That's the ultimate secret technique of the Heavenly Thunder sect, the Black Thunder Skynet. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng quickly told everyone to get back. Zhang Feng continued to smile sinisterly. The Black Thunder Skynet is merely the prelude to this chapter. Then he immediately clasped his hands together, shouted the word, "Transform," and the lightning bolts on his body merged into a sword behind his back. The people present saw this and hastily ran for their lives. Zhang Feng raised his hand high, once again telling Suo Ran to hand over his technique, or he'll be turned to dust instantly. But Suo Ran taunted him back, saying that if Zhang Feng kowtowed 3 times and called him grandpa, he might also leave his body intact. Hearing this, Zhang Feng became furious and roared, "You're seeking death, then this master shall grant you your wish." With that, he directed his lightning sword to stab straight at him. Below, some were busy trying to escape, while others cried out in fear, "It's over!" As Suo Ran controlled his technique, he thought, asterisk, the formation's power has gathered enough. He's just a grandmaster after all. Asterisk. Then, just before Zhang Feng's sword could strike him, Suo Ran created a Bagua symbol that completely blocked it. Asterisk. So this is all you've got. And here I thought you were something special. Asterisk. The moment he uttered the word break, Zhang Feng's attack was completely dismantled by Suo Ran. After witnessing Suo Ran effortlessly block Zhang Feng's technique, Zhang Heng was endlessly astonished. Is he really just a great martial artist? His technique repelled by Suo Ran, Zhang Feng was injured to the point of coughing up blood. Seeing this, Tian Ming called out in worry, but the man quickly wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. It's just a little backlash, not even enough to be an itch." But Suo Ran cheekily mimicked Zhang Feng's words. This made him so angry he spat up more blood. "You little brat, don't you dare imitate me!" Tian Ming also angrily pointed and cursed at him to stop. Suo Ran scoffed and told him, "I never thought about stopping. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." Hearing him say that, Dao Ba, Tian Ming, and their cronies couldn't stop laughing. They looked down on him. Does this guy really think he can fly like our master? Cheng Feng, standing with Principal Guo below, worried for Suo Ran, because only by becoming a grandmaster can one fly. Of course, he knew exactly what he was capable of. Suo Ran spread his arms wide and said, "All of you, watch closely. It's just flying, isn't it? What's so hard about that?" Zhang Heng and Grandmaster Lei saw him and were in utter disbelief. High above, Suo Ran thought to himself, asterisk, it's only flying. With the help of the Grand Formation, I can do much more than just this. Asterisk, Zhang Feng laughed again. It seems this master is being underestimated. With that, he swung his hand, sending a slash forward. Behold my true power! Zhang Feng's attack flew straight towards where Suo Ran was ascending. Suo Ran scoffed, his face darkening. Just a petty little trick, and you think you can overturn the heavens? But the moment the attack hit him, Suo Ran couldn't do anything. He was even hit so hard he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When Cheng Feng and the others below saw Suo Ran get injured, they became extremely worried. They didn't understand what happened for him to be wounded in a single blow. He was knocked backward, but Suo Ran managed to steady himself on another rooftop. He clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he thought, asterisk. So this guy still hasn't used his true power, asterisk. On the other side, Zhang Feng arrogantly asked him, how was that? My true power isn't something a mere great martial artist can block. Zhang Feng didn't need the technique anymore. Now, what he wants is Suo Ran's life. With that, countless small green particles rushed towards him. Suo Ran quickly analyzed the situation. If he didn't block these attacks now, no one below would survive. Asterisk, I guess, I have no choice but to use that move. Asterisk. Then, Suo Ran closed his eyes and created a yin-yang symbol, slowly saying to Zhang Feng, what you're using is nothing but a petty trick. Now, I will show you the might of a true immortal. Then he glared, his eyes wide open, straight at the man and shouted, 9 heavens fire formation, activate. Following that, countless blue orbs flew around it. Then, these orbs simultaneously flew straight towards where Zhang Feng was hovering. Cheng Feng was utterly astonished when he saw this technique. This is the power of heaven and earth, something that vanished long ago. Truong Hoan and Grandmaster Lei were both stunned. Grandmaster Lei even had to admit that if Sun Yen could survive this battle, he could become a pillar of Huaxia in the future. He flew up into the air once more, only this time, an invisible suit of armor was draped over So Nian's body. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the man before him. Then, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire courtyard, blocking all of Truong Fong's small lightning orbs. The man was stunned, unable to believe that he could use such a high-level formation technique. So Nian then said to Truong Fong in a deep voice, "Now, it's your turn." Seeing the challenge, Truong Fong clasped his hands together, praising So Nian for having some skill. He was saving this move for Tran Xian Tian. Today, Truong Fong decided he would use it to kill him instead. With that, he strained and roared, transforming into a giant in the blink of an eye. The people below were terrified. Truong Fong wasn't human anymore. After his transformation, 2 horns even sprouted from his forehead. Truong Fong laughed maniacally and said, "You can't possibly withstand this move of mine." Seeing his state, So Nian said seriously, "So it's a body cultivation technique. No wonder you're so arrogant. To reach your level on this earth, a place so lacking in spiritual energy, is truly a marvel. You are indeed worthy of me taking this fight seriously." With those words, he immediately retracted the barrier protecting the courtyard. When the crowd below saw him drop the shield, they were terrified, having no idea what So Nian was planning. He relaxed his body and muttered something. 9th Heaven Sword Formation, 10th Sword, Unification. Immediately after, a giant sword materialized behind him. So Nian declared to Truong Fong, "Invading Huaxia will be the biggest mistake of your life." The man didn't stand still, immediately lunging toward him. He intended to kill So Nian first, but unfortunately, it was too late. As he finished speaking, he swung his giant sword toward Truong Fong. The man retorted defiantly, "Then let's see you try." The two of them, one with a sword, the other with his body, collided, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. The impact was so powerful it lit up a vast area of the sky. Not only that, but it also created a whirlwind that sent debris flying everywhere. The light faded, but the thick smoke had yet to dissipate. A lone figure could be seen dimly through the haze. So Nian calmly stepped out from the smoke and dust, almost completely unscathed. "Who dares to brandish a sword to create the heavens?" "The Yama Immortal Venerable," Tan Fong said in astonishment. "Master So Wan." Principal Quach, standing beside him, also stammered. As expected, he wouldn't lose. Truong Huan looked at the scene before him in awe. This man will surely be the light of Huaxia's future. So Nian hovered in the air and said, "I have killed your master. Will you seek revenge against me?" Thien Min looked at him in terror and said, "Master, so, you can't kill us. I'm not part of the underworld. What you're doing is against the law." He found this ridiculous and retorted, "So, times now, times you know it's against the law? You weren't saying that a moment ago." Tuong Thien scrambled to his feet, raised his gun, and shouted, "If you take one more step, I'll shoot." But with a single flick from So Nian, the gun was sent flying from his hand. Behind him, Grandmaster Lei couldn't help but speak up. "Master So, you don't need to dirty your hands with these people. Allow me to take care of them." Truong Hoan casually mocked him, "Such a suck-up." "But Master So is weak right now. A bullet could actually pose a threat to him." So Nian calmly turned to leave. "Thanks, I'll head back and rest then. You all should disperse as well." Seeing the situation de-escalate, Dich Kwang and Fong Vin rushed to grovel. "Master So, we beg you, please don't kill us." Tuong Tian's mistress was terrified, but still tried to act tough. "You can't kill me! My uncle is a major figure in Tung Ho City." So Nian paid their words no mind and turned to walk away. Seeing him leave, Grandmaster Lei turned to the remaining few, his face darkening. "It's time for you all to be on your way." Seeing his expression, Thien Min began to tremble, stammering out the 2 words, "Please don't." Amidst their terrified screams, Grandmaster Lei handled everything. Early the next morning at So Nian's home, he woke up exhausted from the previous day's events. He hadn't achieved a breakthrough, but the aura within his body had become purer. He thought to himself, "Now I understand why those from the immortal realm left their orthodox teachings behind on Earth. It's truly an astonishing display of talent. I could even establish a branch of the Tai Chi sect here in Kujiang City." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Master, you're awake. The people from Kujiang City are all waiting for your instructions." So Nian asked while brushing his teeth and sliding his door open, "Who's still here? Did anyone leave?" Fan Hong saw him and said, "Grandmaster Lei and Grandmaster Truong Huan left late last night. Principal Quach also had a family matter to attend to and went home early. Everyone else is still here." He replied calmly, "If they're all here, then tell them to gather in the main hall for a meeting." As they were leaving, he called out to them again. "Oh, right, I need to eat breakfast, so I might be a little late." Aho whispered, "Why do I feel like I can't even breathe properly in front of Master So?" "It wasn't like this before," Alang agreed. "Master So is still gentle, but he was smiling just like that when he was killing people. It makes my heart pound. It's terrifying." Fan Hong shot them a look and said, "Enough nonsense. We all know exactly who Master So is." He continued with a serious expression, "In any case, our Hong Wen group definitely backed the right horse this time." Down in the main hall, several people were whispering amongst themselves. They hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes last night, but just thinking about it made their blood boil with excitement. Master So is incredible. Suddenly, So Nian walked down the stairs, calling out, So everyone's here? Seeing him enter, they all hurriedly bowed their heads respectfully. Master So, his expression was neutral as he greeted them. We're all family here. Please, sit down. So Nian stood in the middle of the hall and announced, The purpose of this meeting is to make it clear that we are all in the same camp now. Our goal is simple, to make Kujang City richer and stronger. Fan Hong was surprised. Richer and stronger? Fan Fong said, Do we really need to get richer? Getting stronger would be great, though. Even if we could learn just half of Master So's skills, we'd be incredible. Seeing their confusion, he continued, This time, we will mainly be relying on our CEO, Mr. Tan. He's the one with both money and influence. Hoa Xin, realizing he was being talked about, stepped forward. To be honest with you all, our Tan family has come into possession of an extremely large spirit stone vein. After discussing it with Master So, we've decided to share the profits with all of you. Everyone was stunned. So the rumors were true. The potential profits were absolutely enormous. Someone said doubtfully, I was up all night looking up materials. The underworld is far more complex than we imagine. A 100-gram spirit stone is worth tens of millions. How much would an entire spirit vein be worth? But selling it is a bit of a problem. A resource of this level could even attract grandmasters. So Nian replied, I understand your concerns. The Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays are coming up. I will personally make a trip to the spirit vein. Hoa Xin stood up and said, That would be wonderful. The spirit vein is located in the Qmok archipelago, just off the coast. If you can go there personally, Master So, then things will be much more secure. So Nian continued his words. Furthermore, regarding the profits from the spirit minerals, the Hoathang group will take 5 parts. All of you will take the remaining 4 parts, and the last part will be used to recruit martial artists. What does everyone think? Fan Hong was shocked and quickly spoke up. That's not acceptable. Master, So, if we do that, you won't receive a single share. Thon Fong quickly added, You should take a cut, Master. Otherwise, none of us will feel at ease. A small, unguarded spirit mineral mine in North America already led to a full-blown war. A girl sitting there listened to them argue with a dark expression. She thought to herself, So the civil war in North America 10 years ago wasn't over territory. It was because of a spirit mineral mine. She looked at So Nian again. La Thunfong is right. If a spirit vein of this scale were to appear in the immortal realm, it could at least be used to train a powerful cultivator to guard the Dao Palace realm. He stood there and said in a calm voice, I never said I didn't want any. Hearing him say that, everyone quickly responded, Master, So, you can have as much as you want. Just name your price. If you don't take a share of this money, we really won't be able to rest easy. So, Nian sighed. I want to assess the situation first before we discuss this further. You just need a few spirit stones. Consider this your share. Hua Xin replied excitedly, All right then, with Mr. So watching over us, our Kujiang City will be on the same level as Kim Lam City, maybe even Tunhua City. Hearing him say that, his expression suddenly changed and he asked, On the same level? Suo Ran's eyes were full of calculation as he said, I don't want to be on the same level. In half a year, our territory must expand to Kim Lam City. Fan Hong replied, Kim Lam City is nothing like Kuyujiang. It's a planned metropolitan project, and its undercurrents run incredibly deep. Hua Xin asked him, Are you planning to deal with someone in Kim Lam? His voice echoed with seriousness as he uttered a few words. The Langvan district of Tianfuang International. Everyone in the hall was shocked to hear this, stammering as they asked, This is Tianfuang International? Elsewhere, someone received a picture of Trung Feng tied up. He trembled and said, Is this real? The master of the Blade sect is really dead. Seeing his curiosity about who did it, a close subordinate replied, I don't know, but rumor has it that the master calls himself So, the King of Hell. At the Tianfuang International building, Kulung Van received the news and screamed, What? That bastard Dao Ba is dead? He read the news while puffing on a cigarette. An old man next to him said, It's true. He was taken care of by someone from Kujiang City. Ku Lang Ven shot to his feet and said, No matter what, we have to invite this person to Tianfuang. Once we have a grandmaster on our side, we'll be able to reach the pinnacle of Hoa Hat. He ordered the person beside him. Is there any movement from Tun Hua Sin's side yet? There's definitely a secret behind what he's doing. Keep a close watch. The old man beside him replied, I've already sent people over, and they're all great martial masters on the same level as the one guarding Kujiang. There shouldn't be any mistakes. But Tun Huaxin wants to go abroad. He asked the old man doubtfully, Going abroad at a time like this, what is he planning to do? The scene changes to Kujiang Airport, where many planes were already waiting for takeoff. Suo Ran was pulling a suitcase, about to go somewhere. He looked at his phone and thought to himself, Tun Huaxin actually stood me up. To see the ore veins, I still have to make a trip to Europe first. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, someone called him from behind, making him turn around instinctively. Behind him was a group of Suo Ran students, pulling their suitcases. They greeted him cheerfully. What a coincidence, Mr. So. Seeing their sullen faces, he thought, why are they here? I have a bad feeling about this. Fi, ignoring his dark expression, said excitedly, Sir, is your flight also going to the Kyumok archipelago? They chattered excitedly. This is great. We were worried about getting bullied overseas. With you here, we can rest easy. The bad guys definitely won't dare to bully us. Fi kept talking to him throughout the flight. Our class won first place at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. The look on Thu Nut Min's face was like he'd just eaten shit. Vung Lin, who was next to her, chimed in. Sir, you seem really disappointed to see us. Are we not the adorable flowers of the motherland? Nut Luan saw their simple clothes and sneered, poor yet sitting in first class. Just another poser trying to look rich. Vung Lin moved closer to Suo Ran. Sir, can you sing one more time? I'm especially fond of that off-key song of yours now. Seeing her, he revealed his perverted nature, thinking, these two girls aren't bad. Looks like I'm getting lucky tonight. He offered a business card and introduced himself. Hello, ladies. I am a star-level agent from Kim Fong Kangdao Entertainment, Kang Nyut Luan. Vung Lin's face lit up as she asked, You're Mr. Kang? Nyut Luan replied smugly, I find your temperament and appearance to be exceptional. If you have the time and interest, you could come visit my company. I heard your voice isn't bad. You can probably sing, right? She immediately became more excited and quickly replied that she could. Hearing that, he gloated internally, thinking she had taken the bait. Nyut Luan began his invitation. There's a rather large gathering at the Kyumok archipelago this time. When we get there, just give me a heads up, and I'll bring you and your friend to check it out. It's all people from high society. Just then, Suo Ran woke up and advised Vung Lin, high society, low society. What's all that nonsense? Vung Lin, don't talk to this creepy old guy. Nyut Luan pouted and ground his teeth in contempt. Sir, this is none of your business. Then he pointed at Vung Lin, who was making a mischievous face. How is it none of my business? This is my student. I'm telling you, do you people have no judgment? Holai and Fi turned to each other and asked, what does he mean? Since when was Suo Ran wearing a Taoist robe? He commented on Nyut Luan's features and concluded, this is the face of a villain. This person might even face a bloody disaster or a fatal one. He immediately jumped up and called the flight attendant to change his seat. This gentleman's taste in clothing is seriously affecting my class. I, Kang Nyut Luan, cannot sit next to this kind of person. He showed his disdain openly. Your face value is affecting my aesthetic. Excuse me, could you please tone down the distinctive beauty of your face a bit? This is the first time I've discovered I'm also allergic to faces. Fi couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. As for Nyut Luan, he was so angered by him that he was speechless. In the end, he could only sit back down resentfully. Suo Ran sighed with regret. I thought you were going to hit me. I didn't think you'd have so much self-control. What a pity. So boring. Suddenly, a voice from behind him responded to his words. Not a pity at all. Behind him were 3 armed hijackers. They shouted threateningly, This is a hijacking! Cut the crap and hand over all your valuables now! A female passenger screamed in terror upon hearing this. A hijacker immediately slapped her and threatened, Shut your mouth. If you don't have money, you can all just die. The hijacker pushed the female passenger's head down, pointing his gun at the other passengers. If anyone else dares to make a sound, I'll blow her brains out. The others were so scared they were on the verge of tears. Why did we have to run into hijackers? How could this happen? Another man brought a black bag around to collect valuables from the passengers with a threat. Hand over everything valuable. If we have to get it ourselves, there's only one outcome, death. At this moment, Suo Ran was secretly calculating, I have to find a way to draw their guns towards me to get an opportunity. Otherwise, letting even one of them slip by would be a huge problem. He began to close his eyes and sense his surroundings. First step, determine exactly how many hijackers are on this plane. There are 5 in total. Besides these 3 with guns, there's another one with a gun in economy class. The last one is in the cockpit, but something's a little strange. He looked at the hijackers and thought to himself, they're all armed, and the one in the cockpit is a martial master. I'm afraid this hijacking isn't that simple. Finally, the hijacker reached Suo Ran. He pointed at the black bag. Hand over all your valuables. Nyut Luan quickly and fearfully took off his watch, but he just pointed at his own clothes with an innocent look. Brother, look at my clothes. They're all knockoffs. Do you think I have any money? Hearing that, the hijacker immediately shoved him aside. Dirt poor and still showing off in business class. Get the hell aside. This scene made Nyut Luan a little smug, because even the hijacker looked down on him. He then voluntarily put his things into the hijacker's bag. Can't have you brothers making a trip for nothing. Take all of this. Then he clasped his hands and begged, Big brother, as long as you don't harm us, we will cooperate fully. Unexpectedly, what the hijacker noticed was his gold tooth. The hijacker immediately pried his mouth open to get the gold tooth, even though Nyut Luan kept saying it couldn't be pulled out. Suo Ran couldn't bear to watch, his eyes narrowing unpleasantly. The blood on the hijacker's shirt might have been from Nyut Luan's tooth. Suddenly, another one appeared. Why aren't you guys done yet? Hurry up and get ready to leave. The final opportunity had arrived. Suo Ran gathered energy in his hand. All the gunmen are gathered here. It's time for me to make my move. He coughed twice to get the hijackers' attention. Gentlemen, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. One of them turned back and threatened, sit down, or I'll shoot. His actions made the others think he had a death wish. Vung Lin whispered in fear, Mr. So, sit down quickly. Don't be reckless, sir, Suo Ran continued. No one told me to stand up. I didn't want to die either. I just wanted to put on a show. As he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. The hijackers all seemed to freeze, their eyes turning vacant. He charged through the hijackers without any resistance. He picked one to attack head-on, using spiritual pressure, a technique only a grandmaster should be able to use. The fight with Daoba must have awakened this skill. I'll just use these guys for some practice. On the other side, Wang Ling cheered excitedly, while the others all had the same thought. Who on earth is that guy? After dealing with them, he called for a flight attendant. Everyone was still in shock. What are you all standing around for? Go and see how many people are injured. Bandage the ones who need it. Then he called a few more people to go with him to the cockpit, because there was still one hijacker in there. The male flight attendant placed his hand on the door, his voice trembling as he asked for his opinion. Suo Ran stared at the door and gave a soft meh. He immediately pushed the door open. To the flight attendant's horror, a knife came flying straight at Suo Ran's face. He effortlessly dodged to the side and slapped the hand holding the knife. Then he landed a powerful kick to the man's stomach, causing him to spit up blood. Just a mere martial artist, and you dare to attack me? Finally, he could relax. It's all taken care of. We should be fine now. But the flight attendant panicked. The captain and co-pilot are both dead. None of us know how to fly the plane. The flight attendant's face turned pale as she looked outside. We're doomed. We're doomed. This hijacker also changed our flight path. We're very likely going to crash into the city. And they also destroyed the autopilot system. She collapsed to the floor in despair. How could this happen? Does anyone else know how to fly a plane? The male flight attendant shouted in panic. Right now, our only hope is that one of the passengers knows how to fly. Otherwise, not only will we die, but we'll also kill countless innocent people in the city. Suo Ran immediately spoke up to stop him. Almost everyone on this plane is a tourist, traveling abroad. How could any of them know how to fly a plane? Stop wasting time. Hearing this, the male flight attendant's face went pale with fear. So are we just supposed to stand here and do nothing? Yilun stood up angrily, pointing at him to stir up the other passengers. It's all his fault! If he hadn't caused a scene, those hijackers would have just taken our money at most. The other passengers started to agree with him. Before Suo Ran could say anything, Hu Lai and Fei Fei spoke up for him angrily. What the hell? You really think those guys would have just taken the money? Don't you know better? A guy like you is a celebrity agent? You're just a good-for-nothing. Yilun was so scared by the two of them that he started stammering, unable to speak. Suo Ran calmly put his hand inside his shirt. Stop making so much noise. Fly a plane, you say? It's not like I don't know how. Then he took out a talisman, and the male flight attendant looked at him with disbelief. Sir, flying a plane isn't like driving a car. Even professionals need many years of training to. Before the flight attendant could finish his sentence, the plane suddenly lurched, sending everyone stumbling. The city appeared in their view as the plane showed signs of diving straight down. The flight attendant put his faith in Suo Ran and rushed out to calm the passengers. Everyone, stay calm and don't move around. At this point, we just have to do what we can. Suo Ran bit his finger and stared intently at the talisman. Flying a plane is actually very simple. First step, draw the talisman. Seeing this, the other passengers began to protest loudly. He held the newly drawn talisman and calculated silently. In the immortal realm, many cultivators are unable to control certain magical artifacts due to their own cultivation limits. For example, the warships and spirit ships of the immortal realm. That's how this type of control talisman came to be. For me, the great Yama Immortal Venerable, to die in a plane crash. It would be too humiliating if word got out. I can't die here. With that thought, he slapped the talisman onto the control panel. Then, he formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. A green light enveloped his body as the plane plummeted downwards, sending the passengers into a frenzy of panic. Yilun hugged the woman next to him, tears streaming down his face. Mommy, I don't want to die! Mommy! Suddenly, the plane was enveloped in a bright light, and then it changed direction, flying back up. Fei Fei and Hu Lai gritted their teeth and closed their eyes, trying to keep their balance. The others, having just escaped death, were incredibly relieved, mixed with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Suo Ran turned around and teased, You can go see your mommy now. Overjoyed, Yilun hugged the woman next to him tightly. The woman had to comfort him for a long time. After he finished crying, he came back to his senses and confusedly asked who she was. The woman pushed him down. I'm your mommy now. Just cry in my arms. Her enthusiasm made him cry out for help. Suo Ran's students gathered in front of him, chattering excitedly without stopping. Hu Lai even suggested he have a baby with someone. He angrily yelled at the kids, All of you, shut up! Or I'm adding 10 more summer workbooks for each of you, right now. Only then did they finally quiet down. A flight attendant walked over to Hu Lai and asked curiously, "Is the gentleman who can fly the plane your teacher? Do you guys go to an aviation academy? What subject does this teacher teach?" The students listed off the subjects one by one. Literature, PE, English. He teaches all three. Hearing such a long list, the flight attendant was completely stunned. The scene changes to a hotel, and the sky is now dark. Suo Ran looked outside, deep in thought. This hijacking was definitely not a random event. If the plane had crashed today, it would have most likely hit that skyscraper. That skyscraper seems to be where the local ley lines converge. If the plane had hit that building today, the ley lines wouldn't have disappeared, but their flow would have been altered. It seems I've run into a true master, Suo Ran pondered. The problem is, using the hundreds of lives on the plane as a blood sacrifice to forcibly reverse the fate of the entire Qiaomu archipelago. Even a grandmaster wouldn't know of such a method. To think that this tiny Qiaomu archipelago is home to an innate realm expert, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If this is true, then I'm in big trouble. With my current strength, facing an innate realm expert is basically suicide. Suddenly, the phone behind him rang, catching his attention. He picked up the phone, thinking, "Is Jiang Kun here for the Dragon Vein?" This man was willing to kneel before others for his son's sake. His character isn't bad. He might just work as my representative in Jinlin City. As soon as he answered the call, Suo Ran asked, "Director Jiang, are you calling me to discuss the mineral vein?" Jiang Kun answered hesitantly, "Yes, but not entirely. I just wanted to ask if you are also in the Qiaomu archipelago right now. We happen to be here as well, and if you have time, I'd like to meet with you." Suo Ran immediately agreed to his request. Jiang Kun happily set the time for the following evening. After hanging up with Suo Ran, he secretly made a resolution. "I can't believe that I, Jiang Kun, actually know a grandmaster, and one who can instantly kill the grandmaster of the Dao sect's old ancestor at that. I have to cling to this golden thigh." His secretary walked in from outside. "Director Jiang, this is tomorrow's schedule. The main event is the yacht party. Several CEOs from major companies will be attending, and they hope you can spare some time to join them." He picked up the file and looked it over for a moment before deciding. "I have to meet Master Suo tomorrow. As for the yacht party, I'll just make a brief appearance." On the other side, Suo Ran had his own thoughts. This Jiang Kun is quite well connected to be here as well. This is a good chance to discuss things in detail. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on his hotel room door. He lifted his head and looked over. His students appeared with several tickets in their hands. Wang Ling excitedly showed off the tickets to the yacht party. "I heard a lot of big celebrities will be there." Fei Fei enthusiastically handed a ticket to Suo Ran. "We got one for you too, teacher. Come with us and see how the rich live." He held up both hands to stop them, his expression stiff as he tried to refuse her kind offer. However, his students were determined to make him go. They gave him no chance to refuse. The scene changes to a yacht floating on the sea. Suo Ran took a boring sip of his drink, unable to stop himself from complaining under his breath. "I definitely didn't come here for a summer vacation." He had a very strong premonition, a feeling that something was going to happen on this yacht. On the deck, two blonde women with stunning figures were laughing and talking with each other. Their beauty made everyone gasp in admiration. Over here, Hu Lai and Ma Xin started whispering, trying to guess what they did for a living. One guessed they were models, the other thought they were internet celebrities. They didn't notice the disdainful attitude of the two girls behind them. Suddenly, So Nian appeared behind them and angrily smacked each of them, one at a time. "Wait until the party's over to stare. Right now is for the adults. You kids need to tone it down a bit for me." Fei excitedly pointed in a direction on the yacht. "Look over there. That's the entrance to the banquet. The big stars and rich people are definitely over there." Wang Lin was just as excited. "Let's hurry over and see." Only So Nian seemed completely uninterested. "Two entrances? I doubt it's that simple." A server stepped forward to stop them. "I'm very sorry, but the tickets you're holding don't grant you access to this ball." Hu Lai looked confused. "Don't have access? That's the first time I've ever heard that." Ma Xin sighed in defeat. "After all, this isn't Kujiang. Our parents' influence only works in Kujiang City." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "They're my friends. I'm bringing them in. Is that a problem?" The server immediately accepted without a second thought. "If it's you, sir, then of course it's not a problem." Not Luan said to them, "I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. It's truly an honor." He stepped forward, took Wang Lin's hand, and kissed it. "Miss Wang Lin, I sincerely invite you to develop a career in the entertainment industry." So Nian suddenly slapped him hard on the back, acting all cheerful. "Didn't think my toothless buddy here could be so chivalrous. Not bad, not bad. I've definitely got to be friends with you now." He immediately turned back to respond. Of course. Let's head inside first." The moment he turned to enter, Not Luan thought to himself, "This damn brat has ruined my plans time and time again. I'll make sure you taste a world of pain." He led So Nian's group inside and announced, "This right here is the main ballroom. Fai's eyes turned into hearts when she saw Fai Yanhe. Is that Vuong Fai Yanhe? The recent new star of the music world. Vuong Lin was in a similar state. So handsome. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. Hu Lai, however, looked dejected. I thought we were already high society, but coming here, I feel like a country bumpkin in the big city. Ma Jin put an arm around his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. Who knows, maybe we can even snag a female celebrity, right? Seeing them like this, Nat Luan was filled with contempt. What a bunch of inexperienced country bumpkins. His eyes shifted towards Vuong Lin, and a dark thought formed in his mind. No matter what, I have to have this little girl. Nat Luan puffed up his chest smugly. Right now, these are just some minor, unknown stars, or ones who are just starting out. In a little while, the A-list and B-list stars, along with the real big shots, will make their appearance. That's when it'll get really wild. Suddenly, a girl next to them gasped. That's Yang Ling! Yang Ling, with her smoking hot body, appeared before the crowd. The whole room erupted. So beautiful. Now that's a true goddess. Oh my god, she's so beautiful I can't breathe. Fai offered her assessment. Even though I think her personality is crap, I have to admit she's a great singer. Her acting skills aren't bad either. She recently landed a role in a Hollywood movie. After this year, she'll be joining the ranks of A-list stars. So Nian boredly took a sip of his drink, cursing inwardly, what a small world. At that moment, Yang Ling also noticed So Nian's group. Not Luan was the first to get excited. Look, Miss Yang Ling is looking at me. She's looking at me. This left the two people next to him speechless. She slowly walked in their direction. This move completely surprised Not Luan. Could it be that the great star Yang Ling has taken a liking to my talent? Fai casually leaned against the bar. Yang Ling is actually into this Kong Not Luan guy? Vuong Lin scratched her chin, confused. Looking at Kong Not Luan, I don't think so. Yang Ling walked right past Not Luan and spoke up. We meet again. Over here. So Nian raised his glass in response. Yes, how fortunate to be able to meet the great star again. She mocked him. I originally thought you were really like you said, pursuing a peaceful life. But look at you now, showing up in a place like this. He shot back without any courtesy. Is that any of your business? She sneered. I just think it's a pity. So Nian, no matter what you do, you'll never be able to keep up with me. Nat Luan wanted to secretly show off. Looks like this Yang Ling has a grudge against So Nian. This is the perfect chance for me to impress her. Acting on his thought, he immediately called out in a loud voice. Security, over here. We have a problem. Then he pointed at So Nian's group. I suspect they don't have tickets. Nian, I doubt they have tickets. Security, hurry up and throw them out. Suo Ran lowered his eyes coldly. So, they were waiting for us here. The damn mutt has some nerve. Fei was so furious she started to stutter. You were clearly the one who brought us in, Yilun sneered contemptuously. I don't have friends like you people. Security, are you going to wait until next year to kick them out? The guards immediately blocked Suo Ran and his group. Please leave this place. This isn't somewhere you should be. If you don't listen to our advice, we will have to use force. Yilun Jia asked, Miss Yang Ling, it seems the person who was just talking was with you. Is he a friend of yours? Yang Ling immediately denied it. I don't have poor friends like these people. Hu Lai gritted his teeth in anger. This Yang Ling is truly a person of terrible character. He turned to ask Suo Ran for his opinion. Teacher Suo, what should we do now? He reassured them. Don't rush. Even though we're not friends with this B-list starlet, we are friends with an A-list star. Ma Xin's face paled when she heard that. Teacher Suo, is this really the time for jokes like that? Hu Lai was no better, crying out, since when are we friends with an A-list star? The guard couldn't take it anymore and yelled, if you keep spouting nonsense and don't get going, this baton in my hand will get well acquainted with your body. The remaining guests started gossiping. I've never seen anyone so shameless. I heard he's a teacher too. Who knows how he even got in here? It's disgusting. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, telling them to stop. Yan Qi appeared, claiming Suo Ran's group as her friends, and the crowd once again broke into a buzz. It's Jian Yanqi, the top actress in the country. Is Jian Yanqi really attending the ball this time? This is a true A-list star, several levels higher than Yang Ling. Yilun froze at the sight. How is this possible? He's just some country bumpkin. How could he possibly know Jian Yanqi? Yanqi walked over to greet them. Teacher Suo, it's been a while. Suo Ran extended his hand to introduce them. Miss Jian, you're more beautiful than ever. These are my students, and they're also your fans. The students' eyes sparkled as they looked over. Holy crap, Teacher Suo, you really know an A-list star. Suddenly, a rather contemptuous voice cut in. Is this the person you're relying on? This voice drew the attention of Suo Ran and Yanqi. Yang Ling pushed into the conversation. Miss Jian, I wonder what your relationship is with this Teacher Suo. Before anyone could answer, Yang Ling continued. A young man and a woman, what kind of relationship could there be? Especially between a beautiful woman like you and a guy who's nothing but a bootlicker. On the side, people began to gossip excitedly. I can't believe Yan Qi has such poor taste in men. So many tycoons have their eyes on her. This guy is in for it now. Someone else added, between a man and a woman, what other kind of relationship could there be? This Yang Ling is truly vicious. Faced with the gossip, Yan Qi answered frankly, our relationship is a partnership. Furthermore, I have great admiration for teacher Suo. Hearing this, she continued to press. You have a partnership? What kind of partnership? Just as Yan Qi was about to reveal the truth, Suo Ran suddenly cut in. What's it to you? Our partnership is a trade secret. Why would we possibly tell you? Hearing this, Yang Ling replied snidely, fine, don't tell me, but I still want to give you a word of warning, sister. Some people aren't what they appear to be on the outside. Who knows? They might be utterly despicable on the inside. Yan Qi calmly retorted, that's not necessarily true. What if some girls are just mistaken in their judgment? Seeing she couldn't win, Yang Ling turned to insult him instead. I don't know what you did to latch onto Sister Jian, but it only makes people look down on you. Suo Ran, you're on your own. After she turned and walked away, Yan Qi began to wonder, why do I get the feeling she's jealous? Suo Ran replied calmly, it's not jealousy, it's resentment. She doesn't want to see me doing well. Who asked me to be her ex-boyfriend? Yan Qi was completely stunned by this. You're her ex-boyfriend? Hu Lai and the others were just as shocked. Teacher, you're really Yang Ling's ex? Damn, that's some serious gossip. Then he moved closer to Suo Ran and asked slyly, so teacher, was it you? Without hesitation, he gave him a slap across the face, along with a tenfold increase in his homework. Witnessing the scene, Yan Qi remarked on how wonderful the relationship between Suo Ran and his students was. Her comment made him pause mid-slap and ask doubtfully, this is wonderful? A moment later, she suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Teacher Suo, our movie is about to hit theaters, and I'm not just tooting my own horn, but this film will definitely be among the best in China. Suo Ran heard this and said indifferently, I think you might have the wrong idea about what not tooting your own horn means. Despite his teasing, Yan Qi continued on enthusiastically. What's more, this movie is being released at the same time as the Hollywood blockbuster your ex-girlfriend is starring in. The box office war is about to begin. Suo Ran started to raise his glass. To a high box office revenue. Yan Qi heard him and emphasized, to a high box office revenue. Standing to one side, Yang Ling saw this harmonious scene and thought to herself that once her movie premiered, Yan Qi's position would soon be hers. Sooner or later, Suo Ran would learn that Yang Ling was not someone he could afford to provoke. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached from behind. The moment she saw them, she thought with glee, looks like karma came a little faster than expected, huh? Jian Yanqi, your trouble has arrived. The person who appeared was Hai Lu, the siren of the entertainment industry. Seeing her, everyone started to murmur. Hai Lu is here too? This woman is famous for being indiscriminate. She'll take anyone, as long as they have status, right? Seeing her, Yan Qi wondered, why is Hai Lu here? Suo Ran only had to glance at her face to guess that Yan Qi and this woman had some bad blood. In the end, Hai Lu was the first to speak. Great star Jian, long time no see. Yan Qi, not wanting to get entangled with her, replied bluntly, as I recall, we have nothing to talk about. Hai Lu then said mysteriously, we're old friends, after all. This time, young Master Shi himself sent me to come get you. Hearing this, she immediately denied it. What young Master Shi? I've never heard of him. Hai Lu eagerly replied, young Master Shi, Ben Hong of the Northwest. Great star Jian has never heard of him? This time, he specifically sent me to invite you. It was only then that Yan Qi suddenly realized who he was. Yilun seized the opportunity to approach and plead, Miss Sun, please take me with you. I've worked with him before. Yang Ling followed suit, fawning over her. Sister Sun, you can't forget about me. Since young Master Shi is here, I absolutely have to meet him. Hai Lu replied leisurely, that's easy. You two are both hot topics right now. Young Master Shi would probably be delighted to meet you. However, Great Star Jian, are you trying to refuse? Or have you been playing the part of a pure maiden for so long that your pedestal is about to crumble? Yan Qi was furious at her blatant provocation. Seeing this, Hai Lu became even more smug. Wow, look at you. You can't even manage to curse someone out. At this point, what's the use in playing hard to get? Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Suo Ran casually interjected. Excuse me, Miss Sun, please stop swaying when you talk. Your bra pads are about to fall out. Hearing this, Yan Qi blushed and wondered, is he standing up for me? On the other side, a furious Hai Lu demanded, who are you? Suo Ran didn't answer, but began to threaten her instead. Don't be so aggressive, or my hand might slip and I'll splash a bottle of makeup remover on your face. Wouldn't you be disfigured then? Hai Lu was enraged upon hearing this, but she was powerless to do anything to him. A second later, Suo Ran added, my mistake. With your face, getting disfigured would be the same as getting a makeover. Everyone in the hall burst out laughing at his comment. This made Hai Lu even more furious, but she still couldn't do anything. Just then, Yang Ling suddenly spoke up. How dare you stand up for Yan Qi? Do you have any idea who you've just offended? Young Master Shi is not someone you can afford to mess with. Suo Ran calmly replied, "You're far too arrogant. I suggest you don't underestimate the people of this world." She completely ignored his words and replied defiantly, "Underestimate? Am I underestimating you, a high school teacher? Or am I underestimating your family?" The people around them began to whisper, "So he's just a teacher? I thought he was someone important." Finally, Yang Ling delivered the final blow. "Just ask yourself, what woman would still be interested in a man like you?" Seeing his expression darken, she was incredibly satisfied, thinking to herself, "Did you really think you could climb to the heavens just by clinging to Yan Chi? Hôm nay tại đây tôi sẽ đẩy anh xuống vực, khiến cả đời này anh không thể ngóc dậy được nữa." Vương Linh chứng kiến cảnh đó thì vô cùng phẫn nộ, cô tự nhủ không thể để cô ta sỉ nhục cậu như vậy được. May mà có Phi Phi, ngăn lại kịp thời. Đúng lúc đó, Ngôn Chi nắm lấy tay Suo Ran rồi bẽn lẽn lên tiếng, "Có tôi thích đấy." Dương Linh như không tin vào tai mình mà hỏi lại, "Cô nói gì cơ?" Cô ấy liền ngượng ngùng nhấn mạnh, "Tôi nói tôi thích anh ấy, một người tốt như vậy. Nếu như bằng lòng cưới tôi thì tôi cũng sẽ gả cho anh ấy." Nói xong, Ngôn Chi còn thầm khẳng định cô chỉ đang giải vây cho cậu thôi, không phải tỏ tình. Nhất luôn vì quá kinh ngạc mà thốt lên, "Mắt cô mù rồi sao? Tên thôi đó có gì tốt chứ?" Dương Linh cũng không nhịn được mà nói, "Tôi thấy cô bị lời ngon tiếng ngọt của tên này mê hoặc rồi." Trong khi đó, đám hậu bối thì lại vô cùng ngưỡng mộ Suo Ran vì được đại minh tinh tỏ tình. Suo Ran bình tĩnh hơn đám học trò kia nhiều. Cậu thản nhiên nói cảm ơn cô. Ngôn Chi đỏ mặt cảnh báo, "Cậu đừng kích động, vì Thi đại thiếu gia là thế gia siêu cấp, có tông sư tọa trấn, gia chủ hiện tại chính là người có công lớn với đất nước." Cô ấy đang nói dở thì Hài Lộ đột nhiên gắt lên cắt ngang, "Các ngươi quậy đú chưa? Còn muốn để Thi đại thiếu gia đợi đến bao giờ? Các ngươi thích đến thì đến, Thi đại thiếu gia mà trách tội thì các ngươi không yên đâu." Vừa dứt lời, cô ta liền quay lưng bỏ đi. Nhất Luân thấy thế liền nhíu mày lại, nhưng không có tác dụng, còn Dương Linh thì vô cùng đắc ý. Lúc này Ngôn Chi bắt đầu lo lắng ra mặt. Nếu như không đi, e rằng bên phía công ty sẽ gặp chút phiền phức. Suo Ran nghe thấy vậy thì liền trấn an là hãy để cậu đi cùng cô. Ngôn Chi nghe xong lập tức gật đầu đồng ý, vô cùng an tâm. Đám Vương Linh chứng kiến cảnh đó thì đứa nào đứa nấy đều phải cảm thán. Đây chính là tình yêu ư? Thầy sợ đỉnh quá, thầy sợ cố lên. Hắn cất giọng khen ngợi, nhìn Dương Linh đại minh tinh bên ngoài đẹp hơn ảnh nhiều. Cô ta bèn ngượng ngùng đáp, "Ngài quá lời rồi." Nhất Luân đứng bên cạnh liền tự giới thiệu, "Còn tôi nữa, đại thiếu, tôi là Nhất Luân." Tiếc rằng hắn chẳng thèm để ý đến mà liền chuyển chủ đề lên người Ngôn Chi ngay. "Cô là đại minh tinh Ngôn Chi?" "Ừ." "Bên cạnh là bảo tiêu của cô à?" Cô ấy nghe vậy liền ngập ngừng, thấy Ngôn Chi khó xử nên Suo Ran dứt khoát giới thiệu, "Tôi chính là bạn trai của cô ấy." Bân Hồng vô cùng nghi hoặc mà hỏi, "Bạn trai của đại minh tinh sao tôi chưa từng nghe nói tới?" Suo Ran lại đáp rằng vì mình đang theo đuổi nên hắn không biết cũng là chuyện bình thường. Ngôn Chi thật sự rất xúc động. Cô biết cậu đang cố ý nói vậy để giải vây giúp mình, nếu không thì cô ấy sẽ bị Bân Hồng làm phiền mãi. Nhưng Bân Hồng bây giờ cũng đang rất hống hách. Cậu thì là cái thá gì chứ? Theo đuổi thì sao có thể tính là bạn trai của cô ấy được? Ngôn Chi là nữ nhân mà ông đây nhìn trúng, tên nhóc cậu nên biết điều một chút. Có điều Suo Ran lại ẩn ý bảo rằng nếu như cái danh xưng Thi đại thiếu của hắn lại truyền đến tai của phiên bản chân chính thì sẽ như thế nào? Bân Hồng có phần hơi chột dạ nhưng vẫn nạt lại. Cậu có ý gì? Cậu trực tiếp mỉa mai, một người con trai của Tiểu Tam cũng dám tự xưng danh hiệu của con trưởng. Nếu như thiếu gia chủ của Thi gia nghe thấy, anh cảm thấy anh ấy sẽ làm thế nào? Âm lượng từ cổ họng hắn phát ra tu hơn như chút giận. Cậu thật tu gan, tình cảnh thật sự đúng là như vậy. Bần Hồng không phải con trưởng của gia tộc, nhưng những người bình thường sẽ không dám nhắc đến chuyện đó, vì đó chính là váy ngược khiến hắn nổi điên. Đến cả Ngôn Chi cũng hối hận vì đã cung cấp tin tức cho Suo Ran, bây giờ thì lại gây ra họa lớn rồi. Nhưng nghĩ lại thì chính cậu đã ra mặt vì cô, nên Ngôn Chi quyết định sẽ mặc kệ mọi thứ giúp Suo Ran gánh họa. Bên này Bân Hồng đã ra một mệnh lệnh tàn bạo ném Suo Ran xuống biển cho cá ăn, thuộc hạ bên dưới nhanh chóng khởi động tay chân chuẩn bị vào việc. Đột nhiên lại có một giọng nói phá vỡ bầu không khí căng thẳng, "Ai dám?" "Thì Bân Hồng, nếu như cậu dám bất kính với thầy sở thì không cần bàn đến chuyện làm ăn giữa chúng ta nữa." Những người ngoài cuộc không ngờ đến Giang Khôn của tập đoàn Đại Giang lại có quen biết với cậu, nhưng mà ông ta có sức nặng thì Bân Hồng cũng không phải người dễ chọc. Đúng như vậy, Bân Hồng sắp nổi đoá lên với Giang Khôn. Ông muốn ra mặt thay cho tên này. Ông ta cứng rắn đề nghị hắn xin lỗi Suo Ran, chỉ có làm vậy thì chuyện hợp tác của họ mới được tiếp tục. Bân Hồng rất khinh thường vì bị bắt xin lỗi Suo Ran, hắn nghiến răng mắng Giang Khôn đừng quá đề cao bản thân mình. Bởi vì hắn cho rằng Bân Hồng hắn dù không có ông ta đồng hành, cũng có thể đứng vững gót chân ở Thi gia, thế nên đàn em cứ việc xông lên tiêu diệt tất cả là được. Giang Khôn cũng coi như biết được người này lại có lá gan rất lớn, ý vào địa vị của gia tộc, xem thường một người quyền thế như ông. Lúc này Ngôn Chi đang phải đối diện với nguy hiểm, tên kia mỉa mai quát cô ấy, diện mạo xinh đẹp mà dám đắc tội thiếu gia, chính là sai lầm lớn của cô. Nhưng có một bàn tay nhanh hơn, kịp thời ngăn chặn hành vi vũ lực. Suo Ran quyết định làm một cú vật để hạ gục kẻ thù. Ở phía gần đó, Bân Hồng thấy mặt mình bị một cái bóng lớn che phủ, đúng hơn là cơ thể tổ như trâu lại bị Suo Ran dùng làm bao cát ném về chỗ hắn. Cậu bè vài khớp tay rồi cười đùa. "Đại thiếu Thi gia đúng không? Nếu như anh đã ngưa ra, tôi cũng không ngại giúp anh thả lỏng gân cốt. Thấy không ổn?" Ngôn Chi liền ngăn cậu đừng gây chuyện. Ở đây có tông sư tọa trấn, nhưng họ được xem như một loại tồn tại bậc đế vương. Theo những gì cô biết, tông sư đằng sau Thizia là lãnh đạo của một bộ môn đặc biệt chứ không phải tông sư bình thường. Bần Hồng sau khi thoát khỏi cảnh bị đè thì liền cảnh cáo, hiện tại mày quỳ xuống dập đầu, xin lỗi tao vẫn còn kịp. Tông sư tọa trấn của gia tộc này chính là Trương Hoành tông sư. Giang Khôn không hiểu vì sao lại đột nhiên bật cười ngay tức khắc. Nhất luôn cảm thấy rằng ông ta chính là sợ quá nên phát điên, chứ ai lại nghe thấy tên của tông sư mà cười to như vậy. Giang Khôn ẩn ý nói một câu, đáng tiếc nếu như các ngươi biết nhiều thêm một chút cũng không cần ngu muội như vậy. Suo Ran thật ra cũng muốn nhẹ tay, nhưng vừa nghe thấy tên chỗ dựa của Bân Hồng thì quyết định làm một trận dạy dỗ thật tốt để không có lỗi với vị tông sư tọa trấn kia. Hắn dường như chỉ có thể lắp bắp nói ra mấy chữ tuyệt vọng, đừng có tới đây. Sau đó không ai biết chuyện gì đã xảy ra, chỉ nghe thấy một tiếng hét vang trời. Mọi chuyện đã xong xuôi nên Suo Ran cũng nói bọn họ mau rời đi. Bây giờ những kẻ nịnh nọt như Nhất Luân hay Dương Linh mới đến xem xét tình hình của Bân Hồng. Dù đã trở thành đầu heo, hắn vẫn không quên thề phải giết chết Suo Ran. Ở ngoài thuyền, Ngôn Chi lo lắng cảnh báo Thi Bân Hồng chắc chắn sẽ báo thù anh. Hơn nữa hành vi của anh đã đắc tội với Thi gia. Mau đi đi, ra nước ngoài cũng được, đi đâu cũng được. Thiếu tiền thì tôi có thể giúp anh. Giang Khôn lại tấm tắc khen rằng cậu không hổ với tên của mình. Thấy thái độ đó, Ngôn Chi càng tức hơn. Hiện tại tình hình rất nguy cấp vì Suo Ran đụng đến Thi gia, gia tộc có tông sư tọa trấn. Thế nhưng ông chỉ điềm tĩnh giải thích, thiên hạ này người có thể đắc tội với cậu không nhiều, mà Thi gia này càng không thể. Cô ấy ngập ngừng vì đang bối rối. Làm sao có thể? Thầy sớ chẳng qua là... Sau đó Suo Ran lại ngắt lời cô, cậu bảo cô ấy cứ về trước, mình chẳng sao cả. Còn nếu cô không về thì người đại diện sẽ lo lắng lắm. Nhận được sự quan tâm khiến cô hơi đỏ mặt, có điều Ngôn Chi vẫn rất tình nghĩa dặn dò nếu cậu có chuyện cần thì mình chắc chắn sẽ giúp. Vậy mà Suo Ran lại nhân cơ hội chọc ghẹo, câu nói này có thể tính là lời thổ lộ hay không? Ngôn Chi xấu hổ đến mức bỏ chạy, chỉ có thể nghe được tiếng hét của cô ấy. Tôi không muốn quan tâm đến anh nữa. Sau khi Ngôn Chi đi, Giang Khôn liền đề cập đến linh mạch tại quần đảo Kiều Mộc. Chuyện đó cũng chính là mục đích cậu đến, nhưng trước khi bàn sâu thì Suo Ran cần đi nghe điện thoại. Ông rít một ngụm thuốc coi như chia buồn, vì Bân Hồng sắp vì cuộc điện thoại này mà gặp họa. Có một giọng nói phát ra từ Thi gia ở Đông An. Chúc mừng chú em, không nghĩ đến ông còn có thể tiến được vào tông sư khi còn sống. Xem ra sau khi tôi vào đất, ông còn có thể sống thêm vài chục năm nữa, thật sự khiến tôi ngưỡng mộ. Trương Hoành có phần khách sáo đáp. Lão tặc miệng lưỡi nhanh nhẹn này, còn ngưỡng mộ tôi sao? Năm đó thời kỳ chiến tranh, lần đầu gặp ông, thiếu chút tôi đã bị ông trói lại xử lý như kẻ địch rồi. Những người đang đi vào trong đều cảm thán trước vẻ ngoài của lão ta. Tuy bằng tuổi với gia chủ nhưng do đạo hạnh cao thâm nên đã được cải lão hoàn đồng. Bỗng nhiên Thừa Lãng cũng thấy bạn già của mình bị ai đó gọi điện rất gấp gáp. Chủ nhân của cuộc gọi đó được lưu là thầy Sở. Trương Hoành cũng giới thiệu rằng người đang gọi tới là người bọn họ đang khổ sở tìm kiếm. Thừa Lãng liền thốt lên đầy kinh ngạc. Người cậu nói tới là vị tông sư thần bí mới hiện thân ở Cử Giang sao? Vị mà được xưng là Sở Diêm Vương. Trương Hoành thì chỉ bảo mình cần nghe điện thoại trước rồi mới trả lời. Trong lúc đó Thừa Lãng bắt đầu suy tính. Lão thầm ước nếu Suo Ran gọi đến thì địa vị của gia tộc sẽ được kéo dài hơn 100 năm, nên cơ hội này không thể bỏ qua. Phía bên này Trương Hoành cố kìm nén sự tức giận để trả lời điện thoại. Được, thầy Sở, tôi biết rồi, tôi sẽ giải quyết. Sau đó lão ấy lại dò hỏi một tiểu bối tên Thi Bân Hồng trong gia tộc của Thừa Lãng. Lão thừa nhận người đó chính là con của con trai thứ ba, còn là hài tử của một tình nhân. Trương Hoành cũng thẳng thắn kể. Cậu ta đã đắc tội với vị Sở Diêm Vương này, anh cảm thấy nên làm thế nào? Thư Lãng ngập ngừng đáp, mặc dù là một vị tông sư nhưng không phải cậu cũng là tông sư sao? Chỉ dựa vào thực lực tông sư đã muốn sỉ nhục Thi gia tôi không khỏi hơi quá nhỉ? Lão ấy không đáp, chỉ hỏi rằng Thừa Lãng có biết tuổi tác thật sự của Suo Ran hay không? Cuối cùng lão chọn con số 60, độ tuổi trẻ nhất để ai có thể đạt được thành tựu tông sư. Nhưng theo lời kế của bạn già, Suo Ran mới hơn 20 tuổi. Trương Hoành cũng thẳng thắn nói mình không thể bảo vệ cho Thi gia cả đời được. Một người như Suo Ran thì có thể tương lai sẽ vô cùng rực rỡ. Lão không thể đắc tội cậu vì Thi gia. Thừa Lãng há hốc mồm vì biết được có tồn tại một tông sư tuổi đời còn rất trẻ. Ai đứng ở đó cũng biết điều đó kinh khủng như thế nào. Hơn 20 tuổi mà thành tông sư thì đó chính là một thiên tài. Ngược lại phải hỏi Bần Hồng vì sao lại đắc tội một vị đại tài như thế. Tiếp theo Thừa Lãng liền hỏi tội Kỳ Tuấn vì đã nuôi dạy được một đứa đại nghịch. Hiện tại nếu hắn không xử lý tốt chuyện này thì lão sẽ đuổi hắn khỏi Thi gia. Chuyến cảnh khác, ở đây không có tiếng cãi vã vì đang diễn ra một cuộc trị liệu. Bần Hồng chộp lấy cánh tay của Dương Linh rồi nói, không nghĩ tới cô còn săn sóc phết nhỉ. Tôi thực sự là càng ngày càng thích cô đó. Cô ta thẹn quá liền mắng yêu, đáng ghét chỉ biết mồm mép. Đột nhiên Bân Hồng liền nhận được điện thoại từ người bố Kỳ Tuấn, nhưng mà giọng nói bên kia thật quá khó nghe. Thì Bân Hồng, tên nghiệt xúc nhà anh, tôi mặc kệ anh dùng cách gì, hôm nay anh buộc phải xin lỗi thầy Sở cho tôi. Nếu như không có được sự tha thứ của thầy Sở, anh sẽ bị đuổi khỏi Thi gia. Đây chính là mệnh lệnh do đích thân ông nội anh nói. Đúng lúc này, Nhất Luân lại tiến vào trong phòng. Thi đại thiếu, có muốn đêm nay tôi ở lại căn chừng không? Tránh cho tên họ Sở kia lại chạy tới. Nhưng đáp lại ý tốt của hắn chỉ có một cái bạt tay như trời giáng. Bân Hồng hùng hổ đi ra, còn không quên đổ lỗi vì bọn họ mà mình sắp bị hại chết. Hải Lộ hốt hoảng gọi theo. Thì đại thiếu, anh muốn đi đâu? Bân Hồng quát lớn bảo rằng đang đi tìm Suo Ran để xin lỗi. Hành động lạ đời đó khiến cả hai người họ thấy thế giới này đảo lộn thật rồi. Ở trong gian phòng của Suo Ran, Giang Khôn báo rằng Bân Hồng đã quỳ ngoài cửa hơn một tiếng. Ông khuyên cậu nên xem xét tha thứ, vì dù sao gia tộc của hắn cũng nổi tiếng. Nhưng đối với Suo Ran, cậu đang dạy hắn cách làm người. Một thế gia lớn, nhà lớn và có sự nghiệp lớn, nhưng việc nhỏ nếu không để ý thì sẽ gây ra chuyện lớn. Nếu như nhiều loại sâu mọt như vậy tồn tại, thì ra sẽ không còn nữa. Vừa quỳ ở ngoài, Bân Hồng vừa thắc mắc thân phận của Suo Ran, người kinh động đến ông nội của hắn. Thế rồi hắn lại nghĩ thành cậu là con của những gia tộc thông thiên nức tiếng. Chỉ một lúc sau, cửa phòng mở ra khiến hắn giật bắn. Suo Ran hỏi tội với giọng lạnh lùng. Cậu đã biết sai chưa? Bân Hồng lập tức dập đầu nhận lỗi. Tôi không nên kiêu ngạo tự đại, tôi không nên tùy ý sỉ nhục người khác. Anh đại nhân đại lượng hãy tha cho tôi đi. Suo Ran không đồng tình. Cậu cho rằng hắn sai là do rõ ràng gặp phải người không hề có dáng vẻ sợ hãi là cậu, mà lại không biết thu liễm lại. Sau đó tiếng vút gió lại hòa vào tiếng dạy bảo. Cậu sai ở điểm, cậu không nên gặp phải Suo Ran tôi. Sau khi Bân Hồng bị dạy dỗ, Suo Ran lạnh lùng ra lệnh. Cút đi. Hắn ta rối rít vừa dập đầu vừa cảm tạ ơn tha mạng của cậu. Khi vào bên trong, Giang Khôn e rè lên tiếng. Thầy sợ, lời ban nãy nói ra không giống cậu. Suo Ran cũng biết được ông cảm nhận được sự cực đoan của mình. Giang Khôn không đáp mà giữ sự im lặng. Cậu lại dạy cho ông ta một chuyện. Thế gian này vốn dĩ đã không công bằng, nắm đấm đủ mạnh thì tạo ra đạo lý. Đây chính là hiện thực. Ở một nơi khác, Vương Linh và Hồ Lai đều nhận được tin Suo Ran đã rời đi. Mã Hân là người đề cập đến chuyện kỳ lạ về thầy sở của họ đầu tiên. Điều đó cũng khiến Phi Phi nhận ra hình như đúng là đã có rất nhiều tập đoàn mất tích. Rồi đột nhiên Hồ Lai đập mạnh bàn khiến Vương Linh giật bắn. Thì ra là muốn tuyên bố dù cho thế nào thì Suo Ran mãi mãi là người thầy tôn kính của họ. Được nhắc đến khiến cậu hắt xì một cái. Nhưng Suo Ran chỉ nghĩ là do đang có người nói xấu mình. Khi đi xung quanh xem xét, Suo Ran ngạc nhiên nhận ra ở đây có nhiều người đấu quyền Anh hơn bình thường. Giang Khôn cũng giải thích rằng đảo này có tên gọi khác là đảo đấu quyền Anh. Họ cần ở nơi này chờ đến khi Trần Tổng tới thì mới tiếp tục công việc. Sau đó ông ta liền hào hứng dẫn cậu đi tham quan sân vận động đấu quyền Anh lớn nhất trên đảo. Chỉ trong một cái chớp mắt, cảnh tượng đã chuyển thành một đấu trường đầy nhiệt huyết. Giang Khôn cũng đề nghị cậu tham gia đặt cược cho trận đấu đang diễn ra. Trước tiên Suo Ran đang nhận xét nơi này. Sở dĩ chỗ này thích bộ môn quyền Anh do rất nhiều người thành đạt đến đặt cược. Ông ta cũng bảo rằng tuy nơi này nhỏ nhưng mỗi ngày thu nhập rất nhiều. Tiền mặt lưu động còn lên đến hơn 100 triệu. Đúng ngay lúc đó Suo Ran lại chú ý đến chuyện khác. Người bất ngờ có mặt tại đó lại là Á Lâm Tiểu Mạn. Kiếp trước là bạn gái của Sở Trung Cố. Người đó là em họ của Suo Ran, là một tên tiểu nhân. Nhưng tóm lại Tiểu Mạn không nên xuất hiện ở đây. Nhưng người gây thu hút sự chú ý hơn chính là nhân vật mang khí tức đại võ sư. Khi ngửi thấy mùi thuốc xung quanh cơ thể của lão, Suo Ran chắc chắn đó là Trần Dược Sư của Sở gia. Theo như cậu nhớ, gia chủ Sở Hoài Cách có mệnh cách bệnh nặng nên tìm lão chính vì điều đó. Hoài Cách hiện tại là nhánh duy nhất của Sở gia. Còn về phần bố của cậu, người được đặt nhiều hy vọng kế vị thì lại rời khỏi gia tộc vì mâu thuẫn. Xem ra những người này không đến để tìm thuốc. Suo Ran thấy họ đang tìm biện pháp kéo dài tính mạng cho Sở Hoài Cách thì đúng hơn. Thật ra khi nhìn những người Sở gia, Suo Ran vẫn có rung động, có thể được coi như một trong những nguyên nhân khiến cậu không thể độ thiên kiếp trong kiếp trước. Ngay sau đó, Tiểu Mạn đã bắt chuyện với Giang Khôn, chủ yếu là để hỏi xem có mua được thảo dược quý hiếm gì trên người ông ta không. Ông tỏ ý mình không phải người bản địa, nên không có thứ gì chứ thật ra là ông ta cũng có một gốc sâm núi, nhưng muốn để cho con trai bồi bổ không muốn bán. Nhưng chuyện đó sao qua mắt được Tiểu Mạn. Biết vài ngày trước ông đã mua dược liệu quý đó nên cho dù trả giá 2.000 vạn cũng muốn mua. Lời đề nghị hào phóng đó cũng đã truyền đến tai những vị khách ở bàn bên cạnh. Bên này Giang Khôn đương nhiên không chịu bán, ông không hề thiếu chút tiền nhỏ như vậy. Xem ra khán giả xung quanh được chứng kiến một màn kịch kinh động mang tên Kẻ làm màu gặp phải kẻ ngầu lòi. Bây giờ Trần Dược Sư lại dùng chất giọng áp bức mà lên tiếng. Tiên sinh, quả thật chúng tôi cần dùng gấp thứ này. Hôm nay chúng tôi buộc phải mua nó. Mau đi cùng chúng tôi một chuyến đi. Giang Khôn cũng đâu phải loại người dễ chọc. Với kinh nghiệm từng luyện võ năm xưa, ông ta định phản đòn. Nhưng nghĩ là vậy thôi chứ cú đấm của ông cũng đã bị chặn lại. Bây giờ Giang Khôn mới muộn màng nhận ra đối thủ có thực lực rất mạnh. Trần Dược Sư hất tung Giang Khôn rồi hắng giọng. Đừng có chọi cứng, không sẽ bị thương. Như vậy thì không tốt đâu. Bây giờ ông đã biết mình gặp phải võ giả, thế nên đành hy vọng nhờ Suo Ran giúp, nếu không thì bản thân sẽ gặp chuyện. Đúng như dự liệu Suo Ran đã xen vào, ép mua ép bán thật sự là hiếm gặp. Các ngươi cũng không cần làm đến mức như vậy chứ. Tiểu Mạn vô cùng ghét bỏ. Chê cậu bốc mùi nghèo nàn, nơi này không có chuyện cho cậu xen vào. Nhưng mà cho dù có cho xen vào hay không, hôm nay Suo Ran cũng đã ngư tay muốn quản chuyện của người khác. Trần Dược Sư cao giọng quát, thít xía vào chuyện của người khác. Vậy thì hãy trở thành người thực vật luôn đi. Chỉ với 2 ngón tay, cậu đã khiến đối phương dừng lại nghe giảng đạo, mới xía vào chút đã muốn phế người ta, có phải hơi độc ác không? Đáng tiếc thật, ông vẫn chưa đủ tư cách. Tiểu Mạn rất lo lắng đi đến xem xét tình hình của lão. Trần Dược Sư cũng nhanh chóng cảnh báo thực lực của cậu cho ta biết, nhắc nhở không được cướp đoạt. Tiếu Mạn đoán rằng Suo Ran là một bảo tiêu lợi hại mà Giang Khôn thuê được, nên ả đành chuyển sang phô bày thân phận. Thế là ả đã lễ phép thỉnh cầu không biết uy tín của tiên sinh là gì. Chúng tôi quả thật rất cần gốc nhân sâm đó, có thể giúp đỡ được hay không? Thật ra chúng tôi là người của Sở Gia. Giang Khôn trong lòng như vừa có sét đánh qua, xem ra ông cũng biết đang nói đến Sở Gia nào rồi. Nhưng mà Suo Ran lại tỏ ra khu khờ không biết gì. Sở Gia nào? Tôi là người Lâm Gia đây này. Tiểu Mạn rất bực vì cả quốc gia này chỉ có một Sở Gia tại thành phố Tần Hoa. Người nào nói không biết thì rõ ràng có ý chọc tức. Suo Ran bày ra bộ dáng như đã hiểu rõ. Thì ra là Sở Gia của thành phố Tần Hoa. Vậy cô là ai? Rất tự hào trả lời. Tôi chính là vợ của Sở Trung Cố. Vị đằng sau chính là dược sư của gia tộc ta, Trần Dược Sư. Bỗng nhiên cậu lại giở trò thám tử. Không phải Sở Trung Cố mới 20 thôi sao? Đàn ông 22 tuổi mới có thể kết hôn, hai người hợp pháp sao? Tiểu Mạn đã quá sức chịu đựng nên liền bùng phát. Liên quan gì tới ông? Rốt cuộc có bán sâm núi không? Giang Khôn đã ầm chuẩn bị nhận lời cho qua chuyện, nhưng mà Suo Ran đã đanh thép đáp, không bán, các ngươi cũng chẳng cần thiết phải mua, bởi vì gốc sâm núi này căn bản không trị được khỏi bệnh của gia chủ các ngươi. Chẳng qua tôi ngược lại có chút đan dược, có thể trị hết bệnh của lão gia nhà các ngươi. Tiểu Mạn rất khinh thường mà lên tiếng, chỉ dựa vào anh, có biết gia chủ chúng tôi bệnh gì không? Nếu muốn làm màu thì nên coi lại bản thân mình trước. Suo Ran sẽ không so đo với người kiến thức hạn hẹp như Á, nên cậu đành nhắc đến Trần Dược Sư. 3 viên đan sau đó đã được đưa ra cho lão xem. Với kiến thức uyên thâm, Trần Dược Sư nhận ra ngay đó là hồng nham đan. Lão liền vô đến hỏi, anh bạn, cậu muốn bao nhiêu tiền? Sở ra chúng tôi cũng sẽ mua. Suo Ran ra cái giá cực kỳ rẻ, 1 viên 1 tỷ. Tiểu Mạn tức giận gào ầm lên, anh tưởng chúng tôi là đồ ngu à? Có cho tôi tiền tôi cũng không thèm. Chỉ có người trong nghề mới biết, hồng nham đan trong truyền thuyết này sẽ giúp gia chủ Sở ra sống thêm ít nhất 3 năm, hơn nữa bệnh tật khỏi hết. Dù không tin lắm nhưng ta vẫn buột miệng hỏi, thần kỳ như vậy sao? Lão nhấn mạnh như thế mình mới là người bán, vô cùng chính xác. Đây chính là thần đan kéo dài tuổi thọ ngàn vàng khó cầu. Chỉ có Suo Ran biết thứ đan dược này là loại phổ thông bán đầy đường trên tiên giới. Sau đó Trần Dược Sư liền khẳng định sẽ mua cả 3 viên, nhưng số tiền lớn quá nên trong nhất thời cũng khó gom góp đủ để trả. Tiểu Mạn lại hiểu rõ sự tình, nếu lấy ra 3 tỷ, Sở Gia sẽ phải bán không ít gia sản. Để làm chuyện đó thì cần hơn phân nửa người trong tộc đồng ý, nhưng mà đan dược thì cần lấy gấp để giữ mạng cho gia chủ. Rồi đột nhiên Tiểu Mạn liền nảy ra một ý, thì ra là muốn ghi cho Suo Ran một phiếu nợ. Cậu cứ cầm thứ đó đến Sở Gia đòi tiền. Vậy mà cậu thực sự đồng ý, dặn dò kỹ khi đến Tết thì sẽ đích thân đến lấy tiền. Tiểu Mạn sau khi xong thỏa thuận liền lập tức phải trở về, vì người trong nhà đang cần gấp, thứ quan tâm nào phải vậy. Ta chủ yếu là mong chờ được Sở Gia nhìn nhận trở thành con dâu khi đã lập công lớn. Đột nhiên lúc này, Trần Dược Sư ấp úng hỏi, chuyện này lẽ nào không cần thương lượng với Sở Gia sao? 3 tỷ không phải một con số nhỏ. Vậy mà Tiểu Mạn ung dung đáp, ai nói là sẽ trả tiền đâu? Trần Dược Sư hốt hoảng ngăn lại. Cô có ý gì? Lẽ nào chúng ta phải quỵt nợ? Truyền ra ngoài thì sẽ tổn hại danh tiếng mất. Nhưng Tiểu Mạn vẫn mồm mép nói sẽ trả, nhưng mà trả theo kỳ, chờ Suo Ran đòi thì đưa trước vài trăm triệu, phần còn lại trong mấy chục năm sẽ trả dần. Hơn nữa thấy Sở Gia có nhiều tông sư và võ tướng, lại không phải là không đưa xu nào nên sẽ không có việc gì. Trần Dược Sư cũng phải tấm tắc khen ngợi sáng kiến đó rất cao minh. Gương mặt Tiểu Mạn tối sầm, trông rất nguy hiểm, hiện tại cũng không phải thời kỳ chiến tranh mà là thời kỳ của pháp luật. Cho dù cường giả kia có mạnh hơn, có thể cản được cả bom đạn sao? Bằng không những võ giả này sao lại chuyển vào thế giới ngầm ở bên này? Giang Khôn vẫn tiếc nuối vì cậu đã đưa ra cái giá quá thấp, bởi vì 3 viên đan kia ít nhất cũng vài chục tỷ. Suo Ran điềm tĩnh giải thích rằng, tuy là vậy, nhưng dựa vào năng lực của Sở Di không thể lấy ra ngay 3 tỷ, thậm chí còn có khả năng quỵt nợ. Ông ấp úng vì lo lắng, vậy cậu sao còn đưa đan dược cho họ chứ? Cậu cũng ẩn ý đáp, ông cảm thấy cầm đồ của tôi đi dễ lắm sao? Tôi đã nói khi tới Tết thì sẽ lấy 3 tỷ kia về. Càng đừng nói tới, Sở Gia vốn dĩ đã nợ chúng tôi, nhưng Giang Khôn vẫn sợ rằng những người đó sẽ cố ý không đưa. Cậu vẫn giữ một thái độ rất dửng dưng, nếu như họ không đưa, vậy khi đó Sở Gia tan nhà nát cửa cũng không thể trách được tôi. Dường như bộ não trong đầu Giang Khôn đã tìm ra điểm đặc biệt, thầy Sở bài xích họ như vậy, lẽ nào thật sự là người của Sở Gia sao? Sau đó Suo Ran lại khôi phục lại dáng vẻ thiếu niên muốn đi qua đó thử chơi cho cá cược. Theo tình hình hiện tại, hắc hộ người đã thắng liên tiếp 15 trận sẽ đấu với một người mới tên Xấu Hầu, không biết người thắng cuộc là ai. Có điều ban tổ chức thúc giục người chơi mau cá cược. Suo Ran rất hào hứng đặt 10 vạn cho Xấu Hầu, nhưng mà theo Giang Khôn thì Xấu Hầu chắc chắn sẽ thua. Nếu đặt như vậy thì chẳng khác nào tặng tiền cho ban tổ chức, nhưng mà dáng vẻ tự tin của cậu lại xuất hiện rồi. Nhất định thua, tôi thấy còn chưa chắc đâu. Sau ít phút, Xấu Hầu đã được tuyên bố thắng cuộc khi hạ đối thủ bằng một cú đá. Trong lúc Suo Ran còn đang ăn mừng, Giang Khôn lại thắc mắc sao cậu lại nhìn ra kết quả trận đấu. Suo Ran thì ẩn ý trả lời, tôi không nhìn ra anh ta sẽ thắng, còn có 4 tên kia cũng đều sẽ thắng. Trên sàn đấu thứ 2, người dẫn chương trình tuyên bố đợt phản kích thành công. Ở sàn đấu thứ 3, mọi người rất phấn khích vì thực lực siêu mạnh của võ sĩ. Người phấn khích nhất là Suo Ran, 4 tấm vé cược đều trúng đậm. Sau khi được Giang Khôn tính toán, tổng tiền thu về là 500 vạn. Chỉ có cậu là vui vì được phát tài một cách đơn giản thôi, chứ Giang Khôn biết nếu thắng quá nhiều thì rất dễ gặp phiền phức. Đúng như vậy, ông chủ của nhà thi đấu đã cử người đến mời hai người họ gặp mặt riêng. Giang Khôn liền từ chối đi gặp. Ông cho rằng phải làm mọi cách để bảo vệ Suo Ran, nhưng mà cậu chỉ chờ lời mời này thôi, nên nhanh chóng khoác vai bảo vệ rồi đi theo. Xem ra khi thấy biểu hiện bình tĩnh của Suo Ran, Giang Khôn cũng suy đoán ra cậu đến đây vì để gặp ông chủ nơi này. Ở căn phòng VIP cách xa nơi đó, màn hình theo dõi vẫn sáng lên. Rất nhanh sau đó, vệ sĩ đã đưa Suo Ran đến báo cáo, người ngài muốn đã tới rồi. Nhân vật bí ẩn đứng đằng sau hội quán hắc quyền chính là Thẩm Hồng Nho. Thấy trang phục có vài phần quen thuộc, Giang Khôn cũng biết đối phương cùng dân tộc với mình. Tiếp theo Hồng Nho cũng cất lời. Hai vị, ta tên Thẩm Hồng Nho. Không biết quý tính đại danh hai vị là gì? Danh sư này Giang Khôn biết, một nhân vật dũng kiệt 10 năm trước dựa vào hai bàn tay trắng leo lên vị trí đứng đầu hắc đạo Hoa Nam. Ông xua tay vì không nhắc đến những chuyện đã qua, hiện tại bản thân chỉ là làm ăn kiếm sống, nhưng rồi sắc mặt ông ta thay đổi. Hai vị đây tùy tiện đã có thể thắng 100 vạn từ chỗ tôi. Bát cơm này của tôi sợ rằng không thể lăn lộn tiếp được rồi. Suo Ran không chút sợ hãi chất vấn. Sao vậy? Chẳng lẽ ông còn muốn tôi trả tiền? Một sàn lớn như vậy một chút độ lượng cũng không có. Tiếng quát nạt vừa vang lên. Cậu đã bị bao vây bởi súng đạn. Hồng Nho phất tay ra hiệu cho thuộc hạ lui ra, sau đó giải thích rằng muốn cùng cậu cược một ván với giá 500 vạn. Suo Ran lại thấy ông ta cả người đầy oán niệm, muốn xả giận lên cậu, sau đó lại ẩn ý nhắc đến chuyện ông ta bị ép rời khỏi nước nhà. Hồng Nho thì vẫn gằn giọng về vấn đề cũ. Ngươi dám cá cược không? Suo Ran hất hàm đáp trả. Đại đa số con người, cả đời này chỉ làm ba chuyện: tự phủ, bắt nạt người khác và bị bắt nạt. Chỉ nói vậy thôi mà ba cây súng lại giơ ra tiếp. Giang Khôn cũng thấy tình hình này cậu rất khó ứng phó, hơn nữa kẻ thù đang đụng độ là người từng giết người không chớp mắt. Trong lòng Suo Ran thì như muốn thôi miên Hồng Nho. Tức giận đi, cứ việc tức giận. Lần này tôi cố ý đến để thu phục anh, đại lão của quần đảo Kiều Mộc. Sau đó cậu lại nhượng bộ chấp nhận chơi trò cá cược với ông ta. Hồng Nho cũng ra hiệu cho cậu nhìn màn hình. Ông chỉ vào một người rồi giới thiệu. Người này là võ giả mà tôi dốc tâm bồi dưỡng, thiên phú không tồi, 10 năm sau có hy vọng tiến vào đại võ sư. Mà vị này chính là chiêu bài tay đánh chính tương lai của tôi. Một vị võ giả mỹ nữ thu hút mọi ánh nhìn. Đám đàn ông quả nhiên rất hứng thú với trận đấu giữa một mỹ nhân và một quái vật. Hồng Nho nói rằng cả hai người này thực lực rất khó phân cao thấp, cuối cùng nhường cho Suo Ran chọn trước. Giang Khôn rất lo vì phỏng đoán Suo Ran đã bị mỹ nữ mê hoặc, nhưng mà hình như cậu không hẳn là vậy. Bị sốc thì đúng hơn. Khi còn trong quân ngũ, Lục Khiết luôn phạt cậu vì tội tùy tiện chạy ra ngoài chơi. Cậu không hề nghĩ rằng cố nhân năm xưa vậy mà lại ở đây. Suo Ran liền trực tiếp từ chối ván cược, chuyển sang dùng 500 vạn mua Lục Khiết. Nếu không vì chuyện của Sở Gia thì cậu và cô ấy đã cưới nhau trong kiếp trước, còn cô ấy dường như đã trở thành tay đấm bốc ở nơi này hơn nửa đời người, bị xem như trò tiêu khiển. Thay Suo Ran run lên vì nỗi oán giận, mình kiếp trước tự thân khó báo, cô ấy thì rơi vào vũng bùn không thể lật mình. Lần này bất luận thế nào mình cũng phải bù đắp những tiếc nuối đã qua. Giang Khôn vẫn chưa hiểu ra, chỉ nghĩ rằng lần này cậu đã nhìn trúng một mỹ nữ. Quay về thực tại, Hồng Nho thẳng thắn từ chối vì ông ta không bán người. Suo Ran chau mày rồi hỏi vì sao. Sự thật hiển nhiên là ông ta đã đổ rất nhiều tiền để bồi dưỡng cô ấy. Trong vòng 10 năm tới cô sẽ kiếm được con số khổng lồ. Suo Ran lại trực tiếp tuyên bố dù bất luận thế nào cũng phải dẫn được Lục Khiết đi. Ông ta rút ra vũ khí của mình, vậy thì phải xem cậu có bản lĩnh đó hay không. Thấm Hồng Nho, tôi rời nước được 10 năm, hiện tại vậy mà lại bị một tên tiểu bối uy hiếp. Sau đó Hồng Nho đâm thẳng dù về phía trước, cậu nhẹ nhàng lách người qua né, còn không quên bình phẩm võ thuật, đạo chính thống của cơ quan đao không tồi. Sau đó hai tay Suo Ran bắt chéo, vừa đúng lúc đỡ lại cây dù nhọn. Hồng Nho cũng khá tức vì bị một tên tiểu bối nhận ra truyền thừa của mình, thế là ông ta đành bấm nút để thực hiện một đại chiêu khác. Chiếc dù ngay lập tức bung xoe hết cỡ. Suo Ran cơ thể linh động, vừa né đòn vừa khen ngợi, không tồi, không uổng công đi chuyến này. Chỉ có Giang Khôn là đau khổ tìm chỗ ẩn nấp, vì trận chiến giữa các cấp bậc đại võ sư không có chỗ cho ông. Ở phía bên Hồng Nho, ông ta đang muốn tung ra một đòn mà ông ta nghĩ cậu sẽ khó tránh khỏi. Vạn Vũ Hóa Châm tạo thành một cơn mưa bắn thẳng về phía cậu. Ý cười trong mắt ông ta càng đậm, không có ai trốn qua được chiêu này của tôi, cho dù là đại võ sư cũng không thể rút lui, tôi thắng rồi. Cậu chỉ như cũ khen ngợi chiêu thức trong lúc cơ thể di chuyển. Khi mưa châm bắn ra, Suo Ran chỉ việc ngã người là né được. Hồng Nho dường như đã cảm nhận được một tia kinh hãi, làm sao có thể, trong một giây lơ đãng đó, Suo Ran đã dịch chuyển ra sau lưng ông ta. Khi tay cậu bóp chặt lấy cổ Hồng Nho, cậu cũng tuyên bố phần thua thuộc về ông. Ông ta cũng thở dài chấp nhận thua cuộc và để Suo Ran đưa Lục Khiết đi, nhưng cậu vẫn rất rộng lượng, đề nghị trả cho ông 500 lượng và thêm chút bồi thường khác. Đột nhiên có một giọng đàn ông hét lên từ phía ngoài, Thẩm Hồng Nho, sàn đấu này của ông hôm nay phải giao ra, bằng không tôi sẽ cướp. Đám vệ sĩ liền theo bản năng đưa súng lên. Hồng Nho cũng nghiêm nghị cảnh cáo, Vương Dũng, cậu chẳng qua chỉ là bái tướng của thuộc hạ tôi, còn muốn bị sỉ nhục thêm hay sao, mau cút cho tôi. Tình hình ở đây cậu nắm rất rõ, một phe là Thẩm Hồng Nho, phe còn lại chính là Vương Dũng. Cả hai bên không phân cao thấp, nhưng chỉ trong lần quan sát thứ hai, Suo Ran đã phát hiện gã vừa đột phá võ tướng cách đây mấy ngày. Vương Dũng lúc này cũng đang rất đắc ý, ông hãy nhìn cho rõ, hiện tại ông đây có thực lực gì. Hồng Nho khi nhận ra cũng rất sợ hãi, cậu vậy mà đã bước vào võ tướng, không thể nào. Bên kia, Vương Dũng vừa bộc phát sức mạnh vừa tuyên bố ngày chết cho ông. Ông ta chỉ có thể cười khổ cho số phận của mình. 10 năm trước bị ép rời nước, 10 năm sau chết trong tay một kẻ bạn thân coi là phế vật. Ngay lúc này, Vương Dũng đã nhắm thẳng vào đầu của ông ta mà lao xuống. Một người trẻ tuổi như Suo Ran lại nhắc nhở, Hồng Nho, đừng từ bỏ nhanh chóng quá. Khi Vương Dũng sắp bay đến, cậu ta ra một tấm khiên âm dương. Sau đó, chỉ với một chút lực đạo truyền vào lá chắn đã đánh bay Vương Dũng. Gã ta rất tức tối vì cậu dùng chiêu mượn lực đánh lực, chứ vốn nhìn qua thì cậu chỉ là hạng võ sư. Bên phía này, Suo Ran cũng hứa hẹn với Hồng Nho rằng chỉ cần ông quy thuận thì sẽ ra tay cứu ông một mạng. Trong thoáng chốc ông ta có hơi lưỡng lự. Ngược lại Vương Dũng lại lên tiếng mỉa mai. Khẩu khí lớn thật. Muốn cứu ông ta có nghĩa là cậu nghĩ cậu muốn thắng tôi hả? Suo Ran chẳng hề sợ hãi mà quát lại. Tôi thấy anh mới là người có khẩu khí lớn. Câm miệng đi, chưa tới lượt anh nói chuyện. Gã ta tức đến mức cắn chặt hai hàm răng lại. Quay qua bên Hồng Nho, cậu tỏ ý thúc giục. Tiểu thẩm có đồng ý hay không đây? Nếu không đồng ý thì tôi đi đây. Ông do dự cũng đúng, vì nếu chọn khuất phục thì chính là phải chắp tay dâng hết tất cả, còn không đồng ý thì sẽ chết dưới tay Vương Dũng. Nhưng nghĩ đến những thuộc hạ đã gắn bó lâu năm, ông không đành lòng để họ chết chung với mình. Suo Ran biết ông ta sợ gì nên khẳng định mình không lấy tài sản gì, chủ yếu muốn nhờ Hồng Nho trông coi dù một vật là được nên cứ dứt khoát lựa chọn. Khi nghe xong rõ kêu không động đến tài sản, ông liền biết có thể tham gia vụ làm ăn này. Hồng Nho đã chịu nhún nhường cầu xin Suo Ran cứu ông ta một mạng. Suo Ran cũng chỉ chờ có vậy, cậu trực tiếp thách Vương Dũng ra tay trước. Bị khinh miệt như vậy là lần đầu tiên, gã ta đương nhiên sẽ hạ sát ý với cậu. Suo Ran vẫn nhàn nhã trò chuyện với gã, chỉ là một võ tướng mà thôi. Nếu như người đằng sau anh không muốn hiện thân, muốn giải quyết anh. Lời còn chưa nói xong, cậu đã triệu hồi ra hàng trăm trủy thủ. Cậu cho chúng uốn lượn xung quanh mình như để chơi chọc gã, dễ như trở bàn tay ấy mà. Hồng Nho dù đã nhận được sự bảo vệ nhưng vẫn rất kinh sợ, vì giờ mới biết nếu ban nãy cậu muốn thì đã giết ông, chỉ có thể nói ông còn sống là do cậu muốn giữ mạng lại. Vương Dũng cũng cảm thấy bất ngờ vì gặp được một đối thủ còn trẻ mà có thể ngự vật, cho dù là bản thân gã còn không làm được. Suo Ran sau một hồi cho đám trụy thủ bay lượn thì đã ra lệnh cho chúng phóng đi. Vương Dũng cũng đắc ý bảo mình cũng không phải kẻ ăn chay, thế nên là cứ nhào vô đi, gã ta tiếp được hết. Cậu chỉ thấy bản thân mình lại gặp thêm một tên ngu. Khi nắm đấm của Vương Dũng lao đến, những thánh trụy thủ tách ra làm hai nên không bị đánh tan. Sau đó chúng cuộn xoáy liên tục để đâm được nhiều lần trên cánh tay gã. Cả người đau đớn đến mức gã ta chỉ có thể gào thét. Suo Ran còn không quên giấy cho hắn một đạo lý, không phải lúc nào cũng dựa vào sức mạnh thô bạo là được. Trận chiến vẫn chưa xong, 3-4 hàng trụy thủ còn đang bay ra sau lưng Vương Dũng. Cả cơ thể của gã ta từ trước đến sau đều có chi chít những vết cắt lớn nhỏ. Cơn phẫn nộ đã bùng phát dữ dội. Vương Dũng đành hạ quyết tâm liều chết với Suo Ran. Ngược lại, cậu chỉ điềm nhiên lên tiếng, rác rưởi không có cơ hội liều mạng. Giống như hiện tại, gã chỉ có thể lựa chọn tự nạp mạng. Suo Ran điều khiển cho những thanh trủy thủ uốn lượn liên tục trước mặt gã. Từ bên ngoài nhìn vào chỉ trông thấy được vô số vết chém trên nền máu đỏ thẫm. Sau khi gã gục dưới đất, Suo Ran chỉ ung dung bình phẩm rằng năng lực võ tướng cũng chỉ đến vậy. Những tên đàn em của gã ta sau khi thấy lão đại của mình chết thì cũng tháo chạy. Giang Khôn thấy mọi chuyện yên ổn liền chạy ra, nhưng ông ta đang chứng kiến chuyện Hồng Nho đang liên tục tạ ơn cứu mạng của cậu. Thế nhưng theo lời Suo Ran, chuyện còn chưa kết thúc. Giết Vương Dũng thì vị tông sư đứng sau lưng gã sẽ nhanh chóng tìm đến báo thù. Hồng Nho khi biết tin đằng sau gã ta có tông sư chống lưng thì rất lo lắng. Suo Ran thì thấy có gì lo lắng đâu vì đằng nào cậu cũng sẽ đi tìm vị tông sư kia. Bởi vì trong lúc cậu giết Vương Dũng thì tông sư của gã đã cắt đứt một sợi dây nguyên quả của cậu. Trong lòng cậu xuất hiện nhiều suy đoán hơn, trên trái đất còn có cao nhân như vậy, e rằng hắn cũng chính là người gây ra vụ máy bay đâm vào tòa nhà. Nếu như ông đã muốn giở trò xấu sau lưng tôi, vậy tôi càng muốn thấy gương mặt của ông. Sau khi xong việc, cậu yêu cầu họ dẫn Lục Khiết đến gặp. Hồng Nho liền đốc thúc thuộc hạ đi làm. Bây giờ ông ta chỉ muốn tìm cơ hội nịnh bợ Suo Ran. Chỉ vài phút sau, Lục Khiết đã được vệ sĩ mời vào trong căn phòng mà cậu đợi sẵn. Lục Khiết nghe đanh người ở trong thì có phần hơi nghi ngờ. Khi nhận ra thực sự chính là cậu, cô theo phản xạ che đi cái miệng đang há hốc. Hồng Nho và Giang Khôn rất hiểu ý nhau, liền nhường không gian riêng tư cho cặp đôi trẻ, khoác vai nhau đi uống rượu. Chân cô ấy bước từng bước ngập ngừng về sau. Suo Ran dùng tất cả sự dịu dàng nhất của mình để cất lời, đã lâu không gặp. Sau đó cậu chủ động tiến về phía cô. Ở bên ngoài phòng gặp, Hồng Nho rất thành tâm yêu cầu Giang Khôn nói rõ lai lịch của cậu. Ông cũng không ngần ngại đáp, đã quy thuận rồi mà còn không biết là ai sao. Sở Diêm Vương gần đây của Giang Nam nghe tới rồi đúng chứ? Hồng Nho thẳng thốt nhận ra cậu chính là người đã giết chết lão tổ Đào Tông. Giang Khôn chỉ gật đầu để khẳng định lại cho ông ta. Bây giờ Hồng Nho mới biết bản thân vừa nãy đã gây hấn với đại nhân vật, xém chút nữa đã về với đất mẹ. Thấy Hồng Nho toát mồ hôi liên tục, Giang Khôn có hơi lo lắng cho sức khỏe của ông. Hồng Nho hoảng loạn nói mình không sao, chỉ là thấy hơi nóng nực. Lần này, ông ta đã quyết tâm tìm hiểu lão đại mới họ Sở này, để ôm đùi cậu thật tốt. Quay trở lại căn phòng, Lục Khiết ê ấp nói, hình như anh trở nên trưởng thành rồi. Suo Ran có phần lúng túng gật đầu, sau đó liền chuyển chủ đề sang Vương Binh. Cậu ấy đã nói cuộc sống của em không tốt lắm, có chuyện gì sao? Lục Khiết đó bừng mặt trả lời cậu, mấy năm gần đây em vẫn tạm ổn. Sau khi bị Sở gia điều đi, một vị thiếu gia nhà họ Mã muốn dùng quy tắc ngầm với em. Cậu nghe xong rất tức tối, vì cô ấy quá xinh đẹp nên mới bị đám cậu nhân quấy rối. Lucas lý nhí bảo mình không đồng ý mấy lời đề nghị đó nên đã bị cấp trên khai trừ. Nghe đến đó cậu hoảng hốt hỏi thăm tình hình phía sau. Lucas kể rằng về sau cô đi đến Kim Lâm gặp gỡ một tên thích thu thập các cô gái xinh đẹp tên Lăng Vân. Cái tên đó đương nhiên Suo Ran biết, kiếp trước em gái của cậu bị nhắm trúng, kéo theo cả hệ lụy tan nhà nát cửa. Bỗng nhiên Lucas nắm chặt lấy tay cậu, cô giải thích rằng mình vẫn ổn, sau khi bị nhốt 3 ngày thì liền tìm được cơ hội bỏ trốn. Suo Ran chủ động bắt lấy bàn tay cô, rồi an ủi rằng sẽ đưa cô về lại cứu Giang. Cậu thấy chuyện còn chưa qua hết nên để chắc chắn thì cứ mang cô về. Lucas không hiểu vì sao lại phải đi cứu Giang. Suo Ran chỉ giải đáp rằng đến đó để tìm công việc tốt hơn cho cô, bởi vì cô từng đi bộ đội và rất giỏi ngoại ngữ, còn cô ấy thì thấy hai chuyện này đâu có liên quan gì nhau. Thì ra Suo Ran muốn cô trở thành giáo viên tiếng Anh cho lớp của cậu. Hơn nữa đám học trò nhất định sẽ thích cô. Nghe xong cô có hơi hoảng hốt, vì một bộ đội đặc chủng mà bị bắt đi làm giáo viên tiếng Anh thì hơi lạ đời. Suo Ran lại ẩn ý chọc ghẹo cô. Chẳng lẽ em cảm thấy nhân tài không nên được trọng dụng sao? Nếu như không muốn đi thì anh nghe đến đó thôi. Lucas vội vàng đồng ý. Vì thật ra cô đi đâu cũng được, có Suo Ran ở đó là đủ. Cả hai không nói gì nữa mà ngầm trao đổi ánh mắt thắm thiết. Ở trên du thuyền, ai đó nói rằng đi thêm chút nữa là sẽ thấy hòn đảo mà người đó đã mua. Hồng Nho thì đang đề cập đến chuyện lần trước chiến loạn ở Bắc Mỹ là vì tranh giành một khoáng sản. Hiện tại trong tay người trước mặt ông lại có thứ đó. Hóa xin biết ông ta nghi ngờ nên liền cẩn thận nhắc nhở, sửa lại một chút, bây giờ ông cũng tham gia vào chuyện này. Giang Khôn thì rất yên tâm lên tiếng. Có ông và thầy sở tọa trấn, chỗ chúng tôi không thể nổi loạn nổi. Đúng lúc đó, hòn đảo đã được mua đã hiện ra ngay trước mặt. Nó được đặt cho cái tên mỹ miều, đảo Hoa Thắng. Ông ấy cũng giới thiệu rằng trên đảo không có bất kỳ công nhân nào, chỉ có vài bảo vệ. Cửa vào linh mạch thì trong khe núi thông thẳng ra biển. Sau đó, Hóa Sinh đã dẫn mọi người đến khe núi, nơi được chọn làm cửa vào. Suo Ran đột nhiên lại dùng miệng thổi hơi ra. Khi dùng mũi hít một hơi sâu, cậu liền cảm nhận cảm giác thoải mái từ linh khoáng. Linh mạch trong này đủ dùng cho một tông môn nhỏ, hơn nữa nó có giá trị cao hơn cậu dự tính rất nhiều. Hóa Sinh thấy ai cũng chỉ đứng nhìn bên ngoài, nên ông liền thúc giục họ vào cùng ông. Suo Ran quan sát xung quanh một lúc liền hỏi, các ông đã bắt đầu khai thác rồi sao? Thật ra thì người của Hóa Sinh làm việc rất cẩn trọng nên chỗ này vẫn chưa chính thức khai thác. Sau khi đến nơi cực hạn có thể cảm nhận linh khoáng, ông liền giới thiệu sơ qua vì sợ họ đi sang mấy chỗ có khoáng thạch thông thường. Có điều Suo Ran thấy đừng nên phán định mọi chuyện quá sớm. Cậu bảo họ nhìn kỹ từng thao tác của cậu làm với hang động. Dù tôn trọng cậu nhưng Hóa Sinh không tin là vẫn còn có thêm linh khoáng. Họ đã dùng máy thăm dò chuyên nghiệp để dò tìm hết rồi. Suo Ran vẫn mặc kệ. Sau đó thì rút tay ra. Cậu cầm viên đá sáng lấp lánh trên tay rồi hỏi, vậy đây là cái gì? Hóa Sinh ngập ngừng đáp, thứ khoáng thạch này có chất lượng còn tốt hơn so với thứ bên ngoài chúng tôi tìm được. Suo Ran chỉ ngắn gọn ra lệnh đào xuống dưới. Ở đó có nhiều hơn những gì ông ấy tưởng tượng. Sức mạnh thuần khiết của linh khoáng khiến cho Giang Khôn và Hồng Nho đều cảm thán không ngừng. Ở một phía khác, hình như đang có một nhóm người cũng đang dò tìm linh khoáng. Họ đều mừng rỡ vì sau khi phát hiện ra thứ này chắc chắn sẽ phát tài. Sau đó, một trong hai đề nghị mau chóng đi về khai thác hết chỗ linh thạch ở trong núi. Nhưng đột nhiên có một âm thanh vang đến. Hai vị cần bao nhiêu linh khoáng có thể mua từ tôi? Một cái màng đối một viên linh khoáng, đáng giá chứ? Cả hai đều chột dạ quay mặt về sau đầy cảnh giác, nhưng xem ra đời họ đã chấm dứt tại đó. Cậu cho họ 2 vé đi tham quan địa phủ rồi. Khi Hồng Nho và Hóa Sinh chạy đến, hai ông không ngờ khi biết có hai kẻ lạ mặt. Suo Ran ngắm nhìn chất lỏng chết chóc trên tay, rồi chỉ ra thân phận của họ. Người của Khưu Lăng Vân, quốc tế Thiên Phương. Hóa Sinh không biết vì sao cậu lại biết được chuyện đó. Thấy cậu nắm chặt lại khiến chất lỏng rơi xuống nhanh hơn. Sao tôi biết à? Lúc đó trên khắp các mặt báo đều đăng tin tập đoàn Hoa Thắng đột ngột bốc cháy. Nói đúng hơn là chuyện kiếp trước tên Lăng Vân đã hủy hoại tập đoàn Hoa Thắng của Hóa Sinh, còn bắt đi em gái của cậu. Đương nhiên cậu phải nhớ rõ chuyện này. Nghĩ đến đó cậu không khỏi bùng lên lửa hận. Khưu Lăng Vân, chúng ta cũng nên tới lúc gặp mặt nhau lần nữa rồi. Hóa Sinh dường như rất kinh hãi khi biết tin Lăng Vân đã nghi ngờ bọn họ. Suo Ran thì không có gì kinh ngạc cả. Tôi đã nói với mấy người bại lộ là chuyện sớm muộn. Chỉ cần chúng ta không ngừng tiêu thụ linh thạch thì ngày đó sớm muộn cũng tới. Hiện tại đây chỉ coi như là một cảnh cáo cho chúng ta. Ông ấy hốt hoảng đòi cậu hướng dẫn bước đi tiếp theo. Suo Ran cho rằng nên tích lũy trước, nên khai thác dược vật làm hiện tượng giả. Rồi tiếp tục khai thác. Chỉ cần lực lượng của họ mạnh thì sẽ không ai dám động vào. Sau đó cậu bảo rằng mình sẽ ở lại đó một ngày để bố trí một trận pháp nhỏ. Như vậy kẻ khác sẽ không thể xông vào được. Và buổi tối hôm đó, trong hang động lấp ló vài ánh sáng mờ ảo. Suo Ran chắp hờ hai tay lại để khởi động khôn tự trận. Sau khi trận thành, trên mặt đất xuất hiện một vài hòa văn do chân khí của cậu vẽ ra. Đặc điểm của trận pháp này chính là mê hoặc. Cậu biết rõ ai bước vào trong sẽ bị nhốt trong sương mù. Cậu nhắm tính một chút thì sau khi hấp thụ tinh thạch, bản thân sẽ xung kích lên võ tướng. Từ võ tướng sẽ đi đến tông sư. Một khi đến mức đó thì cậu có thể tiến vào tiên thiên. Nhưng tiếc là linh khí ở trái đất quá ít ỏi. Người có thể đạt tới mức tông sư thì thường đã già nua, nên không thể vọng tưởng đến tiên thiên. Cho nên linh thạch bao hàm năng lượng mới quý giá. Cuối cùng, Suo Ran vẫn nghĩ nên giết Lăng Vân trước, tiếp quản phía Nam Giang Nam, sau đó thì đến Tần Hoa để đòi lại công đạo cho bố, rồi lại đến Kinh Thành đón mẹ về nhà. Hơn nữa, đời học sinh của cậu tốt nghiệp thì sẽ khởi động Thái Cực Tông. Cậu ngầm tuyên bố, tiên giới, sợ Diêm Vương ta rất nhanh sẽ quay lại. Sau đó Suo Ran lười biếng vươn vai, lẩm bẩm nghĩ về đám học sinh của mình. Không nhịn được nữa nên Suo Ran nhắn luôn vào nhóm lớp để hỏi thăm. Tin nhắn cậu soạn rất đơn giản, các trò làm bài tập về nhà thế nào rồi, nhưng lũ trẻ đều từ chối làm bài tập, còn thấy chán ghét việc đi học. Suo Ran tức tối quá nên quyết định khi về phải dạy dỗ lại họ một phen. Ngay lúc đó một sáng kiến nảy ra trong đầu cậu, thì ra là cậu phải thông báo tin tìm được giáo viên xinh đẹp như mỹ nhân đến làm giáo viên tiếng Anh cho lớp. Đám học trò tinh nghịch đương nhiên là không tin lời của cậu, nhưng mà tốc độ trả lời đều nhanh hơn. Suo Ran tức giận thực sự, cậu hỏi bài tập thì cả đám lảng tránh mà nhắc đến gái xinh thì họ lại hăng hái quá đáng. Đúng lúc đó, Lục Khiết đã đi đến chỗ cậu mà hỏi, sao biểu cảm phong phú vậy? Suo Ran không nói nhiều mà mượn cô làm người mẫu chụp ảnh. Cảnh tượng trừng phạt này thật quen thuộc, cô ấy cảnh cáo rằng cậu không được gửi ảnh của mình ra ngoài. Đến tận ở mấy dãy núi ngoài xa, vẫn nghe thấy tiếng cãi vã qua lại của cả hai. Ở phía nam của Giang Nam, chuyện hai võ sư mất tích đã truyền đến đây. Thấy Lăng Vân hoảng hốt nên mỹ nhân bên cạnh cũng ngồi bật dậy. Thế nhưng hắn đương nhiên không thích mấy kẻ lắm lời, ai làm việc nấy thì tốt hơn. Trong lúc hưởng thụ, hắn ta nghĩ rằng vẫn nên đến cứu Giang một chuyến. Suo Ran ở bên này đang rất háo hức vì chắc chắn Lục Khiết sẽ làm đám học trò nổ tung mắt. Nhưng trước khi đi đến trường, cậu muốn mời cô cùng đi ăn thử tiểu long bao. Chú cửa hàng vừa nhìn thấy đã chọc ghẹo, Tiêu Sở, đây là bạn gái của cậu sao? Cả hai đều ngượng đến đỏ bừng mặt, cậu đành phải bẻ lái câu chuyện bằng cách gọi hai sừng bánh bao. Nhưng ngay lúc đó, có hai bóng đen đột ngột vụt qua. Không phải kẻ địch, là hai người anh hùng và hào kiệt đang đón mừng cậu. Họ vốn nghĩ cậu đã chết nên khi gặp mặt có hơi quá khích. Suo Ran thấy mình bị nghĩ xấu như vậy, liền cốc đầu cả hai cho hả giận. Cũng cùng lúc đó, một giọng nói quen thuộc như tiếng sét đánh vào tai cậu. Anh còn biết đường về à? Tần Nhiên đang ngồi ăn bánh bao trong một góc của cửa tiệm. Gương mặt Suo Ran đã méo mó đến mức khó tin. Sao cô ấy cũng ở đây? Anh hùng và hào kiệt đã đứng ra kể lại chuyện. Thì ra sau khi cậu ném họ trong sơn trang, họ đã ăn hết thức ăn nên rất khổ sở. May mắn có sư nương xuất hiện, dẫn họ đi ăn đi chơi. Nhưng mà hình như cái danh xưng sư nương này có hơi xa lạ với cậu. Hơn nữa, tiếng gãy của đôi đũa trong tay của Lục Khiết cũng quá đáng sợ rồi. Anh hùng rất tức giận liền mắng. Đồ ngu, anh đã nói không phải sư nương rồi. Dù rất xinh đẹp nhưng sư phụ chưa nhắc tới. Nhìn vị này thì rõ ràng mới là sư nương, nhưng mà Hào Kiệt thấy cũng có thể Lục Khiết là nhị sư nương. Thấy hai oát con cứ liên tục gây rắc rối, cậu liền đích thân dạy dỗ họ. Sau đó Suo Ran đi đến bắt chuyện với Tần Nhiên, chào buổi sáng. Trùng hợp quá, sao cô lại ở đây? Tần Nhiên tỏa ra một luồng không khí hắc ám rồi đáp, còn lần trước đi ăn cùng anh, cảm giác cũng khá ổn, cộng thêm gặp hai nhóc kia nên dẫn họ đi ăn luôn. Quả nhiên gặp được anh. Suo Ran thấy cái biểu hiện nổi giận một nửa của cô ta nên liền lấy làm lạ. Hiện tại Tần Nhiên không quan tâm cậu nữa mà giới thiệu mình với người đi cùng cậu. Lục Khiết cũng rất tự nhiên trả lời cô. Xin chào, tôi là Lục Khiết, chiến hữu cũ của Suo Ran. Cô chính là lãnh đạo của anh ấy sao? Không nghĩ cô vẫn còn trẻ, chắc là tầm 30 tuổi nhỉ? Tần Nhiên cũng không thua kém đáp. Tôi cũng rất kính phục nữ binh, nhưng hình như họ không có thời gian yêu đương nhỉ? Lục Khiết xem ra đã thắng, vì cô đã đáp trả gọn gàng. Vì có thể yêu đương, tôi đã giải ngũ. Suo Ran đã giúp tôi tìm một công việc mới làm giáo viên dạy tiếng Anh. Tần Nhiên đành quay sang chất vấn cậu. Thầy Sở, đây chính là giáo viên tiếng Anh mà anh tìm. Sự thật là vậy nên cậu liền giải thích. Lúc trước cô ấy từng đi bộ đội ở Duy Hỏa, tiếng Anh vô cùng tốt, nếu không tin thì hiện tại có thể. Nhưng chưa kịp nói xong lại có một tiếng sét đánh ngang tai cậu. Trùng hợp ghê, mọi người cũng ở đây à? Hai nhân tố mới bước vào quán ăn là Vọng Nguyệt và Cảnh Du. Đến lúc này cậu thực sự thấy hoang mang không phải chứ? Họ hẹn nhau tới đánh mạt trược sao? Vị trí bàn ăn đã được xếp như sau. Tần Nhiên ngồi với Cảnh Du, Vọng Nguyệt ngồi giữa một mình. Ở phía còn lại chính là Suo Ran và Lục Khiết. Cậu cũng không biết đây là thể loại đau khổ gì nữa. Hai đứa anh hùng hào kiệt thì thật sự cho cậu một kích chí mạng. Đại sư nương, nhị sư nương, cả tham sư nương và tứ sư nương đều tới đủ. Vọng Nguyệt là người bắt đầu trước. Cô ấy nói, thầy Sở, chuyến đi của tôi cùng thầy đến Lâm Hải thật khó quên. Thầy luôn bảo vệ tôi khỏi kẻ xấu. Chưa kịp cắn đồ ăn, Cảnh Du đã đáp. Ngay từ nhỏ cậu ấy đã đặc biệt chăm sóc nữ sinh. Hồi nhỏ còn đòi cưới tôi nữa. Tôi được điều đến thành phố cũng là nhờ cậu và bạn cậu giúp. Tôi còn nhớ năm đó tôi thơm trộm cậu ấy một cái. Bộ dạng đó mặt của cậu ấy thật dễ thương. Tần Nhiên không ngờ đến lại có người trực tiếp ra chiêu. Vọng Nguyệt sau đó lại thêm lời vào. Người đàn ông ưu tú như vậy, cũng không biết là cô gái nào mới xứng với anh ấy. Suo Ran ngượng đến mức bày ra dáng vẻ khu khờ. Sau đó cậu lại đề nghị nên nói chuyện gì khác. Nhưng hiện tại hình như đến giờ đi làm rồi mà sao cậu không thấy ai gấp. Thấy không ai nhúc nhích, cậu lại lúng túng biện bạch rằng cứ nhìn đồng hồ đi là biết. Nhờ chuyện đó, những cô gái cũng bắt đầu rời khỏi chỗ ngồi. Nhưng mà Lục Khiết lại yêu cầu họ chờ một chút. Thì ra cô muốn họ lập một group chat để khi rảnh còn đi uống trà chung với nhau. Thấy họ trao đổi thông tin liên lạc, Suo Ran liền thấy mình tiêu thật rồi. Tần Nhiên và Lục Khiết bên này lại đang rất thiện chí làm quen với nhau, còn hứa hẹn sẽ cùng giúp đỡ lẫn nhau nhiều hơn. Chỉ có cậu cảm thấy cuộc sống về sau chỉ có một màu xám xịt. Khi đến cổng trường, Suo Ran thắc mắc vì cô vẫn chưa tiến vào. Thì ra Lục Khiết vẫn lo lắng không biết bản thân có đủ tư cách làm giáo viên hay không. Ngược lại cậu rất quan tâm xoa đầu cô. Đương nhiên, bằng không anh tìm em làm gì. Ban nãy hiệu trưởng rất vừa ý buổi phỏng vấn của em, đám nhóc kia cũng sẽ rất thích em. Thấy được động viên, cô ấy liền khẽ nói cảm ơn và hứa hẹn nỗ lực. Trong đầu Lục Khiết đang lặp lại lời từ an ủi. Mày làm được mà, chỉ là một đám nhóc thôi. Cố lên. Vừa vào lớp, cô liền cười tươi nhất có thể. Xin chào mọi người. Nhưng mà diễn biến trong lớp có phần hơi quái dị quá rồi. Có một nỗi ngại ngùng mơ hồ khiến cô trở nên bé nhỏ. Chính Suo Ran đã chủ động giải vây cho cô ấy. Đây chính là giáo viên tiếng Anh Lục Khiết. Còn không mau chào cô, bọn họ liền kích động trước nhan sắc như tiên nữ đó của cô, xem ra rất tự hào vì lớp có một hot girl cấp quốc dân. Sau đó đám học sinh vây quanh Lục Khiết để dò hỏi về cô. Trong lòng cô đã thoải mái hơn. Cô nhớ đến sự ngây thơ của các chiến sĩ trong đội. Có lẽ đây là thứ cô cho là thanh xuân. Tiếp theo, Suo Ran ung dung giới thiệu tình trạng độc thân của cô, ngoài ra còn giới thiệu quá khứ từng làm bộ đội, tốt nghiệp trường quân đội đứng đầu cả nước của cô ấy. Nhưng xem ra học sinh của cậu không muốn nghe cậu nói, muốn nghe cô Lục tự giới thiệu. Sau đó họ lại tò mò với sở thích của Lục Khiết. Cô ấy cũng không nghĩ mình lại được đặt loại câu hỏi này. Đột nhiên Suo Ran đưa cho cô một thanh gậy dài, ánh mắt Lục Khiết liền sắc bén hơn. Sở thích của tôi chính là cố như hóa thành ác nữ, bẻ gãy thanh gỗ rồi hô lên, rèn luyện, vẫn là rèn luyện. Một màn dọa người này khiến nhân sinh quan của đám học sinh thay đổi hết. Lục Khiết vẫn rất ngu ngơ vì không biết giáo viên tiếng Anh nên có những sở thích gì. Các bạn nào biết thì bình luận giúp Lục Khiết nhé. Suo Ran thấy rằng sau chuyện bẻ gỗ đó thì cô đã lập được uy trước mặt đám nhóc. Nhưng mà hình như đám nam sinh chỉ thấy cô vừa ngầu vừa đáng yêu, chúng còn muốn xem biểu diễn tiếp. Cái tư duy ngược này của chúng khiến cậu thấy sai sai. Đúng lúc đó cậu lại bị đẩy ra ngoài vì các em học sinh muốn làm quen với cô Lục thêm. Cánh cửa đập mạnh ngăn cách cậu với lớp, điều đó khiến cậu thấy ở đây sóng sau đè sóng trước thì chết trên bãi cát. Cuối cùng Suo Ran đành quay trở về phòng giáo viên. Lúc đó có người quan tâm hỏi nguyên nhân sao cậu có vẻ không vui. Đàm Vũ ân cần mời cậu uống một ly cà phê cho tỉnh táo. Lúc này hai mắt Suo Ran đã ẩm ướt. Cô Đàm, vẫn chỉ có cô là tốt với tôi nhất thôi đó. Nhưng xem ra cô ấy khá sợ hãi và chống đối sự xúc động này. Vào lúc xế chiều tâm trạng cậu nhẹ nhõm hơn vì được tan làm. Nhưng mà nếu tính thời gian, Suo Ran thấy chỉ còn 2 năm rưỡi nữa. Và hơn hết vị Khưu đại thiếu kia cũng nên tới nơi này rồi. Nhưng cái cậu quan tâm hiện tại là hy vọng Lục Khiết biết đường trở về nhà sau giờ làm. Đúng lúc đó có một cuộc điện thoại gọi vào máy cậu. Thì ra, người gọi đến vào giờ này là Hồ Lai. Vừa nghe điện thoại cậu vừa thấy thắc mắc không biết Hồ Lai bị sao, nhưng mà âm thanh phát ra rất chói tai. Thầy sở, không hay rồi. Cậu chỉ bảo hãy nói từ từ một chút thì mới nghe được. Thì ra đám Hồ Lai đã đánh nhau với người ta, còn khiến đối phương nhập viện. Suo Ran vừa hoảng hốt vừa không tin. Cậu nghĩ đây chỉ là một trò đùa, nhưng xem ra là thật. Bọn họ còn đi cùng với Lục Khiết và anh hùng hào kiệt đến sân bóng rổ. Nhưng vì do giành sân nên đã đánh nhau. Nghe kể rằng cô ấy và bọn anh hùng hào kiệt đều đã ra tay, trong đầu cậu vẽ ra viễn cảnh như phim kinh dị. Tâm trạng của Suo Ran bây giờ thật sự rất khó nói. Cậu cho rằng đã gây ra chết người rồi, vì dù sao cả ba người họ hợp lực thì chắc có thể lật cá xe tăng mất. Nhưng khi nghe đến không có ai chết, tâm trạng của Suo Ran liền khởi sắc không ít. Thế rồi cậu liền bắt một chiếc taxi để đi qua bệnh viện thành phố mà Hồ Lái chỉ. Chỉ khoảng 10 phút sau là Suo Ran đã đến nơi. Cậu ta vẫy tay để ra hiệu hướng đi cho Suo Ran. Dù sao thì cậu rất tức tối vì Hồ Lai đảm nhiệm chức lớp trưởng mà lại gây chuyện. Hơn nữa, cậu cũng không quên trị hai đứa anh hùng hào kiệt vì dám lấy tâm pháp của cậu đi đánh nhau. Đúng lúc đó, Hồ Lai liền giải thích mọi chuyện không như Suo Ran đã nghĩ. Bọn họ đánh nhau với học sinh của trường Thiên Phương vì đều có ý định đánh bóng rổ nên đã cãi cọ để giành sân. Nghe đến tên của ngôi trường đó, Suo Ran có hơi bất ngờ. Hồ Lai biết thầy mình không rõ nên đành giải thích. Đó là trường tư nhân do quốc tế Thiên Phương đầu tư, danh tiếng rất lớn, đứng ngang hàng với trường Nhất Trung. Suo Ran bất giác suy tư vì doanh nghiệp đứng sau ngôi trường đó. Những lời kể tiếp theo mới thật sự làm cậu đau đớn. Vốn dĩ bọn em định nhịn, nhưng đám đó không biết điều, họ dám mắng thầy là rác rưởi. Suo Ran không ngờ đến đám học sinh đó lại biết cậu. Hồ Lai nghiến răng nói, Nhất Trung là trường anh em với bọn họ. Lần trước chúng ta đánh cho Nhất Trung tạ tơi, cho nên danh tiếng của thầy tự nhiên cũng truyền đi. Khi hiểu ra rằng vì đám người kia mắng mình nên đám Hồ Lai mới ra tay, cậu thấy rất cảm động vì có người chịu ra mặt vì mình. Không phí công bình thường cậu yêu thương họ. Nhưng Hồ Lai thấy tuy bọn chúng mắng người là sai, nhưng những gì nói ra đúng là sự thật. Đúng là da mặt thầy. Sở của cậu ta rất dày nên cậu ta nghĩ Suo Ran sẽ bỏ qua cho họ thôi. Cố nén lại cơn tức giận, Suo Ran dò hỏi. Vậy các em rốt cuộc ra tay thế nào? Theo lời kể, bọn chúng nhìn thấy đám Hồ Lai sợ sệt nên đã mắng thêm vào, sau đó lại trêu ghẹo Lục Khiết và các bạn nữ. Thấy họ ra tay vì chuyện đó, cậu lại nghĩ rằng tuổi trẻ của họ thật nhiệt huyết. Có điều sự thật thì hơi tàn khốc, đám Hồ Lai chỉ là không muốn thua việc chửi người khác nên quay sang đấu khẩu đến văng nước bọt tứ tung. Lúc đó bọn bên kia không nhịn được nữa, xông vào đẩy qua lại vài cái, nói chung là vẫn do đám bên kia ra tay trước. Suo Ran đau đầu không thôi vì đám nhóc này. Các em nói đi, bên phía chúng ta những ai ra tay vậy? Hai đồ đệ của tôi cũng ra tay sao? Nhưng thật ra là bọn Hồ Lai không có ra tay, chỉ là cổ vũ cho những bạn khác. Đầu tiên là Trần Trục Dương cùng Lạc Lạc nữ thần của cậu ta. Đối diện mười mấy người cũng không hề do dự, dữ nhất chính là hai người lại trực tiếp đánh mười mấy tên đối diện nằm sấp. Cậu đương nhiên biết vì gia tộc của họ có thể xứ đẹp được gần chục người. Hồ Lai cũng kể rằng khi đám bên kia đánh không lại, thầy thể dục của họ cũng đã ra tay. Sau đó ông ta đã bị lục khiết đá cho bay trở về. Rồi cuối cùng tất cả mọi người hình như đã đến bệnh viện. Suo Ran nghiến răng chất vấn, cũng chính là nói, phía ta dùng 3 người đánh 10 mấy người nằm sấp hết sao. Ngay lúc đó, có một giọng nói chói tai truyền đến. Trương Tham Trung, mau cút ra đây cho tôi, các ngươi không quản nữa có phải không? Suo Ran lại nới lỏng cà vạt. Cậu kêu Hồ Lai cùng đi gặp bọn người bên kia, vì chính cậu cũng rất tò mò là loại người gì mà có thể bị bạn nữ đánh nhập viện. Ở trong phòng, Lang Thiên vẫn tiếp tục quát nạt. Vớ vẩn, 3 người chúng mày có người dạy dỗ không? Không thì tao báo cảnh sát đấy. Suo Ran nhanh chóng lên tiếng rằng mình là chủ nhiệm của họ. Sau đó cậu quay sang xem xét đám bên trường Thiên Phương, những người bị nữ sinh đánh đang ở đâu. Mấy tên kia đều trọng thương, bọn chúng tuy muốn cãi nhưng thật sự không phản bác được chuyện mình bị đánh bởi phái nữ. Lang Thiên thì thấy Suo Ran ăn mặc bình thường liền suy ra cậu là người không có tiền, nếu là tên nghèo thì hắn dễ xử lý. Sau đó hắn liền hỗn láo chỉ vào cậu, tên nghèo rớt mùng tơi nhà mày, học sinh mày dạy dỗ đều là lưu manh. Anh có biết vết thương của tôi nghiêm trọng thế nào không? Biết bố tôi là ai không? Theo quan sát, cậu thấy hắn vẫn còn sức chửi người, nên cũng không có vấn đề gì cả. Sau đó Suo Ran liền mỉa mai rằng não của hắn mới là thứ có vấn đề. Lang Thiên trong phút chốc đã bị chọc cho tức lên, ngược lại đám Hồ Lai lại được xem một vở hài kịch. Lang Thiên thẹn quá liền dọa sẽ báo cảnh sát, nếu không ai giải thích hợp lý cho hắn thì hắn sẽ kiện lên sở giáo dục. Suo Ran rất ung dung trả lời. Đừng kích động, bạn học à, tôi vẫn chưa biết tình hình của cậu, hay là từ từ nói chuyện đã. Thế là hắn cũng kiêu ngạo giới thiệu, tôi tên là Khu Lang Thiên, bố là giám đốc quốc tế Thiên Phương, anh họ giờ là chủ tịch của chỗ đó. Suo Ran liền hiểu ra ngay người trước mặt là em họ của Lăng Vân, cậu nghĩ sắp có kịch hay xem rồi. Ngược lại Lang Thiên vẫn còn rất tự cao, giờ biết thân phận của tôi rồi. Các anh nếu không bồi thường mấy trăm vạn cho tôi thì tôi để mặt mũi ở đâu chứ? Còn số đó khiến Hồ Lai phẫn nộ. Các cậu ăn cướp à? Chúng ta cứ làm theo trình tự pháp luật đi, dù sao cũng là các cậu ra tay trước. Hắn đương nhiên cho rằng đâu ai nhìn thấy để làm chứng. Ngược lại nếu bọn họ không đưa ra 200 vạn thì ngày mai báo chí sẽ đăng tin. Đột nhiên Suo Ran lớn tiếng gọi, Hào Kiệt, ăn cơm thôi. Ngay lập tức vị trí phía sau liền không còn ai đứng. Hào Kiệt như một con thú hoang, dùng miệng cắn lấy điện thoại của Lang Thiên, sau đó chiếc điện thoại tội nghiệp liền bị cắn nát. Cả người Lang Thiên run lên, không biết là do kinh hãi hay ghê tởm, mấy người làm gì thế? Nhưng không chỉ thế, Hào Kiệt còn liếm môi, bảo rằng mùi hương của hắn cũng rất thơm. Hắn hoảng hốt ôm chặt lấy đồng đội rồi quát, đừng qua đây. Hai thầy trò Suo Ran mặc kệ mấy lời đe dọa 200 vạn gì đó mà tiến đến gần hơn, đột nhiên lại có một giọng khác phát ra từ sau lưng cậu. Chính là mấy người đã làm học sinh của tôi bị thương à? Đến học sinh ưu tú như vậy cũng muốn hại, mấy người có còn là người không hả? Mau tránh ra, Lang Thiên ngay lập tức kể lễ. Chủ nhiệm Tô, cuối cùng thầy đã đến. Người đó muốn bảo học sinh của hắn ăn thịt bọn em. Chủ nhiệm Tô liền tiến đến chất vấn Suo Ran. Cậu chính là thầy giáo của chúng sao? Có thầy giáo nào như cậu dạy học sinh không có kỷ luật như thế này không? Suo Ran lại rất nhẹ nhàng mỉa mai rằng ông ta là người dạy ra đám học sinh bị nữ sinh đánh cho nhập viện. Nghe đến thế, ông ta liền quay sang xác nhận với học trò. Lang Thiên và bạn của hắn đều ngượng ngùng thừa nhận. Chủ nhiệm Tô lại thấy nếu chuyện này bị truyền ra ngoài thì chắc chắn giáo viên thể dục kia sẽ bị đuổi. Bên phía này Suo Ran tiếp tục vạch tội. Không chỉ như vậy, học sinh của ông còn chuẩn bị tống tiền chúng tôi 200 vạn đấy. Tên nghèo như tôi không dạy ra được học sinh mặt dày như vậy đâu. Ở cái phương diện vô liêm sỉ này, tại hạ xin chịu thua. Tô chủ nhiệm bị Suo Ran châm chọc tức đến đen mặt mà không thể làm gì. Cậu không muốn tiếp tục nhiều lời, quay người bỏ đi. Ông ta hoàn hồn lại, rồi nói vọng từ phía sau, cậu không được đi. Lần ẩu đả này cậu không nói rõ ràng cho tôi sẽ báo cảnh sát ngay để người ta giải quyết cho chúng ta. Suo Ran nghe ông ta nói đến mình chợt khựng lại, cậu quay người chí thẳng vào mặt ông mà nói, ông cứ việc xem, ở cửu giang này lời của ai nói mới được tính. Lúc này người có thể xem như đứng đầu cả thành phố là cậu lại lộ ra chút sơ hở. Director 2 gritted his teeth as he watched him leave, thinking to himself, this punk sure knows how to act, calling himself the king of Kugyang. He's got some serious nerve. Lang Tian pulled the man back, wanting to borrow his phone for a moment. As he handed the phone over, he asked, who are you trying to call at a time like this? Dù sao Cửu Giang là địa bàn của chúng ta mà, hay là để thầy đích danh đi báo cáo? Lang Thiên liếc ông ta, nghiến răng nói, em gọi cho anh họ em. Tô chủ nhiệm khựng lại thầm nghĩ. Anh họ của khu Lang Thiên là lãnh đạo của tập đoàn cao cấp quốc tế Thiên Phương ở Kim Lâm Thành. Nếu như cậu ta ra mặt, lúc này Lang Thiên đang nghiến răng nói qua điện thoại, em bị người ta đánh ở Cửu Giang Thành, là học sinh cấp 3, đối phương không bồi thường, còn có một ông thầy họ Sở thái độ rất lồi lõm. Lăng Vân phía bên kia điện thoại đáp lại. Chú có nói chú là người của khu gia không? Lang Thiên bực mình quát lại, nói rồi, nhưng đối phương không coi ra gì cả, chẳng sợ gì hết. Bỗng hắn ta khựng lại rồi hỏi, chờ đã, chú vừa nói cậu ta họ Sở à? Lang Thiên xác nhận câu hỏi của hắn ta. Tên là gì nhỉ? Suo Ran là thầy giáo cấp 3 khiến bọn cấp 2 Cửu Giang mất mặt lần trước đó. Anh ta còn vừa mới nói, chỉ cần mình lên tiếng ở Cửu Giang thì chỉ có anh ta thắng. Lăng Vân phì phèo điếu thuốc, thì ra là hắn. Ngày mai vừa hay anh có việc phải đến Cửu Giang một chuyến, tiện qua đó giải quyết chuyện của chú luôn. Lang Thiên sau khi cúp máy liền hò hét, Chủ nhiệm Tô, ngày mai anh họ em đích thân đến Cửu Giang, chúng ta cứ chờ xem kịch hay đi. Trước mặt Lăng Vân là một chiếc mồi câu đang bay lơ lửng lên tiếng. Tên Suo Ran này không đơn giản, gần đây có nhiều tin tức từ Cửu Giang liên quan đến hắn. Hắn ta nghe xong liền đáp lại. Tình hình ở Cửu Giang Thành hiện giờ rất vi diệu. Tôi muốn cài người vào đó, nhưng đều bị gạt bỏ hết rồi. Triệu Thiên Minh trước đây cũng đã biến mất hoàn toàn. Điếu thuốc trên tay bị Lăng Vân dập tắt. Như thế có người muốn biến Cửu Giang thành một khối chắc như thép ấy. Lão trả lời. Bọn họ có cố gắng thế nào đi nữa, thì cuối cùng cũng không phải đối thủ của chúng ta đâu. Nhân cơ hội đến đại hội phân chia địa bàn của vùng Giang Nam tại Cửu Giang lần này, chúng ta thăm dò thực hư xem sao. Ở chỗ của Suo Ran, bỗng có người gọi đến cho cậu. La tiên sinh à, có chuyện gì thế? Whatever the person on the phone said seemed to surprise him. A territory division assembly? Suo Ran was getting squished on the bus, yelling while on the phone. Everyone, stop pushing. His face was so pressed against the glass window, he could barely speak clearly. Wait a sec, I'll call you back when I get off the bus. Than Fong replied from the other end. Then just listen to what I have to say. The Territory Division Assembly is basically a rule of the underworld, he continued to explain. In the entire southern part of Gyeongnam province, aside from a few central cities, there are still some pretty ambiguous territories. The higher-ups haven't specified who they belong to. So, we have a rule to divide it all up once every 3 years. It's just that the official leaders of those cities can't participate. Suo Ran, having gotten off the bus, was able to reply. Everyone wants a piece of these fertile gray areas, but it all comes down to whose fists are stronger, Than Fong said, sipping his tea. Besides, in terms of martial artist strength, aside from Kim Lam City, our Kujang City is also quite powerful. We can usually hold on to the number 2 spot, he asked calmly. So why are you coming to me this time? Is the opponent really strong? Seeing his doubt, the old man said, It seems Lamhai City has invited a master this time. I heard he can shatter a large rock with one hand. While munching on a sausage, Suo Ran said, Then he must be at least at the grandmaster level, before blurting out, This is delicious. Than Fong asked, confused, Teacher, sir, what's delicious? He replied awkwardly, Nothing. Please, continue. The old man returned to the topic. This time, it seems Kim Lam City isn't planning on sending a grandmaster either. Our situation is critical. I want to ask you to step in and help us hold on to our number 2 position. He replied calmly, I get it. All right then, I'll take first place. Forget about second. That's no fun at all. Than Fong hesitated, confused, not knowing how to react. Before the old man could say anything, Suo Ran spoke up. I have a plan. First, we use overwhelming force to seize the territory. Then we use spiritual ore to win them over. I refuse to believe they won't submit after that. Let's just decide on that. Than Fong stared at his phone, thinking to himself, Teacher Sor actually agreed that easily, but as long as he's willing to act, he could probably take over the entire Gyeongnam province. He thought of Suo Ran's confident expression, hoping that in this life, he could finally live unyieldingly. When Suo Ran returned to school, he was immediately scolded. Suo Ran, have you been getting a little too comfortable lately? Tun Nian stared at him angrily and continued, And you even dared to just go and humiliate a teacher from Thianfeng School. You've really got some nerve. She wanted him to stand up and talk properly, but he just ignored her, covering his ears and pretending to chant sutras, making Tun Nian so angry she had to scream. Tun Nian was so angry she could have coughed up blood. She fanned herself to cool down while muttering, This is pissing me off so much. Suo Ran just lay there, drooling as he stared at her long legs and black stockings. Seeing his perverted expression, Tun Nian blushed shyly, thinking, You little punk, you know what's good for you. He immediately shot up from his seat as if he'd been re-energized. Tun Nian said, How are you going to handle this? They've already come to me about it. They told me I have to resolve it today, or they're going to the press. Suo Ran asked in surprise, You're the principal of our school. Are you really just going to swallow this insult? She stretched and said, And what if I can't? They're a key provincial school after all. Their name alone is enough to crush us. He quickly started massaging her shoulders to flatter her. Principal Tun, please calm down. We weren't the ones in the wrong here. They made the first move. Tun Nian calmly asked him, Are there any cameras in the gym? Suo Ran's face darkened with suspicion, but he still answered, I don't think there are. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Then this is bad. It's just their word against ours. I believe our students, but at the end of the day, their students are the ones who got hurt. He replied, Lak Lak was the one who injured them. That punk Trun Truk Dung was just faking it. He wasn't hurt at all, he said, angrily grabbing her arm. But if they want to keep pulling these stunts, then they should come after me. Suo Ran's face was so close it made her blush. Tun Hien shyly turned her face away and said, You're my person now. You don't need to shoulder burdens like this. Hearing her say that, Suo Ran froze, his face flushing bright red. She shyly covered his mouth before he could speak. Shut up. What I meant was, you're a teacher at our school. He felt like teasing her. Actually, I don't mind being your person. After all, I've already seen everything you're willing to show me. To be fair, we should meet up someday so I can let you have a look at mine. Tun Yin flew into a rage and started chasing Suo Ran, who ran away shouting, "I'm going to kill you!" Tun Yin threw a high heel at Suo Ran. He dodged it and teased, "You missed." Now on only one heel, she lost her balance and fell over. Tun Yin sat sprawled on the floor, crying out in pain, but didn't forget to call him a rotten jerk. She pouted, frowning as she muttered, "Are you really King Yamasura or not?" A moment later, Suo Ran was skipping away, cheering. "Oh, the people are so happy today." Seeing him, Damvu greeted him. "You look so full of life. I take it you got chewed out by Principal Tun again, right?" He disagreed with her words and immediately corrected her. "You can't call it criticism. I interpret it as caring." The other teachers in the lounge were left speechless when they heard that. Seeing their expressions, Suo Ran retorted, "You're all just jealous, and it's the obvious kind of jealousy, too." As he was talking, he suddenly noticed a pile of snacks in the corner of the room. "Why is there so much food? Did Miss Dam prepare this for us?" Damvu conveniently replied that it was from Vice Principal Cao. As he ate, he thought, Cao Van Hien, so this is what he's up to. With Trio Tianmin out of the picture, and him being dealt with too, is he trying to save his own skin? Suddenly, Van Hien appeared at the doorway and called out to Suo Ran. "Teacher Sor," he thought to himself, "speak of the devil." Afterwards, in the hallway, the man greeted him awkwardly. "It's been a while, Teacher Sir," he asked doubtfully. "Vice Principal Cao, I recall you were about to be transferred to be the principal of a school up in the Highlands. Congratulations on the promotion. Why haven't you left yet? Is the paperwork not finished yet? I can ask Principal Tun to hurry it along for you." Van Hien broke out in a sweat, stammering an explanation. "Ah, that's not what I mean." He remembered Tun Nien's words. "Whether you can stay or not, you'll have to ask Teacher Sar yourself. If he agrees, then so will I." Van Hien clenched his fists, thinking, "If I don't give it my all right now, and I really get sent to the mountains, I'll never get another chance." Back in the present, he said to Suo Ran in a fawning tone, "I won't hide it from you, Teacher Suor. I've always put education first, not money. It's just that I genuinely care about the students." Then, with tears welling in his eyes, he said, "I can't bear to leave the students here. If you let me stay, I swear I'll dedicate my entire life to education. I was wrong before, but I had no other choice." "It's not like you don't know what a creep that Trio Thien Min is." Suo Ran looked at him with a calm, mocking expression and asked, "These lines, how long have you been practicing them?" Hearing that, Van Hien stammered, at a loss for words. Then Suo Ran slyly leaned in close to his ear and asked, "You're one of Trio Thien Min's men, aren't you? A simple background check is all it would take to find out." Why bother with such a big act? Van Hien was even more shocked to hear this. His lips moved, but he didn't know how to defend himself. In the end, he chose not to make any more excuses and just let out a long sigh. Then, Van Hien turned and chose to resign on his own accord. Seeing this, he thought, even though he relied on Triatine Min before, he isn't a fundamentally bad person. Plus, he's a good administrator, and he even helped me in my past life. And right now, I could really use someone like him. Having made up his mind, Suo Ran spoke up, "After you resign, go and manage Hidden Dragon Mountain Manor for me." Hearing this, Van Hien was so stunned, he couldn't believe his ears and questioned him back. Suo Ran calmly replied, "If you're ready, you can head straight to Hidden Dragon Mountain Manor." With that, he excused himself, saying he had to get to class now, leaving the man behind in a state of utter astonishment. Van Hien thought to himself, the steward of the Qianlong Mountain Manor's Kujiang Qi Din? That position alone far surpasses that of a high school vice principal. With that, he promised enthusiastically, "Mr. Chu, I will definitely do this job well." On the other end, Chun Yen was also quite relieved. Now, the daily lives of the heroes would be taken care of, and he wouldn't have to be so busy all day. Finally, Chun Yen could go to class with peace of mind. As soon as he entered, Tu Soai raised his hand to speak, and he gestured for him to go ahead. Tu Soai said gleefully, "Mr. Chu, we want to learn English." Hu Lai chimed in as well. "I think our class's literature scores are fine, but our English is really bad. Many students want to study abroad after the university entrance exams and are requesting more time to study English." The moment he heard it, he understood the student's cunning little trick. Chun Yen angrily yelled, "Silence! The moment you all speak, I know exactly what you're up to. You don't want to learn English, you just want to stare at a pretty girl." As he was in the middle of his rant, someone suddenly called out. The noisy classroom went silent for a beat. Tu Soai, coming to his senses, shot a heart-eyed look towards the podium and praised Chu Mook as an angel. Seeing this, the girl asked with concern, "Why are your noses bleeding? Are you feeling unwell?" Fai-Fai's group immediately showed their true colors and exclaimed, An angel is concerned about me. I'm so lucky." Chun Yen was a bit surprised to see Chu Mook suddenly appear here. A flood of memories suddenly hit him, making him exclaim inwardly, "I remember now." In his past life, when Chu Mook Fai came to visit him, Ku Lang Van happened to see her. To take my sister for himself, Lang Van destroyed my entire family. But even so, she couldn't escape his clutches. At that time, Chunyan was powerless and couldn't fight back, and his father was so worried and angry that he fell into a coma. Thinking of this, Chunyan anxiously asked, "You little brat, why did you run all the way to the city?" Chumuk didn't answer, just stammered, unable to form words. Down below, Tiu Soai was incredibly outraged when he heard him call the girl a little brat. He thought Chunyan was insulting her. Hu Lai's reaction was just as fierce. How could he talk to an angel like that? Chunyan replied, confused, "This is my little sister. Why can't I talk to her like that?" Hearing this, the two clowns froze in shock. Hu Lai even wondered if his teacher was mistaken. This made him quite annoyed. Just then, Chu Muk spoke up, confirming that Chu Nian was indeed her older brother. When the students below heard this, every single one of their jaws dropped. Suddenly, someone slammed their desk and shot up, making even Chu Nian stop and look back. Immediately after, he heard Tu Soai say shamelessly, "Brother-in-law, my apologies for my rudeness earlier. Please forgive me." Chu Nian, with his short temper, threw a piece of chalk straight at Tu Soai, yelling at him to get lost. After that, he turned to Chu Muk and said, "Didn't I tell you to wait at home?" The girl replied tearfully, "How long has it been since you came home? Don't I have the right to come visit you?" Hearing this, the students below immediately started pointing and saying, "You don't know how to treat a lady. You're a heartless beast." Chu Nian silently held a grudge against those brats, then pushed Chu Muk outside to talk. Out in the hallway, he spoke calmly. "What are you doing here? Is something wrong at home?" The girl winked playfully and replied, "I just wanted to see you. And while I'm at it, meet my future sister-in-law. I've heard some rumors, you know." Hearing this, Chu Nian flicked Chu Muk on the head and denied it. "There's nothing going on. But since you're here, stay a little longer. Wait for me to finish teaching, and I'll take you out for some good food." After he finished speaking, he pushed Chu Muk back inside, thinking with determination, "In my past life, I couldn't save you, but I'm different in this life. I will definitely help you get back on your feet again. From now on, no one will ever be able to hurt you again." As soon as Chu Nian pushed her inside, he was met with the judgmental stares of his students. They didn't even hesitate to gossip that the scene was quite interesting, like a demon next to an angel. Chu Nian immediately flew into a rage, gave them a beating, and ordered them all to shut up. Seeing this, Chu Muk thought to herself, "My brother really has changed." After the commotion, Chu Nian finally said seriously, "Stop messing around. Continue reading." But the peace didn't last long before Dean To appeared, screaming, "You beat someone up and you still have the nerve to teach? What about my student who's lying in the hospital? If you people don't compensate us today, don't even think about walking out that door." The martial artist trailing behind him slowly added, hoping everyone would know their place and not be so shameless. The moment Chu Nian saw them, his expression hardened. Faced with their threats, Chu Nian just said flatly, "Let me open a history book and see." Qin Ran appeared out of nowhere and screamed in his face, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize." On the other side, Chu Nian calmly continued reading his book, meticulously studying it all night until, from between the cracks, he could see the entire book was filled with two words, "Eat people." Hearing that, the man froze for a second, looking quite panicked. But right after, Qin Ran aggressively walked over and asked again, "What did you say, teacher? If you've got the guts, say it again." Chu Nian coldly flicked his book, sending her tumbling to the ground. "Don't interrupt my class. You're wasting my students' precious youth." Down below, Hu Lai smirked and asked, "Seriously? Is that all you've got?" Fai Fai added with a self-righteous tone. Seeing this, Lang Thien said to him in a low voice, "Master, go teach him a lesson." That martial artist immediately cursed him as an insolent brat who deserved a beating. With that, he leaped up, intending to give Chu Nian a thorough thrashing. Lang Thien stood outside, thinking confidently, "This is a real martial artist. How can a normal teacher possibly fight back?" Just as his fist was about to connect, he thought triumphantly, "I've got him." But no one expected that Chu Nian, with just one smack of his book, would send the martial artist falling flat on his face, crying out for his mommy in pain. The students below were incredibly excited to see this. Chu Nian took the opportunity to say, "Class, do you know what this is? This is knowledge is power." Down on the floor, the man clutched his face and lamented, "How can someone be so despicable?" With that, the martial artist pulled out a weapon to challenge him. Seeing this, Qin Ran immediately screamed for him to stop, because she was afraid things would get out of hand this time, but it was too late, as he had already thrown the weapon at Chu Nian. Seeing this, he angrily cursed the man, "You're truly courting death." With that, Chu Nian raised his book to block. The weapon immediately flew right back and hit him. The martial artist's face turned purple with pain as he thought resentfully, "How is this possible? He crippled my arm in a single move." However, he still didn't give up and attacked again. "Damn it! Go to hell!" Chu Nian calmly raised a hand to counter, looking down on him. A few pathetic little moves. In the blink of an eye, his weapon was shattered to pieces by him. Only then did Chu Nian officially charge forward to attack. He struck the martial artist with a painful blow, then raised his voice to show their honored guest the door. The man was immediately sent flying out by the force. After the fight, Chu Nian calmly told the class, "Now that we've dealt with the flies, let's continue our lesson. My dear students, remember not to tell the principal about this, okay?" Seeing this, Tu Soai and Hu Lai's eyes sparkled like stars as they praised him nonstop. "Mr. Chu is so cool. Good job, Mr. Chu." Meanwhile, Chu Nian thought to himself, "So he dared to make a move on me directly? This was Lang Van's arrangement. Humph. If you dare to threaten my students and my family, then don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes." The scene changes to outside the school, where a voice of blame suddenly rang out, "You dare to kill someone at a school?" The martial artist replied flatly, "Miss Ku, it was President Ku who told me to do it. If anything happens, he'll take responsibility." Both Lang Thien and Ku Van were quite stunned to hear this. Big Brother, as they were talking, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting them. As soon as he answered, he reported, "President Ku, I failed, but I was able to gauge his strength." Lang Van replied, "So, what's he like?" The martial artist commented that he was just a low-level martial artist, but he failed to notice the streams of blood constantly spurting from his own body. A second later, the martial artist screamed in agony as blood burst from all over his body. The person on the other end of the line heard the tormented screams and asked in a panic, "Hello, what's wrong?" The screams, which were clearly agonizing, continued to blast through the earpiece, leaving Lang Van utterly shocked. "Damn it, what's going on? It was Chu Nian, wasn't it? Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you." The scene changes to a 5-star restaurant. Chu Muk said cheerfully, "Brother, Dad said you can spend your own salary from now on. You don't need to send it home anymore. He recently found a pretty good job, and the pay is enough for our expenses." The guys sitting nearby stared at her, clicking their tongues in pity for Sir Mook's legs. On the other side, Suo Ran replied gently, "It's okay. I'm not short on money. I'm not just some ordinary person anymore. You and Dad can rest easy." Hearing this, the little girl said happily, "I knew you were capable of great things." A moment later, Sor Mook started asking again, "So, when am I getting a sister-in-law?" Hearing this, he could only plead helplessly, "How old do you think I am? Stop nagging me about getting married like Dad does." A moment later, Sir Mook said sadly, "Bro, Dad said you should come home a little earlier this year. Little Aunt had another baby." Suo Ran didn't answer, just calmly continued cutting his steak. He remembered going back to his hometown as a kid, only to be shunned by his own relatives. In the end, Suo Ran concluded that besides Van Vun, Little Aunt was the only one in the Sir family who treated him, his sister, and their father well. With that in mind, he asked, "Have those scumbags finally seen the light this time?" Sensing his change in attitude, Sir Mook said placatingly, "Bro, I know you don't want to go back, but they're still Dad's relatives after all." Unexpectedly, not only did Suo Ran not refuse, but he even said, "Of course we have to go back. There's a good show to watch this year." Hearing this, the girl asked blankly, "A good show?" He answered silently to himself, "Everything the Sir family owed us in my past life. I'm going to collect it all." As the two siblings were enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard someone laughing and talking. "Boss Chu, it's a pleasure to be hosted by you again." CEO Chu replied warmly, "It's my duty. Being able to serve CEO Ku is my honor." Lung Van also replied with a friendly laugh, "Boss Chu, as witty as ever, I see." Lung Van continued to laugh and chat with CEO Chu, successfully drawing the attention of others. "So that's Q Lung Van," a girl at another table remarked. "I can't believe he's so young. A true hero emerges from the youth. Isn't the person next to him the other tiger of Kim Lam?" Suo Ran thought to himself. "So I finally run into these sons of bitches. Just you wait. I'll make you all taste the meaning of suffering." Sir Mook saw him get so angry that he bent the knife in his hand and became extremely worried. Just then, Longvan's gaze fell upon the young girl. He thought to himself with admiration, "This girl, she's a perfect work of art." With that thought, Longvan announced, "Everyone, I'm going to go get acquainted with this beautiful young lady." Huakak immediately said eagerly, "Let me help make CEO Ku stand out a bit more." CEO Chu, standing nearby, thought with a sneer, "This Suo Ran guy is nothing but Fan Hong's dog. You can't touch the backer I have now." On the other side, acting as if he didn't see Lung Vun approaching, he said, "Looks like even 5-star restaurants have cockroaches." Hearing this, Sir Mook asked innocently, "Cockroaches?" Seeing Lung Van's group coming closer, she asked in fear, "Bro, who are they? Are they bad people?" Suo Ran immediately comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just watch." Hearing this, Sir Mook obediently replied, "Okay, then, you be careful." The people around them immediately scattered. Someone commented, "Suo Ran is in for it now." Another person agreed, "He's been marked by the Ven family. There's no way this ends well for him." On the other side, CEO Chu said fawningly, "CEO Ku, please do whatever you wish in a moment. My humble restaurant is at your disposal." Meanwhile, Huakak had approached their table, provoking him arrogantly. Well, if it isn't the busy Master Sir, what brings you to a place like this?" We don't usually get to see big shots like you. Cat got your tongue? You're usually so arrogant. Suo Ran casually dropped a line. Where did this blowfly come from? Hearing that, Huakak jumped up and demanded, What did you say? Seeing Suo Ran's arrogance, Lung Ven asked, Are you the owner of the Qianlong Mountain Manor? He didn't answer, ignoring him as if he hadn't heard, a look of complete contempt on his face. Seeing this, Lung Ven thought angrily, putting on quite an act. He's just a so-called grandmaster. Not even as good as my dog. CEO Chu, standing nearby, spoke up for him indignantly, shouting, You, with the surname Sir, you're really pushing your luck. CEO Ku is talking to you. Suo Ran swiftly caught the man's pointing finger, then said in a threatening tone, So, it's CEO Chu, is it? Our multi-billion project from last time. Have you thought it over? The man immediately went back on his word. Who's cooperating with you? CEO Ku, don't listen to his nonsense. Hearing this, Suo Ran retorted, Why so two-faced, CEO Chu? Don't tell me you're planning to rely on that pig-headed idiot. Immediately after, CEO Chu tattled to Lung Ven that he had called him a pig and that he couldn't be forgiven. This made him furious. Even Hua Kok, standing beside him, couldn't stand it and silently cursed the man for being an idiot. A second later, he dragged CEO Chu away to stop him from running his mouth. Seeing this, Suo Ran pressed his advantage, adding, Well said, for a pig with the face of a dog, making him even more furious. However, to maintain his elegant image, Lung Ven replied tactfully, I've long heard of Master Sir's sharp tongue, but I don't wish to argue with you today. Beautiful young lady, my name is Lung Ven. I have some assets to my name. May I ask for your name, miss? I happen to know a few famous international doctors. If you need anything. Just as his filthy hand was about to touch Sor Muk, Suo Ran forcefully knocked it away. Then, Suo Ran pointed straight at his face and cursed, You should keep those doctors for yourself and cure your own brain damage. After a pause, he added lightly, Or you can just get lost and go back to your pigsty. Suo Ran's attitude made Lung Ven so angry he could spit blood, but he still couldn't do anything to him. Hua Kok couldn't take it anymore and started rolling up his sleeves, ready to beat him up. Suo Ran, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you know a few cheap tricks. You can't rule the world with just your fists. He calmly cleaned his ear and remarked, The flies are getting more and more numerous, aren't they? Hearing that, the man went crazy and yelled, You may be a dragon in Kuyu Jiang, but in front of CEO Kua, you're nothing but an insect. Don't think you can still call the shots like before. Just as Hua Kok was about to open his mouth to curse again, Suo Ran sent a gentle punch his way as a greeting. The blow sent Hua Kok flying into the distance, much to Lung Ven's astonishment. Finally, Suo Ran feigned remorse and concluded, My apologies. It seems that when you're good with your fists, you really can do whatever you want. With that said, he turned to Lung Ven and asked, Didn't you have more to say? Why have you gone quiet? By now, he was scared shitless, cursing inwardly, Damn it. Without a powerhouse by my side, I really don't dare to touch him. Thinking this, Lung Ven took out a business card and placed it on the table where Sir Mook was sitting. He said in a syrupy voice, Beautiful girl, if you ever need anything, you can call me anytime. Hearing this, Suo Ran immediately flew into a rage and threatened, Say one more word. I dare you. Lung Ven didn't dare to linger. Hearing the threat, he immediately ordered a retreat. As he left, he thought, Just you wait. I'll beat you to death one day. Meanwhile, Sir Mook was silently marveling. My brother was so handsome just now. He's completely different from before. Scene changed to Lung Ven's office. Hua Kok raised his voice angrily. That bastard really looks down on us. Lung Ven calmly took a drag from his cigarette and replied, Let him live a few more days. It was just about some woman, anyway. Don't forget our main purpose for coming here. Hearing this, Hua Kok replied in a fawning tone, CEO Ku is truly a man of great ambition. A great man doesn't concern himself with petty people. After all, our goals are the secrets of the Hoathung Group and that legendary powerhouse from Lamhai City. CEO Chu chimed in, That's right, we can just send a few people to take care of someone like Suo Ran. A moment later, Hua Kok spoke up again eagerly. Oh, right, CEO Ku, I heard that the legendary King Suryama will also appear at this competition. Hearing this, Lung Ven replied nonchalantly, King Suryama? I've heard the stories about him. He's the master who killed a grandmaster. Hearing this, CEO Chu said with admiration, I've also heard about this King Suryama, the divine general. He is the sect master of the decapitating blade sect and has saved the lives of many martial artists from our Huaxia. He is a grandmaster of a generation. A casual wave of his hand can change the heavens and the earth. How could mere mortals like us possibly comprehend him? Then Hua Kok also chimed in, but that King Suryama was able to kill him directly with thunderous methods. That level of power is truly unimaginable. He began to speak with fiery enthusiasm. If we had an expert like that backing us, this tiny Ku Yu Jiang wouldn't even be enough to pick our teeth with. Suddenly, Hua Kok stopped chiming in and replied strangely, That's right. In front of a great deity like King Suryama, what does a tiger of Kim Lam like me even amount to? Boss Chu didn't dare agree, just forcing a laugh to brush it off. Finally, Ling Yun said gently, "You two, stop underestimating yourselves. With us joining forces, no matter how strong King Yamachu is, he'll have to show us some respect. As long as we can win him over, our power will be like a tiger growing wings." Hearing this, Boss Chu nodded as if he'd found the truth. Boss Ku is absolutely right. Shu Kei also cheered up and wished Boss Ku a swift success. The scene changes to Dragon Mountain Villa, where Wen Xian is facing a group of strangers. "Excuse me, this is private property. I must ask you to leave." Hearing this, Gu Fei roared, "God damn it, you fat bastard. The fact that we even came here is us showing you respect." Faced with his yelling, the man remained calm and replied, "As I've said, this is a private villa. We are not receiving any guests." Gu Fei immediately unleashed his power as a threat. "Don't push your luck. Our master is the South American myth, a grandmaster." Wen Xian heard this and replied nonchalantly, "In that case, I must ask you to leave even more. Please don't come to our mortal realm." With that, he turned to go back inside, ignoring Gu Fei's screams of, "Do you want to die?" Luckily, his brothers held him back. "Calm down. Master told us not to attack ordinary people." Before Wen Xian closed the door, he could still see Gu Fei struggling in the loving embrace of his brothers, who were much calmer, telling him to go back first so they could discuss it later. Seeing them turn to leave, he immediately slammed the door shut. After the door was closed, Wen Xian's previously calm demeanor quickly crumbled. "Oh my god, a grandmaster." Just then, Qin Ran walked over and asked, "So, there's a grandmaster in this competition?" Seeing him, the man grunted in reply. Then Wen Xian confirmed, "Yes, there really is a grandmaster. I think he's called the South American myth or something." Hearing this, Qin Ran mumbled to himself, "The South American myth?" Finally, he thought to himself, for even a grandmaster to be drawn to this competition, there must be some special treasure involved. Could it be the ruins of an immortal sect? I'm looking forward to this grand event more and more. The scene changes to that night, at the Phoenix Club in Linhai City. Li Dashao asked in a fawning voice, "Master, is the service to your satisfaction?" Hu Jue, with a woman in each arm, replied contentedly, "Very good. The women of Huaxia are truly beautiful." After speaking, he added, "My mood would be even better if I could get that ancient tomb." Dashao immediately replied, "Master, rest assured, I've already made all the arrangements." "Master, regarding the upcoming turf war, I heard we might need to go to Zhujiang City early to prepare." Upon hearing this, he immediately pushed the beautiful girls out of his arms. Hu Jue's fury exploded in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power made the man so scared he stammered his name. A moment later, Hu Jue said coldly, "I am a grandmaster. It's not your place to order me around." With that, he turned and walked away. As he left, Hu Jue said, "If there's a next time, you won't even get to keep your head." He then flew away, leaving a pale-faced Li Dashao and a mess in the luxurious apartment. The scene shifts to Qin Ran, who came out to find Cheng Feng and Fan Hong already waiting. Qin Ran leisurely opened the car door and sighed. Finally, the day of the tournament has come. Inside the car, the old man said calmly, "Teacher Chu, this tournament will be held in a small fishing town. It'll still take some time to get there." Hearing this, he wondered why it was being held there. Fan Hong then spoke up to explain, "Teacher Chu, you may not know this, but on the surface, this tournament is forbidden, so the higher-ups can only secretly allow us to hold it in a remote location." Then, Cheng Feng added that the tournament would be held secretly the next day. The authorities will also publicly organize a competition for ordinary people as a cover. Only then did Qin Ran understand. He finally remarked, "That makes sense. This is still the era of ordinary people, after all." In his heart, Qin Ran calculated, "There's still some time before the immortal sect opens." After escorting him to the location, they took their leave, saying they had other matters to attend to. Qin Ran replied politely, "See you tomorrow." With that, he began to take his first steps to explore the fishing town. But Qin Ran hadn't taken more than a few steps before someone called out to him. Qin Ran saw his friend and greeted him happily. "Wu Lei, what are you doing here?" Wu Lei replied cheerfully, "I came with some classmates." Yuan Hong suddenly cut in. "Isn't this Qin Ran? A respectable high school teacher coming to a place like this to have fun? Just like us?" Fang Du chimed in as well, the dashing and majestic heartthrob Qin Ran from back in the day. "I heard you went back to school to be an ordinary teacher, is that right?" Seeing them hand in hand, he remarked, "Yuan Hong, Fang Du, I didn't expect you two to get together." She heard this and replied arrogantly, "Why not? My Yuan Hong is much more interesting than times someone asterisk." He couldn't help but sneer as well. Some people just have no taste. While Wu Lei was trying to mediate, Qin Ran thought to himself, rejecting this girl's confession back then was definitely the right move. Yuan Hang thought his suggestion was pretty good, so he said, "Before we officially start our tour, let me treat everyone to a meal." The classmates behind him immediately praised him for being so generous. The others also chimed in with flattery. That's a boss who started his own company for you, so successful right after graduation. On the other side, only Wu Lei said apologetically, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have called you over. Qin Ran replied, not minding it. It's fine. Since I'm already here, it's just catching up with old classmates. The scene changes to the restaurant where Qin Ran's group is. Inside, Yuan Hang stood up and said, we haven't seen each other in so many years. We have to make this reunion count today. The other classmates immediately stood up and replied, come on, let me toast you. Someone even exclaimed that he was the most handsome. Qin Ran ignored their pleasantries, sat in his corner, and commented, the food here is pretty good. As he was enjoying his meal, Xiao Fen suddenly asked, hey, Qin Ran, a teacher's salary can't be too bad, right? He didn't know why she was asking, but he honestly stated a number. Yuan Hang heard it and scoffed. That low? Fang Du, beside him, also wondered. Only 3,000? How are you ever going to buy a house in the future? Qin Ran casually dropped a line. I've already bought a house. Hearing this, Xiao Yun jumped up and asked, how could you afford a house with such a low salary? She secretly guessed, could he be a secret rich young master? Qin Ran calmly took a sip of wine and replied, some houses can't be bought with just money. Yuan Hang heard this and said contemptuously, what a line, can't be bought with money. So tell us, where is your house? Then, Qin Ran casually pointed behind him and said, over there. Hearing him say that, he blurted out in shock, the Mei Mountain area? How is that possible? Feng Du was also stunned. No way. I know the housing prices in the Mei Mountain area very well. Even my Yuan Hang can't afford a place there. Zhang Yi, sitting in a corner, calmly asked, so what kind of house did you buy? Qin Ran replied unhurriedly, the Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa. Yuan Hang burst out laughing. The Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa? Are you drunk? Fang Du, sitting next to him, chimed in. Oh, Qin Ran, I can't believe after all these years, you still like to joke around like you used to. His buddy Wu Lei, seeing their unfriendly attitude, whispered a suggestion. They're just trying to pick a fight. After we finish eating, let's just go for a walk around town by ourselves. Understanding Yuan Hang and Fang Du's taunts, he had to explain again. I'm not bragging. I'm being completely honest. Who would have thought that Xiao Fen's group would laugh even harder at this? Is that a place an ordinary person can afford? Come on, classmate, stop joking. The great heartthrob Chu is as funny as ever. Seeing them laugh, Wu Lei felt extremely apologetic. My friend, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have brought you here to be ridiculed by them. Qin Ran calmly took a sip and replied, it's fine. I don't mind. He even added silently, after all, their world is not that big. After eating, they all went for a walk around town to digest. Wu Lei looked around and remarked, this small town is quite lively, isn't it? Qin Ran was about to reply when a voice cut through the air. Excellent! Another champion who has won 5 consecutive matches, he asked curiously. Is that a martial arts competition? Qin Ran remarked, watching ordinary people fight once in a while is actually quite interesting. Hearing this, Yuan Hang scoffed. Ordinary people? Are you crazy? These are all real martial artists. You're acting so calm. It's nothing special. He can handle regular people. Fang Du found So Nian's unfazed expression incredibly annoying. Go on and brag. Those guys on the stage are nothing compared to my husband. Hiu Fan completely agreed with her. That's right. Doesn't brother Nguyen have a black belt in Taekwondo? You should go up and show them what you've got. Hearing that, he feigned modesty and said, I just learned it for fun in my spare time. I can't compare to a professional fighter. But looking at their skill level, winning 5 matches in a row would be no problem for me. Hiu Fan's group looked at his arrogant display with immense admiration. So Nian glanced at Ko-Fi standing nearby and thought to himself, I'm afraid a fool like you won't be able to keep up the act for much longer. Another critical punch was thrown, knocking out the opponent in an instant. After landing the punch, Nguyen Hang smugly asked, who's next? Fang Du was cheering wildly from below. Honey, you're so amazing. I want to have your babies. Seeing him win match after match, No Loi started to feel insecure. The difference is just too great. Not only is he a big boss, but he's also that strong. So Nien immediately went to comfort his friend. Don't feel down. After you turn 30, you'll be better than them. He burst out laughing and said, I hope you're right. Just then, Ko-Fi couldn't stand it anymore and leaped onto the stage. A useless bum like you dares to show off? Seeing this, So Nian muttered to himself, finally couldn't hold back. Looks like this Nguyen Hang guy is finally going to get what's coming to him. Hearing what Ko-Fi said, he threatened back. Useless? I suggest you watch your mouth. If my hand slips and I kill you, don't blame me. Without another word, he dashed towards Nguyen Hang, cursing. Such insolence. Ko-Fi's speed sent him into a panic as he thought, he's too fast. Nguyen Hang took a direct hit to his torso and received Ko-Fi's dismissive words. He flew through the air before landing painfully on the ground. Fang Du was completely stunned to see Nguyen Hang defeated so quickly. Honey? Ko-Fi stood over him and spoke with contempt. Is this what the men of China are made of? Can't even take a single hit. Hyofan's group reacted furiously. What's a foreigner like you gotta be so arrogant about? If you're so tough, go fight a professional. Even the good-natured Ngo Loi couldn't help but speak up. Even though that Nguyen Hang guy is no saint, this foreigner is going too far, daring to insult our country. On the stage, Ko-Fi maintained his arrogant attitude and muttered, "Looks like they're all just a bunch of weaklings." Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "You dare to bully an ordinary person?" Ko-Fi spun around and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" So Nian replied coolly, "Just a passerby who likes to protect the rules." Finishing his sentence, So Nian added, "As a strong fighter coming to this match, you have broken the rules." Hearing this, Ko-Fi replied haughtily, "Rules? How ridiculous. As a disciple of the grandmaster, do you really think I have to follow your pathetic rules?" Below, not only was Nguyen Hang ungrateful, he even said arrogantly, "You idiot. Even I couldn't beat him. What makes you think you can?" Fuang Du chimed in beside him. So Nian is really something else, still trying to show off at a time like this. Only No Loi was silently cheering for him. "My brother, you've never been a weakling. I hope you can deal with this bastard." Just then, So Nian raised his voice coldly. "Here in China, even dragons must coil and tigers must crouch. Even if your master came here, he would have to obediently follow the rules." Ko-Fi, far from being intimidated, muttered aggressively, "You've got a lot of nerve, you stinking brat. I was going to spare your life." With that, he leaped up to attack him. Before launching the same fatal blow as before, Ko-Fi shouted at So Nian, "Go to hell." Then, he focused all his strength into his leg, aiming to injure him. Who would have thought that So Nian blocked his move without even channeling his energy? A second later, Ko-Fi's face contorted, and he screamed in pain. It turned out that in that 1 second, So Nian had quickly neutralized his move and counterattacked. Ko-Fi flew through the air and landed on the ground with a loud thud. After hitting the ground, he was still dazed, thinking, what just happened? How did he neutralize all of my power with just a wave of his hand? Below, No Loi's group was screaming wildly. So Nian is amazing. He's a total badass. Seeing this, Nguyen Hang grumbled that it was just luck, but inwardly he was dying of jealousy. How could that kid be stronger than me? Seeing his displeasure, No Loi said sarcastically, "So Nian was able to restore the honor of our country, unlike some defeated general who can only stand and watch." Fuang Du couldn't help but retort, "What are you talking about? So Nian must have cheated to win." Hearing that, he got angry and cursed, "You are truly shameless." Seeing that No Loi was about to start a fight, So Nian calmed him down in a low voice. "Loi, don't stoop to their level. We've had enough fun. Let's go somewhere else. We can't hang around with clowns forever." Hearing this, Nguyen Hang angrily retorted, "So what if you're good at fighting? Isn't money what this society really values?" Trung Dot also chimed in knowingly. "So Nian, instead of wasting time on physical training, you should be thinking about how to make money. Networking with influential people is what you should be doing." So Nian calmly replied, "You're right. Knowing many important figures is indeed very useful." Thinking he understood, Nguyen Hang immediately started lecturing. "It's good that you understand. You just need to have your own career." As he was speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by Fan Hong. "Master, so, we finally found you." Seeing him and Dong Fuang Ningao appear, Trong Dot's group started whispering, "That's Fan Hong and Dong Fuang Ningao. What are they doing coming this way? Could they be looking for Brother Nguyen?" Seeing this, Nguyen Hang started fantasizing about his own fame. Thinking this, he took the initiative to greet them. "Boss Fan, Mr. Ngao, I wonder if you too." Before Nguyen Hang could finish his sentence, the two of them walked right past him. Dong Fuang Nao shook his hand warmly and said to So Nian, "We finally found you." "Master So," Fan Hong added from the side, "we were just wondering where we could find you." Seeing this, Nguyen Hang blurted out in astonishment, "How does So Nian know these two big shots?" Meanwhile, So Nian replied nonchalantly, "I was hanging out with an old friend for a bit, so I got delayed." Hearing this, Fan Hong glanced towards No Loi's group and said, "So, these are Master So's friends?" Just then, Nguyen Hang put on a fawning tone and offered his business card. "Boss Fan, I'm the CEO of the Nguyen Vu Group. Our companies have collaborated in the past." Fan Hong took the business card and gave an indifferent reply, but inwardly he was suspicious. "We've collaborated? Why don't I remember anything about it?" So Nian suddenly interjected, leaving him completely stunned. "Come, let me introduce you two. This is my good brother, Ngo Loi." Being introduced, Ngo Loi shyly greeted Fan Hong and Dong Fuang Nagao. In contrast to him, both of them were extremely warm. One said, "If you're Master So's brother, then you're a friend of mine, Dong Fuang Nao." The other said, "Mr. Nhu, please take my card. If you need anything, you can call me anytime." Fuang Du witnessed all of this and thought with great resentment, how does So Nian have such a good relationship with them? Meanwhile, So Nian cheerfully put his arm around Ngo Loi's shoulder and promised, "Loi, if you ever face any difficulties in the future, just tell me. I'll help you out one way or another." Despite receiving So Nian's public backing, No Loi remained very humble. Thanks, my brother, but I still hope to succeed through my own efforts. Hearing this, Fan Hong praised him, as expected of Master So's brother, very spirited. Nguyen Hong stood nearby, muttering in a daze, I thought So Nian was just bluffing, but who knew? His attitude made Fuang Du quite worried. Honey, maybe he just happens to be tutoring the children of these two big shots. How could he possibly network with such important people on his own? Just then, a one-of-a-kind car suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Trong Dat's group looked over with great admiration. Hoa Xin got out of the car and said in a loud voice, Master So, you're early. Than Fong, walking behind him, also spoke up, We've kept you waiting, Master So. Hearing this, Trong Dat's group was endlessly shocked. So Nian wasn't lying to us after all. It seems the owner of the Hidden Dragon Mountain Villa is very likely. So, Nian. Meanwhile, he didn't even spare those guys a glance and just called for Ngo Loi to keep moving. He saw your invitation and happily agreed. Nguyen Hang witnessed it all and concluded in a daze. So I was the clown all along. What the hell was I even trying to prove today? In some unfinished building, Than Fong's voice suddenly spoke up. Master Chu, I've investigated. Our opponents this time are mainly from Kim Lam and Lam Hai cities. Chu Nian immediately got serious and asked, What trump cards are they holding this time? The old man thought for a moment, then replied, Lang Van found some well-known old geezer, seems to be at the martial general level. Besides that, Lam Hai City has a foreign master whose cultivation level is unknown. A foreign master? I ran into a foreign martial artist today. He said his master is a grandmaster. Dong Fuang now heard this and blurted out, A grandmaster? It's actually a grandmaster. Fan Hong then asked him worriedly, Master Chu, are you confident about this? Chu Nian calmly leaned back, then spoke with a confident voice. If I dared to come, then of course I'm not afraid of some measly grandmaster. Than Fong still asked anxiously, So Master Chu, how do you plan to deal with that grandmaster? At this, Chu Nian's expression suddenly changed. You don't need to ask so much. I have my own plans. You guys just need to watch me win. Under the warm morning sun, No Loi suddenly asked in a tired voice, Why'd you drag him out to the sea so early? Enjo Loi was still complaining that it's not like he'd never seen a sunrise over the ocean before when Chu Nian cut him off. I want to take you somewhere interesting, he asked, confused. Somewhere interesting? More interesting than the tourism festival in this small town? Hearing that, Chu Nian asked, Do you know the real purpose of this tourism festival? Engo Loi answered innocently, Isn't it to boost the local economy? After hearing his answer, he added, Not exactly. What you're talking about is just the cover story. In the shadows, this is the great conference for dividing up power in the south of Jiangnam. Only then did No Loi realize, no wonder so many big shots came here. So where is this conference being held? Chu Nian scanned the area for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed. Over there. No Loi followed his gaze and saw a massive ship floating on the deep blue sea. After the two boarded the ship, Ngo Loi curiously asked Chu Nian again, So, among the fighters in the ring, are there any particularly formidable contestants? He thought for a moment before replying, If we're talking about formidable, this time it all depends on the foreign master that Lam Hai City invited. Chu Nian hadn't even finished his sentence before Diep Than cut in. Whatever so-called masters there are, none of them are as strong as our King Yama Chu. He's the powerhouse who defeated even a grandmaster. If he makes a move, this whole conference will be meaningless. No Loi immediately chimed in. Is that person really that amazing? That's what he said on the outside, but inwardly, he thought that no matter how amazing, he's probably just a professional fighter. Hearing that, she said sharply, You probably don't even know what a grandmaster is, do you? And you still dare to doubt if he's amazing or not. I can see you really don't get it. Chu Nian, who was next to them, added fuel to the fire. Maybe that King Yamachu is some 50 or 60-year-old geezer. Would you girls still worship him then? Diep Than immediately retorted, No way. A name that majestic has to belong to a handsome young man. Just then, No Loi casually dropped a comment. Or a young idiot, which made her furious. Diep Than was about to take them out for insulting her idol, but luckily Lu Vu stopped her because the big shots had all arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, Lang Van's group entered with an imposing aura. Following them was none other than Fan Hong and his allies. Chu Nian stared at each person one by one, but still couldn't see that grandmaster anywhere. The moment Lang Van sat down, he started talking trash. What's this? Has Ku Zheng fallen so low that some gangster can be in charge? Aren't you afraid you can't keep things under control? Fan Hong immediately shot back. Watch your mouth, kid. When I was making my way in the underworld, you were still playing in the mud. Just then, Miss Chu spoke up amiably. Boss Hong is a mighty warrior in his own right. Of course he can control the situation. I just wonder why that Master Chu hasn't arrived yet, Fan Hong answered bluntly. Master Chu does as he pleases. How would I dare question his business? Is there something you want to say, Miss Chu? Faced with his bluntness, she remained calm and replied, It's nothing, really. It's just that he shares the same surname as King Yamachu, so I wanted to see him for myself. Out of nowhere, Lang Van jumped in with a compliment. I've heard that Miss Chu is a peerless beauty, and seeing you today, it's certainly true. But in his mind, he thought, Chu Nian? How would a small fry like that dare to come here? After hearing that, Miss Chu replied modestly, CEO Ku, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary girl. I'm sure you all came here to see the famous King Yamachu, and of course, I'm no exception. Just then, Bak Van also spoke up. King Yamachu, I think you people from Kujiang are just exaggerating. Hearing this, Thonfong angrily slammed the table and stood up. He questioned in a loud voice, You don't know anything! Is King Yamachu someone you can doubt? The man at the next table saw they were about to fight and tried to intervene. All right, both of you calm down. Everyone's getting a little impatient. How about this? This old man will be so bold as to present the first performance for you all. This friend here is a martial disciple. I wonder if any hero dares to step into the ring and test him. Ngoy Bak glanced over, then calculated silently. This person's cultivation is on par with mine, but his footwork is chaotic. Thinking this, he went down to give it a try. Seeing this, Thonfong warned him to be careful. In another corner, Noloi was asking Chu Nian with great curiosity, Can he win? That black guy clearly looks more powerful. He calmly explained, Although the black guy has stronger muscles, he's no match for Ngoy Bak, who has had formal training. Loi too, just bet with me. It's a guaranteed win. Hearing him speak so convincingly, he placed all his faith in Chu Nian. Over on the other side, Diep Thun was also excitedly placing her bet. Only he remained as calm as ever. He said, Just enjoy it. You don't get to see this kind of fight outside. As soon as Ngoy Bak landed, he decisively invited his opponent to begin. The foreign fighter also responded with a powerful shout. The moment he finished, he put all his strength into his legs and charged straight at him. Ngoy Bak stood silently, observing, and inwardly marveled at his opponent's excellent power. A second later, the foreign fighter unleashed a continuous barrage of devastating blows at him. No Loi exclaimed from the stands, That guy's movements are so fast. Can humans really reach this level? Diep Thon, sitting nearby, replied haughtily, What's so special about a fight between martial disciples? Wait until someone above the great master level appears. I wonder if that'll scare you. After hearing that, he turned to Chu Nian sheepishly and asked, Well, it's my first time here, isn't it? But still, that black guy is so strong. Do you think our guy can win? Chu Nian replied confidently, This black guy looks very powerful from his offensive stance, but Ngoy Bak has already seen through his footwork. On the surface, he seems to be at a disadvantage, but he's actually just wearing down his opponent's stamina. As soon as he finished speaking, the foreign fighter leaped up, intending to end the match with one blow. The moment Chu Nian saw that, he declared that the winner was decided. Just then, as Ngoy Bak blocked his blow, he spoke in a dangerous tone. I was just waiting for this move from you. And with that, the foreign fighter was hit by his counterattack. He was spun around in the air by Ngoy Bak, then thrown like a toy. A second later, the unfortunate fighter was stuck to the wall like glue. The outcome of the match was clear. In the stands, No Loi cheered joyfully. My man! You've got a sharp eye! Diep Than next to him was just as happy. Looks like we won't be short on spending money now. Down below, despite having just dealt with a huge muscular guy, Ngoy Bak spoke very modestly. This humble Ngoy has poor skills and little learning. I've made a fool of myself before you all. Seeing this, Lang Van, who was sitting above, waved his hand, signaling his man to make a move. The old man immediately obeyed. Chu Nian saw his move and muttered to himself, A martial general? I heard from Old Law that fighters of this level were supposed to fight later. Looks like Lang Van couldn't hold back. As soon as the man came down, he said with false solemnity, Fists and feet have no eyes. I have no intention of causing harm. The cultivation of an old man like me is above that of a great master. I wonder if you dare to fight me. Seeing this, Thonfong warned, Ngoy Bak, you're no match for him. He understood the old man's meaning as soon as he heard it and replied obediently, Yes, master. Fan Hong, who was beside him, asked curiously, Mr. La, what's this old geezer's power level? Thanfong slowly replied, A peak grandmaster at the very least. I'm afraid only Master So can handle him. He was utterly shocked by the old man's guess. What? A powerhouse like that is showing up this early? Down below, Du Cao, seeing no one accept his challenge, began to taunt them. What's wrong? A great nation like this, and you can't find a few capable people? It seems Huaxia has really gone downhill. Hearing this, No Loi cursed in anger. This old geezer is all dried up, yet he still talks so arrogantly. I don't believe he's any stronger than that black guy. So Nian calmly reassured his friend. Don't get worked up. Look, someone's getting on stage. Too bad he's no match for him. Below, Qin Ran was leisurely fanning himself as he approached the old man. He calmly introduced himself. I am Qin Ran. I hope Senior will guide me. After hearing this, Du Cao replied mysteriously, You want this old man to make the first move? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. With that, he leaped forward to attack. Qin Ran didn't flinch at all before Do Kao's power. Two immense forces collided, creating a massive shockwave, but the old man didn't maintain the stalemate for long and directly attacked him again. Seeing this, Ngo Loi exclaimed, "Is this old geezer a monster? I can't even see his moves clearly." So Nian calmly assessed, "It's just average. For a martial general, it's passable." Hearing that, he was completely stunned and asked again, "You call this passable?" He glanced over and casually judged, "It's just that his opponent is too weak. Look, the kid with the fan can't even hold on." Down below, Qin Ran also felt like he was done for. Du Cao took advantage of his distraction to launch another move, knocking Qin Ran flat. Finally, the old man concluded with one sentence, "You don't even have a single signature move. You've greatly disappointed this old man." After the match ended, Lang Van arrogantly raised his voice and asked, "What do you all think? Is the expert I just recruited to your liking?" Seeing this, Miss Chu asked, "Uncle Lam, who is this old man? How is he so strong?" Uncle Lam replied calmly, "Miss, there's something you may not know. Years ago, a man massacred 100 martial artists at Tung Ho Market. He was the killer, nicknamed the Human Butcher." Hearing this, she sighed. "The Human Butcher? It seems this competition won't be easy." This time, Du Cao used his old trick again, saying, "I have long heard of the fame of Master So of Kujiang, whose power is legendary. I wonder if this hero would grant me an audience." Hearing this, Lu Vu was puzzled. "Master So? You don't mean King Yamaso?" Diepthon, beside him, replied thoughtfully, "I don't know. If it were King Yama, so this old geezer wouldn't be so bold." Ngo Loi was about to turn and ask, "So Nian about this master?" So when he suddenly saw him stand up, Nian replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that old man looking for me? Wouldn't it be rude of me to ignore him?" Ngo Loi thought he was joking, because Nian looked nothing like one of them. To his surprise, he jumped straight down. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell him to place a bet on him, guaranteeing he'd make a killing. Seeing this, No Loi and Diep Than were stunned, speechless for a moment in astonishment. "He's Master So?" Down below, as soon as So Nian landed, Du Cao started taunting him. "So you're the so-called Master So? You don't look like much." Hearing that, he retorted, "And isn't the infamous Human Butcher with his overwhelming murderous aura just an old man?" Du Cao was furious and cursed. "How dare a young pup like you speak so disrespectfully? I'm in a good mood today, so kneel and cut off your own hands." Faced with the old man's blatant threat, So Nian remained calm and replied, "You insult Huaxia, and you show no respect for its masters. I'm afraid you won't be leaving here unscathed." This sentence directly infuriated the old man. "Fine, let's see how you're going to deal with me today." So Nian didn't answer, but his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky and replied nonchalantly, "I was going to teach an old man with poor character a lesson, but it seems that's not necessary anymore." Hearing this, Du Cao lunged at him. "What did you say, you brat? Die for your arrogance!" So Nian recognized his attack with just a glance. He immediately grabbed Do Ka's weapon and casually asked, "Trying to sneak attack me?" Do Ka was utterly shocked that his move had been seen through. He didn't bother with more words, and with just a flick of his hand, the old man was knocked flat on the ground. Du Cao thought in a daze, "My whole body is paralyzed." What kind of technique did he use? So Nian looked at the figure about to land and thought to himself, "He's finally here." Then he shouted a warning, "Everyone, sit tight and cover your heads." A second later, a strange object flew through the ceiling and crashed straight to the ground. The impact affected Ngo Loi's group to some extent. "Who is this? How can they be so terrifying?" Diepthon replied while shielding himself, "It's a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster has that kind of power." On the other side, Hao Tuyet spoke leisurely. "I was a little delayed on the way. Did I miss any of the good stuff?" Ko-Fi, seeing him arrive, cheered, "You're here, master." Bok Van was just as happy, saying, "Grandmaster Hao, you've come at the perfect time." Hao Tuyet glanced down and saw Do Cao stumbling to his feet. So he casually remarked, "Where did this dog come from?" causing the old man to only be able to utter, "Martial arts grandmaster." He was too lazy to listen to Du Cao's nonsense and kicked him aside. Lang Van was extremely disappointed. "It's over. I thought I could win first place this time, but I guess a grandmaster is truly not someone I can underestimate." Then, Hao Tuyet raised his voice and asked, "Who is King Yamaso? Come out and speak with me." Hearing this, So Nian acknowledged, "That would be me." But the man scoffed, "You? There's not a single trace of flowing energy on you." With that, he flew straight at him with a warning. "Acting tough for no reason can get you killed." So Nian calmly raised his hand to block and replied, "Then you can only blame your own poor eyesight for not understanding Qi concealment techniques." Hearing this, Hao Tuyet said arrogantly, "Very well. I'd like to see how long a brat like you can keep that tough talk up." So Nian was not one to back down and shot back. "With just that little bit of skill of yours, so much for the myth of South America." After hearing this, Hao Tuyet's expression became unreadable. "Quite the mouth on you. You've got guts," Miss Chu exclaimed. "He's King Yama, so? I don't recognize him." Uncle Lam, that arrogant-looking guy. Uncle Lam replied with difficulty. It's no use. He's Hao Tuyet, the one who caused a ruckus in our Kim Lam city. I can't believe he's a grandmaster now. It seems Huaxia is in trouble. Miss Chu's expression suddenly turned serious. Are you talking about the wanted criminal who fled the country? Uncle Lam replied, That's right. Down below, Hao Tuyet started grumbling again. Whether you're King Yamaso or not, you're dying today. With that, he threw a punch at him. So Nian effortlessly blocked it with his leg and asked in return, Just you alone? After speaking, he used his force to push Hao Tuyet away. He wasn't discouraged and continued to summon more power to attack him. I'll show you the true power of a grandmaster. From the stands, Nyo Loi repeatedly warned him to be careful. Diep Than, however, wondered if So Nian could handle it. Just then, Hao Tuyet unleashed another move. An unimaginable wave of power rushed straight towards him. Just when it seemed So Nian would be in trouble, he taunted him back. A so-called grandmaster. And these are the only moves, you know? This took Hao Tuyet completely by surprise. Then So Nian coldly provoked him further. Hurry up and show me something you've actually got. This sentence directly awakened Hao Tuyet's competitive spirit. He said excitedly, All right, so you do have a few tricks. In that case, I'll let you witness the technique I spent 10 years to comprehend. Up above, Uncle Lam spoke with a doubtful tone. This King Yama, so is only a martial general. How can he possibly fight a grandmaster? It seems the rumors were just rumors after all. Elsewhere, Diep Than was scared and unconsciously moved closer to Ngo Loi. King Yama so will be okay, right? Ngo Loi replied awkwardly, I don't know either. Less than a second later, Hao Tuyet unleashed his heartbreak kill technique. He thought smugly. Even Tran Tran Thien wouldn't dare to take this killing move head-on, so how could a little brat like you possibly block it? Despite everyone's panicked warnings, So Nian remained as calm as ever in the face of imminent danger. A second later, So Nian finally reacted and spoke nonchalantly. The Nam Duong Li sect's flawed technique? Just some pathetic cat-scratch martial arts? With that, he immediately unleashed the Li self-deciding strike. Bat Feng Liet used his rending palm to block Ho Tuet's attack. Seeing this, Ko-Fi gasped in astonishment. Master's invincible Chu Heart killing art was blocked. Below, Suo Ran, brimming with power, ordered an attack. The immense energy transformed into a mighty dragon and charged towards the man. Ho Tuet was knocked back and had no choice but to leap up to dodge the blow. Even so, he was still at a slight disadvantage. Only then did Ho Tuet begin to wonder who this kid was to be so formidable. In response to his astonishment, Suo Ran said nonchalantly, Martial General, Grandmaster, they're just titles. What difference does it make when you're standing in front of me? Hearing this, Ho Tuet was furious. How arrogant. So what if you killed that old man from the Blade sect before? I'll show you that even among grandmasters, there are different levels. Ngo Loi was affected by the man's immense power and felt extremely hot. Diep Than cried out helplessly, I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die. On the other side, Than Fong created a shield with his power and shouted, Everyone, get behind me. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Teacher Chu, you have to win. Down below, Suo Ran quietly assessed him. To be able to comprehend so much from an incomplete technique manual, it seems this guy has some real skill. He decided to defeat him seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Suo Ran unleashed the small 36 sword formation technique. Hundreds of swords heard his command and obediently charged towards their opponent. It seemed this attack was beyond Ho Tuet's control. Before long, Suo Ran's sword energy had completely enveloped his technique. Ho Tuet thought helplessly, This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. Just a second later, his technique was officially shattered by Suo Ran's swords. The ship couldn't withstand the two immense sources of power and exploded in an instant. Down in the arena, Suo Ran was still fighting relentlessly. Ho Tuet was forced into a defensive position but remained stubborn. It's not over yet, take this! Immediately after, his sharp instincts warned him of something. He flew high into the air and pointed thousands of swords at Ho Tuet, then bluntly declared that he had lost. This only strengthened Ho Tuet's resolve to defeat him, and he began to gather energy in his hands. Suo Ran immediately directed the swords to fly straight at him again. Seeing this, Ho Tuet raised both hands in surrender and shouted that he gave up. Hearing this, he retracted his swords and said humbly, I went easy on you. Witnessing this scene, Ko-Fi was utterly disappointed. Master, how could you possibly lose? Bach Van Bin wasn't happy either, muttering the two words, Grandmaster. In contrast to the gloomy attitude on the other side, Fan Hong was overjoyed with the result. As expected of Teacher Chu, he defeated a world-class grandmaster in just a few moves. Diep Than joyfully threw her arms around Ngo Loi next to her and cheered, King Yama Chu is so amazing. I can't believe I actually got to talk to him today. He replied, ecstatic. He really is amazing. Elsewhere, a resentful Long Van muttered to himself, Some South American myth. Can't even beat a brat. but the situation is against me right now, so I'll have to endure this humiliation. Down below, as Ho Tuyet stood dazed by the match's outcome, Suo Ran began his assessment. I remember in my past life, this Ho Tuyet died protecting the city. Although he's a bit arrogant, his nature isn't bad. He's a real talent. Thinking this, he decided to invite the man to cooperate with him. Although Ho Tuyet outwardly asked Suo Ran to be clearer, inwardly he was surprised, thinking, he can easily defeat a grandmaster, why would he need to cooperate? He voiced his confusion. With your status, you obviously don't lack for anything. Spirit stones included. Ho Tuyet grew impatient and said, Grandmaster, just speak your mind, don't be shy. So, Suo Ran casually dropped a line. It's like this. You follow me for 1 year, and I'll teach you the complete Chu heart killing art. How about it? Upon hearing this, Ho Tuyet was completely stunned and blurted out, What? Ho Tuyet was bewildered. Grandmaster, do you know what you're saying? The only existing copy of the Chu heart killing art should be the one I possess. Suo Ran raised his hand and placed it on the man's forehead. To me, it's just a very ordinary thing. Suddenly, a light flashed on Ho Tuyet's forehead. He broke out in a sweat, not knowing what this was. Ho Tuyet thought to himself, this is the complete manual for the Chu heart killing art. The Grandmaster wasn't lying to me. Suo Ran instructed, all right, I've passed the technique to you. Although this technique is nothing special, in the mortal realm, it's a rare treasure. Remember to practice diligently. Don't be lazy. Ho Tuyet was too moved to speak. Grandmaster, are you really giving me something so precious? Suo Ran waved his hand. I myself have already received the inheritance of this technique. I'm just helping you supplement the missing parts. At that moment, Ho Tuyet dropped to one knee. This great kindness is something I can never repay. If there is anything I can do for you, Grandmaster, please just give the order. Up above, Lang Ven shot to his feet upon hearing this. A Grandmaster is submitting just like that? Than Feng's eyes widened in shock. Teacher Chu has subdued a Grandmaster. Fan Hong, standing beside him, laughed with delight. Now let's see who dares to fight with our Ku Giang city for territory. Chu Tiothu observed and praised, King Yamachu is truly formidable. If only he were one of our people. Uncle Lam, behind her, mumbled, it seems Jiangnam is really about to change. Just then, Suo Ran pointed up at the stands. Right, that disciple of yours has a bad character. He's too fond of using his strength to bully the weak. Seeing this, Ko Fi flinched. Ho Tuyet glanced up at him. Ko Fi, from this moment on, you are no longer my disciple. You're on your own. Upon hearing this, Ko Fi's face went blank, and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Why is this happening? Lang Ven, seeing the situation was not good, began to plot. Damn it, why do I keep getting tangled up with him? I have to find a way out, fast. Down in the arena, Ho Tuyet offered his opinion. Grandmaster, with our Sugiang city at the top of this tournament, I doubt they'll dare to object. Suo Ran looked at his watch and replied, we'll handle a few more things, then we'll go. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Suo Ran. I, Banglong of Tianfeng International, acknowledge Teacher Chu as our leader. Lang Ven bowed deeply. I hope Teacher Chu can forgive my previous actions. Suo Ran looked at Lang Ven with a cold gaze. Forgive you? Do you think what you've done can be forgiven? Lang Ven broke out in a sweat and replied, Teacher Chu, don't be angry. I can compensate you with money. I can give you however much money you want. He stammered, I was too disrespectful before, as long as you let me go. Suo Ran cut him off. I might consider letting you go. Then he shouted, but will the more than 10 girls you locked up and abused forgive you? At that moment, Lang Ven jumped in shock. How did you know? Suo Ran scowled at him. If you don't want others to know, then it's best not to do it. I've long since investigated all the disgusting things you've done. With that, he looked up at the stands and gave a signal. CEO Giang, show everyone the truth. Upon hearing this, Giang Kone quickly used his phone to play a video for everyone to see. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with curious chatter. CEO Ku has a dark history? Imprisoned young girls? On the screen were 2 girls, tied up and covered in injuries. Suo Ran angrily pointed at the screen. This is your brilliant and handsome CEO Ku, doing such evil deeds in the dark. Diopthon was furious. That bastard Ku is disgusting. How dare he do things like this? Ngo Loi was also enraged. Isn't that the girl who went missing in the news a while back? So she was kidnapped by this scumbag. Damn animal, Chu Tiothu frowned. I can't believe Ku Lang Ven is so evil, and Dad wanted me to go on a blind date with him. He's truly despicable. Uncle Lam's expression darkened. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Lang Ven's face turned pale, and he desperately tried to defend himself. It's not like that. This is slander. They made it all up to frame me. It's fake. Suo Ran stepped closer to him. With my power, do I need to conspire to frame a petty person like you? Isn't your life mine to take whenever I want? Lang Ven trembled in fear. What do you want? Stay away from me. He turned to call for help from Do Ko. Old Do, save me. But Do Ko had already made a run for it. As Doko ran, his voice echoed back, "Get lost. The future is long. I can't follow you forever." Seeing this, Ho Twit immediately gave chase. "This old man is a bad guy too. You think you can run?" He rushed towards Dokao and took him down with a single palm strike. Witnessing that, Lung Van fell to his knees in terror, begging, "I'm begging you. I have tens of millions in assets. It's all yours. Just spare me." Suo Ran replied coldly, "You think I care about your filthy money?" He gently placed his hand on Ling Yun's head. He was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face. At that moment, Suo Ran's entire body seemed to crackle with electricity. "Be more careful in your next life." After dealing with Ling Yun, he gave his next orders. "Everyone, clean this up a bit. I have other things to do." With that, Suo Ran flew away. The crowd on the platform bowed their heads. "Safe travels, Master Su." As soon as he flew off, Boss Chu cupped his hands from behind. "Grandmaster La, I am willing to submit to Master Su." Beside him, another man quickly chimed in, not daring to hide his intentions. "I've been on Master Su's side for a long time." Cheng Feng gave a wry smile. "Indeed, only the strong can have it all. What level will Master Su's future reach?" Meanwhile, Suo Ran had already traveled a great distance. He landed on a nearby coast. Suo Ran thought to himself, "Since I was reborn, the matter that's been weighing on my mind has finally been perfectly resolved. Dad, little sister, from now on, you two will no longer have to suffer at the hands of those scumbags." Ho Jue said cautiously, "Grandmaster, my return to Huaxia this time actually had another purpose." Suo Ran said impressively, "Let's hear it." Ho Jue recounted, "A year ago, when I secretly returned to Huaxia, I accidentally discovered a place in High City where the spiritual energy had a very strange fluctuation." Suo Ran wondered, "A fluctuation in spiritual energy? Could it be some kind of treasure?" Ho Jue nodded. "I thought so too. If Master Su has free time in the future, you could go there and take a look." Suo Ran pondered to himself, "If it's an artifact from the immortal realm, then I really can't miss it." Seeing this, Ho Jue spoke up, "Grandmaster, then I'll come find you again after I've finished my business in South America." Suo Ran gave careful instructions. "Go on, remember to cultivate well. You won't be short on rewards in the future." Ho Jue flew away, but not without replying, "Yes, Grandmaster." Suo Ran scratched his head and muttered, "The business here is pretty much settled, but I feel like I've forgotten something, huh?" Suddenly, at that moment, Suo Ran received a phone call. He nonchalantly put the phone to his ear to answer. The person on the other end of the line shouted, "Teacher Su, didn't you say you'd hold a makeup class for us this afternoon? Where are you?" Only then did Suo Ran remember what he still had to do. After hearing that, he flew up into the sky. "Just you wait, kids. Teacher's on his way." A while later, Suo Ran arrived in Linhai City. He stared intently at his phone. It was a rare opportunity to come to Linhai City. He had to seize it. After thinking for a moment, Suo Ran began to unleash his divine sense to investigate. He could feel that the spiritual energy fluctuations here were unusual. It seemed he had found the right place. Suddenly, from behind Suo Ran, a loud voice called his name. Fatty smiled brightly. "It really is you. I can't believe I'd run into you here." He walked over and ruffled Suo Ran's hair. "You're not doing too bad, you little rascal. I heard you even became a teacher after leaving the company. You finally found a job." Suo Ran smiled and replied, "You're not doing too bad yourself. That old geezer in the development department. Did you manage to push him down?" Fatty winked and grinned. "Of course." Another person walked over and spoke up. "Isn't this little Su? We haven't seen you in a long time since you left the company." It turned out to be Ming Hui and Ru Xian. He also spoke up. "Little Su, where have you been working lately?" Suo Ran immediately retorted, "Boss Li and Sister Liu are in love. Truly a match made in heaven that makes people envious." He thought to himself, "In my past life, the biggest reason I left the company was because of these two." Ru Xian shouted angrily, "You'd better stop with your jinxing words. You've been out for over a year and still haven't learned how to treat people?" Ming Hui immediately chimed in, "I don't think he'll ever learn." Seeing this, Fatty quickly tried to mediate. "Boss Li, Director Liu, we're all old colleagues." Suo Ran said sarcastically, "Of course I understand the ways of the world. It's just that some things clearly aren't human." Ru Xian flew into a rage. "Very good, Suo Ran. I didn't expect you to have such a venomous tongue. One day, you'll bring disaster upon yourself." Seeing this, Suo Ran remained calm and said, "So, are you the disaster?" Hui Ming intervened. "All right, don't argue with him anymore. This kind of small fry isn't worthy of arguing with us. If young Master Li arrives and sees this, it won't look good." Fatty walked over and whispered to Suo Ran, "Bro, don't bicker with them. It's not worth it." Suo Ran replied calmly, "You're joking, Fatty. If it wasn't so rare to get a chance to see you, I wouldn't have stayed here for a second." He turned and asked, "By the way, who is this young Master Li they're talking about?" Fatty explained, "That young Master Li is a big shot from Linjiang City. The company sent people here this time to discuss business with him." Fatty turned and pointed, "Speak of the devil. Young Master Li is here." With one hand in his pocket, young Master Li slowly walked towards them. Suo Ran smiled to himself, thinking, "So it's this kid." Hui Ming ran over to light a cigarette for the young master. "My goodness, young Master Li, you're here so quickly." Young Master Li nodded. "I didn't have anything else to do anyway." Ming Hui yelled at Fatty, "What are you standing over there for? Get over here and say hello." Fatty scowled and muttered, "When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. I really don't want to be a bootlicker." Suo Ran thought to himself, "Without power, you can only grovel like this. In the end, this world still belongs to the strong." Young Master Li recognized Suo Ran at a glance. He casually raised a hand in greeting. "You seem to be in a pretty good mood, huh, young Master Li?" Young Master Li's heart skipped a beat. "Why is this great Buddha here? He's not here to scold me, is he?" Ming Hui yelled. "Suo Ran, how dare you talk to young Master Li like that?" Suo Ran smirked. "How I want to talk to him has anything to do with you?" Hui Ming stuck his neck out and argued, "I see you're just blind, messing with young Master Li." Seeing this, young Master Li trembled with anger. "This idiot. If I let him keep running his mouth, I'll be lucky to keep my life." With that thought, young Master Li punched Hui Ming. "If you mess with Master Su, not even the gods can save you." Ming Hui rubbed his head, bewildered. "Young Master Li, did I say something wrong?" Seeing young Master Li walk towards Suo Ran made everyone wonder, what's wrong with this young Master Li? Young Master Li bowed deeply in a respectful greeting to Suo Ran. Seeing this, Ming Hui's jaw dropped and he stammered, "What? What's going on?" Fatty was just as surprised. To think that young Master Li would be so respectful to Suo Ran. Suo Ran waved his hand. "All right, no need to be so formal. I'm just here to hang out." Hearing that, young Master Li stood up straight. "If Master Su wanted to come hang out, you could have told me in advance. I would have definitely shown you around Linhai City myself." Suo Ran pointed at the group behind him. "We can talk later when you're free. Everyone's hungry." Young Master Li turned and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Get over here, quickly. Li Ming Hui, go lead the way. We can't be disrespectful to Master Su." Ming Hui said in a panic, "Yes, I'll lead everyone right away." Suo Ran signaled to young Master Li, "You go on ahead. I'll walk with my brother." Young Master Li did as he was told. Fatty immediately nudged Suo Ran hard. "My man, you're really something else, full of surprises. You can even make young Master Li afraid to breathe too loudly." Suo Ran laughed and replied, "No matter how impressive I am, I'm not as impressive as you. Come on, let's go have a feast." A moment later, young Master Li led them into a large, luxurious restaurant. Young Master Li tried to gauge Suo Ran's opinion. "Master Su, I wonder if this place is to your liking?" He nodded. "It's all right. Let's eat here." Young Master Li ordered Ming Hui, "Go call a waiter, quickly. We have to treat Master Su well." Ming Hui quickly replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." Then he obediently gestured for everyone. "This way, please, to the reserved table." Suo Ran asked casually, "By the way, do you know of any scenic areas around here?" Young Master Li replied, "There is a scenic area. There's an ancient tomb complex nearby. If you're interested, you can go take a look." Hearing ancient tomb, Suo Ran couldn't help but be surprised. The most miraculous thing is that in the ancient tomb area, there's a lake. The surface of the lake is boiling hot and bubbling, but it's bone-chillingly cold underneath. Suo Ran looked intrigued. A mysterious lake. That sounds interesting. Young Master Li suggested, "After we eat, I'll take Master Su to have a look. I've made all the arrangements. Please, follow me." From behind, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "Suo Ran, why are you here?" Yanji smiled. "Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here." Suo Ran was delighted to see her. "Great beauty Jian, your aura is getting stronger. Life must be treating you well lately." Yanji gave a wry smile. "Not at all. Isn't it all thanks to you?" With that, she clung to So Nian's arm. "Are you free? There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else to talk." So Nian turned back to look at Fatty. "Sorry, I have to go." Fatty immediately replied, "Go on, take care of your business." Fatty was full of admiration. So Nian was the man. He even managed to conquer a star like Jian and Ganqi. Young Master Li added, "As expected of teacher So, pulling this off so easily, you truly are a master." Min Hai peeked over and thought to himself, "I can't believe he's become so formidable now, and I was acting all cocky in front of him. How ridiculous." After walking with Ngan Chi to a secluded spot, So Nian spoke up. "Go ahead. You must have something important to discuss with me." Ngan Chi said shyly, "You're as sharp as ever. I am indeed in a bit of trouble." So Nian was puzzled. "Is there anything that can actually trouble you? Tell me about it. If I can help, I will." Ngan Chi was about to shoot a new music video and wanted to invite 2 foreign martial arts grandmasters, but she felt they were very strange and wanted So Nian to find out if they were trustworthy. So, Nian was surprised. You actually managed to invite martial arts grandmasters? Where are they now? Engon Chi pointed. Right in that private room. So Nian approached and placed his hand on the door. Let me see. His eyes widened as he focused on the door and activated his divine sense. So Nian was inwardly surprised. Huh? They're both martial artists. Do they really need to shoot MVs to make money? Seeing this, Engon Chi asked curiously. Well, have you figured anything out? After a moment of thought, Nian pushed the door open and went in. All right, I'll go check them out directly. Trin Te believed that Hua martial arts were too soft, nowhere near as powerful as his Western boxing. He then tried to persuade them to abandon Tai Chi and take him as their master. The man with glasses who had invited him chimed in with fawning praise. Absolutely right. Our kung fu has been getting worse and worse over the decades. We need your guidance. He then respectfully raised his glass to Trin Te. Just then, So Nin appeared. In recent years, has every random dog and chicken learned how to run its mouth so arrogantly? For trash like you, I could crush you with a single finger. Instantly, the wine glass became an object for him to vent his anger on. Both Trin Te and Mao Tu thought he was some punk looking to die, but he continued to curse them, a bunch of uncivilized savages. If you don't apologize to my country's martial arts today, don't even think about walking out of here. Manager Xiao pretended to step in, inviting So Nian to sit down and have a drink to cool off. But that sycophant turned to make trouble with Engon Chi, claiming So Nian was disrespecting the two masters he had invited. She, on the other hand, believed he had come specifically to help her check them out and avoid being scammed. As the man was about to curse in anger, Trin Te feigned disappointment at not having Engon Chi's trust. He then introduced himself as Trin Te and challenged him. If you can make me feel pain, I'll take back what I said. So Nian was also a little interested, as this guy was very confident in his muscles. Trin Te mocked his small frame compared to his own, even telling him to be careful not to break his hand. So Nian didn't hold back anymore and began to execute his fist technique. He planned to use Rebound Spirit Energy, a move that could be fatal to the opponent. A single punch flew, and Trin Te's entire body was powerless to resist. Seeing Trin Te sent flying, Mao Tu instinctively called out his name, then rushed over to check if he was okay. Over on the side, Manager Xiao was warning that So Nian had caused trouble, but Ngon Chi believed that this would be resolved. Then, So Nian was blamed for acting recklessly. If you injure our foreign friends, you'll go to jail. But he retorted that only a spineless yes-man like him would consider them friends. After coming to his senses, Trin Te spoke up. I was careless. You are very strong. We shouldn't have looked down on your country, nor should you underestimate my beastification, rushing wolf skill. So Nian thought the technique wasn't half bad. But before he could finish listening, the man had already rushed forward recklessly. Every one of his claw strikes missed. To So Nian, that speed was far too slow. He then grabbed a corner of Trin Te's shirt. As he lifted his enemy, he added another critique. Not enough power, either. After being defeated and in pain, Trin Te stammered, "Who in the world are you?" But he chose to answer with the identity of an ordinary teacher. Engon Chi came forward at this point to praise how amazing he was, while also insulting the two foreigners. So Nian didn't forget to emphasize that although their country's martial arts had been quiet, its roots were still deep, and they shouldn't have such twisted ideas. The man obediently accepted his lesson, promising not to look down on his homeland anymore. Before leaving, So Nian didn't forget to instruct, the job is done. You can deal with those two as you see fit. Trin Te and Mao Tu were immediately kicked out. They were seen as nothing more than big talkers with no real strength. As they reached the door, Trin Te was still fuming about running into a master right after arriving. Mao Tu advised him not to hold a grudge and to focus on the treasure, and to cause less trouble with other matters. And so, Trin Te swore that after their business was done, he would return to get revenge on So Nian. Overhearing this conversation, he confirmed that there really was a treasure in the pond, and that this time, their master would be disappointed. A short while later, he was brought to that strange pond. So Nian also agreed that it looked anything but normal. Young Master Li then wanted to introduce him to something even more amazing. In an instant, his gaze turned sharp as ice. That was because So Nian sensed someone else was here. A truly different character stepped forward. Not a bad perception. It seems your country still has some masters. It's just that we're temporarily occupying this place. I'll have to ask you two to leave. He naturally thought that some foreigners had no right to be so arrogant on his turf. Gayu sneered. I heard this was a land of etiquette. Looking at it now, it's just a bunch of savages. After that, the old man released 2 streams of dark purple power. It looked impressive, but to So Nian, it was just cat-scratch kung fu. He raised one hand and easily stopped the streams of energy. After being subdued, they gathered into a small sphere. He thought it was truly pathetic, but suddenly, Gayu curled his lips into a knowing smirk. It's not over yet. A crack was gradually spreading across the surface of that orb. As more cracks appeared, the power within began to shoot out. Then, it ravenously surged towards So Nian's face. It quickly devoured everything in an explosion. But no matter how powerful it was, So Nian's control was able to suppress one side of it in time. Geiyu was so shocked his eyes went wide, but Trin Te was still singing the old man's praises. Our master is one of the 12 European archons, a war general of his majesty. How could you possibly imagine his power? He didn't know much about any 12 archons, but young Master Lai had some knowledge. They are powerful experts who borrow names from mythology. Each one has reached the grandmaster realm. Among them, Alano is the strongest, and everyone under him is a battle maniac. That surprised him a little. He thought Geiyu was some big shot, but it turns out he's just someone's subordinate. The old man then put on a sanctimonious air to lecture him. Don't be so arrogant. You must have basic respect for the strong. A conceited person like you will only bring disaster upon yourself. Next, he replied leisurely, "You're really annoying to talk to, but you did say one thing right." Immediately after, his figure left the ground. So Nian was determined to teach the old man what it truly means to respect the strong. For some reason, Geiyu felt that he couldn't block this palm strike directly, so he leaped to the side, letting his palm strike the ground. So Nian looked on with contempt because Geiyu didn't even dare to take one of his palm strikes. Finally, Geiyu asked with a trembling voice, "Why are you so powerful? Who on earth are you, sir? Please, show mercy. I'll agree to anything you ask." Both of his students couldn't accept his act of begging for forgiveness. On this side, it was his turn to criticize the Westerners. "You people from the West don't know humility unless you've been beaten." At this point, Geiyu could only repeatedly admit his mistake and beg him for mercy. But deep down, he was furious, as this was the most humiliating moment of his life. Ignoring him, he only wanted to know if they had come for the pond. Geiyu honestly admitted that they had heard of a rare treasure at the bottom and came to check it out. Seeing this, So Nian was secretly glad that he had managed to stop the treasure from falling into their hands. Young Master Li was now very curious about how to deal with Go's group. In the end, he just banished them from the country, never to return. Geiyu could only obediently promise everything, his face dark as he had completely lost face. Then, he recklessly pushed his two students away first. The old man raised his hands to form a seal and commanded, "Explode!" Their bodies swelled into two taut balloons right behind him. Sensing the danger, he pushed young Master Li forward first. Immediately after, an explosion sent countless fragments of flesh flying. The old man was smug, declaring that he would tear him to shreds today, but it seemed the old man's face was splitting in two. Turns out, while the old geezer was gloating, he had already sliced him into two symmetrical halves. Suo Ran thought the old man was truly digging his own grave. Young Master Li had just gotten a taste of hell from King Soryama, but at least he was lucky he hadn't completely pissed him off. Next, Suo Ran said he was just going to scout the pond, while the other man could handle the remaining matters. Wisps of mist were constantly rising, and Suo Ran carefully observed the movements around him. After getting a clear look at the objects hidden inside, he discovered they were all items from the celestial realm. But deep at the bottom of the lake, a strange source of light was emitting. To be more precise, it was a small bead, intricately carved with patterns full of celestial energy. Another streak of blue light was trying to approach its aura. Then, the bead was pulled out of the water by him. Suo Ran was also surprised, because this sword seed had appeared on Earth, seeing as it was an extremely rare treasure in the celestial realm. But unfortunately, his current strength wasn't enough to refine it perfectly, so he could only hold on to it for the time being. A while later, young Master Li came to report that the work had been handled smoothly. After saying thanks, Suo Ran left first. The moment he turned to leave, he was criticized for being a show-off. Before he could even react, Minhai was taught a lesson by young Master Li. "Shut up. I'm giving you a warning. If you want to keep your life, don't cause trouble for Teacher Sir. He's not someone you can afford to mess with." A day later, at school, the students were informed that winter break had begun. They were celebrating their slightly improved final exam scores and the fact that they had time off. But Suo Ran had it much worse, being teased by his student that winter was here and he was still single. He immediately used a stack of papers to lovingly pat his student. "Did I not give you enough homework? A handsome guy like me doesn't need a girlfriend." But what Ho Lai really wanted was to remind him to pay more attention to Principal Tun Yin. Suo Ran immediately said that since he was so handsome, he would make her feel. Before he could finish, he was summoned to the office. So he had to correct himself to feel that I'm a very good teacher. Then, Suo Ran frantically chased after Tun Yin. When Look Heech saw him appear, she was also quite surprised. After that, a scene of affectionately passing a drink unfolded in the room. Tun Yin had to clear her throat to remind them both to be mindful of their actions at the workplace. Suo Ran explained that because they had served in the army together, their camaraderie was a bit casual. Then he asked why the two of them were looking for him. Look Heech spoke up first, hesitantly asking if he was going back to the Sir family for the new year. Tun Yin also chimed in, telling him that if he wasn't going back to the Sir family, he should come to her house with Look Heech. He answered flatly, "I know what you two are thinking. Thanks, but if I don't go back, my father will be upset. Don't worry, the Sir family can't do anything to me now." Tun Yin shyly announced that she would be resigning next semester, and a new principal would be replacing her. Hearing this, Suo Ran wailed with tears and snot. "My dear principal, how can you leave? Without you, I'm like a fish out of water." Tun Yin couldn't stand the skin-crawling scene and yelled at him to speak normally. The truth was, her family's company was busy, so she had to go back and help. As for him, she hoped he wouldn't cause trouble while she was away. Suo Ran proudly reassured her that if people don't mess with him, he won't mess with them. Seeing there was nothing else, he said his goodbyes first. Look Heat then promised Tun Yin that she would keep a close eye on him for her. Outside, he felt very touched that they both cared for him, but it was a pity that he wasn't in the mood for romance at the moment. His goal now was to see how the Sur family would deal with his family this year. Sometime later, Suo Ran was at the airport. Sun Ha looked at his two children with a sense of guilt, because every time they went home, he had to make them endure the others. Surmuk replied in a nonchalant tone, "Don't say that, Dad. So many years have passed. Are we still afraid of them making things difficult for us?" Suo Ran also told his father not to worry because the Sur family wouldn't be able to bully them anymore. But he still insisted that they could do whatever they wanted. But Suo Ran, in particular, had to behave himself when he got home. Although he agreed verbally, in his heart, he had resolved not to endure it any longer. In a hidden corner nearby, Surmuk was being sized up without anyone knowing. Truly a good seed. A pity about those legs. But if you can't be my disciple, you can be material for my cultivation. This character was Luc Vien, a man with a white snake life source, who always needed blood to nourish it. He immediately approached Suo Ran's family to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, I am a martial arts grandmaster named Luc Vien." With a quick glance, he knew the man was a martial general, and an interesting one at that, with his snake charming skills. Luc Vien lavished praise on Sormuk's talent, expressing his sincere desire to take her as his disciple. The little girl was still marveling at him. "An underground martial artist? Judging by your aura, sir, you must be very formidable." Even though Luc Vien was being humble, Suo Ran directly pointed out the Marshal General rank of the snake in his sleeve. Luc Vien's friendly demeanor vanished. His voice turned grim as he said, "You've got sharp eyes for someone so young. Your knowledge isn't bad. Then you should also understand how blessed your sister is to have me as her master, right?" Suo Ran replied in the exact same tone. "If you were an ordinary martial general, it wouldn't be bad. But this snake of yours has probably drunk a lot of human blood. You want to use my sister as a tool to supply it with blood, don't you?" Although he outwardly accused Suo Ran of slander, Luc Vien was inwardly terrified because his scheme had been seen through completely. Suddenly, Suo Ran demanded to see the snake so he could judge fairly. Immediately, Luc Vien attacked with killing intent. "You insolent brat!" Both Sonha and his daughter worried for his safety, but on his side, Suo Ran easily tapped the pressure point right between his eyes. The intense nerve shock caused Luc Vien's pupils to contract. By the time he realized his opponent's level was grandmaster, it was already too late. Suo Ran was still in a playful mood, so he joked, "Is your snake that shy? It doesn't want to be seen?" Though he verbally told him to take it out, his hand emitted a terrifying suction force. The white snake lost control and poked its head out. Its fate was to be crushed in one go by Suo Ran, a mere martial general level beast. Luc Vien fell to his knees in a panic and kowtowed. "Grandmaster, I was wrong. I was blind and failed to recognize a great person. Please spare me." Since Suo Ran was with his family, he didn't want to cause a bloodbath and just told him to get lost. That was like a mercy to Luc Vien. He ran off without looking back. Only then did Sonha approach and ask, "Son, when did you become so incredible? You're like a deity from the legends." Suo Ran didn't explain, only saying he would put on another performance at the Sur residence, and that from now on, no one would bully them. Just then, a voice called out, "Second uncle! Suo Ran! Over here!" Van Van smiled and explained she was a bit late because of traffic. Both Suo Ran and his sister were very close to Van Van. She was the cousin who cared about them the most in the family, and also the reason they dared to come home for the new year. Van Van patted Surmuk's head and replied, "Don't say that. Everyone at home really wants to see you." Surmuk pouted and pushed her hand away, saying she wasn't a child anymore. But of course, Van Van still had to tease her with one more line. "In my eyes, you'll always be a child." Sonha smiled and told them they should head back and talk later since it was getting late. The magnificent estate of the Sur family quickly appeared before them. Looking at it, Suo Ran always wondered, this place is so grand, but why could it never contain his family? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Van Van urged him to hurry inside. Suo Ran once again stepped back into this old place. He thought to himself, "Sur family, I'm back." As soon as they entered, Van Van announced loudly, "Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle is here." But Hoaikach just snorted coldly. "You've got some nerve. You're the last one to arrive every year. Do you want me to personally come and invite you back?" Tu Fung disagreed with her husband, saying it was a good thing for their son to return from afar. She smiled gently and comforted Sonha. "It's good that you're back. Family shouldn't hold such big grudges. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. At that moment, Suo Ran and his sister appeared and greeted their grandmother. Tu Feng was very pleased to see the handsome and beautiful siblings. Just then, Huai Kach told Son Ha to come with him for a moment. Although he was a bit scared, he still had to go. He didn't forget to tell Suo Ran to take care of Sirmuk, but he knew that if his father went with him, he would be beaten and scolded. However, he guaranteed that this would be the last time. Just then, another person's voice rang out. Isn't that eldest brother? You weren't in the main hall just now, so you were here all along. Suo Ran was also quite surprised that this Trung Phi guy would strike up a conversation with him. He scratched his ear, looking incredibly rude, and replied, "You're the young master of this house. If I don't come say hi, I'd be breaking the family rules. After all, I'm not like you, eldest brother. Acting so improperly outside, and there are even rumors about him and the principal." Suo Ran shot back, asking what if it were true. Trung Phi immediately cursed him for being shameless and not knowing his place. Suo Ran questioned him with a dark tone. Do you think we're that easy to push around? What right do you have to run your mouth in front of me? Besides, why should I follow the rules of your Sir family? The pressure from Suo Ran was so thick that he felt tiny before him. Trung Phi felt his whole body trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't pinpoint why he was so afraid. Huai Kach was so enraged he roared, "Is this how the children of a great family behave, arguing like this? Both of you, shut your mouths!" In the end, he decided to endure it for now, as he couldn't reveal his hand just yet. Right after that, Son Lu also said they shouldn't ruin Huai Kach's mood and that they should go eat first. After a lavish meal was served, Suo Ran dug in, ignoring everyone else. Seeing this, Huai Kach flared up again, yelling that he was a good-for-nothing. Chu Ut, the youngest in the family, Sun Xian, spoke up calmly. Little Nian has probably never seen such delicious food. What else are you supposed to do at a dinner table besides eat? Are we supposed to just sit here and stare at each other? Just then, the laughter of another figure rang out. What's that delicious smell? Old man, sir, you're having a family gathering without inviting me? That's not very loyal of you. Old Huai Kach laughed back, thinking his old friend had tasted countless delicacies and wouldn't be interested in his family's simple food. While the two old men were talking, Trung Phi also stepped forward to greet the ninth Taoist. Suo Ran secretly sized up the old man's power. He was already half a step into the grandmaster realm. Not bad. Over here, the ninth Taoist was encouraging Trung Phi, truly a dragon among men. I imagine it won't be more than a few days before you become a true martial artist. Immediately, Huai Kach hurriedly thanked the ninth Taoist for promoting his grandson, giving the Sur family a chance to have a martial artist. The ninth Taoist waved his hand humbly and replied, I eat your food and drink your wine. This is a small matter. Then he grew curious about Suo Ran's identity. Huai Kach immediately ordered him, Suo Ran, get up and pay your respects. Seeing him remain seated and fearing it would anger the ninth Taoist, Huai Kach explained that he didn't yet understand some of the necessary etiquette. The old man didn't mind and walked over to ask him, do you want to be my disciple? Trung Phi was so shocked his jaw dropped. After all, the ninth Taoist was about to become a grandmaster, yet he was personally asking for a disciple. Seeing Huai Kach's disbelief, the ninth Taoist explained that he saw Suo Ran had a deep affinity for cultivation. Sun Xuan immediately urged him to agree, though he only wanted to use it to make the ninth Taoist stay and protect the Sur family forever. Next, everyone heard his refusal. I appreciate the master's kind offer, but I don't need a master. Huai Kach and Trung Phi both thought his refusal was foolish, as it would offend the ninth Taoist. And indeed, the old man's face darkened. Are you saying I am not worthy of being your master? Suo Ran stated confidently, that wasn't aimed at you. The truth is, everyone in this world is unqualified to be my master. The sound of a hand slamming on the table echoed along with Huai Kach's roar. Enough! Sir Son Ha, is this the son you raised? Are you trying to destroy the Sur family? Sirmuk couldn't take it anymore and retorted, the Sur family? Do you people have any right to talk to us? When you kicked us out, no one had any objections. Suo Ran also stood up, saying that since they were being looked down upon, the three of them should leave a bit earlier. Ven Ven also spoke up, saying she would see the three of them out. Over here, Huai Kach was still trying his best to placate the ninth Taoist. The kids are a bit ill-tempered. I apologize on their behalf. The old man secretly decided that he had to teach Suo Ran a lesson about his arrogance. Outside by the car, Ven Ven was explaining to him that he had been a bit reckless this time, as the ninth Taoist was no ordinary person, but he just replied faintly that he had his reasons for doing so. Just as the car started moving, a large tree trunk came flying towards them. Suo Ran reacted quickly, using his hand to help Ven Ven steer. The car managed to swerve just as the massive trunk slammed onto the road. Suo Ran wanted to get out and check, not forgetting to tell everyone to stay inside for their safety. Wasn't the figure on the tree the same ninth Taoist he had just met inside the house? But for this kind of petty person who likes to launch sneak attacks, he wanted to see what other tricks the old man had up his sleeve. The ninth Taoist spoke first in a cold voice. I've lived a long time, and I have never been humiliated like I was today. Young man, for old man Sir's sake, get on your knees and kowtow, and I will spare you. But Suo Ran thought that if he didn't respect the old man, he wouldn't have bothered to refuse so tactfully. Losing his patience, power began to surge from within the ninth Taoist. I've killed countless worms like you. You truly don't know your place. Suo Ran had no choice but to reply, honestly. I'm not bragging, but someone of your level. I truly don't see you as a threat. Immediately, the old man wanted to use a single punch to teach Suo Ran how to behave. This technique piqued his interest a little. It was called the Ethereal Heart Sutra, but unfortunately, he thought the old man's mastery was lacking. Streams of true chi were gathering in front of the old man, forming a set of sharp jaws. Knowing those sharp teeth were about to bite into him, the ninth Taoist leaped off the tree. After landing, he cried out in shock, "The power of a grandmaster! Who in the world are you?" Suddenly, Suo Ran generously decided to give him some pointers. You are too petty and lack the righteous aura of a grandmaster. Go be a teacher at a school. Perhaps one day you will truly take that final half step. The ninth Taoist was asking himself, so this was the real bottleneck to his breakthrough? Such a young grandmaster, with the surname Suor. That silhouette slowly sparked a suspicion in the ninth Taoist's heart. Finally, he realized with astonishment that he was the legendary King Yamasor. Suo Ran just gently raised his hand to signal him, and the ninth Taoist immediately covered his mouth, vowing not to speak of it. After getting back in the car, Ven Ven was planning to ask Suo Ran to go meet someone with her, mainly so he could help her vet them. He immediately guessed she wanted him to check out her boyfriend, since there weren't many men who caught her eye. Van Van's cheeks flushed red, and she scolded him with a bit of embarrassment. What are you talking about? You'll know when we get there. Before they sat down at the table, Van Van reminded him not to reveal her identity to avoid scaring the other person. Then she smiled and said to the person sitting nearby, Wu Hong, we're here. Although he was very shy, he still politely invited them both to sit down. As soon as they met, Suo Ran joked that it must be tough for him to put up with Van Van's princess-like personality. She then asked her troublemaking little brother in a very affectionate tone, My dear little brother, what was that you said? But Wu Hong felt he was very lucky to see this other side of Van Van. In short, she was just as cute. As soon as he sat down, Suo Ran brought up business. He knew he was about to be tested. It turned out Wu Hang worked in finance at a large construction company. He thought his abilities were decent, and he had also saved up a small amount over the past few years. Suo Ran tapped his fingers and replied, For a normal family, your situation isn't bad. But do you really think you're qualified to be with my sister? That look made his nerves tense up. Van Van spoke up to remind him. That's a bit harsh. Wu Hang, don't listen to him. Modern society doesn't care about these things anymore. Then, everyone heard Wu Hang's low voice. I know your family is very wealthy. The me of today is indeed not worthy of your sister. But what's the point of living if you can't bravely pursue the one you love? Van Van's girlish heart was deeply moved by him. After using his chi-gazing technique, he immediately determined that he wasn't flustered or lying. On the contrary, he was very upright. Finally, he smiled and said, Well said. I'll drink to that. Then the two of them clinked glasses like kindred spirits. Just then, Kai Dot entered the restaurant, cursing non-stop because his table wasn't saved. His underling reported that Suo Ran's group was occupying the spot Kai Dot usually sat at. On the contrary, he got excited because there was a beauty sitting there. But what was more surprising was seeing Wu Hong sitting with them, so he decided to use this as an opportunity to go over and get to know the beautiful woman. The moment Kai Dat's crew walked over, running their mouths, So Nien knew he'd run into another bunch of blind idiots. Wu Hang immediately shot to his feet and asked, President Lam, what are you doing here? He questioned him with obvious contempt. A hired hand like you can be here, but I can't? Since when do employees get to question their superiors like that? Wu Hang's voice dropped as he warned him to watch his words, because this wasn't a place he could mess around. The next second, Kai Dat leaned in close to Van Van and mocked Wu Hong, a toad lusting after a swan. Why don't you just give this beauty to me to play with? Immediately after, Kai Dat's ugly face was punched into a new shape. Still furious, Wu Hang added another curse. You dare hit on my girl? You're asking for it. He was furious, but he was outmatched. Kai Dat ordered his lackeys to get rid of him. The guy rushed forward with a dagger in his hand. Wu Hang bravely shielded Van Van behind him. No one there noticed, So Nien's grim expression. A second later, he flicked his wrist, throwing something. The beer mug shattered against the thug's face, and what's more, So Nien used his hand to spin the guy's dagger around. Seeing the knife flying back at him, Kai Dat screamed in terror. I was wrong! Don't kill me! So Nien angrily yelled at him to get lost. Afterwards, Wu Hang came over to thank him, but he thought there was no need to be so polite, since Wu Hang himself had been willing to risk his life to protect Van Van. Although Wu Hang felt great about letting off some steam today, he was definitely going to be fired. He was extremely embarrassed now that he was about to be unemployed. So Nian suddenly spoke to him. Actually, I'm preparing to invest in Mr. Feng's project soon. If you trust me, would you be interested in partnering up? Van Van immediately rushed to stop him. Although she knew her brother had good intentions, you can't just make casual promises when it comes to money. He simply told them to look at some files on his phone, and they would understand. It was a piece of land for development with excellent potential. After confirming it was land in the Anjiang area, the couple agreed it wasn't bad at all. But So Nian added that the land price would rise even more. He asked Vu Hong what he thought. Right now, he was thinking that instead of continuing to work for someone else, he should risk it all for Van Van just this once. A second later, he answered fiercely, "Brother, so, I'm with you." So Nian was satisfied, and even guaranteed that he wouldn't let him and Van Van suffer any losses. That evening, he went into a bar and ordered a random drink. Just then, a woman's voice joked, "Aren't you going to buy me a drink? Wasn't this beauty none other than Vong Tuyet?" He was in the mood to play along with her. "A beauty like you could easily make a man sin." She raised her glass and asked casually, "But why have you never thought that way?" Although her praise made him blush, he regained his composure and asked her what she wanted from him. It turned out someone was trying to force her out of the management level of the Fang Hoa group, so she wanted to ask So Nian to intervene. However, he was very curious where Old Man Pham was to let something like this happen. Vong Tuyet explained resentfully that the old master had gone into seclusion to cultivate, which was why she was being bullied by others. As they were talking, another person approached them. "My dear cousin, it's been a while. What brings you to my place today?" Vong Tuyet's voice rose as she warned Cao Han not to mess around in front of her friend. But the other party pretended to look around as if he couldn't see him. Then Cao Han sneered and pointed at So Nian. "Don't tell me the person you're talking about is this broke-ass loser?" Vong Tuyet immediately slammed her hand on the table in anger. "Pham Cao Han, if you have any shame, stop bothering us." But the people on his side all thought she was just an adopted bitch who shouldn't be so arrogant. Vong Tuyet angrily reminded them not to push things too far. But Cao Han stubbornly continued to challenge her. "You want to hit someone? Here's my face. Go on, cousin, take a swing." The very next second, a powerful force accurately slammed into his face. After striking, So Nian feigned innocence. "I've lived this long and I've never heard a request like that before." While trying to stop the bleeding, Cao Han still gritted his teeth and cursed him. "You bastard." At this point, O Duong Thien also chimed in. "My friend, can't we talk this out? What's the point of hitting people?" He didn't mind retorting. "You have a problem with it?" He said in a low voice that perhaps So Nian didn't know him, but he must have heard of the Ao Duong name. So Nian's jaw dropped as he asked, "You mean the famous Ao Duong family, renowned throughout the country?" He felt very smug, seeing how much he seemed to fear the Ao Duong family. He confidently laid out his terms. If he knelt and admitted he was wrong, he would be forgiven. Cao Han, on the other hand, thought that wasn't enough, and that at the very least, Vong Tuyet should warm Ao Duong Tian's bed for a night. Hearing this, he thought that the style of these prestigious families never changes. None of them know how to be reasonable. Vong Tuyet was very worried for him because the people in front of them were all difficult to deal with, but he reassured her instead, promising that no harm would come to her. O Duong Thien sneered at him for daring to play the hero without knowing if he could handle the consequences. Cao Han then took the hint and ordered his underlings, "Get him for me. If he dies, I'll take responsibility." Right now, all three thugs were lunging towards So Nian. They failed to notice that his eyes were glowing. Then, surging waves of inner energy sent them flying out of the club. Cao Han froze on the spot, ignoring his subordinates who were tumbling behind him. So Nian took step after step forward. Who was it that just gave the order? As he was about to hold him accountable, Cao Han immediately blamed Ao Duong Thien. So Nian quickly spoke up, saying, "In that case, you must be very knowledgeable about the experts of the underworld, right?" The man wasn't afraid and retorted, "Don't get cocky. There are many people stronger than you." Then Ao Duong Thien summoned Master Luke to take action. Vong Tuyet immediately recognized him as Luke Vien, a man who uses snakes to kill people. But he didn't think that playing with snakes would be enough to hurt him. As soon as Luke Vien stepped forward, he said sinisterly, "Such big talk. I want to see what kind of god you are." But it was none other than the fated enemy who had beaten him to a pulp at the airport a few days ago. Luke Vien was utterly terrified to see him there. On the other side, O Duong Thien realized the two had a grudge and encouraged Luke Vien to attack. Luke Vien's rage was immediately redirected into a flurry of punches on Ao Duong Thien's face. Then, Luke Vien bowed before So Nian. "Master, I didn't know it was you just now. Please forgive me." O Duong Thien was baffled as to why a snake breeder and killer like Luke Vien would act so humbly. Meanwhile, So Nian was deliberately toying with him. "Not going to get your revenge on me? This is a rare opportunity." He could only reply that he wanted to settle things peacefully, because how would he dare to pick a fight with a great master like him? So Nian just told him to order Ao Duong Tian's group to apologize, and he would let it go. Immediately, Luke Vien ordered them to get over there. The three of them, utterly humiliated, knelt and admitted their fault to Vong Tuyet. She just told them to never appear before her again and sent them away. So, Nien didn't forget to add, "Remember what my friend said, if there is a next time." Luc Vien immediately cut in to affirm, "Don't worry. If there's anything else, I'll personally chop off their heads." Only after So Nien and Vong Tuet left did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did O Duongtien dare to ask why he was so wary of So Nien. Luc Vien asked a flat question. "How do you rate me among the martial generals?" He thought he was recognized as one of the best. Luc Vien sighed helplessly. But compared to a grandmaster, what does a martial general like me even count for? Only now did Ao Duongtien shockingly realize that he had just offended a grandmaster. After they went outside, Vong Tuyet still said that he was truly hard to figure out. Even someone as strong as Luc Vien couldn't do anything to him. So Nien was also very confident, believing that the person who could deal with him in this world probably hadn't even been born yet. She said with great excitement, "Thank you. Now, no one in the Pham family will dare to deliberately obstruct me anymore." He affirmed once more, "As long as I'm alive in this world, no one will dare to bully my friends." Back at the So residence, Trung Phi was apparently being praised for a very good land deal. Hoai Catch believed that once the Long Loan area was developed, the So family would earn a steady profit. Then, the old man added gently, "If only everyone were as sensible as you, the So family wouldn't have to endure so much hardship." Trung Phi seized the opportunity to assert that their family would not decline. Hoai Cash was pleased and instructed, "Very good. When I'm gone, you will take over my position." Trung Phi was incredibly smug. He figured that if the old man just acknowledged him, he'd be sitting in the family head seat in no time. Soon enough, it was New Year's Eve. The moment Su Nien stepped inside, the family greeted him warmly, glad he had finally arrived. Dua Hoa said the place was too boring, and that if it weren't for meeting him, he wouldn't have come. Hearing that, Su Nien guessed he wasn't used to being around relatives either. In reality, it was because of their different personalities. Dua Hoa couldn't stand talking to the self-proclaimed young masters of the family. Pushing everything aside, Su Nien invited him to reminisce about the old days. Just then, Trung Phi appeared again. "Big bro, you're back! Why didn't you give me a heads up? It's New Year's Eve, and the great young Master Su is hanging out in this dump. If word gets out, won't our family become a laughingstock?" Duong Hoa immediately stepped up to retort for him. "Are you insane? Since when does Brother Nien's business have anything to do with you?" That guy yelled back, saying it was Su family business and an outsider like him should stay out of it. Seeing Dua Hoa was about to explode with anger, Su Nien grabbed his arm to hold him back. He walked up himself and said, "It's true, I haven't been at the Su residence for a few days, but since when does a little tag-along junior like you dare to act so arrogant in front of me?" Trung Phi was furious at being called that. It seemed that as a child, he always had to tell Su Nien to wait for him to follow. The remark hit a nerve, and he furiously hissed, "Who's your tag-along?" Su Nien found it amusing how easily he'd lost his cool. Duong Hua also teased him, wanting to take out his phone to capture his ridiculous, angry expressions. Seeing Trung Phi was about to scream his head off, Trung Ko had to remind him to control himself because the old master was still there. At that, Trung Phi could only sneer and point at him. "All you can do now is run your sharp mouth. I won't stoop to your level. After all, the position of family head is as good as mine. You never stood a chance against me." Su Nien looked at him with utter contempt, as if I'm dying for that position. Dua Hoa came over and put an arm around his shoulder, praising him for not being swayed by power. He simply replied that he never considered that position a goal. After that, his friend urged him to hurry to the evening banquet. Su Nien thought to himself that as the immortal Venerable Yama, he couldn't let himself be blinded by worldly vanity. Over here, the banquet was about to begin. "Everyone, please come take a seat. Don't be so formal." Trung Ko was also reminding Tuman to remember to greet her grandfather properly, and he also expressed how grateful he was for her elixir. She was the lucky star of the Su family, but Tuman had a worry of her own, afraid that the person who sold her the elixir would suddenly show up at their door to collect the debt. The moment she saw Su Nien appear, she jumped in shock. That face, it seemed very familiar. Finally, Tuman was horrified to realize that the person who sold her the elixir back then was here. She had no choice but to ask her boyfriend about his identity. Trung Ko explained that he was just the eldest young master of the Su family, a title without substance, unworthy of any respect. Tuman was extremely anxious, not knowing what to do and terrified of being exposed. As he walked past, Su Nien glanced in their direction. He implicitly praised the pair, a fool and a scammer. All in all, a perfect match. Trung Ko shot to his feet and confronted him, thinking Su Nien was deliberately trying to start trouble, but he just continued speaking in veiled terms, saying how some people are too stupid to even realize it, and to watch out you don't get scammed and end up helping them count the money. Before they could argue further, Hawaii-Kosh yelled, "That's enough, making such a scene. Do you two have any dignity as descendants of the Su family?" Trung Ko immediately tattled to the old man that Su Nien was spouting nonsense and needed to be taught a lesson. The old man replied irritably, "I don't need you to teach me what to do. Sit down and eat. After the meal, Huai Cash cleared his throat, wanting to announce some good news to everyone. Sun Shuyan and Sun Lu were startled, one of them cryptically mentioning some business deal. Huai Cash also mentioned the expansion and development of the Long Loan district. It turned out that before the land prices skyrocketed, Trung Fai had already bought a large plot of land there. Trung Ko couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the leader of our family's younger generation, Trung Fai acted modest, and then added that saying such things might hurt Sun Yan's pride. But Trung Ko retorted that someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan had no right to be respected, unless he could also earn hundreds of millions. Su Nian said, as if by chance, as expected of my little brother. How did you know I earned 3 billion? Trung Fai exclaimed in shock. 3 billion? Do you even know what you're saying? Trung Ko also chimed in with a sneer. I'm telling you, big bro, don't make things up just because you're provoked. Huai Cash, of course, also scolded him. You're just like your father, always spouting nonsense. Xuanha advised him to just endure it for a bit, but he reassured him instead, I know what I'm doing. Then he brushed aside the topic of money and told them to look at the pill he was holding in his hand and see if they recognized it. Everyone knew it was the kind of elixir that had helped Huai Cash recover after taking it. The old man was a bit annoyed and questioned him. The Hong Nam pill, where the hell did you get this? Su Nian asked directly, what if I said I made this pill myself? Would any of you believe me? Trung Ko was the first to object. He knew full well that his girlfriend had gone through great trouble to find 3 of those pills. The key point had arrived. Sun Yin said, then why don't you ask Lam Tuaman who sold it to her? When questioned, Tuaman replied that she bought it from a master named Lam. But then, the IOU from that day was presented. Then, Sun Yin said bluntly, you wrote this IOU with your own hand. You're not going to deny it, are you? She stammered, trying to explain that she only did it for the sake of her grandfather's health. At that, Trung Ko immediately punished her, believing she was just making excuses. Furthermore, he called off the engagement and kicked Tu Man out of the Su house. As she ran out of the room, she still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Inside, Su Nian spoke directly. I assume a prestigious family like the Su family wouldn't default on this 3 billion, would it? Trung Fai suddenly cut him off. Big bro, you're wrong. A grandson showing filial piety by treating his grandfather's illness. How could he possibly charge money for that? He argued that demanding money for life-saving medicine for his own grandfather was the act of an unfilial son. In response, Sun Yan mocked him. You can save grandfather, while he can only act like a barking dog. Trung Fai was provoked into a rage. It was just a bit of dumb luck, that's all. Bringing benefits to the family is what truly matters. Trung Ko chimed in to support him, immediately bringing up the land investment deal. And so, Sun Yan also mentioned that he had recently made an investment and wanted to compare who earned more. Hearing this, Trung Ko thought he was just being a clown, because someone with such poor judgment could never pick a good piece of land. Sun Yan took a sip of wine and then said 3 words, Ngyang District. Trung Ko found this mockery even more amusing. What kind of rundown district is that? Anyone with eyes can see that the hottest area recently is Long Loan. Why would Big Bro choose a place in the middle of nowhere? San Suyen spoke up nonchalantly. It seems our Su family will still have to be managed by Trung Fai. Van could only worry silently. We're all family. Why do we need to talk to each other like this? Can Tu Nien get through this? Just then, a man named Director Lu called to report on the development plan. Sun Lu quickly answered the phone and asked, is it exactly as Trung Fai predicted? Hurry up and tell me. But it seemed something unexpected had happened. Huai Catch was also getting anxious, not knowing what was going on. It turned out they had miscalculated. The development zone wasn't in Long Loan at all. While Trung Fai was fuming, Huai Catch was trying to get the exact information on the development project. Though he didn't want to, Sun Lu had to admit the truth. It was in the Anjiang district that Tun Yin had mentioned. Trung Fi was so agitated he questioned him. Is it really there? I don't believe it. There must be a mistake. Su Nian asked leisurely. Well, do you still think it's a rundown piece of land? Trung Fai was both angry and scared. He couldn't understand why he had always lost to him ever since they were kids. Over here, Huai Cash was now giving orders to investigate who had bought the land so they could try to buy some more in the Anjiang district. But it seemed that phone call had also confirmed that the land had been completely bought up. The old man was so agitated he wanted to find the buyer to negotiate a deal. The truth was, Sun Yan had used 20 billion to buy all the land in the Anjiang district. He looked at them with the same faint smile as before, then humbly said he was just accidentally lucky. Huai Cash, however, questioned him. Where did you get that much money? Even our Su family would have a hard time coming up with that. Trung Fai also claimed it must be dirty money that could get the whole family implicated. Suddenly, he smirked coldly, and every word he spoke carried a hint of killing intent. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? I just want to let all of you here know something. Even without the help of you, the Su family, I, Su Nian, can still build a world of my own. Duong Hoa also cheered happily. Brother Nian, you're amazing. I knew you'd make a move. Next, Suo Ran said his goodbyes to the people who truly cared about him, then left with Shan He and Su Mu. Over here, Shan Lu was asking Huaijie, Little Ran's projected revenue this time will be 100 billion or more. What should we do next? Huaige said sorrowfully, what else can we do? No matter what, he's one of our own. We can't go so far as to do something so heartless. In his heart, the old man was blaming himself for letting the Su family fall so low. Zhang Fei's mind was filled with only hatred. Why does he always get to be in the spotlight? I won't accept it. One day, I will crush you under my foot. Then, fireworks lit up the dark sky. Su Mu exclaimed with delight. Dad, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Suo Ran thought that when their family was finally reunited, the fireworks would be even more beautiful. Shan He was full of hope for that day, promising to take his 2 children out to have fun. Su Mu was overjoyed, as it was the most wonderful night she had ever had. At the same time, Suo Ran was holding his phone in surprise. Why is that handsome kid video calling me? It turned out his students were having a get-together and wanted to wish their teacher Su a happy new year. Suo Ran was deeply moved. These kids are pretty thoughtful. He then nudged Su Mu to go home and eat dumplings together. But looking at the cold Su residents, he wondered if they were really his family. A moment later, Suo Ran was taking advantage of the dense death energy on the first day of the year, as it helped his cultivation much more effectively. After he was done, he remembered that today was the premiere of Tai Chi and that Yanji was probably in Qinhua. Suo Ran stretched lazily, wondering if he should go check it out. While washing his face, he discovered something else, a message inviting him to his college reunion. Suo Ran saw that the reunion was happening right when he was free, so he decided to go. As he walked down a certain street, someone called out, Suo Ran, sorry to keep you waiting. Jia Di joked that he was still the same as always arriving early. Suo Ran also complimented her, saying she was even more beautiful than before, then switched gears, wondering if he had a chance to be her date. Jia Di praised his sense of humor. She knew exactly why so many girls had a crush on him back then. Just then, a car pulled up next to them because the driver recognized Jia Di. Jian Ming, sitting in the car, acted like a gentleman and offered to wait for her to go to the reunion, but Jia Di coldly refused, saying she would walk with Suo Ran. Seeing this, he sneered. I was wondering who this poor loser was. Turns out it's Suo Ran. Van Jia Di, don't be fooled by this guy. Suo Ran wasn't about to take that lying down. You're the one with the small mind. Besides, comparing you to a dog would be an insult to the dog. Jian Ming gritted his teeth and cursed back. Shut up, you poor freak. Suo Ran continued his attack. You have the nerve to laugh at others while driving that piece of junk? You've got some balls, he roared back. At least I have a car. What right does a carless bum like you have to criticize me? At that moment, a white supercar approached. A bad feeling rose in Jian Ming's heart. Suo Ran very gallantly opened the car door for Jia Di. My beautiful lady, please get in. The other classmates are waiting. She stammered a bit, asking Suo Ran if that was his car. Without hiding anything, he honestly confirmed that he had made a little money recently. Jian Ming didn't believe it. He thought, how could a teacher make that kind of money? He said profoundly. A person like you would never understand. And here's a piece of advice. Idiots shouldn't drive today. He was consumed by anger, cursing non-stop with vulgar words. In his rage, he suddenly noticed something was wrong with his car. Over here, Suo Ran's supercar glided past Jian Ming's car. Sitting inside, he couldn't help but glance back. You pissed off someone as petty as me. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't teach you a little lesson. After dropping Suo Ran and Jia Di off, the driver said his goodbyes. Take care, CEO Su. Hearing this, she asked curiously, you're already a CEO of a company. Why are you still working as a teacher? Suo Ran replied cheekily, isn't it glorious to be a teacher of the people? Just kidding. I just rented that fancy car for a bit. Jia Di suddenly became pensive and asked, even if you rented it, it must have cost a lot of money. Was it worth it? Suo Ran answered without hesitation. Helping a beautiful woman escape a hooligan's harassment is totally worth it. After hearing that, she had to admire his smooth talking, then sincerely thanked him. The two had just stepped into the hall when they heard someone yelling nonstop. Song Shishi, what's with all the crying at a reunion? Crying just like you did in college. You're such a buzzkill. Seeing this, he thought to himself, that's Lin Ni and Shishi. Lin Ni is always harsh with others. I was also humiliated by her once. No wonder the dark aura around her is clearly stronger than an ordinary person's. Over there, Cece said apologetically. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. And Tai, far from sympathizing, blamed her. If your husband cheated, you must have done something wrong. Isn't your crying annoying? After hearing that, she threw herself into An Tai's arms and sighed. My husband is still the best. I'm so lucky, he said smugly. There aren't many good men like me out there. Just as they were in the middle of their lovey-dovey moment, Suo Ran suddenly cut in. I could hear dogs barking from a distance. Turns out it's just a couple of scumbags. He crossed his arms and mocked them. Lin Ni immediately jumped up and asked, Suo Ran, do you even know how to talk? He casually asked back. Do I need to speak politely to animals? Suo Ran's words infuriated her. At this point, Tai couldn't hold back and shouted, Where did this street rat come from? Bow your head and apologize to me right now, and I'll consider letting you off. If not, Jia D also pulled him back, advising, Suo Ran, don't be rash. That's the boss of the Heishi group. He probably has a few lives on his hands. After hearing that, Suo Ran remarked, Oh, so he's a young master? In that case, I guess I do have to apologize. He paused for a beat before dropping a bombshell. But, you're the one who's going to kneel and apologize to me. And Tai asked contemptuously, You want me to kneel to you? Are you insane? Zishi also started to panic and advised him, Suo Ran, stop provoking him. This is my fault. You should go. Let me apologize to him. He paid no attention to her advice and continued walking forward. When he was standing in front of him, he calmly repeated, I said, apologize. And Tai flew into a rage at his words, intending to use violence to teach him a lesson. But Suo Ran didn't even bother to dodge. With just a slight movement of his eyes, the man's body was instantly controlled, causing him to lose his balance. A second later, and Tai knelt right at his feet. Seeing this, Suo Ran remarked, A young master is truly different. Even your apology is so dramatic. He wanted to open his mouth to curse at him, but found he couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, they saw Suo Ran's expression change slightly, and Tai immediately slammed his head on the floor at his feet with a thud. He was furious, not knowing what was happening that made his body disobey him. On the other side, Suo Ran casually taunted him. Young Master Zheng, why are you still bowing? It's not like I'm your father. Why are you doing this? Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you. Get lost, and stop bothering them. Lin Ni helped him up while asking in confusion. Honey, Suo Ran is just an ordinary teacher. Why did you kneel to him? Hearing this, Tai gave her a slap along with a scolding. You dare mention the word kneel? If it wasn't for saving face for you, would I have been humiliated like this? After being hit, Lin Ni could only say aggrievedly, I didn't know this would happen either, he whispered, determined to pay Suo Ran back for this humiliation 10,000 times over. The scene changes to a room. At the dining table, Suo Ran was advising in a low voice, Shishi, if you're tired, just start a new life. You were the most cheerful girl in college. It's not worth it to become like this. She replied tearfully, Aren has just been led astray. Maybe he'll get better later. After hearing that, he quietly replied, I'm afraid you won't live to see the day he gets better. Just as Suo Ran finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared and greeted them. Long time no see, everyone. How have you all been? As soon as Yang Ling walked in, everyone started buzzing with excitement. It's our big celebrity. Yang Ling is getting more and more beautiful, Jian Ming thought with lust. What a beauty. I can't believe I let that brat Suo Ran get to her first. The moment she saw Suo Ran sipping his wine, she thought to herself, I knew you'd be here. With that thought, Yang Ling spoke up, teasing him. What's so fun about drinking all gloomy, Suo Ran? Why don't you say hello to me? Could it be that you're still not over me? Model. The other students immediately crowded around to suck up to her. Yang Ling, you're a huge star now. He must feel so insecure, right? Hearing that, she became even more arrogant. That's fair. After all, you're not worthy of me anymore. But if you get on your knees and beg me, I might consider it. Hearing this, everyone immediately started whispering. What kind of game is the great star Duong playing? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's handsome? Only Qian Min volunteered to be her dog. The moment Yang Ling saw him stand up, she thought smugly, with my looks, he'll definitely give in. As long as he comes back to me, it'll prove I'm better than Engon Tree. She thought So Nian was about to say he couldn't let her go, so she eagerly agreed. Who would have thought his next sentence would be, did you take the wrong meds today or something? Yang Ling flew into a rage. What did you just say? So Nian casually taunted her. Is there really something wrong with your brain? You seriously think I'm still into you? Before she could even react, Qian Min jumped up and yelled, So Nian, watch your mouth.